"Miss, it has reached the hour of the dog," announced the maid Amon as she entered the inner chamber, gently lifting the rain-blue gauze curtain draped over the canopy bed to call so. FTLY to the young lady reclining upon it. It was now early summer, and the sky outside had just succumbed to darkness, a faint twilight enveloping the young maiden's visage. By the flickering candlelight on the table, one could vaguely discern the beauty within the chamber. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her nose delicate and refined, lips like cherry blossoms, and her complexion as fair as snow. Truly, she was an extraordinary beauty. The young lady was the fourth daughter of the Jiang family, under the auspices of the Earl of Dongping, known simply by the single character Si. Upon seeing Jiang Si, Amon felt a surge of indignation rise within her, fiercely defending her young mistress. How could the third son of the Duke of Anghua be so blind? With such beauty, she could easily ascend to the palace as a consort, yet he showed little enthusiasm for this match, as if believing her unworthy of him. Amon's ire stemmed from a poetry gathering held in the spring. This gathering was a casual affair among young noblemen of the capital, where they drank, composed verses, and sought merriment. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, some jested about the third son of the Duke of Anghua, Ji Chongyi, expressing envy over his impending marriage to a renowned beauty of the city. To their surprise, Ji Chongyi, in a tipsy, self-deprecating manner, remarked, "What is beauty but a mere facade? A woman should be valued for her character, kindness, and gentleness." What began as youthful drunken banter was soon misconstrued and disseminated, transforming the fourth daughter of the Jiang family into a subject of gossip during idle conversations. The Dongping Marquis, originally built on a fragile foundation, could only inherit its title for 3 generations. That be why the time of Jiang Si's father, the Dongping Marquis, was already in its 3rd generation, which meant that Jiang Si's elder brother was not even granted the title of heir apparent. In other words, once a century passes, the Dongping Marquis will fade from the circle of nobility, becoming an ordinary family. Yet a girl from such a household has managed to become betrothed to the esteemed and Guogong residents. Without delving into the circumstances, this alone is enough to incite the jealousy of many who regard Jiang Si's connection to the Guogong as an unwarranted elevation. The third son of the Guogong, Ji Chongyi, remarked that a woman's beauty is inconsequential. He places greater importance on temperament and character. Implicit in his words is a disdain for Jiang Si's disposition. Whether Ji Chongyi's comment was intentional or accidental, it quickly tarnished Jiang Si's reputation, and upon her, it turned to gatherings of noble ladies. She was bombarded with whispers and gossip. As Jiang Si lay on her bed, eyes closed in repose, she suddenly opened them. Her eyes, elegantly shaped with a gentle upward curve at the outer corners, exuded a captivating charm. At that moment, these exquisite eyes met those of a man, revealing a subtle smile. "Why do you appear as if you wish to devour someone?" "I grow indignant on your behalf, thinking of someone who lacks discernment," a man replied. The smile in Jiang Si's eyes faded swiftly, yet the curve of her lips deepened as she remarked lightly, "That person has never laid eyes on me. It is hardly fair to say they lack discernment." "My lady, you still defend him?" a man observed, her heart aching for the girl who had visibly lost weight in just half a month, feeling both sorrowful and indignant. "Do not speak on his behalf. It was merely the ramblings of a drunken man." Jiang Si's gaze shifted to another maid, a Qiao, standing by the screen, and she instructed, "A Qiao, please. Fetch the 2 outfits I asked you to prepare a few days ago." Before long, a Qiao returned, cradling 2 sets of garments, one of which she presented to a man, while the other was prepared for Jiang Si to don. As a man slipped into her attire, she muttered indignantly, "A drunken remark has caused the young lady to be ridiculed." Jiang Si's eyes darkened with an icy resolve. She simply closed her eyes and whispered, "What does it matter?" Her life's misfortunes began with this ill-fated match between families of unequal standing. In her youthful ignorance, she had felt an overwhelming pride in being betrothed to the son of the Duke of An, unaware that the third son, Ji Chongyi, already had a beloved. Ji Chongyi's heart belonged to a commoner. It was only after her marriage that Jiang Si gradually learned of the circumstances. The commoner had fortuitously rescued Ji Chongyi during an outing gone awry. He had spent several days recuperating at her home before being discovered by the Duke's household, and by then, they had already developed feelings for one another, secretly meeting thereafter. With the wedding imminent, the duke's household would naturally not allow Ji Chongyi to indulge in folly, especially when he wished to marry a woman of even lower status than the Ji family. His resistance and dissatisfaction went largely unspoken. Reflecting on Ji Changji's drunken confession, Jiang Si felt a pang of foolishness for her past self. After her initial anger, she could not help but rationalize his words, believing he was not one of those shallow men who only valued a woman's beauty, but rather someone who spoke you. Its sincerity regarding the matter at hand, in the depths of the night, on the 15th day of the 4th month in the 18th year of Jingming, this extraordinary nobleman, Unbo, Yuendi by convention, unexpectedly eloped with his beloved to the shores of Mayo Lake, where they chose to plunge into the depths together. Subsequently, Ji Chongyi was rescued, yet his beloved perished tragically. To conceal this calamity, their engagement, originally scheduled for early winter, was hastily advanced by several months. Elated, she wed him, but for nearly a year, the man who harbored the memory of his lost love refrained from consummating their union, even following Ji Changji's timely demise. It could be said that all her misfortunes began with her marriage to Ji Chongyi. Now, given the chance to start anew, her immediate concern was to dissolve this marriage to Sievert, i.e.s. with the unconventional third Master Ji and the lofty Ngua Gongfu, ensuring they would remain strangers for eternity. In an instant, Jiang Si had donned her outer garments, nodding to a man, let us go. A man lifted the bundle resting on the chair. A Chow hesitated for a moment, blocking Jiang Si's path as she faltered, Miss, is it truly wise to venture out at this late hour? The second gate is already locked. It matters not, everything has been prepared, Jiang Si replied with unwavering determination. A Chow, you must guard the courtyard well. Although she would prefer to avoid the risks of wandering out at night, she found no reliable ally among her two personal maids. Seeing this, a Chow could only nod firmly and assure her, do not worry, miss, as she stepped aside to allow passage. Jiang Si, accompanied by a man, stealthily departed from her residence, Heitangju, traversing through the garden and a series of gates, concealed by the lush blossoms and verdant tiara. Until they reached the second gate. The young lady, a man, gazed at the firmly shut door and softly called out. Chapter 2. Hearing is deceiving. The night was profound, and the intricately carved green screen door basked in the silvery glow of the moonlight, exuding a serene tranquility. Jiang Sikong gave a slight nod to Amon and softly instructed, proceed. Upon receiving the command, Amon carefully retrieved a key from her waist pouch and stealthily approached to unlock the door. As the key gently turned, a faint click echoed, signaling the door's release. Amon's palm, damp with perspiration, conveyed her nervousness, and her heart thundered in her chest. Observing her, Jiang Si revealed a subtle smile. Not long ago, she had tasked Amon with befriending the old woman who held the keys to the second gate. After the woman had indulged in drink, Amon seized the opportunity to surreptitiously extract the keys and made impressions on several prepared incense blocks, subsequently crafting a few new keys outside. However, the success of these keys in unlocking the door was a matter of chance, and fortunately, one of the 5 keys was indeed effective. Amon gradually pushed the door open, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Miss, just then, a sudden creak pierced the tranquil night, jarring amidst the sounds of chirping insects and rustling leaves. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared terror. Jiang Si quickly reacted, pulling Amon down as she spotted the gatekeeper emerging, rubbing her eyes and heading towards the latrine, oblivious to their presence. Jiang Si hurriedly slipped through a side door, with Amon closely following, gently closing the door behind them. Once the moment of panic had passed, Amon broke into a relieved smile. That was close. Jiang Si, having composed herself, replied coolly, do not speak too much, let us move swiftly. The pair advanced along the wall, and after about the duration of a tea light, Jiang Si suddenly halted. Amon surveyed her surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered. How shall we make our escape, my lady? If she could somehow procure the key to the second door, the main entrance would remain insurmountable. After all, it was not customary for a lady's maid to seek out the old doorkeeper for a drink. Follow me, replied Jiang Si, as she navigated around a cluster of flowering shrubs and bent down to part the luxuriant grass at the corner of the wall, revealing an unexpected opening. Amon widened her eyes in astonishment. How is there a hole here? In those days, she regarded her brother, Jiang Zhan, as a complete inept. She had always dismissed him with indifference, and once she had chanced upon him emerging from this very hole, evidently having sneaked out for some amusement. At that time, she merely scoffed, her disdain for him deepening. She even lacked the inclination to notify the steward to seal the hole. To her, her brother was akin to a worthless lump of mud, beyond redemption. It would be better for him to remain distant for the sake of peace. However, when Jiang Zhan perished that autumn after her marriage, she was suddenly struck by the realization that she, too, was capable of sorrow. The brother who had once braved their father's wrath to bring her rose-flavored lotus cakes from the market was no longer there. As Amon emerged from the hole, she noticed Jiang Si lost in thought and gently called out to her. How foolish she had been. No matter how outstanding her cousin from her uncle's family might be, he would never bring her rose-flavored lotus cakes. Regardless of Jiang Zhan's shortcomings, his affection for her had been genuine. Let us go, Jiang Si said, regaining her composure. After a moment's reflection, she set off with Amon, hastening towards Wumiao Lake. Fortunately, the curfew has been lifted, and both Wumiao Lake and the residence of the Earl of Dongping are situated to the west of the city, providing great convenience for Jiang Si. The master and servant hurriedly made their way there, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, and soon spotted a pair of figures standing by the lakeside. A man was taken aback and whispered, "Miss, there truly are people." Jiang Si, with a stoic expression, gestured towards a boulder at the water's edge inscribed with the characters Wumiao Lake. The stone towered over half a zhang, ample enough for a person to hide behind. Understanding the cue, a man followed Jiang Si and concealed themselves behind it. Jiang Si leaned against the stone wall, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. A remnant of the heat accumulated during the day. Soon, the sound of muffled sobs wafted along the lakeside breeze, compelling Jiang Si to peek out. The moonlight was bright, clearly illuminating the two figures. The man, slender in build, stood nearly a head taller than the woman. It was none other than Jiang Si's fiancée, Ji Chongyi. Her gaze briefly flitted over Ji Chongyi's handsome visage before settling on the woman's face. She had long been curious about the woman who could inspire Ji Chongyi to remain devoted to his beautiful and delicate bride, yet never lay a finger on her. By the time Jiang Si married him, the woman had already departed from this world, and tonight was her first opportunity to glimpse her true appearance. The woman was petite, with willow-like brows framing a pair of misty, large eyes. Despite basking in the moonlight, her complexion did not seem particularly fair. Jiang Si's emotions became unexpectedly complex in that moment. To speak candidly, the young woman possesses a delicate beauty, yet she pales in comparison to the most exquisite of beauties. Furthermore, it became apparent that she had received little formal education. Jiang Si's gaze shifted back to Ji Chongyi's face, where she observed the genuine anguish and desperation etched upon his features, compelling her to concede that she had indeed succumbed to the power of true love. Ji Chongyi reached out, steadying the young woman's shoulders, his voice tinged with fervor. "I refuse to leave. Qianyang, are you not aware that I am to be wed soon? My family is already watching me closely. If I depart now, I may never see you again before the wedding." Jiang Si's expression abruptly turned frosty. It became clear that Ji Chongyi's beloved was named Qianyang. No wonder, the day after their marriage, when a Xiao entered to serve her. Upon hearing her call out at Xiao, Ji Chongyi's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity, and he stormed off, even neglecting to perform the tea ceremony. The Duchess of Anghua, her mother-in-law, naturally did not blame her son but rather deemed Jiang Si as lacking in propriety, making the tea ceremony a rather trying affair for her. Suddenly, Ji Chongyi covered Qianyang's mouth, his voice rising. "I will not allow it." Qianyang turned her face away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Si watched coldly, beginning to feel anxious. Given the intensity of the moment, it seemed as though the couple were on the brink of a tragic farewell. She hoped fervently for a favorable outcome. "Qianyang, what if we eloped?" Ji Chongyi's spirits soared as he grasped her hand, intending to rush outside. Qianyang shook her head in protest, struggling against him. "Ilong, please calm down. Eloping is not a viable option." Ji Chongyi abruptly turned, lowering his head to silence her with a kiss. A man gasped in shock, angering her to the point of fiercely tugging at Jiang Si's sleeve. Jiang Si, seemingly indifferent, contemplated the actions to be taken after the two would end their lives together. As their passion escalated with fervent kisses, the only sounds that filled the air were their increasingly rapid breaths, and they became completely absorbed, retreating step by step. Suddenly, a loud splash broke the tranquility of the lake, leaving Jiang Si momentarily speechless. Oh, this is not what we agreed upon. Chapter 3. Rescuing. With Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang falling into the water, the serene surface of the lake was shattered, startling the birds perched on the willow branches to take flight, shedding a few feathers in their haste. Ji Chongyi, clearly unable to swim, struggled against the waves, calling out for help. Save me! Save me! Jiang Si fixed her gaze on the two floundering in the water and pushed a man, urging, "We must proceed as planned." A man, as if awakening from a dream, swiftly untied the bundle and retrieved a small bronze gong hidden within. She handed the bundle to Jiang Si and dashed away. Jiang Si, not daring to linger, hurried to a nearby thatched umbrella pavilion, extracted a water pouch, and poured its contents onto the umbrella's canopy. Stepping back, she ignited a fire starter and tossed it onto the soaked thatch, which promptly ignited, engulfing the entire pavilion in flames. There were 7 or 8 such thatched pavilions by the lake, constructed by anglers seeking refuge from the oppressive summer sun. As Jiang Si ignited the second pavilion, the sound of the gong resonated, accompanied by panicked shouts. "The water is rising! The water is rising!" Soon, lights flickered on in the nearby houses, with men, women, and children rushing out, each clutching containers to fetch water. At such times, the populace was particularly fearful of rising waters. Often, when someone shouted a warning, a rush ensued to combat the flames. As events unfolded according to expectations, Jiang Si let out a sigh of relief, even casting the burden in her hands into the flames. She dared not ignite too many thatched umbrellas, otherwise it would be a grave sin should a true inferno ensue. The sounds of struggle in the water gradually diminished, and Jiang Si clenched her fists, gazing intently in that direction. In such a scenario, these two could transform into butterflies, flying together, and she would be spared the fate of marrying only to live a widow's life, fraught with misfortune. However, upon deeper reflection, she decided against it. Ji Chongyi merely held no affection for her. His transgressions did not warrant death. More importantly, should he perish, she would bear the stigma of being a husband killer. Having been granted a second chance at life, Jiang Si had long since come to terms with the insignificance of reputation. Yet she was not willing to pay the price for another's folly. Thus, Ji Chongyi must not die, and Xiaonyang must also be rescued. With both of them alive, she would possess a legitimate reason to withdraw from the engagement. Observing the two struggling in the water, Jiang Si began to feel anxious. She harbored no worries for Ji Chongyi. If he had survived in her previous life, he should remain safe this time as well. However, Xiaonyang was a different matter. In her former life, Xiaonyang's body had never even been recovered. Suddenly, a fire broke out by the lakeside. Shouts arose from nearby, and a crowd surged in that direction. Jiang Si's tightly wounded nerves began to ease. Once these people arrived, they would discover the two who had fallen into the water, allowing her to extricate herself unscathed. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through, swiftly ruffling the surface of the lake and conjuring up a whirlpool between Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang. In an instant, Xiaonyang sank beneath the surface, never to resurface again. Jiang Si's heart tightened as she dashed behind a large rock, quickly shedding her outer garment to reveal a silver-gray bodysuit beneath. The water's edge was adorned with the delicate skin of fish, shimmering under the moonlight, accentuating the slender waist of the young maiden. Like a mermaid, she silently slipped into the water, swimming towards the position where the skilled maiden had submerged. On this early summer night, the lake's waters were somewhat cool, caressing the girl's exposed, tender skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Jiang Si felt as though she had completely immersed herself in the water. After pausing to catch her breath, she sank again, barely able to see the skilled maiden bobbing beneath the surface. She swiftly swam over, grasping the maiden's ankle, and pulled her towards the shore. At merely 15 years of age, Jiang Si possessed commendable swimming skills, yet her strength was insufficient. The drenched skilled maiden felt as though she weighed 1,000 pounds. She bit her lip with determination, not even noticing as her lower lip bled. And by the time they reached the shore, she was nearly exhausted. Those who had come to extinguish the fire rushed to the lake's edge and hidden among the crowd. A man shouted hoarsely, "Look, there is someone in the lake." The onlookers turned in alarm, their expressions changing. "Oh no, someone has fallen into the water." Soon, proficient swimmers leaped into the lake one after another to rescue the drowning individual. Jiang Si forcefully pushed the unconscious skilled maiden towards the shore, then quietly slipped back into the water, swimming away. She faintly heard the cries behind her, there is another one here. Before long, both Ji Chongyi and the skilled maiden were rescued. The families living by the lake were accustomed to mischievous children sneaking away to bathe, and incidents of drowning were not uncommon. They had their own methods for rescuing those who found themselves in peril. Jiang Si swam to the shore from another direction, stealthily emerging and hiding behind a tree, where she watched as two people knelt on the ground, administering aid to Ji Chongyi and the skilled maiden. Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang quickly spat out a few mouthfuls of water and opened their eyes. The individuals who had rescued them found themselves hesitating. Amon, who had long received instructions from Jiang, hid behind the crowd and shouted hoarsely, "Oh, this young man is the third son of the Duke of Anghua. We should take him to claim our reward." Amon, tall and clad in male attire, went unnoticed by the crowd, who were all focused on Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang, mistakenly believing her to be merely a young lad from some family. Is he truly the third son of the Duke of Anghua? Upon hearing the mention of a reward, the crowd perked up with excitement. "I am not the third son of the Duke of Anghua." Ji Chongyi, having narrowly escaped death, took a moment to regain his composure. And upon hearing the proclamation, his expression shifted dramatically. How embarrassing to have fallen into the lake after a kiss. The crowd began to waver. Is it true or not? A perceptive individual scrutinized Ji Chongyi closely, remarking, "This young gentleman is dressed in fine fabric, even if he is not from the Duke of Anghua's household. He certainly hails from a wealthy family." An impatient voice called out, "If we want to determine whether he is indeed the son of the Duke of Anghua, it is quite simple. Let us send someone to inquire at the Duke's residence." Encouraged by the numbers, several individuals quickly rallied together, joining the proposer to venture to the Duke of Anghua's estate for information. By that time, the estate was already in disarray, having dispatched several groups to search for Ji Chongyi. Upon hearing that the third son had nearly drowned in Wumiao Lake, the Duchess of Anghua fainted immediately. Ji Chongyi's elder brother, Ji Chongli, ordered the messenger to lead the way, guiding the household servants straight to Wumiao Lake. Such commotion could hardly escape the notice of the neighbors. Every household in the vicinity dispatched their servants to inquire about the unfolding situation. The servants, astute in their endeavors, understood that direct inquiries with the Nguagong residents would yield no fruitful answers. Thus, they discreetly trailed the events to the shores of Mou Lake, casually engaging the bystanders captivated by the spectacle. Upon witnessing the drenched figure of Ji Chongyi alongside a young woman, the realization dawned upon them. Good heavens! The third son of the Nguagong had seemingly committed an act of love and death with a maiden. Chapter 4. Shamelessness, Ji Chongli. The heir of the Nguagong strode resolutely towards his younger brother, Ji Chongyi, observing the pallid visage of his frail sibling, drenched and shivering. A wave of both anguish and indignation washed over him. Ji Chongyi, the youngest in the family, was a cherished child, born late into the family. He was more than a decade younger than Ji Chongli and had always been coddled due to his delicate health. His family would have moved heaven and earth to fulfill his every whim. Ji Chongli's gaze shifted to the young woman standing closely beside Ji Chongyi. In a protective gesture, Ji Chongyi stepped forward to shield her from view, his intent unmistakable. Ji Chongli, exasperated, exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly foolish. Do you think your actions honor our parents?" Ji Chongyi remained silent, yet he grasped the young woman's hand firmly. Ji Chongli shot a fierce glare at his brother, instructing the steward to manage the aftermath, and hurriedly led Ji Chongyi and the young woman away. The steward, left behind, bowed deeply to the crowd and presented 100 taels and silver notes to the most respected elder among them, before hastily departing with the remaining individuals. 100 taels was no trivial sum for the townsfolk who had come to assist. They immediately surrounded the elder, deliberating on how to fairly distribute the amount. Taking advantage of the chaos, A-Man stealthily slipped to the designated meeting place with Jiang Si. Upon seeing the damp black cloth wrapped around Jiang Si's head, she whispered, "Miss, are you all right?" A-Man hurriedly followed her instructions. "Miss, it's all right now." Jiang Si nodded, and the two of them quietly departed amidst the turmoil. On the way, A-Man could hardly contain her indignation, exclaiming, "Miss, Master Ji is truly excessive. How could he, being someone who is to marry you, behave in such a manner with another lady?" The image of their closely pressed lips and hurried breaths filled A-Man with disgust and fury. Jiang Si merely smiled, choosing silence. This time, she would never agree to marry him. If Ji Chongyi were to wed Xiaonyang and treat her with such fondness, perhaps she could regard him with a glimmer of respect. After all, even foolishness can possess its moments of brilliance. Jiang Si cast a sidelong glance at A-Man, saying, Those burnt papers serve a different purpose. What purpose? A man inquired with curiosity. The night breeze blew, drying the 2 strands of hair that had escaped from the headscarf, playfully teasing Jiang Si's fair, porcelain-like cheek. Jiang Si continued her stride, tucking the stray hair behind her ear, and gazed into the deepening night, stating, "One must provide a plausible reason to account for the fire by the lakeside pavilion to the officials." A man's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You truly think ahead, Mississippi." The little maid then recalled Ji Chongyi and pouted. "Master Ji is indeed blind to what is right before him." "Enough of him. We have arrived home," Jiang Si replied. The hole in the wall remained concealed behind the foliage. A man parted the grass, softly saying, "Miss, please go in first." Jiang Si bent down and crawled into the cave, and upon straightening up, her expression faltered. A figure was advancing less than a yard away, evidently having just entered as well. At that moment, a man also crawled in, and upon seeing someone ahead, she was taken aback, hastily covering her mouth, yet still emitting a sound. The person in front froze and abruptly turned around. "Who?" Jiang Si, with swift reflexes, picked up a scattered brick by the cave entrance and hurled it towards that familiar face. Indeed, it was her inept brother, Jiang Zhan. He let out a pained scream and collapsed backward. A man recognized Jiang Zhan's face and trembled. "Miss, how could you have killed the second young master?" "Yes, fine. We must hurry." Jiang Si was confident in her control over her strength, knowing that this blow would merely render Jiang Zhan unconscious for a brief moment, causing no lasting harm. Moreover, his scream would undoubtedly attract attention, alleviating her concern about him lying on the ground for too long and catching a chill. As anticipated, a light soon flickered in the distance, and someone emerged to investigate the commotion. The begonia flowers in the courtyard bloomed vibrantly, their delicate reds and pale whites bathed in moonlight, creating a breathtaking scene. Only begonia trees were planted in Jiang Si's yard. While people lamented the lack of fragrance in begonia, she found pleasure in this very quality. Her sense of smell was naturally heightened, and being surrounded by overpowering floral scents would discomfort her. A chow opened the door, welcoming Jiang Si and a man inside. Upon seeing that both were unharmed, a joyful smile graced her face. "Miss, I have already prepared warm water for your bath. Please, indulge yourself." The steam rose gently from the wooden tub, and Jiang Si appeared to be entirely submerged in the water, with only her head and shoulders visible. The pleasantly warm water caressed her body tenderly, and as she inhaled softly, the anxiety and torment that had accompanied her since rebirth seemed to dissipate with the tranquility of the night, leaving only a sense of gratitude. "Miss, it is time to rise. The water is cooling," a chow reminded her, softly drying Jiang Si's hair with a delicate cloth. The young girl's hair, now damp, cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her waist. The copper mirror reflected her image: fair skin, dark hair, ruby lips, and pearly teeth. Her once slightly restless eyes had transformed into a serene pool, enhancing her beauty beyond what it had been before. A man, who had hurriedly bathed, could not help but exclaim, "Miss, you are truly stunning." Jiang Si smiled in response. The news of Ji Chongyi and Xiao Nyang's tragic love would undoubtedly spread throughout the capital by tomorrow, when that time arrived, regardless of her innocence. Mockery from certain individuals would be inevitable, for a girl of humble origins who had ascended to a seemingly enviable match in the eyes of society. Beauty itself was a burden. "Miss, how did you know that young Master Ji would be meeting that woman at Mocho Lake tonight?" a man inquired, voicing her long-held curiosity. The Chiao paused, her hand holding the comb, clearly intrigued as well. The girl in the copper mirror blinked, "Not long ago. At the flower appreciation banquet at the Yongchangbo's residence, young Master Ji had someone convey that to me." Jiang Si could not provide a clearer explanation and resorted to a vague excuse. "Why would he tell you about his meeting with another girl?" a man questioned, increasingly perplexed. Jiang Si replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps he wished for me to witness it with my own eyes, to find closure." Amon suddenly struck the dressing table, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, "What utter shamelessness! Had I known, I would have delayed ringing the gong, allowing that scoundrel to drown." Jiang Si smiled sweetly and nodded, "Indeed, I too find it truly disgraceful." Chapter 5. The good concubine Jiang Si twisted her hair into a bun and sipped the ginger syrup offered by a chiao. Feeling warmth spread throughout her body, she reclined on the bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the physical toll of the rescue. The Duke of Dongping's residence was enveloped in a tranquil darkness, while the Duke of Anghua's estate, merely 2 streets away, was bustling with activity and ablaze with light. Lady Wei, leaning against the headboard, clutched the Duke of Ongwa's hand, weeping hysterically. The Duke, his expression grim and perturbed by Lady Wei's cries, attempted to console her, saying, "Do not weep. Our eldest has already rushed there. Third brother will be fine." Earlier, the household had been thrown into chaos over the disappearance of the third brother. Upon hearing of his fall into the water that night, he had only thought to inquire if anyone was harmed before hastily sending their eldest to the scene, now left in the dark about the circumstances surrounding the drowning. "Quick, let them in." Before the Duke could voice his command, Lady Wei abruptly sat up. Shortly after, footsteps echoed from outside, and a maid lifted the beaded curtain, ushering in 3 individuals. Lady Wei, bypassing her eldest son Ji Chongli, immediately spotted her pallid third son Ji Chongli and rushed towards him. "Third brother, what has happened to you? Let me see if you are hurt." "Mother, I am fine." Ji Chongli managed a faint smile. "How could you possibly be fine?" Madame Wei gently caressed Ji Chongli's cheek, tears cascading down, her hair dampened by grief. "How could he have fallen into the water?" Coughing interrupted the moment, prompting Madame Wei to glance at Duke Ngua, whose gaze had shifted to a petite woman standing half a pace behind Ji Chongli, head bowed, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, betraying her unease. Madame Wei's expression darkened instantly, her voice rising. "Who is she?" Observing her reaction, Ji Chongli reached out to pull Qiaonyang closer, meeting Madame Wei's gaze unwaveringly. "Mother, this is the one my heart desires, Qiaonyang." Madame Wei's countenance stiffened, her eyes boring into Qiaonyang's with an inscrutable depth. "So, you are Qiaonyang. I have yet to express my gratitude for saving our Sam Lang." Qiaonyang, startled, looked up at Madame Wei momentarily before lowering her head again, nervously murmuring, "No, I cannot accept such gratitude, madam. Huan Fong, please escort Miss Qiaonyang to rest properly." Madame Wei interrupted Qiaonyang's words with a dismissive tone. Huan Fong, the maid beside Madame Wei, approached Qiaonyang with a smile. "Miss Qiaonyang, please follow me." Qiaonyang cast a glance at Ji Chongli. After a moment's reflection, he nodded gently. "Go and rest. I shall visit you tomorrow." With that assurance, Qiaonyang felt her worries ease, and she followed the maid out. A cold glimmer flashed in Madame Wei's eyes. Such an uncouth girl, utterly lacking in decorum. Not only was it improper for a young woman to associate with her son, but her failure to acknowledge those present upon her departure spoke volumes about her upbringing. Jean Rouet, quickly bring the ginger tea for the third young master. Soon, a maid dressed similarly to Huan Fong approached, carrying a cup of ginger tea. The inquiry was directed at the heir of the Duke of An, Ji Chongli. Ji Chongli cast a fleeting glance at Ji Chongli, realizing that this matter could not be concealed any longer, and with great reluctance, he uttered, "Third brother. The third brother has jumped into the lake with that woman." "Rascal!" The Duke of An kicked over a chair in his fury. Ji Chongli fell to his knees. Weisher looked at the Duke reproachfully. "Why such a furious outburst, my lord? If Sanlang has fallen into water, we should quickly summon a doctor to examine him and prescribe some remedies to dispel the chill." "Why summon a doctor? If he wishes to die, who can stop him?" The Duke of An glared at Ji Chongli, his anger mounting as he pointed and scolded. "You little beast, how could you be so reckless over a woman?" Ji Chongli bowed his head and pleaded, "Father, mother, please support your son in this." "Ah, it seems by a twist of fate." The Duke of An roared in rage. "Dream on. As long as I draw breath, you shall abandon this foolish notion. You will marry the fourth daughter of the Duke of Dongping." Weisher ceased her attempts to persuade, her expression equally grim. She had never held the Duke of Dongping's family in high regard. Initially, the Duke of An insisted on this union to repay their life-saving grace, despite her protests. However, the Duke of Dongping's family, regardless of their shortcomings, was still superior to that of commoners. Ji Chongli remained resolutely kneeling, his tone unwavering. "Father, I only love Qiaonyang. I have no feelings for the fourth daughter of the Duke of Dongping. I have never even laid eyes on her. And it is truly impossible for me to accept her as my wife. Sanlang, I have inquired, and I can assure you that the fourth young lady of the Dongping Marquis' residence is renowned for her beauty among the noble ladies of the capital." Lord Ongwa patiently advised. "Indeed, your stepmother has observed her after your engagement. Your father speaks the truth." Wei added, in his son's eyes, "Qiaonyang is the most exquisite." Ji Chongyi gazed up at Lord Ongwa. "Father, you may wed for the sake of gratitude to the Dongping Marquis' family. Why can you not comprehend your son's feelings? If it were not for Qiaonyang, I fear I would no longer be here." "Silence. The matter of marriage cannot be left to your whims. Should you persist in your folly, I shall command that Qiaonyang be sent away. If you were to drive Qiaonyang away, then you might as well expel me as well. Ji Chongyi declared defiantly as he stood. Lord Ongwa trembled with rage and turned to the old woman at the door, bellowing, "Take someone and drive that Qiaonyang out with sticks." No. As the old woman attempted to leave, Ji Chongyi rushed after her. Lord Ongwa shouted, "Eldest brother, restrain your third brother." Ji Chongli grasped Ji Chongyi's arm and urged, "Third brother, do not provoke father's anger. Eldest brother, step aside." Ji Chongyi struggled to push Ji Chongli away, but to no avail. As he saw the old woman about to step outside, overwhelmed with urgency and fury, he coughed up blood and collapsed onto Ji Chongli. Wei was horrified, her face drained of color, and she cried out, "Quickly, summon a doctor." Before long, the doctor arrived to attend to Ji Chongyi, diagnosing that his vomiting of blood and fainting were due to excessive anger, compounded by cold entering his body. He advised that Ji Chongyi must recuperate well, avoiding any extreme joy or sorrow. As the doctor stepped out to prepare the prescription, Madame Wei could not help but express her grievances towards Duke Nguo. With such a hasty temperament, does the master intend to drive San Lang to his demise? Am I to blame for his demise? His lack of understanding is a result of your indulgence. Although Duke Nguo retorted thus, he couldn't shake off the apprehension that arose from recalling Ji Chongyi's bloodied state. Madame Wei, clutching her handkerchief, wiped her tears. What use is there in discussing this now? Do you and Delang not care for San Lang? In my opinion, we ought to focus on finding a solution. Regardless, we must not withdraw from the engagement with the Duke of Dongping. However, if the master forcibly separates San Lang from Qiaonyang, I fear San Lang may truly be unable to endure such a loss. Observing Duke Nguo's sardonic smile, Madame Wei cried out, "My lord, consider this. San Lang and Qiaonyang have already shared a bond in life and death. Once such an event occurs, it is likely to happen again. If anything were to befall San Lang, it would be too late for us to regret. Then what do you propose we do?" Madame Wei ceased her sobbing, glanced towards the inner chamber, and thoughtfully suggested, "Perhaps we can maintain the engagement with the Duke of Dongping, while allowing San Lang to take Qiaonyang as his concubine." Chapter 6. The Hall of Benevolent Hearts. Jiang Anqing shot Jiang Zhan a disapproving glance. "Are you truly going to embarrass yourself in such a manner?" Jiang Zhan scratched his head. "My hair is not disheveled. Where is the embarrassment?" Jiang then smiled at Jiang Zhan. "Second brother, I have a craving for Kai Ji's soup dumplings." Kai Ji's soup dumplings are a time-honored establishment, situated just 2 streets away from the Duke of Dongping's residence, close to the Kingdefang, where Duke Nguo's estate is located. In the previous life, the incident involving Ji Chongyi and Qiaonyang falling into the water did not attract such a commotion, allowing Duke Nguo's household to easily suppress the scandal. When 2 marriages are hastily arranged, many speculate that there must be something amiss with her. In her youth and naivety, she only aspired to marry into a prominent family to elevate her status, only to later realize that hidden losses are not easily borne. Following the uproar of last night, although the affairs of Ji Chongyi have yet to reach the Dongping Bo mansion, word must have certainly spread in Kangdefang. At this moment, as the second brother heads to Kai Ji to purchase soup dumplings, he is bound to catch wind of the rumors. Jiang Anqing furrowed his brow, forming a deep crease. "What is it?" Jiang Zhan extended his hand. "Son has been financially constrained lately. Father, could you please lend me some funds?" "Get lost." Jiang Anqing fished a piece of broken silver from his waist pouch and tossed it into Jiang Zhan's embrace, gritting his teeth, though a nonchalant smile lingered on his face. His eyes sparkled with a vitality Jiang Si had not witnessed in years. "I will wait for the second brother at Haidang Pavilion." Jiang Si accompanied Jiang Anqing to Cixin Hall. The chief maid, Afu, greeted the two with a bow. "Master, fourth miss, the old madam is currently receiving guests. Please allow me to inform her." "Receiving guests at such an early hour?" Jiang Anqing's face registered surprise. Jiang Si gently inhaled. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. The scent was subtle and delicate, quite rare. Standing outside the room, Jiang Si instantly recognized it as Gardenia, the wife of the heir to the Duke of Ongwa. Her former sister-in-law had a fondness for gardenia fragrance. Typically, one standing in such a position would have no chance of detecting the scents of those inside. Yet Jiang Si was different. Her sense of smell was exceptionally acute. After later being cast away to the southern frontier, she lived under the guise of a girl resembling the deceased granddaughter of a Wumiao tribal elder. The elder of the Wumiao tribe is a woman whose age is indiscernible, possessing numerous mystical qualities. Her extraordinary sense of smell has bestowed upon her a unique skill. She can not only accurately distinguish the subtle fragrances of different individuals, but can also, with the slightest breeze, discern through its faint scent whether rain is imminent. Knowing that Lady Gua, the wife of the Duke of Anghua, was present within, Jiang Si quietly exhaled in relief. Before long, the headmaid, a Fu, returned and addressed Jiang Anqing. Master, the old matriarch requests your presence. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Si, imbued with complexity. Fourth Miss. You may wait in the side chamber and enjoy a cup of hot tea. Father, I shall wait outside, Jiang Si replied, bowing slightly to Jiang Anqing. Following a Fu, Jiang Anqing entered and immediately spotted a woman seated opposite the old matriarch, Feng. The woman, in her 30s, possessed striking features, and her slightly elongated eyes revealed a certain shrewdness. Jiang Anqing grew increasingly perplexed. If his mother was receiving female guests, why had he been summoned? This must be the elder, the woman said, rising. Lady Feng nodded. Indeed, he is the father of the 4th Mississippi. My dear, this is the wife of the Duke of Anghua, who has come today to discuss a marriage proposal. Wasn't the date already set? Lady Feng glanced at Lady Gua. The latter, her countenance tinged with embarrassment, replied, Last night, some unforeseen circumstances arose, and both my father-in-law and mother-in-law wish to expedite the marriage of the 4th Mississippi. And what is the reason for this? Jiang Anqing's expression darkened. Typically, when an engagement is suddenly advanced, it invites speculation and gossip. While it may not adversely affect the male party, it poses significant risks for the female. Although Gua felt a sense of awkwardness, she was acutely aware that the commotion from the previous night could not be concealed. With a hint of embarrassment, she explained, My younger uncle is rather thoughtless. He went to Mou Lake last night and accidentally fell into the water, regardless of the rumors circulating outside. The Duke's residence could never admit that her younger uncle had plunged into the lake with a woman in a tragic pact. That would be utterly disgraceful. Jiang Anqing, his expression darkened, interrupted Gua's words. What does your younger uncle's fall into the water have to do with the marriage arrangement? Are you suggesting that he is now in such a precarious state that you wish for my daughter to marry him as a remedy? My lord has misunderstood. Although my younger uncle was startled, he is not severely harmed. Gua felt a surge of displeasure. If it were not for her younger uncle's reckless actions, she would not have to lower herself in the modest Duke's residence. Then why advance the marriage? Jiang Anqing pressed insistently. Having lost their mother at an early age, he could not afford to take the matter of marriage lightly. Jiang Anqing's aggressive tone further irked Gua, who was accustomed to admiration from the crowd. Yet she maintained her composure. Though my younger uncle is not severely injured, it is worth noting that he was accompanied by a woman when he fell into the water. To prevent any further scandalous gossip, the elders of the family deliberated and decided to allow the 4th Miss to marry early. Another woman? Jiang Anqing's countenance turned as frigid as ice. Who is this woman? Gua, provoked by Jiang Anqing's demeanor, recalled the earlier tacit approval from the elderly lady of the Dongping Duke's household and replied candidly, to speak frankly. My younger uncle had already made the acquaintance of that woman. Rest assured, my lord, he is merely young and naive. The elders will certainly ensure he is well managed in the future, and that woman shall withdraw her engagement. Jiang Anqing no longer wished to listen, coldly uttering 2 words. Gua was momentarily taken aback. Had she misheard? What had Duke Dongping just proclaimed? The engagement was to be called off? Gua found the notion utterly absurd. An alliance between the Duke of Dongping's household and the Duke of Anghua's family was a rare opportunity, nearly impossible to find. And yet, Duke Dongping casually suggested a withdrawal? My lord, please do not be hasty. Allow me to finish my words. Withdrawal, Jiang Anqing decisively stated. He had no intention of waiting. Could this woman truly speak sense? Old madam, what do you think? Gua helplessly turned to old Madame Feng. It seemed Duke Dongping was rather naive. How could someone like him, by mere chance, have saved the life of his father-in-law, leading to this match? Fortunately, old Madame of Duke Dongping was astute. Whether or not the engagement was rescinded would ultimately depend on her. My eldest, you must allow the young lady of the heir to finish speaking. A union between our families is of great significance. It cannot be dismissed so lightly, old Madame Feng stated solemnly. Precisely because marriage is a grave matter. I cannot push my daughter into the flames. My lord, that remark is rather excessive. The lady could at most become a concubine, which would not in any way diminish the status of the 4th Miss or the 3rd young madam. Gua replied coolly. My lord, this matter should be discussed with old madam, Should it not? Jiang Anqing let out a cold laugh. The young lady of the heir comes from a respectable background. Her upbringing must have been commendable. Therefore, I pose this question to you. What is paramount in matters of marriage? Certainly. It is the will of the parents and the words of the matchmaker, Guo blurted out. Exactly. I am her biological father. Is there an issue with calling off the engagement? Chapter 7. Matters of marriage. Guo had already discerned that Duke Dongbing, Jiang Anqing, was not a cultured individual. The scholar finds himself at a loss when confronted by a soldier. Suppressing the turmoil within her, she smiled at the matriarch of the Dongping family. Esteemed matriarch, a union of two families should not be taken lightly. Perhaps you and the Marquis could deliberate on this matter first, while I await your response in the flower hall. Seeing that Madame Guo had temporarily withdrawn, Lady Feng felt a slight relief. Though she had no intentions of breaking off the engagement, she realized the necessity of maintaining a firm stance before the Duke of Anne's household. The Duke's family had indeed erred initially, and she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. As it happened, she was also troubled by her desire for her son Zhang to apprentice under the esteemed Confucian scholar Qingya, yet lacked a suitable avenue to pursue this. In Lady Feng's view, the engagement was not to be rescinded, but rather, she could seize this chance to negotiate favorable terms for all parties involved. Of course, she needed to persuade her eldest son as well. Observing the grim expression on her eldest's face, Lady Feng could not help but frown. Her eldest son, of mediocre talent, had lost a hand last year while rescuing the Duke of An during a landslide. It was a challenge to uphold the Marquis's glory, let alone maintain their current standing. At his age, he still shows no understanding. Mother, there is no room for discussion. This engagement must be annulled. The Duke's household has been excessively oppressive. Must it truly be annulled? My son, have you considered the profound impact such a decision would have on a woman? Even if the fault lies with the man, what good can come of a girl who has been jilted? Jiang Anqing scoffed. I would rather see Seer wed to a commoner than to a man who consorts with other women before marriage. A commoner? Madame Feng gazed at Jiang Anqing with a look of profound disappointment. Do you realize that the monthly expenses for cosmetics of the fourth daughter equate to the annual sustenance of a humble family of 5? Jiang Anqing was taken aback by Madame Feng's inquiry. Her tone grew even colder. The notion that love can satiate one's hunger is merely a jest. The wife of the Duke of Anghua has conveyed to me that the woman in question hails from a modest background, scarcely able to recognize a handful of characters. Young Master Ji is merely seeking a fleeting novelty. Once he brings her into his household, it won't be long before she is cast aside. Jiang Anqing snorted disdainfully, indignantly retorting, Mother is mistaken. This is not merely about that scoundrel's indifference toward other women. It is about his utter lack of respect for Seer. Such a man is unworthy of her. Have you inquired about Seer's feelings? Madame Feng suddenly posed a question. Jiang Anqing faltered. Madame Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. You have not asked Seer, so how can you ascertain whether she is willing to break off the engagement? Even if matters of marriage are dictated by parental will, are you not afraid of making a grave error, leaving Seer to resent you for a lifetime? Madame Feng's words drained the color from Jiang Anqing's face. His late wife had left him with 2 daughters and a son, and among the 3 children, Seer was the one he cherished most. He was acutely aware that such favoritism was unwise, yet Seer bore the closest resemblance to his departed wife. The mere sight of his youngest daughter softened his heart beyond his control. However, she had always been distant from him. Today, her attitude had finally shown signs of warming, and he was reluctant to jeopardize that fragile bond. Madame Feng secretly smirked, knowing that invoking the 4th daughter would undoubtedly sway her eldest son. Even if she blames me, I still invite the 4th young lady inside. Old Madame Feng interrupted Jiang Anqing's words and instructed the head maid, a Fu. A Fu promptly went to the side room to summon Jiang Si. At that moment, Jiang Si was calculating the time. Her father should have already grasped the situation. In her previous life, her father had vehemently opposed the early engagement, and this time, Xiaonyang had not perished. Given the doting nature of the Duchess of Anghua towards Ji Chongyi, she would undoubtedly refrain from sending Xiaonyang away, which would lead her father to insist on breaking off the engagement. Naturally, when the Guo family recounted their own disgrace, they would embellish the tale, and her father's anger was still simmering. Jiang Si's heart was as clear as a mirror. At this critical juncture, she could not rely on her grandmother, who was generally amiable in the compassion hall. 4th young lady, the old madam requests your presence. 4th young lady, have you been waiting long? Jiang Si respectfully greeted old Madame Feng and replied with a smile. Grandmother is receiving guests. It is only right for me to wait a while. Indeed, you are quite understanding. Old Madame Feng's wrinkles deepened at the corners of her eyes as she beckoned Jiang Si forward. Do you know who the guest is? Your granddaughter does not know. It is the wife of the heir of the Duke of Anghua. Seeing Jiang Si's expression remain unchanged, Old Madame Feng continued. The Duke's residence wishes for you to enter the family sooner. Would you be willing? Mother. Jiang Anqing's face darkened with anger. What is wrong with you? You don't even inform Seer of the situation before posing such a question. Is this not a form of deception? Old Madame Feng paid no heed to Jiang Anqing. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Si. She understood this granddaughter far better than her eldest son did. The phrase heavenly aspirations, yet a fragile fate aptly described this girl. She did not believe that Jiang Si would willingly relinquish such a favorable match. Composed, Jiang Si inquired with unwavering equanimity. Does this perhaps imply that the third young Master Ji is on the verge of demise, necessitating my premature nuptials to counteract his ill fortune? Grand Matriarch Feng was taken aback. The corners of Jiang Anqing's lips subtly curved upward. For some reason, hearing his daughter's words, a sense of relief washed over him. The third young Master Ji is in good health. What are you imagining, fourth girl? It took Grand Matriarch Feng a moment to recover from Jiang Si's unconventional query. Or perhaps the Duke of Anghua or his wife are terminally ill, requiring my early marriage to ward off misfortune? Jiang Si pressed. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Anqing feigned a cough to conceal his amusement. Grand Matriarch Feng's head began to throb. Fortunately, the Duchess of Anghua's heir was not present. Otherwise, she would have been infuriated by the girl's words. No one in the Duke of Anghua's residence is ill. Jiang Si, with a grave expression, stated, in that case, your granddaughter is at a loss to comprehend their rationale for advancing the wedding. Grand Matriarch Feng's temples throbbed, and she was compelled to elucidate, as a matter of fact. Yesterday, the third young Master Ji was boating on the lake with a common maiden and inadvertently fell into the water. The dissemination of this incident would bring dishonor to both families, hence the desire to expedite your union. Grand Matriarch Feng scrutinized Jiang Si's countenance as she spoke. What are your thoughts on this, Seer? Jiang Anqing grew anxious. What are the Duke of Anghua's plans for the young woman, given that the matter has already transpired? The only recourse is to take the woman as a concubine. Fourth girl, you are astute and should recognize that a concubine is of no consequence, merely a breathing object. Jiang Si sneered inwardly. A breathing object? Ji Chongyi, for the sake of a being capable of breathing, has not approached her for an entire year. In this regard, she seems less than an object that breathes. Fourth girl, noticing Jiang Si's silence, Old Madame Feng urged her. Jiang Si lowered her gaze, removed a pair of exquisite jade bangles from her wrist, and placed them into Jiang Anqing's hands. These bangles were bestowed upon her by the Duke of An's residence during the betrothal, and Jiang Si had taken an immediate liking to them, choosing to wear them rather than store them away. Old Madame Feng's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 8. Rewards and Punishments. A jolt of surprise coursed through Old Madame Feng. As if she were gazing at a stranger in Jiang Si. Jiang Si remained composed, allowing Old Madame Jiang to scrutinize her. Though she had not lived beyond 20 in her previous life, the misfortunes she endured surpassed those of an ordinary woman's lifetime, rendering her unafraid of others' gazes. Jiang Anqing's expression softened. Since Seer has spoken thus, I shall take charge and call off the engagement. His declaration of the annulment rang with conviction, causing Jiang Si's heart to relax instantly. No. Old Madame Feng's voice was sharp and commanding. She had originally hoped that her granddaughter would gain leverage over her eldest son, but Jiang Si's unusual behavior thwarted Old Madame Feng's plans. Without hesitation, she tore away the veil of tenderness. Her tone as cold as steel. I absolutely do not agree to the annulment. Mother, please do not say any more. Do you realize how many envy the opportunity to be betrothed to the Duke of An's residence? It is not just the eldest girl. Even the second girl has been held in higher regard in her marital home. Over the past year, the suitors for the third girl have significantly improved in status. To put it plainly, they are all attracted by the connection to the Duke of An's residence. Eldest brother, even if you do not consider the fourth girl, you must think of our family's reputation. Mother, do you imply that merely for the sake of the earldom, my daughter's lifelong felicity is expendable? Retorted. Insolent wretch, how dare you utter such a grievous accusation? The Dowager Lady Feng faltered, clutching her brow as she recoiled, swiftly steadied by her attendant. Mother, are you unwell? Despite his discontent with the Dowager Lady Feng's machinations, grew anxious upon witnessing her distress. The dowager Lady Feng glared icily at, ungrateful son. Do you presume I would disregard my granddaughter's well-being for the sake of the earldom? Is she not my own flesh and blood? The union with the Duke of Anghua's household is manifestly advantageous for both her and our lineage, yet you, in a fit of pique, seek to dissolve the betrothal. I am not acting out of impetuosity. Silence. Matters of matrimony are the purview of parental decree, and as has been bereft of her mother since childhood, am I not entitled to preside as her grandmother? Let me be unequivocal. The Duke of Anghua's household is culpable, and you are at liberty to stipulate terms for sake. But I shall not countenance the dissolution of the betrothal. The Dowager Lady Feng's pronouncement chilled to the core, as he was about to remonstrate further. Another of the Dowager Lady Feng's attendants rushed in, breathless and pallid. Dowager Lady, a calamity. The second young master's face was ashen. The second young master has demolished the Duke of Anghua's carriage parked outside our manor. What? The Dowager Lady Feng's dizziness vanished, and she sprang to her feet. Indignation dissipated instantly. Well done. That reprobate's son has occasionally done something worthwhile. Are the stewards derelict in their duties? Why have they not restrained him? The elderly matron could not restrain herself. The second son was approaching their direction, and the steward could not lead the others to pursue him here. A flicker of confusion crossed Lady Feng's eyes. Could it be that the scoundrel was coming to apologize? However, Lady Feng soon realized she was overthinking, as another maid rushed in to report, "Madam, the second son is storming into the flower hall. The maids can hardly hold him back." Lady Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This was truly overwhelming. "Come with me." She shot a glare at Jiang Zhan and hurried towards the flower hall. "You cannot enter, second young master. There are esteemed guests inside." Jiang Zhan leaped up in indignation. "Huh, what esteemed guests? Those who insult my sister are hardly worthy of such a title. Stand aside." He kicked aside the maid who stood in his way, showing no mercy. Gua Shi, the wife of the Duke of Anghua, was utterly taken aback. "You are from the Duke of Anghua's household?" she exclaimed, rising to her feet. If it were not for the strikingly handsome youth charging towards her, she would have fled long ago. "I am the wife of the Duke of Anghua's heir. Who are you to behave so rudely?" Gua Shi attempted to reason with the beautiful young man. Upon hearing her status, Jiang Zhan realized she was of considerable importance. And since he had caught her in his own home, he thought it a perfect opportunity to strike. He seized a small table and hurled it at her. Gua Shi let out a shriek, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. The maid at the entrance shouted, "Madam, you cannot faint. If our second son causes a ruckus, we will be unable to stop him." At the sound of this, Gua Shi jolted awake, shaking off her dizziness and trembling legs, and promptly fled. The diminutive table crashed against the corner of the desk with a resounding thud, instantly splintering off a section. Jiang Zhan, brandishing the remnants of the table, gave chase, bellowing, "Halt! You dare to bully my sister and think you can escape? You little beast, what are you doing?" Old Madame Feng hurried over, her vision swimming at the sight of Jiang Zhan pursuing Madame Gua. Madame Gua, catching her breath, thought, "Finally, the old Madame of the Earl of Dongping has arrived." Understanding the rationale, Madame Gua, without even registering the appearance of the girl who had alerted her, fled towards the entrance, her skirts held high by her maids. Jiang Si watched Madame Gua's hasty retreat, a subtle curve gracing her lips. Jiang Zhan, impervious to old Madame Feng's scolding, relentlessly continued his pursuit. "Eldest, are you not going to restrain your wayward son?" Jiang Zhan slowly consoled. "Mother, please do not agitate yourself. Your son shall go and restrain that scoundrel immediately. Then go." Old Madame Feng stamped her foot. Only then did Jiang Zhan saunter towards the outside. Jiang Zhan pursued her all the way to the main entrance, where he smashed the remains of the table with violent force, reducing it to smithereens. Let this be the fate of any member of the Duke of Anghua's household who dares to darken the Earl's doorstep again. Even before Jiang Zhan smashed the carriage, a crowd of onlookers had gathered outside. As people are naturally inclined towards gossip, they had already ascertained the cause of the commotion. Observing the scene, they began to murmur amongst themselves. It appears the two families have fallen out. Indeed, how could they not? The Duke of Anghua's son is about to be wed. Yet he attempts to commit suicide for another woman, placing his betrothed in an impossible position. Precisely. Any family with a modicum of pride would dissolve this engagement. Antigno, what did I tell you? The marriage between these two families is doomed. You were just insisting that because the man is from the Duke's manor, it could never fall through. Under the gaze of many, Guo experienced for the first time the sensation of time dragging on painfully. The family law must be invoked. The old lady Feng trembled with fury. This commotion had already attracted the attention of people from various courtyards. Jiang Si stepped forward, exclaiming, "Grandmother, I believe my second brother should not only be exempt from punishment, but should be rewarded." Chapter 9. Familiar territory. Old lady Feng found Jiang Si's words utterly absurd. Her eyes fixed on her with a heavy gaze. Jiang Zhan, anxious, nudged Jiang Si and whispered, "Fourth sister, do not interfere. Go to father." Unmoved, Jiang Si calmly met the old lady Feng's darkened stare. "Grandmother, may I inquire what grounds you have for punishing my second brother?" This scoundrel attempted to harm the wife of the heir to the Duke of Anghua, even chasing her to the gates of the manor for all to witness. Surely, the Duke of Anghua's residence would not let the matter rest with our family. Old lady Feng trembled with rage. Originally hoping to gain some advantage from the Duke's residence, she feared that Jiang Zhan's ruckus would nullify any potential benefits. Her anger was not just frustration, it was also a deep sense of sorrow. Jiang Si let out a light laugh. "Grandmother, have you perhaps forgotten that this matter originally stemmed from the Duke of Anghua's wrongdoing? Allowing this ruffian to create a disturbance has turned our justified position into one of unjustness." Old lady Feng retorted angrily. "My granddaughter believes that right is right, and wrong is wrong. It is precisely because the Duke of Anghua's household acted improperly that my second brother sought to defend my honor. How could his actions be deemed foolish? Should we merely present the other cheek after being struck?" Jiang Si's bluntness left old lady Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. If we were to proceed with such an action, others would not perceive the Bo residents as magnanimous. Rather, they would regard it as bowing to the powerful and becoming sycophants. Upon hearing Jiang Si's words, a palpable tension swept through the crowd. "Nonsense." Old lady Feng felt a rush of heat to her face and coldly admonished. Jiang Si's expression grew increasingly grave. "Grandmother, our Bo residence is a family of integrity. Should we allow others to mock us behind our backs as spineless? If that were to happen, the members of the Bo residence would not be able to hold their heads high when they ventured out." At this juncture, Jiang Si's gaze subtly shifted to Jiang Zhan. "Fortunately, my second brother reacted swiftly and clarified our family's stance before outsiders could make unfounded speculations. If grandmother is skeptical, she may send someone to inquire. Our neighbors will undoubtedly affirm that our actions were justified. Thus, I argue that my second brother should not only be spared punishment, but also rewarded." Jiang Si's reasoning was sound and well supported. Old lady Feng, though eager to counter, found herself at a loss for words. Unable to maintain her authority in front of the assembled household, her countenance paling in frustration. "Well said," Jiang Anqing exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Noticing old lady Feng's distress, he quickly sought to reassure her. "Mother, do not fret. I shall take the marriage dissolution notice and the betrothal gifts to the Duke of Anghua's residence to formally rescind the engagement." Old lady Feng felt a lump in her throat, stifling her words. Seizing the moment, Jiang Anqing kicked Jiang Zhan. "Why are you still kneeling, you little rascal? Get up and assist your father at once." "I." Jiang Zhan responded with enthusiasm, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Si as he hurriedly chased after Jiang Anqing. Madame Feng finally calmed her tumultuous demeanor, only to discover that her eldest son and second grandson had vanished. She was poised to unleash her ire upon Jiang Si, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Si had also disappeared, leaving Madame Feng in a state of disarray amidst the winds. "Madam, has this truly come to pass?" inquired Jiang Si's second aunt, Mrs. Xiao. Jiang Si's mother had long since passed, and Jiang Anqing had never remarried. Thus the authority of the household fell into Mrs. Xiao's hands. Mrs. Xiao, though of humble origin, was formidable. Her husband, the second Master Jiang, had achieved remarkable success, rising through the ranks of the elite via the imperial examination, and now held the esteemed position of deputy minister of the imperial household. Their eldest son, Jiang Zhan, had inherited his father's scholarly talents and had garnered a modest reputation among his peers in the capital. In contrast, the first branch of the family appeared feeble, with Jiang Si's marriage prospects being their sole claim to distinction. However, even that advantage had dissipated. Mrs. Xiao viewed this with a certain satisfaction. Otherwise, Jiang Si's in-laws would overshadow her own family. Yet, she understood the significance Jiang heir Lao Yi placed on this match, hence her inquiry. In Haidang residence, Jiang Si finally found a moment of tranquility when a Xiao entered to report, "Miss, the old madam has sent someone to summon the second master." Jiang Si was not surprised and instructed a man, "Please fetch the second young master." Before long, Jiang Zhan stealthily slipped in. Jiang Si couldn't help but frown. "Why do you look like a thief, second brother?" Meeting her sister's autumn water-like gaze, Jiang Zhan suddenly found himself at a loss for where to place his hands and feet. His ears tinged with crimson as he murmured, "Grandmother is quite displeased with me. If she knew I came to see you, it might implicate you as well." "Nonsense. Grandmother is fair and broad-minded." "Do you truly believe that?" Jiang Zhan's expression was peculiar. Jiang Si smiled lightly, saying, "Second brother, let's not dwell on it too much. I knew it all along. Grandmother is not that kind of person." Jiang Zhan let out a deep sigh of relief, his gaze upon Jiang Si shimmering with admiration. In the past, he had yearned to draw closer to his sister, yet always felt as if she were a flower upon a lofty peak, separated by clouds. Any attempt to converse required careful consideration. Now, however, he realized that she had grown even more endearing than before. It would be best not to discuss grandmother any further, lest we give others cause to gossip, he remarked, a foolish grin adorning his handsome face. "I shall only speak of it in your presence. By the way, did fourth sister seek me for something? Please, sit down, second brother." Jiang Si gestured towards a nearby chair while taking her own seat across from him. A chow served tea, placing it before Jiang Zhan. He picked up the cup and took a sip. Although he had little patience for the leisurely pursuits of tea tasting and poetry, he was willing to indulge his sister's desires. "Second brother often visits the Baichun Lu, does he not?" Jiang Si inquired with a smile, her fingers still cold after her recent endeavor to save someone from the water. Jiang Zhan, startled, sprayed his tea across the room. Jiang Si remained unperturbed, resting her chin on her hand as she patiently awaited her brother's emotional recovery. Suppressing the urge to bolt in panic, Jiang Zhan maintained a stern visage and declared, "That is utterly unfounded. I do not even know where the entrance to Baichun Lu is. Whoever has been whispering in fourth sister's ear, let me know, and I shall flay them alive." Standing to the side, a man and a chow suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Sensing that the second young master might leap up at any moment to silence someone, Jiang Si set down her teacup with a sigh. "I had hoped that with your familiarity, second brother could assist me. Since that is not the case, I shall find another way." Jiang Zhan's eyes widened suddenly. "What does my fourth sister mean by this? Oh heavens, could it be that she intends to masquerade as a man and venture into a brothel?" As if she could read his thoughts, Jiang Si hesitantly remarked, "If it comes to that, my sister will have to make the trip herself." "No, I will go," Jiang Zhan protested. "Isn't it true that second brother doesn't even know which way the entrance of the Bichuan building opens?" No, I am quite familiar with the area." Coughing slightly, she corrected herself, "Not exactly familiar, but I have passed by occasionally." Jiang Zhan suddenly felt as though the situation was becoming increasingly dire, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. "In that case, I would like to ask second brother to run an errand to the Bichuan building." Jiang Si produced an object from her sleeve and handed it over. Chapter 10. The Dark Alley. "What is this?" Jiang Zhan inquired as he accepted the item from Jiang Si, scrutinizing it closely. It was a small piece of bamboo, its end sealed. Instinctively, Jiang Zhan suspected it contained something within. He couldn't help but gasp, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Si. "Surely, my sister hasn't taken a fancy to some lecherous scoundrel who frequents brothels? This simply cannot be," Jiang Si explained in a low voice. "There is a dark alley behind the Bichuan building. Have you noticed it, second brother?" "Ah," Jiang Zhan gasped. "My fourth sister knows about the dark alley as well? Could it be that she has already arranged a meeting with that scoundrel?" His expression grew increasingly grim. That alley was seldom traversed, rumored to be where the aging and ailing courtesans from the Bichuan building were quietly taken away wrapped in straw mats after they passed away. He had only become aware of it after witnessing someone drag a drunken man emerging from the Bichuan building into that very alley for a beating. "Second brother, you are unaware? Well, in that case, I know. Then, let second brother take the bamboo tube into that dim alley to search carefully. There should be a concealed bamboo device there. This concealed bamboo, a cylindrical structure about a foot in length, is typically situated in secluded alleys. If someone wishes to report the misdeeds of officials, they can quietly deposit a note within, and the imperial censor, who has established this covert device, will come to collect it at designated times. In the previous life, the Duke of Anghua managed to keep this matter under wraps. And with the matriarch of the family suppressing any rumors, naturally, no censor troubled the Duke of Anghua. Although the farce surrounding the Duke of Anghua has now spread, The censors from the Court of Censors have already gone to court before dawn, and thus have not yet caught wind of the situation. After a few days, when the matter has subsided, even if a censor hears of it, they may not be inclined to cause trouble for the Duke of Anghua. This time, Jiang Si does not wish to allow the Duke of Anghua to escape unscathed. There is a censor surnamed Niu in the Court of Censors, notorious for being unyielding. After today's court session, he will send a trusted aide to retrieve the concealed bamboo device he has established in the dim alley of Bichuan Building. She seeks her brother's assistance, hoping to prompt Censor Niu to take a significant bite out of the Duke of Anghua in the shortest time possible. She knows this endeavor is not unusual. In her previous life, Censor Niu, upon obtaining the bamboo device, swiftly used it to impeach the Minister of Rights. The Minister of Rights was the grandfather of the current crown princess, and it was later proven to be a false accusation, leading to his dismissal from office. Tragically, Censor Niu, known for his fiery temperament, died in a tragic accident. However, with his death, the number of those he had offended was considerable, and the fate of his remaining family, left as orphans and widows, can easily be imagined. Jiang Si reflects that given Censor Niu's impetuous nature, he would likely be keen to relay the farce of the Duke of Anghua to the Emperor. As soon as the Emperor learns of Ji Chongyi's tragic love affair with a woman, it would be but a distant dream for young Master Ji to marry a lady of high standing again. Ultimately, he may find himself united with Qianyang, leaving him no choice but to spare the daughters of other families from his entanglements. Not only could this save the life of the esteemed Inspector Niu, but it would also fulfill the wishes of a pair of lovers. Jiang Si found herself feeling unusually empathetic. "What is Baizhu?" Jiang Zhan inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. Jiang Si gazed at her brother and sighed. The same familiar scenario, the same familiar flavor. Her brother remained as uninformed as ever. Upon clarifying what Baizhu was, Jiang Zhan's expression brightened. "How intriguing. Had I known, I would have penned a letter myself." Second brother. It would be wise to refrain from such impulsive actions. Letters revealing others' misdeeds are regarded as a menace by many. If they circulate and your handwriting is recognized, it could lead to trouble. "I see," Jiang Zhan replied, shaking his head in regret. "Do not worry, dear sister. I shall attend to it immediately and will not delay your affairs. Take these wooden chopsticks with you, and remember to extract the small bamboo tube from the top of the Baizhu. Within that tube lies the letter denouncing the Minister of Rights. Why? I will explain later, but time is of the essence now." With a gentle nudge, Jiang Si urged him on, and Jiang Zhan quickly dismissed his curiosity, hurriedly tucking the small bamboo tube into his robes before departing. Jiang Si couldn't help but chuckle. Her brother's nature was endearing. No matter how insatiable his curiosity, he could easily forget it all in an instant. With the bamboo tube in hand, Jiang Zhan wasted no time and rushed towards Bichuan Tower, for he was quite familiar with the route. In the early morning, the Bichuan Tower stands in serene silence, its grand entrance firmly shut. The vibrant red lanterns that once hung under the eaves have long extinguished, swaying gently in the breeze, appearing rather listless. The daylight is the hour when the inhabitants within indulge in their slumber, and it is only when the evening lights begin to shimmer that the entire Bichuan Tower will come alive with activity once more. Jiang Zhan, following the instructions of Jiang Shi, ventured into the dim alley, and indeed, he discovered the concealed bamboo at a weathered patch of blue bricks. He first employed a wooden chopstick to extract a small bamboo tube from the opening, subsequently inserting the one he had brought along. Having accomplished his task, Jiang Zhan should have retreated, yet a spark of mischief ignited within him, prompting him to ascend the wall to a large tree. It was the height of summer, and the tree's lush foliage completely concealed his figure. Perched upon a branch, Jiang Zhan found himself drowsily waiting when he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Instantly, his lethargy dissipated as he stealthily parted the leaves to peer below. Jiang Zhan mused to himself, "Someone truly comes to retrieve the bamboo at this hour." How did fourth sister know? However, his sister had always been astute, knowing more than he could fathom, which was hardly surprising. As he prepared to descend, another set of footsteps resonated, lighter and more agile than the previous visitor. In no time, this figure, akin to a gliding dragon, arrived at the spot where the bamboo had been positioned, fixating on the remaining hole with a flickering gaze. Who could this be? Jiang Zhan pondered silently. Suddenly, the individual abruptly lifted their head, their piercing gaze cutting through the foliage and locking onto Jiang Zhan's eyes. A chilling aura of lethal intent enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. He thought frantically, "He cannot see me. He cannot see me, Jiang Zhan silently persuaded himself. And upon reciting his mantra for the third time, he suddenly leaped down from the tree and fled. At that moment, self-deception was futile. Retreat was the only viable option. Realizing escape was beyond hope, Jiang Zhan set aside his regrets and turned to confront his pursuers. As a young scion often embroiled in trouble, possessing some degree of martial skill was imperative. However, when faced with a true master, Jiang Zhan comprehended the vast chasm that separated him from mere companions. It was a gulf as expansive as the galaxy. Almost instantaneously, he found himself ensnared, his limbs immobilized, and then a glint of cold steel flashed before his eyes. Good heavens, he still owed a debt to the Zui Xiaolu. Chapter 11. The Boy and the Dog. As Jiang Zhan closed his eyes, awaiting his demise, he was abruptly startled by a thud, followed by the sound of a blade piercing something. He let out a cry, clutching his abdomen as he leaned against the wall. The walls of the dark alley had not felt the warmth of sunlight for years, remaining perpetually cold and damp, even in summer. With his eyes shut, Jiang Zhan's fingers grazed the wall, and the slick sensation he encountered drained the color from his face. This was the end. His blood had stained the wall. Had he already perished? Something tugged at Jiang Zhan's hem. His mind buzzed with confusion. Were the messengers of death, the ox-headed and horse-faced, already here to claim him? Jiang Zhan abruptly opened his eyes, confronting the entity pulling at his garment. With upright ears, a long face, a prominent snout, and a thick coat of grayish-yellow fur. This visage was light years away from that of an ox-headed being. It must be a horse-faced spirit. After scrutinizing it for a while, Jiang Zhan cautiously reached a conclusion. Dear horse-faced spirit, I cannot perish just yet. I have a disabled father above and a frail younger sister below, who still depend on me for sustenance. Please, I beg of you, allow me to return to the realm of the living. The horse-faced figure bared his teeth and exclaimed. Jiang Zhan felt as though his throat had been seized, rendered speechless as he stared wide-eyed at the horse-faced being that had called out to him. Something felt amiss. Startled, Jiang Zhan abruptly turned to behold a youth standing a mere 10 feet away. This young man appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, towering over Jiang Zhan by a couple of inches. His brows were elegantly arched, his eyes dark and profound, and his face, sculpted like ice, or an almost expressionless demeanor, akin to a fine blade concealed within its sheath, evoking a sense of caution. Who are you? Jiang Zhan gasped in astonishment. He then hesitantly lowered his gaze, pointing at the horse-faced figure, who limped towards the young man, his expression a mixture of emotions. The youth regarded Jiang Zhan with a penetrating gaze and uttered a single word, dog. At that moment, Jiang Zhan discerned a hint of amusement within the youth's deep-set eyes. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Jiang Zhan managed to clear his throat. The young man affectionately ruffled the large dog's fur and reminded him, if we do not depart soon, that individual will awaken. Jiang Zhan glanced down, only to discover that the assailant lay unconscious at his feet. Is he dead? He wondered. No, merely incapacitated. Jiang Zhan inspected his hands, noticing that his fingertips were stained with a dark green substance, murmuring, what is this? Moss, the youth replied in a calm tone, gesturing toward the wall. Following his gaze, Jiang Zhan quickly realized the source of the slick sensation he had felt earlier. It was not his blood, but rather moss. This revelation caused Jiang Zhan to flush with embarrassment as he stammered, then let us hasten our escape. Indeed, let us flee together, the youth nodded earnestly. A peculiar thought arose in Jiang Zhan's mind. For reasons unknown, this youth, who exuded an aura of do not approach, appeared particularly amicable towards him. Was it possible that such striking good looks held some advantage? But no, this youth was, in fact, marginally more handsome than himself. Perhaps this was a case of kindred spirits recognizing one another. The two young men and a dog dashed out of the dark, narrow alley and found themselves in the bustling streets, the sun shining brightly overhead. Jiang Zhan experienced a sensation akin to a rebirth, letting out a long, deep breath. He clasped his fists and smiled at the youth, saying, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance. May I know your name? The youth paused momentarily before replying. You may call me Yu Jin. He then did not forget to introduce the large dog beside him. This is Yu. Noting that the youth appeared to be a year or two older, Jiang Zhan addressed him as Brother Yu Jin, then waved at the large dog, saying, Greetings, Yu. The dog cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Zhan before turning its head away. How could he be looked down upon by a mere dog? Was it not just a mistake in mistaking it for a horse-faced creature? That little beast still held a grudge. Jiang Zhan scoffed and inquired of Yu Qi. Might I ask where you reside, brother Yu Qi? I would certainly pay a visit to express my gratitude on another day. If brother Yu Qi wished to perform a good deed anonymously and refused to divulge his address, Jiang Zhan would persist unrelentingly. After all, he was not one to forget a kindness. My home is located in Kazi Alley, marked by a crooked jujube tree at the entrance, Yu Qi replied. Jiang Zhan felt a twinge of dismay. Why did his savior not adhere to the script? What a coincidence, for Kazi Alley was not far from his own residence. I, too, am surnamed Jiang, given name Zhan, and I reside in Yuqian Alley, not far from Kazi Alley, as the second in line among the descendants of the Dongping Marquis. He added, Jiang Zhan. Indeed, it is Jiang Zhan, Yu Qi echoed with a smile. Upon hearing the youth utter his name in a voice of mellifluous clarity, Jiang Zhan felt a tingling sensation across his scalp. Good heavens, he mused, from whence did this bewitching being emerge? His voice alone could stir the very soul. Woof. Jiang Zhan glared at the dog, his lips curling in distaste. Such a nuisance, you little beast. The dog, unimpressed, merely turned its head away. Very well. Yu Qi acknowledged with a nod, his words succinct. When might one typically find Yu Qi at home? I am at your service at any time, Yu Qi replied, a subtle curve gracing his lips. Within the confines of Haitang residence, the verdant foliage provided ample shade, while cicadas hidden amongst the trees ceaselessly chirped. Jiang Si, with a book in hand, leaned against a crabapple tree, her attention elsewhere. Miss, the second young master has arrived, Ah Qiao announced, ushering Jiang Zhan through the courtyard gates. Fourth sister, Jiang Si interjected, silencing Jiang Zhan, let us speak inside. No sooner had they entered than Jiang Zhan slumped into a chair, unabashedly instructing Ah Qiao. Fetch me a cup of tea to soothe my nerves. Ah Qiao cast a glance at Jiang Si, who offered a slight nod. Only then did Ah Qiao proceed. Returning swiftly with the requested tea, Jiang Si gestured for Ah Qiao to remain outside, patiently awaiting Jiang Zhan as he drained half the cup in one go, before inquiring. What troubles you, second brother? Setting the teacup upon the table, Jiang Zhan casually wiped his lips with a handkerchief, sighing, Fourth sister, your words prove prophetic. Someone did indeed venture into the alley to retrieve the bee bamboo. Jiang Si frowned. You did not depart immediately after depositing the item? Indeed, an unreliable sibling, she thought. Jiang Zhan offered a sheepish grin. I was merely curious to ascertain whether anyone would come. And what transpired thereafter? A figure came and took away the bamboo. But I had yet to depart when another arrived. Another visitor? Could he have seen my second brother? Certainly not. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhan denied it. Meeting Jiang Si's probing gaze, he confessed candidly that he had indeed seen him. Not only that, but the man had also intended to take my life. How did my second brother escape? Jiang Si felt a surge of fear upon hearing this. Jiang Zhan finished the remaining tea. Suppressing the urge to boast, just as he spoke, another person arrived. Jiang Si. My brother is so unfocused, it troubles me greatly. Chapter 12. Yu Qi Jiang Zhan toyed with an empty teacup while awaiting Jiang Si's eager inquiries. Jiang Si, both amused and exasperated, felt a deeper sense of dread. So, it was the third person who saved my second brother? Indeed, he is my savior. I should have invited him to the finest tavern in the capital. But thinking of my sister waiting at home, I must defer my gratitude for another day. Jiang Zhan set down the teacup, a look of regret crossing his face. Feeling quite rude, Jiang Si inquired about the details, growing increasingly concerned for Jiang Zhan. The one who sought to harm my brother was, more often than not, the one who had conspired against Inspector Niu. Now that they had seen my brother's visage, would it bode ill for him in the future? My second brother intends to express his gratitude. Does that mean you know the name and whereabouts of your savior? Yes, his name is Yu Qi, and by coincidence, he resides not far from our home in Sparrow Alley. The latter part of Jiang Si's words fell upon deaf ears as she seized Jiang Zhan's sleeve. Her grip so tight that the veins on the back of her hand bulged. His name is truly Yu Qi? Jiang Zhan gazed in astonishment at Jiang Si, whose expression had drastically changed, and inquired, What troubles you, fourth sister? With a hint of suspicion, he scrutinized Jiang Si and pondered. Could it be that my sister is acquainted with Yu Qi? Jiang Si forced a smile, yet the name Yu Qi lingered in her mind, unsettling her thoughts. What manner of man is Yu Qi? Jiang Zhan blinked, perplexed. It was strange for his sister to inquire about a man's appearance. Noticing Jiang Zhan's silence, Jiang Si pressed on. Is he exceedingly handsome, a rare beauty among men? Jiang Zhan became even more reticent. No wonder his sister was so curious about brother Yu Qi. She must have encountered him before. With such an enchanting visage, it was only natural for her to be unable to forget him. If she were to discover that this Yu Qi was indeed the same as the one she had met, would that not present an opportunity for them to connect? This simply could not be. Brother Yu Qi's presence near the brothel suggested a libertine nature, and while such a disposition may align them in friendship, he would certainly not approve of him as a brother-in-law. Not at all. Brother Yu Qi is a robust man. Otherwise, how could he have rescued your second brother from peril? Jiang Zhan secretly commended his own cleverness. Jiang Si exhaled in relief, her smile becoming considerably more at ease. Then second brother must remember to treat him to a drink. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, especially when it is a matter of saving a life. It seemed she had been overly sensitive. There were countless men named Yu Qi in the world, and the one she knew was merely an alias. Does fourth sister also know a person named Yu Qi? Jiang Zhan inquired with concern. Once, while I was out, I inadvertently encountered a man named Yu Qi, and it led to some unpleasantness, hence I have a faint recollection of him. Was he more handsome than Pan? The individual in question was indeed exceptionally handsome, shining like a brilliant pearl. She had only read about Pan's appearance in books, and if a comparison were to be made, to speak candidly, this person seemed to possess less of the artifice often associated with beauty and more of a striking elegance. Yet, what does physical beauty matter? The Yu Qi she knew was a scoundrel. No, this person bore a countenance marked by brutishness, resembling a fierce and malicious figure, certainly not a good man. A string of unflattering words escaped from Jiang Si's lips. Clearly, we must be discussing different individuals. Although Yu Qi was robust and sturdy, he exuded the essence of a good person. Once that man learns of my identity as the second son of the Dongping Duke's estate, he would surely refrain from any foolishness. Jiang Zhan remarked nonchalantly. He is not one to be easily intimidated. Surely he cannot remain confined to his home from now on. Moreover, regardless of the Dongping dukes standing among the nobility, the arbitrary death of a young lord would undoubtedly incite panic, a stark contrast to the quiet passing of an ordinary citizen. In any case, my second brother should venture out less frequently and exercise utmost caution when he does. Suddenly, Jiang Si recalled that in her previous life, Jiang Zhan's demise was orchestrated by a debauched scion named Yang Shenkai, the very grandson of the Minister of Rights. Could there be some connection? Yet, that cannot be right. In her past life, she never allowed her second brother to wander into the dark alley of the Bichuan building. A voice calling from outside interrupted her thoughts, belonging to Amon. Indeed, my second uncle is bound to cause trouble, Jiang Zhan exclaimed with frustration. Though he usually appeared amiable, he was exceedingly filial to their grandmother and would undoubtedly heed her wishes in this matter. Let us go and investigate. Jiang Si stood up, heading towards the door, with Jiang Zhan hastily following her. The betrothal gifts from the Duke of Anguo were placed in the small storeroom of Huoming Hall. In front of the storeroom, Jiang Anchen was fuming. Second brother, step aside quickly. Do not delay me from going to the Duke of Anguo's residence to cancel the engagement. A gentle voice interjected. Eldest brother, allow me to speak. I am aware of the situation. It is merely a matter of that young fool from the Duke's family acting thoughtlessly. We can resolve this amicably. How shall we resolve it? The Duke's residence wishes to make that girl a concubine. Not only are you angry, but I, as her second uncle, am equally displeased. A common woman can simply be given some silver to send her off. Once she marries into the family, can't her talents compel that young scoundrel to behave properly? Eldest brother, it is indeed unwise to cancel the engagement. Seeking momentary satisfaction may jeopardize the future for her. Jiang Si stood quietly nearby, nearly unable to suppress her applause at her second uncle's eloquence. Just as Jiang Zhan was about to speak, Jiang Si gently tugged at him and stepped forward. Sio is here. Seeing Jiang Si approach, Jiang Erlaiyu displayed a warm smile. Jiang Si curtsied and directly stated, Uncle, there is no need to worry about your niece. In my view, being able to distance oneself from a man like young Master Ji is worth smiling about, even if it means remaining an old maid for life. Seer, you are still young. How could you understand the difficulties of being an old maid? Jiang Si beamed sweetly at Jiang Anqing. Father, if your daughter wishes to remain an old maid for life, would you be willing to support her? Of course I would. Jiang Anqing replied without hesitation. Jiang Zhan promptly pounded his chest, assuring her, do not worry, fourth sister. If you truly do not wish to marry, I am here for you. Whoever dares to speak ill will face my wrath. Jiang Si's smile grew increasingly genuine at the corners of her mouth. Her father and elder brother were not particularly astute individuals. They could easily make erroneous judgments based on others' smooth talk. Yet their affection for her was untainted by any ulterior motives. Look, uncle, neither my father nor my elder brother thinks any less of me. Or do you believe that having a niece who cannot secure a marriage would bring you shame? Jiang Anqing's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Eryi. He had not dismissed his own daughter. Why should anyone else presume to judge her? Why would you say such a thing? That is not my intention. Jiang Eryi replied. Jiang Anqing kicked Jiang Zhan, exclaiming, I asked you to assist me, yet you wandered off again? Hurry up and get to work. Jiang Eryi, taken aback by Jiang Si's verbal sparring, stood quietly, watching as Jiang Anqing and his son directed the servants in transporting the betrothal gifts. Uncle, please step aside. It would be unfortunate if you were to get your foot crushed, Jiang Si said with a cheerful smile. Jiang Eryi stared at her for a considerable time before finally departing with a smile. Uncle has quite a good temper. He isn't angry at all. Jiang Si mused, a faint smile gracing her lips. The ordinary carriage that was temporarily hired was unrecognized by the guards at the Duke of An's residence. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the carriage contained the young master's wife. How dare you? One of Guo's maidservants exclaimed as she lifted the carriage curtain. The guards were taken aback and hurriedly opened the gate. Guo headed straight to visit Lady Wei of the Duke of An's household. So, have you reached an agreement? Lady Wei inquired wearily. I never expected such a junior to be involved, she remarked, taken aback. Indeed, my daughter-in-law was equally unprepared. What is the Earl of Dongping's true stance? Guo sighed with a wry smile. The Duke of Dongping intends to withdraw from the engagement, while their matriarch has hinted at reconciling. My daughter-in-law, seeing this, went to the flower hall to await the matriarch's counsel for the Duke. However, before any confirmation could be received, the second son stormed in, threatening harm upon my daughter-in-law. Had she not escaped in time, she might have suffered grievous injury. How outrageous! Wei struck the table forcefully, exclaiming that the Duke of Dongping's family is of such esteemed lineage that they would not even be worthy to carry the shoes of the Duke of State under normal circumstances. The Duke's family had already been afforded ample respect by sending you to offer apologies, yet he dares to speak of withdrawing from the engagement. Truly absurd. However, Wei suddenly smiled. Perhaps this is for the best. Mother? Guo was taken aback. Wei's eyes crinkled with mirth. The Duke of Dongping's thoughts are of no consequence. Who is unaware that he is not the one in charge? The affairs of their household are managed by Lady Feng within, while Jiang Shaoqing oversees external matters. Since Lady Feng is unwilling to break the engagement, it shall not be dissolved. Just wait. It will not be long before the Duke of Dongping's household sends someone to negotiate. From where does mother derive this notion of good? Wei chuckled coldly. You are the wife of the heir to the Duke of Anghua. How can a reckless young man dare to act as he pleases? I had initially intended to offer them some concessions to pacify the Duke of Dongping's household, but now, armed with this leverage, we can counterbalance the situation. I believe Lady Feng is currently filled with regret. Guo felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. To use her dignity within the Duke of Dongping's household to offset her brother-in-law's reckless actions, her mother-in-law's heart was indeed quite biased. However, she dared not express her dissatisfaction in front of her mother-in-law, agreeing instead, indeed, it is my mother-in-law who thinks things through. The two women exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. The young maid, Huanfeng, hurried in, announcing, Madam, the Earl of Dongping has arrived. As predicted by her mother-in-law, the visitors from the Earl's residence had indeed come swiftly. Guo Shi complimented, You were right, mother. Wei Shi's face brightened with a smile. I mentioned that at this hour, with the master away from home, I was in the midst of receiving guests. Please, let the Earl be seated in the front hall. Madam, the Earl has come to withdraw the engagement, Huanfeng said, her voice faltering. Wei Shi froze, her smile fading. What did you just say? The young maid lowered her head, sensing an immense pressure. The Earl has come to withdraw the engagement. Why haven't you brought him in yet? Wei Shi exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her composure. Huanfeng's expression turned troubled. Madam, the Earl has brought the betrothal gifts with him, and they are currently displayed outside our gate. Drawing quite a crowd, Wei Shi's mind buzzed, and she swayed slightly. Guo Shi, shocked, quickly steadied her. Mother, are you all right? The onlookers were numerous, and before she could speak with Jiang Anqing, Ji Chongli's expression had already turned quite grim. My lord has come. I have failed to greet you properly. Please, do enter and speak. Seeing Jiang Anqing's entourage lift the betrothal gifts to enter, Ji Chongli hastily obstructed their path. What is the meaning of this? We should discuss matters first. This matter is non-negotiable. I have come to withdraw the engagement, not to exchange pleasantries. Here's the list of gifts. Young master, please scrutinize it carefully. Our family will not take even the slightest advantage of you. Jiang Zhan tossed a gift list into Ji Chongli's embrace. Ji Chongli remarked, indeed. The adversary has come prepared. The letter of dissolution has already been drafted. All that is required is for your father to swiftly affix his seal, and thus the engagement shall be annulled. Just then, a familiar voice reached Jiang Zhan's ears. Ji Chongli turned to see it was the Duke of Anghua. Causing his lips to twitch slightly, the Duke strode forward, his gaze falling upon the abundant betrothal gifts scattered on the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. My dear friend Jiang, let us speak plainly, for we are both straightforward men. I have come to dissolve the engagement. The Duke of Anghua performed a deep bow. Brother Jiang, all the faults lie with me. If you harbor grievances, feel free to slap me twice, but the engagement must not be dissolved. The Duke's humble demeanor sparked murmurs among the onlookers. It appeared that he placed great importance on the union between the two families, and his willingness to admit fault was commendable. In my opinion, the dissolution of the engagement would be detrimental to both parties. As long as the Duke of Anghua maintains this attitude, it bodes well. Indeed, the Duke's stance suggests he will take proper measures with his son. Various voices echoed around. Yet Jiang Zhan remained unfazed, showing no sign of softening in response to the Duke's humility. Do you still remember the reason behind our family's alliance, Duke? Of course I remember. It was due to the valor of you and your brother that I was saved from certain death. The landslide incident was a result of your efforts, along with the contributions of Lord Jiang Si. In light of this, cannot the Duke simply agree to the dissolution of the engagement? Do you wish to repay kindness with enmity? The Duke of Anghua chuckled. How do you interpret Brother Jiang's words? Jiang Zhan coldly snorted. The Duke insists on having your reckless son marry my daughter. To me, that is nothing but a betrayal of kindness. The Duke of Anghua gazed at Jiang Zhan for a long time, observing his unwavering stance, and sighed deeply. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Once the Duke pressed his seal on 2 copies of the annulment letter, Jiang Zhan tucked one away, nodding in satisfaction. Little did he expect matters to unfold in this manner. Reflecting on the assistance Brother Jiang had once offered me, I find myself consumed by shame, the Duke awkwardly remarked. Jiang Zhan waved dismissively. Do not take it to heart, Duke. Consider it merely a moment of folly, brought on by the heavy rain that day. Chapter 14. The prodigal son Jiang Zhan no longer cast a glance at the Duke of Anghua, giving Jiang Zhan a light pat on the shoulder. Why are you standing there in a daze? Let us depart. Jiang Zhan stumbled slightly from the pat, but then beamed a radiant smile. Let us go. Everyone has worked hard today. Allow me to treat you to drinks. The accompanying servants cheered in unison. Jiang Zhan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhan and, lowering his voice, inquired, Where did you procure the money? That scoundrel must have either bought soup dumplings for her or begged for it from him. Jiang Zhan grinned cheerfully. As per our usual arrangement, I simply borrowed it from father. Enough of your usual arrangement. Jiang Zhan exclaimed in frustration, kicking Jiang Zhan playfully. With the annulment proceeding smoothly, both father and son felt elated. Indeed, Jiang Zhan managed to procure silver from Jiang Zhan, taking several servants who had labored alongside him to a local tavern for drinks. Today, indulge and drink without restraint. As long as you follow this noble son, you shall never lack for wine in the future. Jiang Zhan raised his goblet, exuding a bold spirit. Thank you, second young master. Henceforth, we shall follow your lead. The servants chorused, lifting their cups in unison. The master and his attendants drank heartily, when suddenly they heard a commotion from the neighboring room. Have you heard? The Duke of Dongping and the Duke of Anghua have truly called off their engagement. How could one not have heard? The Duke of Dongping laid the betrothal gifts right at the gate of the Duke of Anghua's residence. Countless eyes bore witness. Remarkable. I never anticipated the Duke of Dongping would possess such resolve. Yet, I find the Duke of Dongping rather foolish. In a moment of impulsive satisfaction, he has severed the engagement. Where will his 4th young lady find a better match than the Duke of Anghua's family? The primary issue lies with the 3rd son of the Duke of Anghua. He is utterly disgraceful. Disgraceful? That man scoffed. Men are wont to frequent brothels and keep numerous concubines. What does it matter if he momentarily fancies a woman? If the Duke of Dongping cannot tolerate a grain of sand in his eye, I fear Jiang's 4th young lady is destined to remain an old maid. At this, Jiang Zhan's temper flared. He hurled his goblet to the ground and stormed over, seizing a man's collar and bellowing, Speak such nonsense again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. The man, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stared at Jiang Zhan for a long moment before stammering. Why you? Who are you? Jiang Zhan paused, perplexed. The voice sounded off. Meanwhile, another man seated across from the first had quietly risen, preparing to slip away. Jiang Zhan suddenly understood. Halt. So it was you who spoke ill. He seized a plate from the table and hurled it towards him. The soup from the plate splashed onto the back of a man, inciting his wrath. He turned around, demanding, Who are you? What nonsense is this drunken behavior? With exaggerated disdain, he declared, Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I am the second son of the Dongping Bo mansion. Should you dare to speak ill of my sister, I shall turn you into a pig's head today. The man had already stepped outside, thoroughly incensed by the soup soaking his clothes. He scoffed, assuming that the fair-faced youth before him could not possibly outrun him, and retorted, Oh, so you are the brother of the forever spinster, Miss Jiang Si? How delightful to make your acquaintance. Scoundrel, who says she can't get married? Jiang Zhan's exquisite eyes blazed with fury. Unable to endure the insult any longer, Jiang Zhan dashed forward and knocked the man to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches upon him. The man beneath him howled like a slaughtered pig. Murder! Murder! The tavern staff, sensing something amiss, hurried outside to fetch patrolling officers. By the time the officers arrived, the man had been so thoroughly beaten by Jiang Zhan that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. Upon returning home, Jiang Anqing delivered a swift kick that sent Jiang Zhan sprawling. You little wretch, you never give me a moment's peace. Jiang Zhan, rubbing his sore backside, protested, Father, this isn't my fault. That rascal spoke ill of my sister. Spoke ill of your sister? Jiang Anqing inquired. Indeed. Jiang Zhan hastily recounted the entire incident, seething with anger. If it were just me, I could overlook it, but he dared to mention my sister. I was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Giving him a beating was a mercy. Jiang Anqing fell into silence upon hearing this. Although he held no regrets concerning the broken engagement, the question of his daughter's future loomed over him like a heavy stone upon his heart. Jiang Zhan rose to his feet and, seizing the moment, questioned, Does father believe that I should remain silent when others speak ill of my sister? Jiang Anqing, in a fit of frustration, kicked Jiang Zhan down once more, exclaiming, It is not that I forbid you to defend her. Rather, I am exasperated by your foolishness. Did you think the officials would not come running before they arrived? This wastrel has squandered 30 taels of silver just like that. Jiang Zhan blinked in surprise. Ah, father makes a valid point. Do not worry. I shall remember in the future to flee immediately after a brawl. Is there to be a next time? I swear I shall beat some sense into you. You reckless wretch. Jiang Zhan took off running, saying, Please rest for a moment. Your kicks are rather painful. I shall go check on my sister. Upon seeing Jiang Zhan approach in disarray, Jiang Si rose to greet him. It was then that Jiang Zhan belatedly realized he had forgotten to change his clothes after the drinking and brawling, and he promptly turned to leave, saying, Sister, wait a moment. I shall change my attire and return. No need, Jiang Si said, tugging at Jiang Zhan's sleeve with a smile. Elder brother, just tell me what happened. Otherwise, I shall be quite worried. Jiang Zhan chuckled foolishly. Had he truly heard his sister express concern for him? Elder brother? Jiang Zhan struggled to stifle his laughter, regaining his composure, but as he recalled the events at the tavern, anger surged within him. Why should elder brother lower himself to quarrel with such people? The tavern is a gathering place for all manner of folk, and after a few cups of wine, they are bound to speak nonsense. But what of fourth sister? Does she truly not feel anger? Do not be upset. Jiang Si gently brushed away the chicken bones clinging to Jiang Zhan's shoulder. How could marriage compare to the freedom I enjoy now? As long as my father and second brother do not disdain my simple meals at home, I am content. No, I shall never harbor disdain. Moreover, this is not the fault of the fourth sister. It is those ignorant individuals who are to blame. Why should the second brother still be angry? Jiang Si inquired with a smile. The thought that someone claimed Ji-san would marry a girl of superior lineage made my heart feel heavy. Shouldn't those who have done no wrong be free from suffering, while those who have erred roam unscathed? After hearing Jiang Zhan's words, Jiang Si sighed quietly. Such is often the way of the world. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that one's actions are observed by a higher power. Living with integrity allows for peaceful slumber. There is no need for my second brother to be upset about this. I assure you, Ji Chongyi will forever dream of marrying a lady of noble birth. Really? Tomorrow, the second brother shall see for himself. The atmosphere in the Duke of An's residence was somber. The Duke was displeased with Wei Shi for failing to handle matters properly and retreated to his study in a huff. Wei Shi, incensed, summoned her eldest daughter-in-law, Guo and displayed her irritation. Guo, swallowing her frustration, consoled her. Mother-in-law, why trouble yourself over such shallow-minded people? It would be better for the daughter-in-law to withdraw from the engagement. There are numerous noble ladies of high standing in the capital. Once this storm passes, you can thoughtfully select a suitable match for Sanlang. At that time, the Earl of Doping's household will be the ones left fuming. Chapter 15. Lovers ultimately unite. Situated in the northern reaches of the capital, the early summer was neither too cold nor too warm, embodying the most comfortable of seasons. Yet, for the officials attending the morning court, the chill was still somewhat pronounced as they arrived at the Changxing gate before dawn, their robes and sleeves already dampened by dew. The routine morning assembly commenced promptly. Matters requiring discussion were presented, while those without were swiftly dismissed. Oh, what concerns you, Minister Niu? The mood of Emperor Jingming shifted subtly, a hint of curiosity mingling with apprehension. Who among the courtiers was destined for misfortune this time? I impeach Duke Ongwa for his lax household governance. Minister Niu, well-versed in the art of accusation, succinctly laid out the facts. The emperor's interest piqued, so. It appears that Ji San of the duke's household has developed a mutual affection with a certain maiden. The notion of a man willing to sacrifice everything for a common woman was more extraordinary than any tale spun in fiction. Minister Niu's expression darkened. Did the emperor truly grasp the crux of the matter? Was this the pivotal question? Is there any illicit affair between Ji San and that maiden? The emperor inquired once more, seemingly oblivious to the absence of news regarding the duke's bereavement. Both individuals have been saved, Minister Niu retorted, exasperated. Ah, should they have perished in their devotion, it would have made for a compelling narrative, he added, acknowledging the romantic notion. The assembled ministers exchanged glances, puzzled. Was there a trace of regret in the emperor's tone? Surely, it must be a figment of their imagination. Minister Niu shot a glare at the emperor, almost on the verge of indignation. The emperor, sensing the rising tension, quickly interjected. After all, they are but youths, displaying genuine emotion. However, the engagement between the Duke of Ongwa's household and that of the Earl of Dongping has already been established, which would inflict considerable harm upon the lady involved. Minister Niu, you may take your leave for now. I shall summon Duke Ongwa to the palace shortly and administer a stern reprimand. The esteemed Inspector Niu remained unmoved, asserting, merely reprimanding is insufficient to deter the populace. Has His Majesty considered that should the public emulate the third son of the Duke of Ongwa, chaos would inevitably ensue? What order would remain in the Great Zhou? Inspector Niu's lengthy discourse caused Emperor Jingming to experience a throbbing headache. He hastily reassured him, Your Excellency speaks wisely. The Duke of Ongwa's lax governance cannot be addressed solely through admonishment. Appropriate punishment shall not be overlooked. Only then did Inspector Niu reluctantly acquiesce. The offspring of the nobility squandered their days in idleness, indulging in trivial pursuits that tarnished the youthful spirit of the capital, warranting a firm admonition. What? The Duke of Ongwa possesses a prestigious lineage? He retorted. Yet, what good is nobility if the third son's romantic entanglement with a commoner has been sanctioned by His Majesty? Marrying off our daughter or granddaughter in such a manner not only compromises her, but also brings harm rather than benefit to our family. Yesterday, the couple had quarreled, and Mrs. Wei believed the Duke of Ongwa was coming to concede. Just as she prepared to negotiate, she noticed the Duke's countenance was awry and swiftly abandoned her intentions. What is troubling you, my lord? Prepare for the marriage of Sanlang and Xiaonyang. What did you say? Mrs. Wei's expression shifted dramatically. I said, let Sanlang and Xiaonyang hasten their union. My lord, could it be that I misheard? The Duke's face turned a deep shade of anger. You did not mishear. I insist that Sanlang and Xiaonyang marry. My lord, have you lost your senses? Have I lost my senses? Does my wife know where I ventured this morning? This disgraceful matter is not one that the Duke of Ongwa wishes to mention. Yet I am unaware of how many are relishing this spectacle. The imperial censor has accused me of not managing my household properly during the court assembly. And early this morning, I was summoned to the palace to face the emperor's wrath. Upon hearing this, Madame Wei trembled with rage. How outrageous. This is a family matter. Why does a mere censor neglect the significant affairs of the state to meddle in such trivialities? Is he not simply overindulging in his authority? Be silent. The Duke of Ongwa, even more infuriated, retorted that the censor's right to present grievances is a privilege bestowed by the emperor himself, and during such presentations, even the sovereign must listen attentively. Do you realize that such words could bring calamity upon the Duke's residence? Even so, we cannot allow Sanlang to marry Xiaonyang. A common woman who has shamefully eloped for love. Even taking her as a concubine is merely to placate Sanlang's feelings. To placate Sanlang's feelings? It is your excessive pampering that has emboldened him to commit such outrageous acts. Do you think I take pleasure in having a daughter-in-law who has eloped in disgrace? The Duke calmed his emotions, recognizing that mere anger would be futile, and patiently explained. Do you know how the Emperor has assessed Sanlang? The Emperor has commented on Sanlang. Even Madame Wei, in her confusion, understood that such an evaluation at this juncture would not bode well. The Emperor remarked that Sanlang is indeed a man of true sentiment. The Duke sighed heavily. All the officials present at court today heard this. With such words spoken, which family would still consider marrying their daughter to Sanlang? My lady, do not be naive. At this moment, if we properly elevate Xiaonyang into our household, we can solidify the Emperor's assessment of Sanlang's genuine character. And this storm shall pass. Otherwise, our residence shall become the subject of ridicule for years to come. Can you endure the pointed fingers and whispers of others when you step outside? Wei Shi covered her mouth with a handkerchief, weeping softly. Even if others point fingers at me, I shall accept it. In 2 years, I could simply find a reputable young lady from afar for Sanlang. The Duke of Anghua scoffed. The noble families from distant lands are not deaf. Yet, I simply cannot accept Xiaonyang as my daughter-in-law. Whether I like it or not, I must come to terms with it. After all, it is Sanlang's folly. In truth, given our family's current standing, we do not require a daughter-in-law whose pedigree is merely ornamental. The Emperor is quite pleased with the union of Sanlang and Xiaonyang. The Duke of Anghua fixed a deep gaze upon Wei Shi, emphasizing, this is the will of the Emperor. Wei Shi, lost and despondent, nodded faintly. The news of the Duke of Anghua's impeachment by the censors swiftly spread across various households, igniting the spirits of the idle who eagerly anticipated the unfolding of this grand drama. Before long, another astonishing piece of news arrived. The third son of the Duke of Anghua was to marry the very woman who had jumped into the lake alongside him. Jiang Zhan nearly sprinted to Haitang residence, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed, Fourth sister, Ji San is to wed that woman who jumped into the lake with him. How utterly hilarious. Those sycophants claimed Ji San would marry a lady of noble birth. Once Jiang Zhan had indulged in his laughter, Jiang Si remarked with a soft chuckle, truly, this is a case of lovers ultimately uniting. Chapter 16, Second Cousin Nonsense about lovers uniting. I believe it is simply the unworthy pairing with the unworthy, destined for eternity. Jiang Si chuckled lightly. It is essentially the same sentiment. Jiang Zhan burst into laughter. His sister was increasingly in tune with his temperament. Once his laughter subsided, Jiang Zhan curiously inquired of Jiang Si, how does fourth sister know that Ji Chongyi will not marry a lady of noble birth? Jiang Si inquired with a smile. Could it be that yesterday, second brother toiled in vain? My sister is truly remarkable. Jiang Zhan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiang Si replied with a charming smile. It is not my prowess, but rather the assistance of second brother that made it possible. Jiang Zhan chuckled. That is indeed true. The Domping Marquis residence comprises 3 households. Jiang Si's father, Jiang Anqing, is the eldest son, while the second daughter hails from the union of the second master of the Jiang family. Currently, 2 daughters of the Marquis household are married. The eldest daughter, Jiang Yi, wed Zhu, the junior minister of the Dali Temple, while the second daughter, Jiang Qian, became the wife of the heir to the Marquis of Changxing. In the eyes of the household, had it not been for the subsequent marriage of Jiang Si for comparison, the second daughter's match would have been deemed exceptionally favorable. Jiang Qian, possessing both beauty and wit, is the most favored among the 6 daughters by the venerable matriarch. Lady Feng, Jiang Si had previously enjoyed the company of her extraordinary cousin, yet upon hearing the report from a man, a wave of distaste surged within her. If possible, she wished never to behold Jiang Qian's visage again in her lifetime. However, this was not the time for petulance, with her grandmother sending for her. The granddaughter had no legitimate grounds to decline. Moreover, her grandmother was already vexed over the matter of her broken engagement, eagerly anticipating an opportunity to chastise the eldest branch. Jiang Si, undeterred by Lady Feng's indifference towards her, did not wish to subject her father, whose hair was beginning to show signs of gray, to further reprimand from their matriarch. Would you care to accompany me? Jiang Si rose to her feet. Jiang Zhan hastily shook his head. I shall refrain from joining the commotion. It is all about the ladies, and it seems rather troublesome. He had no fondness for his delicate second cousin. What? His younger sister was also delicate? Huh. A sister ought to be cherished and pampered by her brother. But how could she be likened to an elder sister? Jiang Zhan, with an impatient countenance, waved his hand and departed. He was on his way to join brother Yu Qi for a drink. Jiang Si, accompanied by a man, approached Cixin Hall, and, as they neared the entrance, the sound of laughter from old Madame Feng could be heard. Grandmother should smile more. Nothing is more important than your health, a young woman's voice chimed in. You have a sweet tongue, came the teasing tone of old Madame Feng, filled with affection. Without needing to look, Jiang Si knew that the one flattering her grandmother was Mama Feng, a trusted maid by her side. The fourth young lady has arrived. A Fu announced, and the room fell silent, several pairs of eyes turning toward them. The granddaughter greeted her grandmother respectfully. Jiang Si steadied her mind and directed her gaze toward the woman seated closely beside old Madame Feng. Jiang Qian wore a loosely tied horsetail bun, her willow-leaf brows and oval face exuding an amiable charm. The ruby earrings and the gold hairpin adorned with rubies complemented each other, showcasing the youthful splendor of a noble woman. Jiang Si had thought that the journey from Haitang residence to Cixin Hall had adequately prepared her mentally, yet upon meeting Jiang Qian's smiling eyes, her heart lurched painfully, resentment bubbling uncontrollably within her. In her previous life, she had wronged many, and many had wronged her. But no animosity compared to the revulsion she felt in the presence of Jiang Qian. At that time, she had always criticized her inept father and brothers, while being close to her gentle and kind second cousin. Thus, when Jiang Qian sent someone to express her desire to meet after being widowed for half a year, Jiang Si had hastily agreed to visit. Yet, it was in the very room where she met Jiang Qian that she encountered the heir of the Longxing Marquis, her second brother-in-law, who pounced upon her like a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. At that moment, her elder sister subtly obstructed her path. Jiang Si gazed at Jiang Qian's radiant face, nearly voicing the question that had troubled her for years. Why? What could possibly compel a woman to aid her husband in undermining her own sister? Jiang Si, where are your principles? Why do you neglect to greet your elder sister? Lady Feng remarked with discontent. Jiang Qian extended her hand to grasp Jiang Si's. The chill of the young girl's fingertips caused a slight arching of Jiang Qian's brows. Fourth sister, you have suffered injustice. Fourth sister? Jiang Qian exclaimed in surprise. Lady Feng's expression grew increasingly displeased. I do not feel wronged. My elder sister does not need to pity me, Jiang Si replied indifferently. She had always possessed a competitive spirit, but had previously refrained from expressing it towards Jiang Qian. In this moment, her words, while discomforting, did not seem out of place. Jiang Si, apologize to your elder sister, Lady Feng commanded sternly. Jiang Qian momentarily regained her gentle smile. Grandmother, please do not be angry with fourth sister. She has been jilted, and she must feel quite miserable. Not at all. I feel rather well, Jiang Si interrupted Jiang Qian bluntly. Although she could not immediately deliver a slap to Jiang Qian's face, she had no desire to play the role of affectionate sisters. Jiang Si looked at Jiang Qian's pale pink face, forcing a smile. Actually, it is my elder sister who keeps bringing it up. That makes me uncomfortable. Jiang Qian trembled slightly, the smile on her face faltering. Jiang Si feigned innocence. What seems to be the matter, grandmother? I have neither quarreled nor exchanged harsh words with my elder sister. We have only spoken from the heart. Why must I apologize to her? After speaking, she turned her head to Jiang Qian. Elder sister, have I offended you in any way? Without offense, Jiang Qian managed a forced smile, her gaze lingering on Jiang Si's profile, lost in thought. Her sister's beauty was truly extraordinary. Upon hearing yesterday about the broken engagement between the Duke of An and the Earl of Dongping, her husband, the heir of the Marquis of Changxing, sighed heavily. Such a beauty, how unfortunate for Ji San. Is it that my younger sister longs for me, hence her discomfort? Jiang Qian was reluctant to confront Jiang Si directly, quickly lifting the corners of her mouth. Do not fret, fourth sister. Perhaps eldest sister will arrive shortly. Huh. If Jiang Yi were to visit Jiang Si, she would have to turn her name around. A cold smile crept into Jiang Si's heart. How pitiable it was that she had once been blinded by ignorance, failing to notice Jiang Qian's masterful manipulation of discord. Eldest sister will visit when she truly misses her. Second sister thinks too much. At this, Jiang Qian could no longer muster a smile. The elderly Lady Feng, furious, exclaimed, Jiang Si, have you lost your senses today? You seem to oppose your second sister at every turn. Grandmother, did you have a nightmare last night? Jiang Si disregarded Lady Feng's ire and suddenly inquired. Lady Feng was taken aback. How could the fourth girl know of her nightmare? Chapter 17. Dream. Lady Feng swiftly masked her surprise and retorted, What nonsense are you speaking? She had indeed dreamed a strange dream, where a pair of golden pheasants suddenly lunged at her. She hurriedly tried to evade them, but one still managed to peck out her eye. Suppressing her discomfort, Lady Feng's gaze towards Jiang Si grew increasingly hostile. She held no fondness for this granddaughter at all. The eldest daughter-in-law, Su, had lost her good reputation while still in her boudoir. Yet she possessed a captivating beauty that her eldest son insisted on marrying. Considering Su's noble lineage from the illustrious Ening Marquis, she reluctantly acquiesced. However, after giving birth to her eldest granddaughter, Jiang Yi, she became akin to a hen that no longer lays eggs. Yearning to arrange for her eldest son to take 2 concubines. Encouraged by one of these women, her son even began to oppose her. When she took a step back and proposed the idea of keeping 2 secondary wives to expand their lineage, Su could not abide even that. Despite her good intentions, the years saw her gradually estranged from her son, a rift only mended with the birth of Jiang Zhan. It was lamentable that, just a few years after the passing of the old patriarch, her own flesh and blood treated her thus. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her. Su passed away shortly after giving birth to Jiang Si, providing her a sense of vindication. This led to an inexplicable fondness for her young 4th granddaughter, a sentiment she could scarcely articulate to others. Yet, as the 4th granddaughter matured, she increasingly resembled her late mother, and day by day, the initial affection waned. Of course, she understood well that her granddaughter was distinct from her daughter-in-law. With such exquisite beauty, the 4th granddaughter might have a promising future ahead, and she had no desire to squander a valuable opportunity over trivial matters. Alas, the daughter of a short-lived woman was ultimately fated to misfortune, and a promising match slipped away. Jiang Si had keenly observed the fleeting moment of the old lady's distress, and, with a radiant smile, remarked, "I noticed a hint of darkness beneath grandmother's eyes. I thought grandmother, like her granddaughter, had a restless night. Last night, my granddaughter had a most frightful dream, wherein she beheld 2 golden pheasants extending their claws as if to seize my eyes." Lady Feng's countenance changed subtly. Her hand, concealed within her voluminous sleeves, trembled abruptly. Did Jiang Si also dream of golden pheasants? What a curious coincidence. A sense of foreboding suddenly stirred within Lady Feng's heart. Did grandmother not sleep well last night? Jiang Qian inquired with genuine concern. Lady Feng, a woman of pride, would never admit such a thing before her grandchildren. She quickly regained her composure, remarking, "It is common for one of my age to sleep fitfully." Jiang Si stifled a laugh. In the hierarchy of her grandmother's affections, her second uncle held the 2nd place, her eldest cousin the 3rd, and perhaps her second cousin the 4th. Yet, the foremost position was undeniably reserved for grandmother herself, a privilege no one could usurp. Grandmother was indeed a self-centered and callous individual. This reality had been made painfully clear to her when, after Ji Chongyi's death, she had sought an opportunity to weep before grandmother, lamenting her plight of remaining untouched. Lacking a mother, she had no one else to confide in but her grandmother. However, grandmother had delivered a sharp slap, her voice firm and menacing, warning her to bury the matter deep within her heart. There was no solace, no protection, let alone any defense on her behalf. With a cold sneer, grandmother had asked, "Is it pleasing to hear rumors that no man ever touched you until death? Do you wish to bring eternal shame upon our household?" Now, with the mention of nightmares, she deftly diverted grandmother's attention, which naturally rendered her impatient with Jiang Qian's lingering presence. Jiang Qian's lips moved silently. Was she being dismissed by grandmother? Today truly felt surreal. First, she had been repeatedly provoked by Jiang Si, and now she was being sent away by grandmother, despite having done nothing at all. Jiang Qian felt a pang of disappointment within, yet her countenance displayed only a hint of sorrow, just enough to elicit sympathy from old Madame Feng. While the remaining emotions were deftly concealed, she understood all too well the principle of moderation. "Fourth sister, do see me off," Jiang Qian said with a smile, her demeanor suggesting that she was not at all perturbed by the earlier incident. This time, however, Jiang Si readily acquiesced, responding, "Very well." Jiang Qian secretly sighed with relief. Should this modest request be denied, it would not only cast Jiang Si in an ungracious light, but would also yield no benefit to her. The 2 sisters strolled along a familiar path, accompanied by their maids at a respectful distance. As they approached the doorway, Jiang Qian momentarily paused and spoke softly. "It has been a while since we last met, yet why do I feel as if 4th sister has grown distant?" Without lifting her gaze, Jiang Si replied impassively, "Sister must be mistaken." Her eyes, however, held a deeper significance as they regarded Jiang Qian. Why does fourth sister look at me in such a manner? Is there something on my face? Jiang Qian instinctively raised a hand to touch her cheek, her embroidered sleeve slipping down to her elbow, revealing a small portion of her fair arm. She quickly lowered her hand. Jiang Si, observant as ever, noted the faint bruise on the inner part of Jiang Qian's arm. Very well, what did fourth sister say? Jiang Qian appeared momentarily taken aback. I said it is permissible, though it may cause sister some inconvenience. Jiang Qian was surprised by Jiang Si's swift agreement and hastily replied, it is no trouble at all. If fourth sister is willing to come, it brings me great joy. As if a weight had been lifted from her heart, Jiang Qian's steps became lighter. Jiang Si halted and, with a serene expression, looked at Jiang Qian, enunciating deliberately. I await sister's invitation. The place more terrifying than a nightmare, she would not hesitate to venture into, even if it were a den of dragons and tigers. This time, let her witness how the wicked ultimately receive their just deserts. Standing on the steps, she coldly observed Jiang Qian boarding the carriage before Jiang Si turned and strode inside. With a slight tremor of her hand, the delicate gauze curtain of azure fell hastily, and the carriage sped away. Jiang Si smiled gently, lifting her skirt gracefully as she proceeded inward, where she soon spotted the head maid of Cixin Hall, a Fu, hastening toward her. Upon reaching Jiang Si, a Fu offered a respectful bow. Fourth miss, the old madam requests your presence. Once the maidservants assigned by old Madame Feng withdrew, only the trusted confidant, Mama Feng, remained, eagerly inquiring, fourth girl, what dream did you have last night? Chapter 18, The Tea House I Dreamt. Jiang Si's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of fear. Old Madame Feng involuntarily held her breath. The three-legged incense burner on the windowsill exhaled fragrant wisps, the scent customary for old Madame Feng. She adhered to this practice meticulously, with specific incense for each season. Yet, regardless of the time, Jiang Si had always disliked the overpowering aroma. It was too intense for her sensitive nose. I dreamt that two golden pheasants were coming to seize my eyes. I hastily dodged, only for the two pheasants to fly toward grandmother. And then, old Madame Feng's gaze sharpened. Jiang Si paused briefly, then quickly lifted her eyes to meet old Madame Feng's. I saw grandmother unable to evade, wounded in the eye by one of the golden pheasants. Old Madame Feng's grip on her teacup tightened suddenly. Reaching her age, she increasingly believed in mystical occurrences. Last night, she was startled awake by a bizarre dream, leaving her with a lingering unease. To her surprise, her fourth granddaughter had experienced the same dream. Do you recall which eye the golden pheasant injured on your grandmother? The left eye, Jiang Si responded without hesitation. Madame Feng was profoundly shaken. If she had harbored any doubts previously, she was now compelled to believe. In her dream, the golden pheasant had indeed injured her left eye. This dream was undoubtedly an ominous sign, and in all likelihood, it would come to pass. Otherwise, there was no reason for grandmother and granddaughter to share the same dream. What happened afterward? Madame Feng inquired, regaining her composure. Upon witnessing the golden pheasant injure grandmother, I awoke in fright. There was nothing more, Jiang Si replied. Madame Feng fell silent, and after a long pause, she murmured to herself, what does this dream portend? Her words were originally a soliloquy born out of unease. But Jiang Si interjected, the implication is quite evident. Madame Feng was taken aback, staring intently at her granddaughter as if seeing her for the first time. Jiang Si smiled faintly. The moment I saw my second sister today, it occurred to me. Second sister ranks second among the daughters of the Marquis' household and was born in the year of the rooster. Are not two golden pheasants symbolic of her? Nonsense. Madame Feng's expression darkened. Jiang Si shrugged. I wouldn't have thought of it myself, but after having that strange dream last night, second sister arrived today. I shall take my leave. Jiang Si rose, gave Madame Feng a slight curtsy, and, without attempting to persuade her further, turned to leave. Wait. Madame Feng called out from behind. Is there anything else you require, grandmother? I do not wish to hear such preposterous remarks from anyone else. Jiang Si smiled softly, reassuring her grandmother. Do not worry, grandmother, I understand. In a previous life, it was indeed her grandmother who spoke in riddles. At that moment, inexplicably, Lady Feng began to experience pain in her left eye, and within a few days, she found herself unable to see. The anguish of losing sight in one eye was unbearable for Lady Feng. After consulting several doctors to no avail, she turned to a shaman. The shaman conducted a ritual, and astonishingly, the blame fell upon Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan, a playful soul fond of strolling with birds and dogs, had recently acquired a pair of parrots. and various signs seemed to align with Lady Feng's bizarre dreams. Lady Feng, firmly convinced of this connection, commanded that the parrots be executed in front of Jiang Zhan. Strangely enough, shortly after the demise of the parrots, Lady Feng's left eye miraculously healed, leading her to harbor an even deeper disdain for Jiang Zhan. At that time, she believed her grandmother's demeanor exemplified the unyielding grace of a noble lineage. Yet later, she came to understand that this was not calmness, but rather indifference. With emotions already scarce, how could one feel sorrow? After Jiang Si departed, however, Lady Feng did not appear as composed as she pretended. The fourth young lady's words seemed to hold a grain of truth. Madame Feng, what are your thoughts? In the household, the second mistress, Mrs. Xiao, managed affairs, and she often sweetened the lives of those around Lady Feng, prompting Madame Feng to advocate for the second household. This was a delicate matter. Speak plainly. After all these years, do you not know my temperament? Madame Feng replied, and after a moment of reflection, she added. The old woman observed that the fourth young lady was not particularly warm towards the second young lady today. Perhaps there is a minor discord between the sisters. How should one interpret the dreams of the fourth young lady? The shared dreams between her and the old matron undoubtedly signify something profound. Yet the old woman cannot fathom their implications. One can only hope it is merely a coincidence, mused Lady Feng softly. Instantly, Lady Xiao's countenance darkened. How outrageous! She believed that throughout her years as steward, she had never treated the first household unfairly. She had always exhibited a sisterly demeanor towards Jiang Si. How could Jiang Si be so ungrateful as to cause distress to her daughter? The more she pondered, the more her ire grew, and with a grim expression, she commanded. Summon Lu from the kitchen. Unbeknownst to Jiang Si, the hasty departure of Jiang Qian had piqued Lady Zhao's concern regarding the events at Cixin Hall. Even if she were aware, she would remain indifferent. After leaving Cixin Hall, she sent a Qiao to inform Jiang Anqing, and then set off with a man. The tea house on the second floor by the window provided a splendid view of the bustling streets, where Jiang Si leisurely sipped her tea. A man took a sip and remarked on its flavor, "It doesn't tea quite compare to the tea at our home. Drinking tea is not solely for the taste." Jiang Si replied, her gaze fixed outside the window. "Then what is it for?" A man inquired curiously. Jiang Si had already spotted Jiang Zhan approaching from a distance. Though not yet 17, he did not stand out among the crowd. Nevertheless, he was always easily recognizable. The young lad, as radiant as a precious gem, was like a pearl amidst the grains of sand, naturally drawing attention. Yet at that moment, it was not her brother's unparalleled handsomeness that captivated Jiang Si. Rather, it was the birdcage he carried in his hand. The exquisitely woven bamboo birdcage contained a pair of vividly feathered parrots. Surely, this was intended to attract attention. Jiang Si casually explained a sentence, her gaze following Jiang Zhan as he approached from a distance. Jiang Zhan hummed a cheerful tune, his steps light, while his servant Aji hurriedly trotted behind, barely keeping up, just as Jiang Zhan was about to pass by the tea house. Jiang Si plucked a piece of pastry and tossed it down, striking Jiang Zhan squarely on the shoulder. Jiang Zhan reached up to touch it, finding crumbs of the delicacy on his fair palm. Enraged, he looked up and shouted, "Who on earth?" when suddenly the radiant visage of a young girl vanished from the window. How clever! Jiang Zhan, panting, resumed his previous conversation. Chapter 19. The lovebird Jiang Zhan, carrying a birdcage, hastily entered the tea house and ascended the stairs with quick footsteps. Upon reaching the second floor, he surveyed the area and spotted a man standing outside the third private room. Greeting him with a slight bow, Jiang Zhan strode over and pointed at the doorway, inquiring, "Is your young lady inside?" "Yes," came the reply. A smile spread across Jiang Zhan's face as he energetically pushed the door open, exclaiming, "Fourth sister, look what I've brought for you." He stepped forward to stand before Jiang Si, placing the birdcage on the table, eager for recognition. "Do you know what kind of bird this is, fourth sister?" Jiang Si gazed at the pair of vividly feathered birds within the bamboo cage, her eyes brimming with emotion. It was the same person, the same pair of parrots. And with heartfelt anticipation, she recalled the same words spoken before. "Fourth sister, look what I've brought for you." Casting a glance at the parrots, she replied coolly, "Where did second brother acquire these parrots? I suspect you've been deceived. These parrots cannot learn to speak." At that moment, Jiang Zhan left, his expression one of disappointment, unaware that he had secretly nurtured the parrots all along. When grandmother commanded to twist the parrot's neck, second brother desperately shielded it. Once the breathless bird was swept away like refuse, second brother sat on the ground, lost in despair, repeating, they would have said congratulations. At that moment, she felt a pang of regret for the first time, wanting to apologize to second brother but unable to lower her pride. As time dragged on, it soon led to her departure. Jiang Si wished to think no further. Why was fourth sister crying? The glimmer of tears in Jiang Si's eyes startled Jiang Zhan, who hurriedly lifted the birdcage, asking if it had frightened her. Jiang Si wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and smiled. I suddenly remembered the origin of this bird's name and couldn't help but feel moved. The name? Hearing this, Jiang Zhan was momentarily confused. Jiang Si pointed to the exquisite feathered parrot and explained, this type of parrot is also known as a lovebird. They can only thrive in pairs. When one of the two dies, the other will soon follow. Oh, fourth sister's explanation was quite similar to what Yuchiga had said. Jiang Si's expression momentarily froze. Yuchiga had also mentioned that few knew the origin of this parrot's alias. It turned out he was just teasing her. What connection did the pair of parrots brought by second brother have with Yuchiga? Though Jiang Si was aware they were not the same person, she still felt a twinge of discomfort at the mention of Yuchiga. Jiang Zhan, with a proud gaze upon the pair of exquisite feathered parrots, asked Jiang Si, fourth sister, aren't these parrots beautiful? They are beautiful, indeed, but upon seeing them, I am reminded of the origin of their name. And that thought brings tears to my eyes, Jiang Si replied softly. What shall we do then? Jiang Zhan gently furrowed his brow, clearly troubled. How could he forget? Girls are often sentimental. Jiang Si gently caressed the bamboo birdcage. Inside, a pair of startled parrots regarded her with curiosity. Although the fortune teller's mention of the second brother's affairs was not a recent revelation, she dared not take any risks. Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang's lives had already transformed. Who could predict that other matters would not follow suit? Jiang Si quickly waved her hand, expressing disinterest. Not at all. I have no affection for birds. Was it not said that girls have a fondness for small animals? If it were kittens or puppies, perhaps that would be different, for they possess a certain charm. But caring for such creatures would be troublesome. Jiang Si made sure not to reveal any hint of affection for any particular small animal. At present, she could hardly manage her own affairs, let alone nurture living beings. Kittens are indeed adorable, but dogs are another story. Suddenly, Jiang Zhan recalled the large dog that was inseparable from Yu Qi, a thought that filled him with resentment. That wretched dog always regarded him with disdain. One day, he would surely have it for dinner. Jiang Zhan waved to Jiang Si and strode forward, carrying the birdcage. The sparrow alley was not far from there, and he reached the doorstep of a house in about 15 minutes. In front of the door stood a crooked jujube tree, its branches heavy with blossoms. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a large dog bounded out. What do you want? Jiang Zhan shouted, positioning the birdcage protectively across his chest. The parrots inside sensed the threat and began to stir. The large dog paid no mind to the parrots, instead blocking the entrance with a disdainful gaze directed at Jiang Zhan. A guest should be welcomed. Step aside, you little beast. Woof. The dog suddenly bared its teeth and lunged forward. Jiang Zhan was taken aback, leaping swiftly to embrace the jujube tree for protection. The large dog cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Zhan before wagging its tail and turning to enter the door. Jiang Zhan, his face dark with displeasure, leapt down from the tree and strode inside, unfazed by the curious gazes of the attendants. However, inwardly, he cursed, the wretched little beast, how dare it deceive me? Beneath the sweet-scented tree in the courtyard, Yu Qi stood elegantly in a blue robe, leaning against the trunk as the large dog approached him, affectionately rubbing against the hem of his garment. Brother Yu Qi, I am here again. Yu Qi's gaze fell upon the birdcage in Jiang Zhan's hand, and he frowned lightly. Jiang Zhan placed the cage on the stone table beneath the tree, expressing his regret. My family grows impatient with keeping it. I suppose I should return it to you. Brother Yu Qi, you do not fancy it? Ah, Jiang Zhan replied vaguely. There are many other birds. Brother Jiang may choose one he likes. No, my family has no interest in keeping birds. Jiang Zhan increasingly felt that Yu Qi was in a sulky mood. Not only had brother Yu Qi rescued him, but he was also so generous. Such a friend is indeed a rare find. Yu Qi regarded the parrot in the cage, a flicker of confusion passing over his handsome, jade-like face. How could such a beautiful bird be unwanted? He lowered his gaze to the large dog beside him. Jiang Zhan nearly jumped up, exclaiming, "This fierce and ugly dog is even less desirable." The large dog barked in response. Chapter 20. Gathering Herbs. Amon scoffed. Our young lady merely went for a stroll by the willow embankment. It is not as if she ventured into a den of tigers. Why are you so anxious? Just the previous night, She and the young lady had gone to Maui Lake to rescue someone and set a fire. Now, in broad daylight, being nagged by a little servant. What sense does that make? Oh dear, my sister Amon. Why do you stoke the flames instead of offering comfort? Aji chuckled wryly, making a gesture of submission. Amon cast a glance at him and remarked, You are mistaken. I am not inciting trouble. Rather, I shall accompany our young lady wherever she may venture, be it into the jaws of peril. Jiang Si finally spoke. If my second brother were to blame you, I would certainly speak on your behalf. Aji opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further comment. It was of no consequence. After all, he was but a servant, and where the master wished to go, he could not impede. He merely hoped that the young master would exercise restraint. Jiang Si desired to stroll along the willow embankment. Though her intentions were far from mere leisure, she sought medicinal herbs. Lacking formal medical knowledge, she had gleaned some peculiar recipes from the elder of the Wumiao tribe, each possessing remarkable properties, with the required herbs being exceedingly diverse. This time, she aimed to collect a grass known as whitehorn, which grew beneath a century-old willow tree. Whitehorn bore an outward appearance indistinguishable from ordinary grass. Neither humans nor animals would suffer ill effects from its solitary consumption, yet when properly concocted, it possessed significant utility. This herb could only be identified by its scent. By the banks of the Jinshui River, lush greenery enveloped the surroundings, and century-old willows were abundant. At this moment, early summer was in full bloom, attracting numerous pedestrians to the willow-lined path, comprised of individuals of all ages. Occasionally, mischievous children would dash past Jiang Si and her companions, leaving behind a cascade of laughter reminiscent of silver bells. At such times, Aji would widen his eyes and exclaim, You little rascals, be mindful. Should you collide with someone, there will be no mercy. Enough. Why do you bicker with the children? Amon lamented, dismayed that Aji's boisterousness disrupted the serene atmosphere amidst the picturesque scene of verdant willows shrouded in mist. Aji, feeling somewhat aggrieved, retorted, I am merely concerned that they might bump into the young lady. Fear not. The young lady is under my protection. Indeed, my dear sister Amon is most capable. As the servant and maid exchanged witty banter, Jiang Si had already moved ahead. Miss, wait for me. A man hurriedly called out. Jiang Si paused beside a verdant willow, her delicate fingers twirling around a willow branch, inquiring of a man, Can you weave a flower basket? A man chuckled, I can gather flowers. I can weave a flower basket. A G interjected eagerly. A man scoffed, What are you boasting about? Even if you can bloom flowers, you cannot become the lady's personal maid. Following their orders, a man and a G busied themselves. Observing their flurry of activity, Jiang Si slowly crept behind the willow tree, crouching down to take a deep breath, carefully wrapping the white horn grass she found in her handkerchief. This way, when the flower basket was completed and filled with blossoms, she would have gathered enough white horn grass. Suddenly, a wave of people surged towards one direction along the willow embankment, gasping, Oh no, someone has jumped into the river. Miss. A man turned to Jiang Si. Go take a look. A G quickly interjected, Fourth miss, the riverbank is crowded and slippery. It's best we don't go over. There's nothing to see about someone jumping into the river. Heavens, if it were the young master, he would surely run faster than anyone else. Jiang Si laughed. I merely suggested you see what is happening. She understood the principle of acting within one's capabilities. In a public setting, with so many eyes upon her, would she really strip off her clothes and jump into the river to save someone? Upon hearing that there was a commotion to witness, without concern for Jiang Si's safety, a G gleefully dashed away. The riverbank was already teeming with onlookers, and with a face as thick as the city walls and agile movements, a G squeezed through, eventually emerging amidst the crowd's curses to report back to Jiang Si. The woman who leapt into the river was just rescued and now sat by the water's edge, weeping. Her wails pierced through the crowd, reaching Jiang Si's ears. I cannot find my Nyunyo. I wish to perish. Bystanders murmured that the woman, known as the Tofu Shishur, had long been widowed, raising her daughter alone. Tragically, her daughter had vanished just days prior, a true sorrow. Aji relayed this information to Jiang Si. Did she not report to the authorities? A man blurted out. The woman emerged from the throng, supported by others, or more accurately, dragged forth. Her entire body sagged, leaving long trails in the dirt with her feet. Yet, despite her disheveled state, remnants of her youthful beauty lingered on her despairing face. Suddenly, the woman's vacant eyes ignited with an astonishing brilliance as she forcefully broke free from her supporters and sprinted towards Jiang Si. A man reacted swiftly, stepping forward to shield Jiang Si. The woman rushed past them like the wind, and Jiang Si caught a faint, sour scent. "Nuno, Nuno." The woman ran with fervor, grasping the sleeve of a girl clad in blue. The cries of maidservants echoed, "You mad woman, let go of our young lady. Step aside and return my Nuno." The woman, in a frenzy, endured punches and kicks from several maidservants, clinging desperately to the girl's sleeve. "Nuno, it is your mother. Just look at me." Upon recognizing the girl's face, the woman froze and released her grip. Jiang Si distinctly observed the light in the woman's eyes extinguish swiftly, replaced by a cold, gray emptiness. The girl pursed her lips, turning her head just enough to meet Jiang Si's gaze. "Are you Miss Jiang Si?" Jiang Si raised her eyebrows in surprise. It is indeed a coincidence that she encounters a lady from the Duke of An's residence while out gathering herbs. Chapter 22. An unexpected meeting. The young lady is a daughter of the second branch of the Duke of An's family, known by her elegant name, Fenghua. As she is the sole daughter of the household, Ji Fenghua is held in high esteem by her elders, cultivating a lively and cheerful disposition. Reflecting on it now, the few times she engaged in conversation were during Ji Fenghua's occasional visits. Ji Fenghua's heart raced with uncertainty. "I wonder if Sister Jiang still remembers me? We met at the Lotus Viewing Banquet last summer." Of course, she remembered. Ji Fenghua glanced around. "It is somewhat inconvenient to converse here. Would you accompany me for a stroll over there, Sister Jiang?" Jiang Si was slightly taken aback, but composedly agreed. The two walked along the willow-lined path. "Just wait here for us. I wish to walk with Miss Jiang for a while." Ji Fenghua instructed her maids and attendants, halting their follow. Jiang Si signaled for a man and a Ji to remain behind and proceeded alongside Ji Fenghua. By the riverside, the green willows swayed gracefully, shrouded in misty sorrow. Ji Fenghua paused beside a willow tree, and Jiang Si halted in her wake. She could not comprehend what more Ji Fenghua could wish to discuss, given that their families had already severed their engagement. Ji Fenghua fidgeted with her handkerchief and suddenly bowed to Jiang Si. "Why so formal, Miss Ji?" Jiang Si turned slightly to avoid the gesture. "Regarding my brother, I feel I must apologize to you, Sister Jiang." Ji Fenghua's cheeks flushed, anxious that mentioning Ji Chongyi might provoke Jiang Si's ire, her gaze apprehensive. Jiang Si smiled sweetly. "There is no need for apologies, Miss Ji. I bear no resentment." Even if she harbored grievances, she could not lay the blame at Ji Fenghua's feet. In fact, she could hardly muster the energy to heed Ji Chongyi's apology. For her, it was far preferable that the lovers distance themselves from her. "I understand that a mere apology holds little weight. It is simply a desire to convey my sentiments to Sister Jiang. In truth, my third brother is quite amiable." Jiang Si interrupted Ji Fenghua with a smile. "I appreciate Miss Ji's apology. As for others, there is no need for Miss Ji to mention them, for I truly have not taken them to heart." She had anticipated that Jiang Si would be filled with resentment and braced herself for blame, yet she was taken aback by the other's calm reaction. Gazing upon the serene and exquisite countenance of the young girl, Ji Fenghua let out a sigh within her heart. Her third brother is indeed quite foolish. "Sister Jiang, please take care," Ji Fenghua called as she watched Jiang Si depart, standing motionless beneath the willow tree. She had ventured out today merely to seek solace. The Duke's residence had always been a haven of affection among elders and harmony among siblings, yet ever since her brother's predicament came to light, everything had changed. Residing in the second courtyard, she had faintly overheard the quarrels between her uncle and aunt, creating an atmosphere of profound oppression that rendered even breathing laborious. Thus, she had taken her maids and servants to escape for a moment, only to unexpectedly encounter the fourth Miss Jiang. Upon meeting Jiang Si, Ji Fenghua found not a moment of relief. Instead, her heart felt heavier. The more she compared, the more she believed her brother's judgment to be clouded. With a nod, Ji Fenghua allowed her maids to escort her to the azure canopy carriage parked nearby. The willow embankment soon returned to tranquility, countless tendrils caressing the water's surface, disturbing the reflections of graceful figures dancing upon the water. She pondered for a moment before making her way to Ji Chongyi. Having fallen into the water and caught a chill, Ji Chongyi had yet to fully recover, and upon entering the room, one could immediately detect the strong scent of medicine. "My sister has arrived." As soon as Ji Fenghua stepped inside, Ji Chongyi broke into a smile. Among the two branches of the Duke's residence, Ji Fenghua was the only girl, and despite their cousin relationship, Ji Chongyi treated her with the affection of a beloved sister. Is third brother feeling better? In Ji Chongyi's presence, Ji Fanghua felt at ease, gracefully taking a seat opposite him. Much better. Ji Chongyi pushed a plate of sunflower seeds towards Ji Fanghua. Sister, try the preserved fruits. The flavor of the green plums is delightful. Ji Fanghua picked up a plum and took a bite, displaying a hint of distraction. Sister, do you have something on your mind? Sensing her unusual demeanor, Ji Chongyi inquired with concern. Ji Fanghua cast a glance at Ji Chongyi, internally grappling with her thoughts before she could not refrain from asking, Third brother, are you truly going to marry Qiaonyang? Ji Chongyi was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow slightly. Qiaonyang and I share mutual affection, and our parents have given their approval. Why do you ask this? But third brother, do you not think that Qiaonyang is unsuitable for our family? Sister, Qiaonyang is a good girl, and her humble origins are not her fault. Soon, she will be your third sister-in-law, and I hope you can get along with her rather than look down upon her background. Ji Fanghua, feeling wronged, pressed her lips together. Third brother, how can you say that about me? The disparity in our backgrounds is an unalterable truth. Does it cease to exist simply because I choose not to speak of it? What does this have to do with my regard for others? Enough, sister. I do not wish to discuss this matter with you. A wave of irritation washed over Ji Chongyi. In his pursuit of being with Qiaonyang, he had endured excessive pressure from his elders, leaving him with little patience to deal with others. However, upon encountering Miss Jiang Si today, Ji Chongyi's brow furrowed even deeper. Did my sister hear any idle gossip from Miss Jiang Si? Ji Fanghua tossed the picked plum into the box and rose, saying, Third brother, do not make baseless conjectures. Miss Jiang Si said nothing. I merely believe she is a remarkable person. Where did you come across Miss Jiang Si? Ji Chongyi inquired, his displeasure evident. By chance, while strolling along the willow embankment, she replied. Ji Chongyi scoffed, Sister, you are truly naive. Reflect upon it. Such coincidences are scarcely found in this world. Ji Fanghua, now irritated, retorted with a cold laugh, Third brother, have you lost your senses? You and Miss Jiang Si have already broken off your engagement. Is there a royal succession in our family that would cause her to deliberately encounter you and your cousin? Fanghua, you have lost your mind. How dare you utter such words? Ji Chongyi exclaimed, coughing in his agitation. Seeing this, Ji Fanghua abandoned her intention to argue further. With a stamp of her foot, she declared, Very well, third brother is bewitched and will not awaken from this delusion anytime soon. I can only hope you do not come to regret it later. With that, she lifted her skirts and dashed away, while Ji Chongyi, still coughing, pounded his fist on the table. All he desired was to be with the one he loved. Why was it so difficult? Chapter 23. A displeasure from the second madam in the residence of the Ber family. Mealtimes followed a set routine. The young ladies were served 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a dessert for their main meals. Ah Qiao meticulously arranged the dishes from the food box: a dish of mushroom-stewed chicken, a serving of kung pao rabbit, a stir-fried bok choy, and a cold salad of shredded wood ear mushrooms. The soup was a 3-flavor broth, and the dessert was a delightfully shaped roll. What is this? Why are there only 2 chicken heads in the mushroom stew? Amon exclaimed, her expression darkening as she pointed at the dish. Jiang Si, having washed her hands, paused with her chopsticks and began to savor the roll slowly, not touching the 4 dishes and soup at all. My dear, although the mushroom-stewed chicken is unpalatable, the other 3 dishes appear quite appetizing. You should indulge a little, Ah Qiao advised. The 3-flavor broth is overly salty, the kung pao rabbit is excessively sweet, the stir-fried bok choy is still undercooked, and as for the cold wood ear salad, Jiang Si remarked, delicately picking at the evenly sliced wood ear mushrooms with her chopsticks, there's too much mustard added. I fear a single bite might bring forth tears. My lady, how do you know? Ah Qiao stared in disbelief at the seemingly exquisite dishes. Amon, being impetuous, immediately grabbed her chopsticks to sample each dish. Upon tasting the cold wood ear salad, she quickly spat it out, her eyes brimming with tears. Indeed, as you said, has the kitchen changed its chef today? Jiang Si set down her chopsticks and smiled. It is not that the chef has changed, but rather that we at Haidang residence have received special treatment from the chef. Are you implying they did this on purpose? Ah Qiao inquired. Jiang Si chuckled lightly. How outrageous. I shall confront the chef, Amon declared angrily as she stormed out. Ah Qiao seized her arm. Do not act impulsively. The chef likely does not possess such audacity. Jiang Si nodded in approval. Our Ah Qiao is truly clever. Ah Qiao's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. My dear, how can you still jest at a time like this? The second mistress has been the housekeeper for many years, and all the servants of the estate strive to please her. If she intends to make things difficult for you, your future will surely be bleak." A man was seething with rage. "Let the maid inform the master. He dotes on you, and once he learns of this, he will undoubtedly avenge you." Those with malicious intent. If the first mistress were still here, the second mistress would not dare to act so. Now they bully our young lady simply because she has lost her mother. A Qiao suddenly pulled a man back. "A man, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Is it really worth discussing so fervently over such trivial matters?" Jiang Si smiled sweetly, devoid of any anger. "My lady, shall we simply tolerate this?" A man stamped her foot in frustration. "My father used to say, a gentle horse is often ridden, and a kind person is frequently taken advantage of. If we endure this once, we must continue to endure, and if we become subservient, no one will care for us." Jiang Si chuckled lightly. Uncle John's words may be coarse, but they hold truth. Noticing Jiang Si's nonchalant demeanor, a man glanced around and suddenly lowered her voice. "Why not have the maid ensnare the cook in a sack and give her a good beating? I assure you, no one will catch wind of it." A man's father was a companion to Jiang Anqing and was skilled in martial arts. Since childhood, a man had practiced with her father and given her current abilities. She could easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary men. That merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the problem. Jiang Si patted a man's arm, smiling. "A Qiao, please gather these untouched dishes into a container before discarding them. A man, there are items I need you to purchase this afternoon. I shall write a list for you shortly." Amon still had more to say, but was drawn out by a Qiao. Standing beneath the eaves, Amon exclaimed in frustration, "Is this truly how it ends?" A Qiao glanced towards the door and replied softly, "What is the rush? The young lady surely has her own plans." Amon was taken aback. She recalled the day when the young lady, once melancholy for days, suddenly radiated determination in her eyes and resolutely declared, "I wish to break off the engagement. Amon, assist me." She eagerly nodded, though anxiety gnawed at her heart. Yet now, the young lady had successfully extricated herself from the engagement, leaving the Duke of An's household with naught but discontent. "You are right. She must have a strategy." A smile finally graced Amon's face. Jiang Si made her way to the study, where she took up her pen to draft a list. Once she procured all the items on the list, she could begin concocting the medicines, which would be the foundation of her future sustenance. As for the petty schemes of the second madam, they didn't even warrant a flicker of her brow, let alone her concern. A Qiao returned from the large kitchen with dinner, which, as usual, comprised 4 dishes, a soup, and a dessert. This time, however, the meal was less than appetizing. One of the lotus dumplings was mostly burnt. Jiang Si's keen sense of smell detected the overpowering scent of char packing the meal into a food box. She included the leftovers from noon and said, "Come with me to Xian Hall to pay respects to the old matriarch." Jiang Si, determined to avoid further tormenting her stomach the following day, aimed for a swift resolution. Old Lady Feng relished the feeling of her descendants paying their respects. But given her age, enduring this ritual twice a day had begun to wear on her, leading her to excuse the evening's visit. At this moment, a maid announced the arrival of the 4th young lady to pay her respects, although old Madame Feng initially had no intention of meeting her. A strange impulse led her to recall that Jiang Si had shared the same dream as her, and thus she nodded for the girl to enter. The granddaughter offered her greetings, inquiring if her grandmother had enjoyed her dinner. Jiang Si performed her salutations with utmost decorum, leaving no room for criticism in her demeanor. "At my age, no matter how splendid the meal, my appetite has waned, unlike the youthful vigor you possess," old Madame Feng sighed, gently rubbing her left eye. For reasons unknown, the sight of Jiang Si reminded her of that dream, and the mere thought seemed to incite a pang in her left eye. Seizing the opportunity of her greeting, the granddaughter expressed her desire to discuss a matter with her grandmother. "Is there not something that can wait until tomorrow?" Jiang Si smiled gently. "I cannot defer until morning." "Oh." Old Madame Feng narrowed her eyes, suddenly attentive. "Does my granddaughter recall that after her mother's passing, half of the dowry was taken away by her elder sister upon marriage?" Old Madame Feng's gaze turned sharp, akin to a knife, fixed upon Jiang Si. According to her wishes, the dowry of the Su family should be divided, with half allocated to Jiang Zhan and the remaining half split between the 2 granddaughters. However, her eldest son disagreed, insisting that a respectable man should not take his mother's dowry, adamantly insisting that it be equally divided between the 2 daughters instead. This had caused her considerable distress for several days. "What is the meaning of the 4th young lady bringing this up?" Jiang Si, now of age, expressed her desire to learn how to manage her own dowry, resolutely meeting old Madame Feng's piercing gaze. Despite old Madame Feng's efforts to conceal her emotions, Jiang Si discerned a fleeting stiffness in her expression upon mentioning the request for the dowry. Jiang Si's mother, Su, had passed away many years ago, and the key to her dowry had long been held by the elderly Lady Feng. Although she had previously declared her intention to release the dowry when the 3 children of the main branch married, Jiang Si understood that requesting it prematurely would be akin to extracting flesh from Lady Feng. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Changxing, Su's dowry was substantial. While there were accounts for the income from the shops and estates, the prospect of generating wealth from the tangible silver was exceedingly simple. Naturally, the profits would not be accounted for as part of Su's dowry, and their fate was all too evident. Despite having reached the age of maturity, Jiang Si had not been trained in financial management, making the oversight of the dowry a formidable task. Her words left Lady Feng momentarily taken aback, and her tone grew increasingly frosty. Yet, Jiang Si maintained her cheerful demeanor. It was precisely because managing a dowry was no trifling matter that her granddaughter wished to commence her education in the subject now. Previously, her granddaughter had been betrothed to the 3rd son of the Duke of An, who, being the youngest, had a wife whose management skills were not particularly impressive. However, that engagement had now fallen through, leaving uncertainty about whom she might marry in the future. Addressing the matter of marriage without a hint of embarrassment, Jiang Si scrutinized Lady Feng's expression and continued, should her granddaughter end up married to a firstborn son without even a modicum of household management skills, it would surely become a subject of ridicule. While it might not be a significant issue for her granddaughter to be the subject of a few jokes, the implication that their household failed to educate young ladies would be a grave blemish on her reputation. Upon hearing Jiang Si's remarks, Lady Feng's expression shifted intriguingly. It was the first time she had realized that her granddaughter possessed such eloquence and persuasive reasoning, and, rather inconveniently, there was a measure of truth in her words. However, the union between the Bo family and the Gong family has already fallen through, and for the next year or two, it seems unlikely that Jiang Si will have the opportunity to marry, given such an extended period. The prospect of a substantial dowry being placed in Jiang Si's hands is something that old Madame Feng would be reluctant to concede. After a moment of contemplation, old Madame Feng remarked, "It is commendable that you can think this way, but one must take things step by step. One cannot expect to accomplish everything at once. Here's what we shall do. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany your second aunt and observe how she manages household affairs. After 10 days to half a month of learning, I will have your second aunt assign you a task. As for managing the dowry, you should first become familiar with these responsibilities. You will need to understand the sewing room, then the procurement of supplies, and after that, the nuances of social interactions. There is much for you to grasp, and by the time you have mastered all these aspects, a year or 2 will have passed. Should it come to pass that you marry successfully in a year or 2, rest assured, I will not tarnish my reputation by misappropriating your mother's dowry. It will be delivered to you intact." Jiang Si listened to old Madame Feng's words with visible conflict, yet ultimately shook her head, declaring, "Grandmother, I wish to receive the dowry left by my mother." Old Madame Feng's expression darkened. "Fourth girl, I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Have you not understood? Do you truly believe that I would pilfer what your mother bequeathed to you?" "Of course, I would never think such a thing," Jiang Si replied. Old Madame Feng's demeanor softened. "Then it is settled. You shall proceed as I have advised. I would never harm you." "But, grandmother, I require funds," Jiang Si insisted. "Your cosmetics and seasonal garments are supplied by the household, and you receive a monthly allowance. Is that not sufficient? I wish to set up a small kitchen and cook for myself in the future." Jiang Si expressed her desire. "Nonsense." Upon hearing this, the venerable Lady Feng was immediately incensed, realizing that the young girl had been causing a ruckus solely due to her spoiled demeanor. Lady Feng's maid, standing discreetly beside her, subtly curled her lip in disdain. In the entire Marquis, only the possessed a small kitchen, and even the second madam lacked such a luxury. Yet, the 4th young lady insisted on having a small kitchen. Indeed, it was evident that a girl without maternal guidance was utterly oblivious to propriety. The head maid, Axi, exchanged knowing glances with Afu, sensing that the 4th young lady was destined for misfortune. Jiang Si remained unfazed by Lady Feng's ire, her tone nonchalant as she declared, "I would not dare to be reckless, grandmother. However, without a small kitchen, I fear starvation looms, and thus I have come to implore you for assistance in this matter." What utter nonsense is this? To speak of life and death over the desire for a small kitchen. What would others think if this were to be spread? Lady Feng rebuked sharply. Amon, Xiao, bring in the food boxes. Soon, the curtain was lifted, and Amon and Xiao entered, one after the other. Each maid bore a food box, and, upon reaching Lady Feng, knelt in respectful greeting. Lady Feng, disinterested in further conversation with the maids, fixed a cold gaze upon Jiang Si. Present the dishes for my inspection, she commanded. Amon and Xiao swiftly extracted the dishes from the boxes, filling the table with an array of culinary offerings. This is for lunch, and this is for dinner. Grandmother may have someone taste them to ascertain whether they are palatable. At last, Jiang Si's smile faded, replaced by a frosty demeanor as she remarked, although the presentation leaves much to be desired, I fail to comprehend how they could be inedible. I observe that these dishes have not been touched. Since they remain untouched, how does Jiang Si presume to declare them unpalatable? Lady Feng furrowed her brow, her gaze lingering on the evening's fare for a moment longer. Jiang Si smiled lightly, stating that it was precisely because the food was difficult to swallow that she refrained from using her chopsticks. If grandmother did not believe her, she could simply have someone taste it. Lady Feng gestured to Axi, who was filled with reluctance, as the head maid serving the old lady. Her meals were no less than those of the young ladies. Who would wish to eat this already cold fare? Yet such thoughts had to remain concealed within her heart. She promptly responded with an affirmative, picking up a clean pair of chopsticks and glancing at the dishes on the table. Perhaps she would sample the cold dishes. After all, they were meant to be served cold, and their flavor would not deviate much. Axie picked up a piece of cold wood ear mushroom and placed it in her mouth. But upon tasting it, she hurriedly spat it into her handkerchief and began to cough. Tears welled in Axie's eyes. It seems they added too much mustard. Afyu, you should try something else. At this moment, Lady Feng had already formed a plan in her mind. Afyu sampled several dishes. Although her reaction was not as pronounced as Axie's, her expression was equally grim as she reported to Lady Feng. The taste is indeed lacking. Those kitchen maids are becoming increasingly devious. Jiang Si remarked. Previously, the food was quite good. Only today, both meals have been like this. Grandmother, why not summon Second Aunt to inquire? Perhaps she has changed the cook without informing you? The young lady delicately lifted her chin, allowing Lady Feng to scrutinize her. Their gazes met, and from the shimmering depths of her eyes, Lady Feng found no trace of retreat. Lady Feng withdrew her assessing gaze and instructed Afyu, go and fetch Second Madam. Jiang Si could not help but curve her lips into a smile. Once, a scoundrel taught her that to persuade others to accept a minor request, one should first present a condition so grand that it is utterly unacceptable to them. Thus, the minor request becomes exceedingly easy to fulfill. This is the principle of asking for an exorbitant price while offering a modest return. Indeed, he was right. Chapter 25. Digging a pit without covering it. Madame Xiao, enveloped in uncertainty, hurriedly made her way from Yaxing courtyard and immediately spotted Jiang Si. At this moment, twilight had not yet fully descended. Although the room was illuminated by lamps, the light remained dim. The young girl turned her gaze and slightly raised the corners of her lips, instantly brightening the entire room. A pang of envy stirred within Madame Xiao. Her husband held the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Imperial Household Affairs, a legitimate fourth-rank official, which was far superior to those noble sons who drew salaries without wielding real power. This was the very reason her daughter was able to marry into the Marquisate. The Longxing Marquisate had never valued the status of a daughter from a noble family, but rather the capabilities and future potential of the master himself. However, a tinge of regret lingered in Madame Zhao's heart. A couple of years ago, the fifth son of the current emperor, Prince Ru, held a selection for a bride. The chosen princess hailed from an ordinary lineage, yet possessed unparalleled beauty. At that time, Qin'er also participated in the selection banquet. Had Qin'er possessed Jiang Si's striking appearance, perhaps she would have been the princess of Ru. No matter how esteemed the Longxing Marquisate may be, it paled in comparison to the position of a princess. Of course, Madame Xiao dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Jiang Qian's marriage was considered a significant accomplishment. If others were to learn of her lingering regrets regarding her daughter's marriage into the Longxing Marquisate, she would undoubtedly face ridicule and scorn. The old lady had yet to rest. Madame Xiao smiled as she greeted old Madame Feng. Jiang Si rose slightly, bowing to Madame Xiao, second aunt. Has the fourth miss come to pay her respects to the old madam? Madame Xiao assumed a benevolent demeanor, suggesting that Lier and Payer ought to learn from the fourth miss. for those two girls had been spoiled by her and showed little understanding of propriety. A fleeting smirk of mockery crossed Jiang Si's lips. The lier and payer mentioned by Madame Xiao referred to the 5th Miss Jiang Li and the 6th Miss Jiang Pei, both daughters of the second branch, yet they were illegitimate. Madame Xiao could easily criticize them, while simultaneously showcasing a motherly affection towards the illegitimate daughters. Old Madame Feng coughed gently, casting a glance over the dishes on the table. Madame Xiao, momentarily taken aback, suppressed her surprise and remarked, "Did she imply to old Lu in the kitchen this morning that Jiang Si would come to lodge a complaint this evening?" Madame Xiao could not help but cast a glance at Jiang Si. The young girl's expression remained serene, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Madame Xiao was incredulous. She had always been in charge of the household, and Jiang Si, having lost her mother and recently broken off an engagement, dared to act in such a manner. In normal circumstances, a young girl ought to be submissive and compliant. After enduring a few hardships, she would surely come to understand her place and would no longer suggest to old Lu to manipulate the situation. Madame Zhao's demeanor evidently pleased Jiang Si, and the young girl's smile deepened. In her previous life, she had been one to excel and cared deeply about her reputation. Had Madame Xiao acted in this manner back then, she would have been reluctant to seek help from her father and brothers. Nor would she wish for her grandmother to look down upon her. Most likely, she would have endured temporarily, seeking a more fitting solution. However, now, if reputation could not afford her a more comfortable existence, it was utterly worthless. No one would be allowed to make her uncomfortable. In order for the second aunt to be informed, "This is the lunch and dinner sent to Haitang residents," Jiang Si said with a cold expression. "What is wrong with this meal?" Xiao asked, feigning ignorance. "It is difficult to swallow," Jiang Si replied candidly. "Ah Fu and Nashi have both tasted it. If the second aunt does not believe it, she may try it herself." Zhao's expression changed. "Fourth Miss, your words are quite distressing for the aunt. If the fourth Miss is dissatisfied with her meal, she can simply inform the aunt, who will surely reprimand the cook to appease the fourth Mississippi." "How does the second aunt intend to punish the cook?" Jiang Si smiled sweetly. "I recall that the kitchen is overseen by old Lady Lu, correct?" Zhao's prior change of expression was merely an act. Now, her face truly paled as she held a polite smile and countered. "How does the fourth Miss wish for the aunt to discipline the cook, with such a lowly stance from someone of her seniority?" If Jiang Si were to be overly assertive, it would not bode well for her with the matriarch, and word would spread that the fourth Miss was unkind and troublesome to the servants. Jiang Si pointed at the table full of dishes and chuckled coldly. If one dish is poorly prepared, it may be a mere mishap. Yet, all 4 dishes and the soup are inedible. If one meal is poorly made, perhaps the cook was not fully awake. Yet, both meals are thus. Jiang Si looked at Xiao with a smile that was neither wholly a smile nor entirely devoid of it. If one were to misunderstand, it might be thought that the second aunt had spoken ill of the kitchen, hence the cook prepared such unsatisfactory meals to trouble her niece. Zhao's composure completely crumbled. "Fourth Miss, such words truly sadden the aunt. Have I not been managing the household for quite some time? Is this the kind of person I am? Why the urgency, aunt? Did I not mention that only those who cannot discern right from wrong would give rise to such misunderstandings? Surely, you do not believe that your niece lacks discernment." "Of course not." Xiao forced a smile. Jiang Si threw out questions one after another, her candor and lack of pretense leaving Xiao, who was accustomed to speaking in veiled terms, at a loss. With a serious expression, Jiang Si continued, "Since you are unaware of the kitchen's affairs, it appears that Aunt Lu has deceived you, attempting to take advantage of someone like me, who has been motherless since childhood. How should Aunt feel such a servant ought to be punished to serve as a warning to others?" Xiao hesitated for a moment. Since Aunt Lu had been derelict in her duties, it would be appropriate for her to be reassigned from the kitchen to the sewing room. Aunt Lu had acted under her instructions, and moving to the sewing room was a significant demotion from managing the kitchen. If the punishment were to be more severe, it could dishearten those who assisted her. A servant who mistreats their master is merely sent to the sewing room? Aunt truly possesses a kind heart. However, one wonders what would happen if Aunt Lu had bullied second sister. Jiang Si queried without restraint. Xiao never anticipated Jiang Si would be so forthright. Maintaining a facade of composure, Aunt Lu has served in the grand kitchen for many years and has always conducted herself appropriately. Even if this were to happen to your second sister, one cannot completely extinguish the old servant's means of livelihood. It would be disheartening. After all, Qian has long since married and would certainly not encounter such a situation. Jiang Si frowned. "You are correct, Aunt. How could someone who has managed the kitchen so adeptly for years suddenly become confused? It appears that the situation is not merely one of a subordinate bullying a superior. Upon hearing this, the expression on Madame Xiao's face darkened even further. It must indeed be a case of a subordinate overstepping their bounds. Otherwise, it would imply that she had instigated the matter. As her countenance fluctuated, Jiang Si knelt before the old matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, you are the wisest among us. Might you offer your granddaughter some guidance?" What could have prompted this sudden uproar from old Lu? What else could it be? Surely, that old servant has been blinded by greed. Madame Xiao interjected hastily, resolved to discard old Lu as a pawn. The fourth young lady is correct. A servant who oversteps their authority cannot be tolerated. Let her and her family go to the outskirts of the capital to toil in the fields. What do you think? Fourth young lady? Jiang Si nodded reluctantly. Since my second aunt has spoken thus, I shall let it go. After all, old Lu has a family to support. Madame Xiao could only muster a hollow laugh. "Isn't it you who is denying them a means of survival, you sharp-tongued wretch?" Jiang Si gracefully saluted the old matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, I shall not disturb your rest any longer." With a slight nod, Aman and Xiao promptly cleared the table of all the dishes. Seeing that Jiang Si no longer pressed the matter of her dowry, the old matriarch was eager for her departure, quickly nodding, "You may go." With that, she strode away. The old matriarch cast a cold glance at Madame Xiao, her expression unfriendly. A sudden jolt of unease pierced Madame Xiao's heart. That wretched girl Jiang Si had left her a pitfall as she departed. Chapter 26. Embarrassment. The old matriarch regarded the second Madame Xiao, her demeanor shifting between shades of displeasure and contemplation. Has this daughter-in-law, having managed the household for so long, forgotten who truly holds the reins of power in the estate? That her hand has extended even to the compassion hall? The words spoken by Jiang Si before her departure ignited a fury within the old matriarch, Lady Feng. It was evident that Jiang Si's altercation with Jiang Qian at the Cixin Hall had reached the ears of the Xiao family, prompting them to confront Jiang Si with a display of displeasure. Despite Jiang Qian's absence from Yaxing Courtyard, Xiao's visit to Jiang Si clearly indicated her thorough awareness of the events transpiring at Cixin Hall. For someone like Lady Feng, who possessed an unyielding desire for control, such insubordination was utterly intolerable. The more she contemplated the situation, the more her anger escalated, leading her to hurl tea onto Xiao's face. Gritting her teeth as she declared, "I am still alive." The tea, having cooled to a moderate temperature, was not scalding, yet for someone of Xiao's age, and after years of managing the household, the sight of tea streaming down her face, with tea leaves clinging to her cheeks and hair, was mortifying enough to make her feel as though she were ablaze, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. "Lady, your words leave me utterly humiliated. I am at a loss as to where I have erred to provoke such wrath." As Lady Feng regained her composure, the sight of the disheveled Xiao softened a portion of her ire, leaving her with a tinge of regret. Perhaps her reaction had been excessive. After all, Xiao was responsible for the household, and for the sake of her two grandsons, she ought to afford her some dignity. "Please, rest well, my lady. I shall take my leave now." Once Xiao departed, the vast Cixin Hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Lady Feng cast a sweeping glance at Mama Feng and the others, remaining silent. The oppressive atmosphere rendered Mama Feng and the others unable to lift their heads, beads of sweat discreetly soaking through their garments. Mama Feng took the lead in kneeling, followed closely by a Fu and a Shi, who also knelt in submission. As for the other maids and servants, they are kneeling outside and are unworthy of entering. Now, pray tell, who has been so indiscreet? The matriarch, Lady Feng, reached for her teacup, only to remember halfway that the tea had already been splashed onto Madame Zhao's face, causing her expression to darken further. She took a sip from the cup, her fury boiling within. Nevertheless, she felt a certain satisfaction with Ah Fu's keen observation. No one wishes to confess. Lady Feng took another sip, her tone now devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, the more composed she appeared, the more the kneeling servants felt a chill in their hearts. Finally, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Ashi bowed fervently, exclaiming, "It was I." I spoke out of turn. Recognizing her as one of the senior maids, Lady Feng tightened her lips, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the prostrating Ashi, remaining silent. In a brief span, Ashi had already disheveled her hair from the fervent bowing. After second miss left, a little maid from Yaxing Courtyard approached me to converse. I thought, given second madam's maternal affection towards second miss, I could not help but speak a few extra words. I acknowledge my transgression, lady. Had I known it would lead to such a grave matter, I would not have dared utter a single word, even if it meant my death. She continued to bang her head against the ground, her fair and delicate forehead now bruised. I truly recognize my mistake. I beseech the lady to forgive me. I shall never dare again. That is enough. Lady Feng uttered these 2 words, causing Ashi to freeze in place. Her body tensed with trepidation as she gazed at her. From tomorrow onward, you shall work in the sewing room. As Axie sat on the floor, her forehead a gruesome sight, old Lady Feng's heart softened momentarily, dispelling her earlier inclination to expel her from the estate. Thank you, old lady. Axie was engulfed in despair, having fallen from the esteemed position of the head maid of Cixin Hall to a mere seamstress in the needlework room. The magnitude of this blow made her wish for nothing more than to perish instantly, to escape the agony. Noticing Axie's troubled expression, Afu, recalling their shared childhood, hastily urged, Old lady, allow me to take Axie below to tidy yourself up. Go on, replied old lady Feng coldly, wearied from the commotion. Feng mama. It is your responsibility to discipline these individuals. Anyone who dares to speak out of turn again shall be expelled from the estate. That night, the servants of Cixin Hall seemed to have collectively fallen silent, too afraid to utter a sound. The atmosphere in Yashin Garden was equally dismal. What on earth is happening? Elder Jiang too entered to find no space to stand, his brow furrowing in confusion. Xiao Shi, feeling both embarrassed and wronged, dismissed the servants and explained the situation. Foolishness. Elder Jiang too exclaimed upon hearing her account. As an aunt, how can you hold your niece accountable for such trivial matters? Does it bring you any honor to have this spread about? Xiao Shi felt a burning shame, seething. Who would have thought Jiang Si would so disregard decorum? Openly challenging me. In other households, stepmothers and legitimate mothers often manipulate their stepdaughters or the legitimate daughters left behind. Isn't it common to exert control over others in such minor issues? Who among those manipulated dared to protest? Why is it that when it comes to her, it becomes unacceptable? Do not be so indignant. Do you truly think the 4th young lady is easy to handle? In earlier times, she was engaged to a promising match, naturally cherishing her reputation. However, the present circumstances differ vastly. How so? She has adopted a reckless abandon. Regarding Jiang Si, Master Jiang, her elder, was equally in a foul mood. He had not forgotten the incident where his niece had left him speechless in front of the storeroom. Mrs. Xiao, trembling with indignation, was about to speak again when Master Jiang coldly interjected. In any case, that girl has nothing to lose now, so keep your distance from her. After uttering these words, he cast a glance at his aging wife, whose complexion was more sallow than the tea leaves clinging to her hair, truly a pallid matron. He had no desire to linger, so he turned and made his way to the western courtyard. Mrs. Xiao, having received no words of comfort from her husband, was instead met with a tirade. She watched helplessly as her man retreated to his concubine, trembling with rage. With a quick glance, she summoned her trusted maid and whispered a few instructions. The maid nodded and quietly slipped away. Jiang Si smiled faintly. It is simply that she desires nothing, and thus stands firm. With no wishes to fulfill, she could naturally employ the dowry left by her mother to counter her grandmother's exorbitant demands. Her grandmother, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to profit from her mother's dowry, could only observe in silence as Jiang Si confronted her second aunt. As for her second aunt, she mistakenly believed that Jiang Si, being without a mother's protection, would be easily intimidated, assuming her delicate nature would compel her to seek resolution through gentle means. Yet, little did she know that long ago, Jiang Si had comprehended the essential truth. In life, face and dignity are distinct matters. A semblance of respect pales in comparison to living freely, and to live freely is to uphold one's dignity. Sleep now, for tomorrow promises a spectacle worth witnessing. Jiang Si signaled for a man and a Qiao to assist her with her morning ablutions. A man and a Qiao exchanged glances, both silently pondering what excitement the following day would bring. Chapter 27. A farce. A man and a Qiao were preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow's anticipated commotion, resulting in a restless night that left them with dark circles beneath their eyes. In contrast, Jiang Si appeared invigorated, having tidied herself with meticulous care as she made her way to Cixin Hall to pay her respects. Old Lady Feng also suffered from a night of poor sleep. As one ages, sleep tends to be more elusive, and the weight of troubling thoughts only exacerbates this. Ever since she had that dream, a dull ache lingered in her left eye. Upon seeing Jiang Si's rosy cheeks, reminiscent of dew-kissed roses, A wave of discomfort washed over old Lady Feng. Had it not been for the ruckus caused by this girl the previous night, she surely would not have spent the entire night tossing and turning like a pancake. A mere young maid now dared to negotiate terms using her dowry. What chaos would ensue in the future? Madame Xiao, the second wife, arrived with her 2 illegitimate daughters even earlier than Jiang Si. Witnessing Jiang Si's radiant beauty only deepened her displeasure. But the memory of sending a trusted maid to convey a message to old Lady Lu made her smile return. Soon, there would be quite a spectacle to behold, and she was eager to see how Jiang Si would navigate her way out of it. All right, everyone disperse, old Lady Feng declared as she served tea. Madame Xiao led 5th Miss Jiang Li and 6th Miss Jiang Pei in their departure, while 3rd Madame Gua and 3rd Miss Jiang Qiao also rose to take their leave. The group gradually made their way out, with Jiang Si, being the daughter of the main household, yet a younger generation, naturally following behind. Suddenly, the young lady walking beside 3rd Madame Gua turned her head, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Si in a somewhat provocative manner. Jiang Si regarded Jiang Qiao with a secret sigh. The Dongpingbo mansion is divided into 3 households. Jiang Samawai, a son born out of wedlock, leads a rather unassuming life. His wife, the 3rd Madame Gua, also speaks little in public as the secondary daughter-in-law. However, their daughter, Jiang Qiao, is a lively and talkative girl. This is not surprising, for although Jiang Samawai is a child of lesser status, he has only 1 son and 1 daughter, and Jiang Qiao has been raised in an environment of indulgence. Yet, despite her pampered upbringing, Jiang Qiao has always been at odds with Jiang Si. Among the 6 young ladies of the mansion, 2 are of the same age, with Jiang Qiao being a few months older than Jiang Si. It is quite common for children of similar ages to vie for attention, but their rift stems from a marriage proposal involving the Ongwagong mansion. Initially, during a calamity, the Ongwagong was rescued by Jiang Anqing and Jiang Samawai. Subsequently, when the Ongwagong mansion sought to betroth the daughter from the Dongpingbo mansion, it was Jiang Si who received the proposal. Naturally, Jiang Qiao, being the elder by several months, felt ill at ease with this arrangement. At that time, Jiang Si was sensitive to criticism and often retorted sharply, once stating, "Who told you that your father isn't a lord?" This remark shattered any semblance of civility between them. From that point on, Jiang Qiao no longer bothered to maintain even a superficial cordiality with Jiang Si. However, Jiang Si had never forgotten this incident. After marrying into the Ongwagong mansion, she became a widow within a year, enduring countless whispers and rumors, fully prepared for Jiang Qiao to revel in her misfortune. To her surprise, the usually aloof Jiang Qiao embraced her. Reflecting on these events, Jiang Si smiled brightly at Jiang Qiao, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Was it possible for the haughty Jiang Si to smile at her? Not a smirk, nor a sneer, but a genuine smile? Surely, something was amiss. A throng of people exited the Cixin Hall, when suddenly, a figure dashed towards them. The events unfolded with such suddenness that everyone stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for action. The shadow approached Jiang Si, and a man, who was trailing behind her, swiftly delivered a kick, landing gracefully. In an instant, the figure collapsed at Jiang Si's feet, pressing its face against the ground, beseeching, "Fourth Miss, I implore you to show mercy and grant my family a chance at life. I shall bow before you." It was only then that the onlookers discerned that the shadow was none other than Lady Lu, with the members of the 3rd household present. The glances directed at Jiang Si became laden with significance. There exists no wall impervious to whispers. The commotion caused by Jiang Si the previous night had sent ripples throughout the household. Jiang Si regarded Lady Lu, kneeling at her feet in supplication, with an unyielding silence. "Fourth Miss, I am but an old servant, my judgment clouded in folly. I beseech your magnanimity. Let me be dismissed as if I were nothing but a fleeting breeze. I acknowledge my error and vow never to offend again." Lady Lu raised her hands to strike her own face, quickly rendering her aged visage akin to a doughy pancake. Aside from those who had recently emerged from the Compassion Hall, the passing servants paused to witness the spectacle, murmuring amongst themselves. Lady Lu indeed evoked a tinge of pity. Indeed, although she had erred, the expulsion of her entire family to the countryside was exceedingly harsh. The servants, inherently a collective, felt a sense of shared suffering upon observing the plight of Lady Lu's family, regardless of her past demeanor. "Should you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall tear your mouths asunder," a man declared vehemently. In that moment, a fleeting glimmer of amusement crossed the eyes of second Madame Xiao. As the pent-up frustrations of the night began to find release, The uproar created by Lu Posey, regardless of the reasons behind it, would inevitably tarnish Jiang Si's reputation among the servants, leaving her with an indelible mark of harshness. Once this infamy spread, the prospect of a favorable marriage would be forever lost to her. What could be a more effective retaliation than severing a young woman's chances for a good match? Lu Posey's cries reverberated through the air, prompting even the maids of Cixin Hall to lean out and observe. A Fu hurried outside to gather information, and soon returned with hurried steps to report. Lu Posey had inexplicably come running, weeping as she pleaded for the fourth young lady's mercy. Old Madame Feng pondered for a moment before extending her hand, saying, "Assist me in going to take a look." "Madam, the old madam has emerged," whispered a servant standing beside second Madame Xiao. Zhao's brow twitched slightly. It was fortuitous that the old madam had come out. Witnessing this farce would surely deepen her disdain for that wretched girl, Jiang Si. Upon noticing old Madame Feng's appearance, Lu Posey quickly glanced at Xiao, who imperceptibly nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Lu Posey sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Since the fourth young lady refuses to forgive this old servant, I shall repay my sins with my life. I only hope the fourth young lady will spare my family." As she spoke, she bowed her head and charged towards the courtyard wall. A collective gasp erupted as many closed their eyes, anticipating a horrific scream. Yet, instead of the expected outcry, an eerie silence ensued. When the onlookers opened their eyes, they beheld a man stepping on the hem of Lu Posey's skirt, causing her to crawl awkwardly on the ground, revealing her tattered undergarment. The laughter of the crowd grew even louder. A man, still keeping her foot planted firmly, looked down at Lu Posey with a cold smile, saying, "If you wish to die, could you not find a crooked tree to do it discreetly? You shall be responsible for frightening our young lady." That wretched scoundrel. No wonder the young lady warned to keep a vigilant eye on him. He has indeed caused a commotion. Chapter 28. Just don't let me hear it. In the midst of a bustling crowd, her skirt was torn away, revealing undergarments with unsightly holes. Even the ever-unflappable Lu Posey could not withstand the humiliation and hurriedly reached down to reclaim her dress from beneath A Man's feet. A Man remained resolute, refusing to lift her foot, and with a sharp rip, the ochre skirt was torn into two. Laughter erupted immediately. "What a disgrace! What a disgrace!" Lady Feng's face turned a deep shade of anger. Jiang Si cast not a glance at Lu Posey, instead stepping over her to stand before Second Aunt Xiao. Her expression grave. If Second Aunt cannot even subdue such an insolent servant, perhaps it is best not to manage the household at all. "What did you say?" Xiao was utterly taken aback by Jiang Si's candor, momentarily rendered speechless. The laughter ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to Jiang Si. It was Second Aunt who had declared before grandmother to send Lu Posey and her family to the estate, yet here they were, still lingering in the residence. And Lu Posey had the audacity to barge in and create a scene. Fortunately, we had already paid our respects to grandmother upon exiting the Cixin Hall. Had we done so even a moment earlier, would Lu Posey have stormed into the hall itself? Jiang Si glanced at Lady Feng, a cold smirk playing at her lips. Just now, Lu Posey resorted to threats of self-harm. Had she intruded upon the Cixin Hall and my maid had not intervened in time, would there not have been bloodshed within its sacred confines? Would grandmother still be able to reside there afterward? Upon hearing this, Lady Feng's countenance grew increasingly grim, while Xiao nearly gasped for breath. The audacity of Jiang Si is truly remarkable. She shows no regard for her dignity in front of so many people. Second Aunt, you have been a steward for many years, yet now you wish to dismiss someone and have caused such a disturbance. Your niece can only conclude that you have been excessively indulgent towards the troublesome servants, to the point that they regard your commands as mere whispers in the wind. That is not the case, Xiao Shi began to explain, but Jiang Si would not grant her the opportunity. She knelt before old Madame Feng, saying, "Grandmother, if the servants in the household emulate this behavior and, dissatisfied with their master's reprimands, come to their superiors seeking death, would the Duke's residence not descend into chaos? Today, Lu Posey threatens me with death. Tomorrow, Zhang Posey or Wang Posey might do the same to other sisters, or even to Second Aunt, Third Aunt, or you, Grandmother. What reputation would our family have left?" The girl's voice was crisp, like pearls cascading onto a jade platter. Her words drained the color from old Madame Feng's face, and her gaze towards Xiao Shi grew increasingly hostile. "Old Madam, what did I say yesterday? Xiao Shi, are you incapable of handling such a simple matter? Should I be compelled to expel her myself?" Old Madame Feng pointed at Lu Posey. Xiao Shi's heart sank. realizing that Jiang Si had taken the initiative and gained the upper hand. It was not the moment to escalate the situation further, so she immediately shouted at Lu Posey, "You wretched old servant, what are you still doing here? Hurry and get back to the estate." Lu Posey, already terrified, bowed to old Madame Fong and quickly lifted her skirts to flee from this place of contention. "Wait a moment," Jiang Si spoke coldly. "Does the fourth young lady have further business?" At the sound of Jiang Si's voice, Xiao Shi felt a prickling unease at the back of her neck. To threaten one's master with death, only to face no repercussions thereafter, is indeed a testament to how benevolent the second aunt is, which explains her inability to subdue such a cunning servant. The niece can already foresee that once this cunning servant steps beyond the gates of the manor, she will trample upon the niece's reputation without an ounce of trepidation. "Let us see who dares," Lady Fong exclaimed coldly, her gaze slicing through the crowd like a blade. Those who met her eyes instinctively lowered their heads. "Lu, heed my words. Should you allow even a whisper of the manor's affairs to escape at the village, your family shall no longer have a place there." The old servant knelt, trembling. I dare not, I dare not." Bowing her head in apology, she could not help but harbor resentment towards the second mistress, Madame Xiao. The second mistress had assured her that today's uproar would surely tarnish the reputation of the fourth young lady, and upon reaching the village, she would receive ample rewards. However, with the old lady's command, not only could she not speak ill of the fourth young lady, but she must also remain vigilant, for if others were to gossip, she would be in dire straits. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have preferred to quietly retreat to the village. "And you all, should anyone dare to discuss this matter henceforth, take them directly to the yard," Lady Feng commanded. "We dare not," the maidens replied. "Now disperse. Jiang Si, you remain." The crowd, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited. Jiang Xiao turned her head, curiously glancing at Jiang Si. It must be said that compared to their usual banter, Jiang Si's boldness in confronting the second aunt today was indeed impressive. "Shower, let us go," whispered the third mistress, Madame Gua, as she discreetly tugged at Jiang Xiao. "What is grandmother's command?" Jiang Si inquired with a calm demeanor. Madame Fong scrutinized Jiang Si with a cold demeanor, stating, "Jiang Si, you must remember that a young lady should not be overly articulate." She was neither deaf nor blind. It was evident that her granddaughter had clashed with the Xiao family. She was indifferent to Jiang Si's antics, for the prospects of a girl who had been jilted were limited. However, if this behavior tarnished the reputation of her other granddaughters, it would be intolerable. "Rest assured, grandmother, I shall remember," Jiang Si replied, seemingly oblivious to Madame Feng's discontent, offering her a sweet smile. "You may leave now." Madame Feng found Jiang Si's smile irksome and waved her hand in dismissal. A granddaughter who had become a mere shadow of her former self required no further concern, as long as she did not create a scene. As for the Xiao family, after managing the household for so long, it was time for someone to face a setback. "Your granddaughter takes her leave." "Aunt," Jiang Si greeted the Xiao matriarch with a smile, as if her previous hostility had never occurred. The Xiao matriarch clenched her teeth in frustration. The audacity of that girl was indeed impressive. Does the fourth miss harbor any grievances against her second aunt? "You think too much, aunt. My niece has always been matter of fact. How could she harbor ill feelings towards her elders?" What a matter-of-fact demeanor. Standing outside, the Xiao matriarch maintained a gentle smile, yet her words were far from kind. "My sister-in-law departed early. As an aunt, I cannot stand by and watch the fourth miss stray from the right path. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Dear aunt, the whispers of the world can be fearsome. The most challenging thing to silence is the chatter of people." Although the matriarch had decreed that the servants were not to gossip, was there truly a wall that could block the wind? Would the matriarch send away all the household staff when the time came? Such a notion was evidently implausible. Jiang Si smiled gracefully at Mrs. Xiao, acknowledging her understanding of the principle that the law does not punish the many. However, this was of little concern to her. She was resolute in her intent to seek out her second aunt when the time came. After expressing her thoughts, she elegantly curtsied to Mrs. Xiao, suggesting that her aunt should take in the scenery while she took her leave first. Standing beside the flowering tree, Mrs. Xiao glared at the slender figure of the young girl, her heart aching with frustration. That insufferable girl would undoubtedly receive her due reprimand one day. "As long as it doesn't reach my ears," Jiang Si remarked indifferently. Chapter 29. The swing Jiang Zhan entered, carrying a pile of items. And upon seeing A Man and H Xiao in the courtyard, he cheerfully inquired about their young lady. H Xiao promptly set aside her tasks, replying, "The young lady is inside. I shall inform her at once." Jiang Zhan glanced at the items in his arms and quickly interjected, "No need for that. Allow me to finish setting this up before calling her out." Curious, A-Man and A-Xiao gathered around him. "Oh, a swing!" A-Xiao exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Jiang Zhan surveyed the surroundings and selected 2 suitably spaced hawthorn trees. In no more than a tea's brewing time, he had skillfully assembled the swing, adorning the ropes with colorful ribbons. As he worked, he chuckled. These ribbons not only enhance its appearance but also prevent it from chafing the hands. "Now, who among you would like to try it?" A-Man and A-Xiao, taken aback, hesitated, suppressing their eagerness. "The young lady has yet to sit. How can we try first?" "If I'm offering you the chance, then just do it. No need for so many words," Jiang Zhan replied with mild impatience, thinking that, of course, they needed to test its sturdiness before allowing his sister to play. A-Man is agile. She shall go first. A-Man, come here." Jiang Zhan chuckled as he patted the swing frame. The maid exclaimed, "Let me give it a try for the young lady." A man stepped onto the platform, applying a gentle force with her feet, and soon she was soaring high into the air. "A man, do be careful." A Chow watched in trepidation as a man swung higher and higher, eventually surpassing the wall's height. A man, undeterred, suddenly performed a backflip at the peak of her ascent, executing a graceful somersault before landing securely on the swing frame. A Chow gasped in shock, covering her eyes. Jiang Si, hearing the commotion, emerged from the corridor and peered into the courtyard. "Sister, swinging is truly delightful," a man exclaimed, jumping off the swing, her face flushed with excitement. Jiang Si, hastily approaching while lifting her skirts, remarked, "Second brother, you must be joking. I have never heard of needing to borrow someone for a swing. What if fourth sister, being frail, catches a chill from the wind while swinging? Perhaps it should be taken down. Oh dear, fourth sister's maid is far too reckless. She aims for the heavens with that swing. What if something happens to my sister?" The thought of Jiang Si potentially falling from the swing caused Jiang Zhan to hasten his movements. Jiang Si grasped the colorful ribbons tied to the ropes, smiling, "Second brother, I quite like this swing." Jiang Zhan paused, meeting the girl's sparkling eyes. After a brief hesitation, he swiftly acquiesced, "Since fourth sister enjoys it, we shall keep it. However, let it be known that you must not swing like a man. If you were to fall, it would be disastrous. Fourth sister has just experienced a heartbreak. Having a swing to play with could indeed lift her spirits." "Understood, second brother. You can rest easy." "Well then, I must take my leave. I have errands to run shortly." The second brother is about to venture out, and coincidentally, I too must step out to procure some items. "Let us go together," suggested Jiang Si, recalling that she was in need of a particular herb. Naturally, Jiang Zhan would not decline and patiently awaited Jiang Si as she donned her outer garments. The 2 siblings departed together. Second young master, fourth young lady, they encountered a maid along the way, who hurriedly paid her respects. Fourth young lady, second young master. After taking only a few steps, they were greeted once more by an elderly woman who hastily bowed. Jiang Zhan began to sense something amiss and quietly remarked to Jiang Si, "Fourth sister, have you noticed how especially attentive these maids and servants are today?" He pondered that since fourth sister had recently declined a marriage proposal, it was surprising that these lower servants were not looking down upon her. Their awareness seemed rather elevated. "Is that so? I haven't perceived anything unusual," replied Jiang Si, feigning innocence. At that moment, the elderly woman who had just bowed overheard this exchange and rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "Why are we so attentive? Surely you must understand." After paying her respects, she wondered why she was still blocking their path, as if waiting for a reward. Seeing the woman obstructing the way, Jiang Zhan frowned and said, "Why are you lingering here?" The elderly woman, startled, hastily retreated. How could she dare expect a reward from the fourth young lady, who had the audacity to leave the second madam speechless? Jiang Zhan stroked his delicately contoured chin, perplexed. "I have never seen them so fearful of me before. Judging by that woman's expression, one would think I were a beast." "Second brother, you are overthinking it. Let us hasten our departure from the residence." Upon exiting Yuqian Alley, they entered the bustling street, filled with throngs of people and the incessant calls of vendors. "What does fourth sister wish to purchase?" Jiang Zhan casually summoned a vendor and purchased several candied hawthorns, selecting the most aesthetically pleasing one to hand to Jiang Si, while the remainder he passed to his attendant. Aji, displaying keen insight, divided one of the treats with A-Man, seeking to curry favor, and inquired of Jiang Zhan, "Young master, won't you have any?" "What business does a grown man have with candied hawthorns?" Jiang Zhan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Aji. Noticing that Jiang Si merely held her treat without taking a bite, he asked, "Does the fourth sister not fancy them?" Jiang Si gestured to the veil adorning her head, replying, "It is rather inconvenient." "That is indeed true." Jiang Zhan sighed with a hint of regret. Then his tone shifted. "You should still wear it. With such beauty, we cannot allow those rascals to catch a glimpse." Upon arriving at the capital's largest apothecary, Jiang Si led a man inside to procure medicine, while Jiang Zhan, disliking the strong scent of herbs, opted to remain outside. "Give me one." Jiang Zhan extended his hand. "But young master, did you not just say that grown men do not eat candied hawthorns?" Aji replied. Jiang Zhan smacked Aji on the shoulder, retorting, "In front of my sister, I am a grown man. In front of you, I am a master. Is there an issue with the master wishing to enjoy a candied hawthorn?" Aji, sticking out his tongue, hurriedly handed a candied hawthorn to Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan took a bite of a red fruit, squinting as he surveyed the bustling crowd. The youth was strikingly handsome, effortlessly drawing the attention of passers-by even while casually leaning against a wall. A group approached, and Jiang Zhan's expression shifted as he recognized the ostentatiously dressed individuals before him. Princess Rongyang and General Cui Su's son, Cui Yi, who had made it a point to be a thorn in his side ever since their first encounter. Given Jiang Zhan's temperament, he could hardly endure repeated provocations. The last time he finally snapped and retaliated, he had thoroughly offended Cui Yi. Although he was unafraid of a brawl, his younger sister was still in the pharmacy, and if those men encountered her, it would spell disaster. As he surveyed the approaching crowd, Jiang Zhan let out a cold laugh, addressing Cui Yi, "Young Master Cui, this place is bustling. If a fight breaks out, it won't be long before the authorities arrive. I presume you wouldn't want to be interrupted mid-brawl, would you? If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Just choose your venue." Cui Yi gave Jiang Zhan a thumbs up. "You certainly have guts. Then follow me." Jiang Zhan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us go." A gentle voice from behind chimed in. "Where are you heading, second brother?" Chapter 30. Will there still be a fight? "Oh, who might this be?" A taunting voice echoed. Jiang Si, peering through the gauzy fabric, cast a frosty gaze at the speaker. In her past life, all those who contributed to her elder brother's demise were complicit. Back then, she had been estranged from him and had little regard for the friends he associated with or the enemies he made. There was only one instance when her father had severely punished her brother, and some words had faintly reached her ears. Her father was furious that her brother mingled with Yang Shenkai, the grandson of the Minister of Rights, but her brother, defiantly lifting his chin, had claimed that Yang Shenkai had once aided him, insisting he could not disappoint a friend. This was a point of confusion for Jiang Si. Her brother was unwilling to forsake his friends, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the very friends he cherished had cost him his life. "Do not speak nonsense." Jiang Zhan pulled Jiang Si behind him, resembling a cat with its fur bristling, intently focused on the advancing Cui Yi. He thought to postpone the fight for another day. As long as it was not now, he was ready to engage at any moment. Cui Yi, shaking his gilded fan, chuckled. "What is the matter? Afraid of scaring this delicate beauty? I never anticipated that young Master Jiang would be so tender-hearted." Jiang Zhan felt a surge of anger, his temples throbbing. Yet he refrained from retaliating, mindful of Jiang Si's presence nearby. He was all too aware of the outrageous behavior of these individuals. They were capable of harassing respectable women. Although his fourth sister was a lady of the noble house, they would not dare to abduct her in broad daylight. Yet they could easily cross the line with their words or, in the heat of a brawl, take the opportunity to cause harm, leaving his sister at a disadvantage. Jiang Zhan had never felt such frustration. If only he possessed the prowess of seventh brother. No, even having the audacity of that wretched dog would suffice. "Didn't you say you wanted to fight?" The soft voice of the young lady rang out once more. At her words, both parties were taken aback, and several spectators even began to clean their ears, wondering if they had misheard. What did this young lady just say? "Fourth sister, cease this instant." Jiang Zhan rarely spoke so sternly to Jiang Si. He could hardly believe that his sister was putting him in such a predicament. "Haha, Jiang Er. Did you hear that? Your sister is eager to witness the fight." Cui Yi laughed heartily, his gaze fixated on the graceful figure of the young lady. Tapping the handle of his fan, the entourage erupted in laughter. "Jiang Er, are we going to fight or not? Why are you hesitating like a woman? Let us not say such things. The young lady beside you is still waiting." Indeed, Jiang Er is inferior to a mere woman. When did he learn to play the submissive role? Jiang Zhan tightly clenched his fist, struggling to suppress the urge to obliterate the foul mouths around him. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "No matter what you say, I have no desire to fight today. Step aside. Not so fast, Jiang heir. You may wish to leave. But your sister seems reluctant to part, Cui remarked, shaking his folding fan with a self-satisfied grin. What say you, my lady? Certainly not, Jiang Si replied coolly. Cui's smile faltered, and he momentarily forgot to fan himself. What is happening? This girl is changing her demeanor rather swiftly. Amon cast a sidelong glance at Cui, her disdain evident as she curled her lip. Is this fellow foolish? Naturally, these ladies support the second young master. The young maid discreetly surveyed the crowd, silently counting heads. With 5 adversaries present, she could easily dispatch 3 or 4, leaving one for the second young master to handle, provided that Aji refrained from causing any trouble. Jiang Zhan, as if awakening from a dream, stated, Yes, we shall take our leave. Cui stroked his chin, pondering the situation. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, he extended his closed fan, blocking the sibling's path, and sneered, Almost let you trick me. When did I ever say you could leave at will? Who granted you the right to choose? This is utterly preposterous. Can we not hasten this altercation? We are indeed in a hurry, Jiang Si urged, releasing her grip on Jiang Zhan's sleeve. Oh, today has truly broadened my horizons. Cui fixated on Jiang Si, a sudden smile illuminating his face as he bellowed, What are you waiting for? Give Jiang heir a thorough beating. After the beating, this young lady will belong to us. Aji, Amon, protect the young lady and leave quickly. Jiang Zhan forcefully pushed Jiang Shi back, raising his fist to confront the attackers. Go, fourth young lady. Aji, pale-faced, glanced at Jiang Zhan, who was besieged by several people, and urged Jiang Shi with a quivering voice. Amon remained remarkably composed. What shall we do, young lady? Aji was on the verge of tears, just a quarter of an hour, at most. If he could hold on a bit longer, it would buy them time. But he must ensure fourth young lady's swift escape. Second young master being beaten into a pulp was merely a matter of flesh wounds. If these scoundrels took advantage of fourth young lady, it would be disastrous. Holding on until 10 would suffice, Jiang Shi murmured. What? Aji did not comprehend Jiang Shi's words. Jiang Shi fixed her gaze on the familiar figure amidst the chaos, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. When she reached 10 in her thoughts, suddenly, the sound of barking erupted from all directions. The crowd, drawn by the commotion, began to look around, with someone exclaiming, Why are there so many dogs? A total of 7 or 8 dogs, varying in size, came rushing in from unknown origins, eliciting a chorus of screams. Cui stood leisurely on the curb, observing the fray, when suddenly a large dog lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his backside. Ah! Cui yelped, reflexively striking the dog's head with the handle of his fan. The dog glanced at him and growled, biting down even harder. Strangely enough, those few dogs seemed oblivious to the crowd, their sole focus directed at Cui, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself encircled in the center. At this moment, Cui and Jiang Zhan found themselves in remarkably similar predicaments, the only difference being that while Jiang Zhan was surrounded by people, Cui was encircled by dogs. Cui was on the verge of tears. His situation was far more dire than that of Jiang heir. For while humans could be reasoned with, dogs could not. What are you still fighting for? Get these beasts away, Cui shouted hoarsely. Jiang Zhan's kick missed its target, nearly causing him to wrench his back, and as he glanced around, he realized that not a single person remained by his side, leaving him in a state of confusion. I had no idea there were so many stray dogs on the street, he mused. Jiang Zhan chuckled. It seems even the dogs cannot tolerate his arrogance. Wait a moment. One of those dogs looks quite familiar. Chapter 31. This is my younger sister with Jiang Zhan's remark. Jiang Si couldn't help but focus her attention on the few dogs attacking Cui. These dogs had originally been lured by a powder she had used. Seizing the opportunity during her conversation with Cui, she had stealthily sprinkled the powder on him, a substance capable of driving dogs into a frenzy, quickly attracting canines within a certain radius. However, Jiang Zhan's reminder sent a jolt through Jiang Si, and she fixated on one particular large, grayish-yellow dog. Her lips turning pale. That dog was familiar to her. Jiang Si's heart sank as she suddenly turned to Jiang Zhan. That is Brother Yu Chi's dog. Jiang Zhan's eyes widened in realization as he quickly pulled Jiang Si aside. Fourth sister, we must leave this place at once. A tempest of emotions surged within Jiang Si, but it was evidently not the time for inquiries, so she hurriedly followed Jiang Zhan. As they approached the residence of the Duke of Dongping, Jiang Zhan paused beneath a tree, exhaling a sigh of relief. Jiang Si regarded him with a cold expression, her gaze frosty. Jiang Zhan mistakenly believed that Jiang Si was upset due to the earlier troubles and hastily tried to placate her, saying, "It is all my fault. I have caused you trouble, dear sister. From now on, fourth sister should not accompany second brother on outings." Suddenly, Jiang Si inquired, "What does that Yuchiga look like?" "Whom second brother knows?" Taken aback by the question, Jiang Zhan stammered, "Well, he has 2 eyes and a mouth, and he is rather tall, resembling a bamboo pole." Struggling to fabricate a convincing response, he awkwardly chuckled, "Why are you asking about this all of a sudden?" Jiang Si nearly laughed at her foolish brother's response. "Didn't T's second brother say that Yuchiga is burly? There is quite a difference between being burly and resembling a bamboo pole." With a gentle smile, Jiang Si continued, "In truth, I would like to meet Yuchiga to express my gratitude for his life-saving deed towards second brother. There is no need for that. Second brother has already expressed his thanks. As a young lady, it is not appropriate for you to do so," Jiang Zhan quickly declined. Fortunately, since Yuchiga's family was neither a close friend nor a relative of the Jiang family, he had ample justification to prevent their meeting. Jiang Zhan breathed a secret sigh of relief. His sister was indeed quite obedient. At that moment, a large dog came bounding over, its mouth clutching a delicately crafted cobalt blue pouch. "Nyo, thank you for today." Jiang Zhan recognized it as Yuchiga's lame dog and clasped his hands in gratitude. Though the dog often seemed to be at odds with him, it proved itself loyal in critical moments. The dog cast a glance at Jiang Zhan, ignoring him entirely as it trotted over to Jiang Si, wagging its large tail joyfully, and nudged the pouch into her hand. Jiang Si held the pouch. Gazing at the eager dog before her, her heart stirred with emotions. She was aware that the large dog was named Ernyo, and she knew that its leg was injured while saving that scoundrel on the battlefield. This great dog had accompanied her for a considerable period, and it would not be an exaggeration to say she was half its owner. Never had she encountered a dog as perceptive as Ernyo. It would often bring her treasures to seek her praise. However, as Jiang Si lowered her gaze, she felt a profound sense of bewilderment at the sight of the eager dog. In this life, she and Ernyo had never interacted. Why did the familiarity in its eyes mirror that of a previous existence? The large dog emitted a muffled sound from its throat, its intentions unmistakably urging. Jiang Si instinctively smiled, only to be abruptly pulled behind by Jiang Zhan. "Don't scare my sister," Jiang Zhan exclaimed, his expression fraught with tension as he glared at Ernyo. The dog bared its teeth with a bark, then tilted its head, offering a couple of appeasing whines towards Jiang Si. Jiang Zhan was on the verge of cursing. This was not merely a dog, but rather a lecherous creature. The disparity in treatment was glaringly obvious. Under the expectant gaze of the large dog, Jiang Si opened her cobalt blue pouch. Inside were several golden leaves, along with a dozen round pearls. Jiang Zhan's tone barely concealed his envy. That scoundrel Chui he must be well off. Look at him. His pouch filled with golden leaves and pearls, while I have to borrow from our father to buy steamed buns for my sister. Jiang Si stuffed the golden leaves and pearls into Jiang Zhan's hands. "Brother, keep these for your use." Jiang Zhan, of course, did not harbor such archaic sentiments. He smiled and nodded. "I'm a bit short on funds lately, but these golden leaves will suffice for now. The pearls, let us save them for our fourth sister to play with." Jiang Si smiled softly as she declined. "After all, it belongs to someone else. I do not desire it." Jiang Zhan, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and tucked the golden leaves and pearls into his own pouch. The large dog, noticing that Jiang Si had managed her pouch, whimpered softly and gently tugged at the hem of her skirt, trying to pull her away. Jiang Zhan immediately erupted. "You little beast, release it at once." The dog glanced at Jiang Zhan with disdain, lifting its lips slightly. A shiver ran through Jiang Zhan. Such a wide mouth and sharp white teeth. If this creature were to go mad, it could easily break his sister's leg. "You calm down," he stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Si, however, appeared unfazed. "Are you taking me somewhere?" The dog moved its head, its front legs pushing against the ground, urging Jiang Si to follow. Sunlight filtered through the lush foliage above, cascading down like scattered gold, turning the dog's grayish-yellow fur into strands of gold. Jiang Si lowered her gaze to the dog, tenderness flooding her eyes as she resolutely withdrew her skirt. She thought to herself that there was no need for further confirmation. Her only aim now was to distance herself from that scoundrel forever, never to cross paths again. The dog looked at Jiang Si in confusion before abruptly turning and running off. Jiang Zhan's surprised voice rang out. "Brother Yuchi, what brings you here?" Not far away, beneath a magnolia tree, a young man in a blue robe gently stroked the dog's head with one hand. his deep and distant gaze transcending Jiang Zhan to rest upon the girl in the white blouse and red skirt. Jiang Si felt as if she were ensnared by a spell, unable to move an inch. "I have come seeking it," said Niu, in a frenzy for reasons unknown. With a smile, Yu Qi explained to Jiang Zhan, glancing at Jiang Si. At this moment, Jiang Zhan could no longer feign ignorance. "Allow me to introduce. This is my younger sister. Fourth sister, meet the savior of our second brother, Yu Qi." Observing Jiang Si, who was adorned with a veil, Jiang Zhan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, fourth sister was wearing the veil, so there was nothing to fear. Suddenly, the large dog tilted its head and leaped up, yanking the veil from Jiang Si's head. A sudden chill enveloped her face, and the unexpected brightness momentarily dazzled her eyes, rendering her unable to discern the visage of the youth before her. The large dog wagged its tail excitedly, seeking praise from Yu Qi. Jiang Zhan thought, "He is going to kill that wretched dog." Chapter 32. The scoundrel who deceives in marriage. Beneath the lush branches of a grand tree stood a maiden clad in a white silk dress and a red skirt. Although the resplendent sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon her, it still enveloped her in a delicate halo. She was a vision of ethereal beauty, enchanting beyond compare. The youth across from her seemed to forget to blink, as if, in the blink of an eye, the person so close would vanish. Jiang Zhan cleared his throat with a heavy cough. He was still alive. What were these two doing? Yu Qi glanced at Jiang Zhan. The flicker of flames in his eyes veiled by a deep inky hue, rendering them akin to exquisite jade, dark yet luminous. Jiang Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Such a handsome fellow. It must be all too easy to entice an innocent girl. Yu Qi nodded respectfully to Jiang Si. "Greetings, Miss Jiang." Just as he finished speaking, the large dog darted forward like a gust of wind, rushing to Jiang Si's side and gripping her skirt tightly. Jiang Si, tugging at her skirt in mild exasperation, exclaimed, "Let go." The large dog, feeling wronged, reluctantly released its grip and turned to call out to Yu Qi. Jiang Si cast a glance at Yu Qi, her expression suddenly turning frosty. The dog elongated its bark towards Yu Qi, its gaze revealing a hint of disappointment. Jiang Zhan, filled with exasperation at the dog's antics, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Cease your barking. If you continue to misbehave, I shall have brother Yu Qi stew you for dinner." The dog shot Jiang Zhan a disdainful look, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Jiang Zhan immediately sought refuge in Yu Qi, pleading, "Brother Yu Qi, please discipline your Niu. Don't frighten my sister." Niu. A frost settled upon Yu Qi's countenance. The dog instantly sensed its master's genuine ire. Contemplating for a moment, it leaped up and snatched the pouch tied to Jiang Si's waist before turning tail and fleeing. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. After a while, a breeze swept through, scattering fallen magnolia petals onto Jiang Zhan's face. Awakening from his stupor, he strode over to Jiang Si, anxiously inquiring, "Did it hurt you?" Jiang Si shook her head, casting a cold glance at Yu Qi. "The unruliness of your dog reflects poorly on its owner. It is evident you have not instilled discipline. Brother, be more discerning in your friendships henceforth." With that, she turned on her heel and departed, a deep sigh escaping her lips. She held a profound affection for Niu, yet wished to sever ties with Yu Qi. He had appeared at a most inopportune time. An acquaintance of the elder from the Wumiao tribe, frequently presenting himself before her. Unbeknownst to her, she had quietly succumbed to her feelings. It mattered not his origin or wealth. Who could resist the charms of a youth, strikingly handsome and uniquely tender towards her, like a precious jade? On that day, the sun shone brightly, and the vast sunflower fields bathed the world in golden hues, as the youth asked her, "Would you marry me?" She nodded in response. Little did she know that this scoundrel was actually deceiving her into a marriage. He was not Yu Qi, but rather the seventh son of the current emperor, Yu Qi. When she discovered his true identity, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Her first instinct was to raise her hand and slap the rogue across the face. Once a new widow of the Duke of Anghua, she now found herself a woman of the Wumiao tribe, thousands of miles away from the capital. How could she ever marry a prince of the realm? In that moment, she felt no joy, only the rage of having been made a fool of. The deeper her feelings ran, the more intense her anger became, and she struck her own palm until it throbbed in pain. The unfortunate victim, now resembling a swollen pig, solemnly informed her that since she had nodded in agreement, there would be no turning back. He would formally take her as his wife. She merely scoffed, challenging him to present a royal decree for their marriage before she would consider it, otherwise he should not dare to appear before her again. She had already lost everything. At the very least, she could not relinquish her final shred of dignity to become a concubine. In her moment of days, she was adorned in a phoenix robe, becoming the 7th prince's consort. Yet, it was only later that she learned Yu Qi had always cherished the holy maiden of the Wumiao tribe, as saying, rather than her. Jiang Si. Their similar appearances had led to the subsequent, calculated interactions. However, she realized this far too late, for by then, she had truly become Yu Qi's wife. With no escape in sight, she sought to distance herself from Ji Chongyi, from scoundrels, from Yu Qi, from this rogue. As the young woman stormed away in fury, the young man in blue looked helplessly at Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled apologetically at Yu Qi. "I'm sorry, brother Yu Qi. My sister might be in a foul mood. She is not usually like this. I'll go check on her. Let us catch up another day." Yu Qi gently nodded to Jiang Zhan, who was hastily waving at him, yet his gaze remained fixated on the retreating silhouette of the young woman. She seemed to be upset. Jiang Zhan hurriedly caught up with Jiang Si, visibly perplexed. "Fourth sister, what troubles you?" "Nothing," Jiang Si replied, slightly tilting her head to conceal the glimmer of tears in her eyes. "You have misunderstood brother Yu Qi. Although we encountered each other near the brothel, suddenly, Jiang Si came to an abrupt halt. Realizing his faux pas, Jiang Zhan hurriedly clarified, brother Yu Qi was not visiting the brothel. Do not explain, she interjected. However, explanations are often mere veils. In any case, I do not perceive him as a true friend. Second brother should refrain from associating with him in the future. That scoundrel possesses an abundance of patience. Who knows what intentions he harbors in drawing close to second brother. She could not fathom it being mere coincidence. But he saved second brother's life. Fourth sister, you cannot allow second brother to be branded as ungrateful. Jiang Zhan finally mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. Jiang Si deflated at once. The greatest virtue of her brother was his loyalty. Even if she attempted to dissuade him, it would likely prove futile. Alas, second brother is a man. Even if that scoundrel were to pursue him, he could not possibly entice him into marriage. As for her, Yu Qi had indeed cast a few lingering glances her way when they first met, but there was nothing particularly significant about it. Today, she had deliberately spoken harshly. So it could be assumed that given his esteemed status, there would be little chance of future interactions. Jiang Si let out a long sigh of relief and smiled at Jiang Zhan. It is merely that I was overly agitated. It was just my purse that was snatched away by that man's dog, and I could not help but vent my frustration on its owner. Jiang Zhan displayed a unified expression of indignation. Fourth sister, you cannot fathom the extent of my disdain for that dog. I have long yearned to teach it a lesson. It was merely a moment of folly that led me to mistake it for a horse's visage. Every encounter is met with its scornful gaze, which is utterly intolerable. The scene of the large dog lunging at him flashed vividly in Jiang Zhan's mind as they reached the entrance of the Dongping Bo mansion. Jiang nodded slightly, leading a man into the estate. "Ernyo, come forth," Yu Qi called out, standing in the empty courtyard. The towering mimosa tree swayed gently in the breeze, its leaves rustling softly. With an impassive expression, Yu Qi raised an eyebrow and uttered 2 words, "cold shadow." Instantly, a figure seemed to materialize from thin air. Kneeling before him, "What are your orders, my lord? Rise and speak." The figure stood promptly, revealing a young man of around 20, with a handsome face that bore an air of respect. "None," Yu Qi replied, his gaze deepening further. "My lord, I shall seek Ernyo." Another individual leaped down from the tree. This one possessed a cherubic face, appearing to be of a similar age to Yu Qi. Unlike the solemn and respectful Long Ying, this youthful figure retained a cheerful demeanor even in Yu Qi's presence. Yu Qi nodded. "Go ahead, Long Dan." The boy with the cherubic face stumbled, nearly falling over. Steadying himself, he shot a resentful glare at the impassive cold shadow. "What gives? On what grounds?" Despite being mere shadow guards under the same master, why was this fellow called Cold Shadow while he bore the name Long Dan? With a sullen expression, Long Dan leapt over the wall, and soon after, a person and a dog raced in through the entrance. Upon encountering the large dog, Yu Qi instantly adopted a stern expression. "Come here." Ernyo gazed innocently at Long Dan, who rolled her eyes in response. "Stop feigning ignorance. The master is calling you." This dog has truly become cunning, cleverly evading responsibility. With drooped ears, Ernyo sluggishly approached Yu Qi. Yu Qi extended her hand. "Where is it?" She received the intricately crafted lilac pouch, noticing the damp corners, evidently moistened by Ernyo's saliva. Unable to resist, she lightly tapped the dog's forehead with her finger. The large dog let out a plaintive whine, then began to wag its tail vigorously, emitting a low sound towards the pouch. From now on, do not behave this way. What if you frighten the young lady? Yu Qi reprimanded, maintaining a serious demeanor. The large dog seemed to understand her words, upon realizing that it had snatched the pouch only to receive rebuke instead of praise. It immediately lost its spirit, sweeping the ground with its tail in dejection. Mind your manners. Yu Qi gently patted the dog's head and tucked the pouch into her bosom. Long Dan. Cold Shadow. Brother Yu Qi, are you home? A voice called from outside, belonging to Jiang Zhan. As soon as the words left his lips, Cold Shadow and Long Dan leaped silently onto a tree. Please bring the guest in, Yu Qi instructed, giving Ernyo a pat on the back. Before long, Ernyo returned with Jiang Zhan. Upon seeing Yu Qi, Jiang Zhan's face bore a hint of embarrassment. Brother Yu Qi, I apologize on behalf of my brother. My sister spoke out of turn today. Yu Qi smiled and interrupted Jiang Zhan. There is no need for such apologies, Jiang Er-di. I should be the one expressing regret. Ernyu has been spoiled by me, becoming increasingly unruly. Jiang Zhan cast a disapproving glance at the large dog, nodding repeatedly. Brother Yu Qi must indeed discipline Ernyu. A young lady's purse is not a bone to be snatched and run off with. Ernyu disdainfully tugged at his lip, exposing his white teeth. Foolish. Jiang Er-di was right. It was indeed time for some proper management. After glaring at Ernyu, Jiang Zhan turned to the matter at hand. Brother Yu Qi, where has Ernyu taken my sister's purse? You know well that a young lady's purse should not be left unattended. It was certainly a matter of concern, all due to Ernyu's mischief. Yu Qi wore a look of shame. Ernyu, where on earth have you hidden the purse? Ernyu let out a prolonged whine. Do you not already know where the purse is gone? Long Dan, perched in the tree, could not help but stroke his chin. Could it be that today's master is an impostor? He tugged at Lung Ying's sleeve. What lost it? Yu Qi's voice rose slightly. Ernyu whined again, lying on the ground, thumping his tail against the earth, quickly raising a cloud of dust that covered Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan gritted his teeth in irritation. Yu Qi, sounding apologetic, said, Jiang Er-di, it seems that Ernyu has truly lost the purse. If not, feel free to give him a good thrashing to vent your frustration. I will not intervene. Jiang Zhan glared furiously at Ernyu, who stood his ground, baring his sharp, white teeth. Yu Qi rose to escort Jiang Zhan outside, his voice flowing like a gentle stream. Please, Brother Jiang, kindly explain this to your sister. Otherwise, I shall personally apologize to her another day. As the courtyard gate closed, Long Dan and Lung Ying leaped down. Master, surely there is a treasure map within that pocket? Long Dan inquired with an audacious expression. Chapter 34, Sister's Miss. This is a parcel sent by the eldest sister. A Qiao handed a blue cloth bundle to Jiang Si. The bundle, seemingly unremarkable, was tied with an exquisite knot, and Jiang Si immediately recognized it had been meticulously prepared by her elder sister, Jiang Yi. Inside lay a pair of finely crafted embroidered shoes, 2 pairs of insoles, several pairs of silk stockings, and a pair of auspicious piece knots. Besides these feminine crafts, there was also a redwood box. Jiang Si's gaze lingered on the redwood box as she reached out to open it. Inside, she found a hairpin adorned with crimson gold and emeralds, a white jade hairpin embellished with a cluster of precious gems, and several delicate silk flowers. Beneath these adornments lay a sheet of plain paper. Jiang Si picked it up, and the elegant handwriting captured her attention. She could almost envision her elder sister, her lips curved in a gentle smile, urging her to let go of her burdens, not to be disheartened by unworthy individuals, for she would surely marry someone more deserving in the future. The note concluded with a hint of caution and remorse, explaining her inability to visit and requesting that she not take offense. Tears cascaded down Jiang Si's cheeks. Her elder sister, distinguished in needlework, gentle and kind, humble yet fragile, had departed this world at the tender age of 20. All her siblings, including herself, were but fleeting souls who had never lived to see their 20th year. Upon hearing the news reach the Dukin's residence, her first instinct was disbelief. Her elder sister, possessing a timid nature, as gentle as a forsythia in early spring, she would rather believe in her own indiscretions than accept that her sister could commit such an act. She sought to confront the Zhou family for an explanation, but was thwarted by her grandmother, ultimately left powerless except to weep profusely. The response of Miss Jiang Si left a man and a Qiao somewhat at a loss. A man cautiously called out, while a Qiao fetched a warm cloth. Jiang Si took the damp cloth to wipe her eyes and instructed a Qiao to tidy up the items sent by her elder sister before picking up another invitation. This invitation was from the second miss, Jiang Qian, inviting her to stay at the Changxing Marquis' residence for a couple of days to unwind, and suggesting that the other sisters from the family be invited as well. Jiang Si instinctively tightened her fingers, crumpling the edges of the invitation. Indeed, Jiang Qian's invitation arrived with remarkable swiftness. After a brief moment of contemplation, she made her way to the Western study. The room had been arranged as a study, featuring a writing desk and a qin stand. Since her rebirth, Jiang Si had lost her leisure and charm, and the strings of the qin had already gathered dust. Noticing Jiang Si approaching the writing desk, a Qiao cleverly began to prepare the ink. Jiang Si soon finished writing a note on plain paper, neatly folded it, and handed it to a Qiao. Take this to the Changxing Marquis' residence. Are you going to visit the Changxing Marquis' residence, miss? A Qiao inquired. Jiang Si shook her head with a smile. Grandmother is unwell. How can a granddaughter go out to enjoy herself? The Changxing Marquis' residence was a thorn embedded in her heart, poisoned, and until she extracted this venomous thorn, her heart would inevitably be riddled with sores. She was determined to investigate the Changxing Marquis' residence, but not at this moment. As she had mentioned in her letter, her grandmother was not feeling well. In truth, at this time, her grandmother's eyes had already begun to ache, and by tomorrow, her left eye would be completely blind. Earlier, when she mentioned that dream and connected its imagery to Jiang Qian, although her grandmother had scolded her, the seed of that thorn had already been sown. Once Jiang Qian visited her grandmother tomorrow, and her grandmother's sight subsequently failed, she could hardly believe that her grandmother would not associate it with Jiang Qian. Her grandmother was certainly not one to prioritize her affection for her granddaughter. Jiang Si felt no remorse towards Jiang Qian, despite the grievances of their previous lives. Not to mention the heinous acts Jiang Qian had committed, which evoked the ire of both heaven and humanity. After her grandmother's eyesight began to fail, the fortune teller she engaged pointed directly at her second brother, Jiang Zhan, implying the involvement of her uncle's family in this matter. In their past life, her uncle had garnered merit for rescuing the emperor, while at that very moment, her father had been embroiled in a scandal involving drunkenness at a brothel, which resulted in a fatal incident. Her grandmother's greatest wish had finally been fulfilled, and she had no further regard for the life or death of her eldest son. Regrettably, she had only just begun to uncover some clues before she met a tragic demise and was reborn. Jiang Si did not concern herself with the need for evidence. Her attitude towards her uncle's family was akin to autumn leaves swept away by a gust of wind. She entrusted a letter to her elder sister. Jiang Si picked up her pen once more and composed another letter for a Qiao. Exiting the study, she found herself in the courtyard, lost in thought while seated on a swing. Suddenly, the swing was given a gentle push, and the hem of her red dress billowed in the breeze. She used the tips of her toes to halt the swing's motion and extended her hand, inquiring, "Where is my pouch?" Jiang Zhan chuckled awkwardly. In this life, she was unfamiliar with Yu Qi, and she did not perceive him as the type to frivolously hide a strange girl's pouch. Her earlier anger was merely a desire to prevent any further connection between Yu Qi and herself due to her brother's influence. That dog is insufferable. It might have mistaken the fourth sister's pouch for a bone. Jiang Zhan exclaimed indignantly. Jiang Si furrowed her brow even deeper. Niuer was never so thoughtless before. Is there anything of importance to be found? Does the pouch bear any special markings? Jiang Si shook her head. No, it does not. Jiang Zhan let out a long sigh. Then it matters not. A purse mangled by a dog is likely to be left untouched. And even if someone were to pick it up, they would not know it belonged to my sister. The pair of gold bangles were bequeathed by the Su family. When Jiang Yilin married, she gifted both bangles to Jiang Si. At that time, Jiang Si had just turned 10, an age when one is prone to affectation, and she found the gold bangles rather vulgar, promptly relegating them to the bottom of her trunk. For the present-day Jiang Si, these bangles hold immense utility. They are hollow, separated by jade beads, perfectly suited for storing the various medicinal powders she has meticulously prepared. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Si is acutely aware that, whether as a young lady of the noble house or as a maidservant, the protection offered by her status often proves feeble. Only the skills that cannot be taken from her provide her with true confidence. This day passed by in unremarkable haste, and the following day, as Jiang Si had anticipated, Jiang Qian arrived bearing an array of gifts to visit the elderly matriarch, Madame Feng. In Cixin Hall, Madame Feng observed her second granddaughter, Jiang Qian, whose smile appeared rather shallow, and felt an unsettling twitch in her left eye. Why has the phoenix returned again? Chapter 35, Prophecy. A sudden thought arose in Madame Feng's mind, and she inwardly chided herself for being overly sensitive. her gaze towards Jiang Qian softening with affection. However, Jiang Qian felt a jolt in her heart. She understood well that her grandmother's love has always been conditional. Yet this time, something seemed amiss. Stealthily, she glanced at the second madam, Xiao, whose face bore a perfectly measured smile, revealing no hint of suspicion. Jiang Qian's gaze then drifted past several individuals to rest on Jiang Si. The girl sitting quietly in the corner wore a slightly worn, verdant garment. Her hair was fashioned into two modest buns adorned with ordinary pearl flowers, and her delicate brows and eyes were shrouded in an indifferent demeanor, as if the world around her was of no concern. Despite this, she radiated a beauty that seemed to illuminate her surroundings, evoking a sense of injustice in those who beheld her. Jiang Qian's confusion deepened. There were 6 young ladies in the family. The eldest was inherently timid. The third sister was born of a concubine, and the fifth and sixth sisters were also of lesser birth. The one who most relished the competition was Jiang Si. Jiang Si was acutely aware of her advantages in appearance. Even at home, she always presented herself with meticulous care. When did things change? Jiang Qian was not dim-witted. Although she had no concrete proof, she was convinced that the subtle shift in old Lady Feng's disposition was linked to Jiang Si. A faint smile crept across Jiang Si's lips. To demonstrate her filial piety, Jiang Qian refrained from mentioning her letter and instead highlighted her own attentiveness. You, my dear, are truly thoughtful. At her age, what concern could one have for appearances, being half in the grave? Jiang Qian's words were a balm to old Lady Feng, causing her eyes to crinkle in delight. Jiang Qian chuckled. Grandmother, you are mistaken. With your constitution and fortune, you shall certainly live to 100. Indeed, when Jiang Zhan marries and has children, your great-grandson will be waiting for you to choose a bride for him, echoed second Madame Xiao. Jiang Zhan, the eldest grandson, was a twin to Jiang Qian and had yet to marry. Unlike the past, where marriages among noble families were swift, students pursuing the imperial examinations often wed later. For once they achieved success, the status of their prospective brides could undergo a remarkable transformation. It is not uncommon for scholars in the Great Zhou dynasty to delay marriage until their 30s in pursuit of the coveted Jinshu degree, let alone for Jiang Zhan, who is still under 20. Lady Feng, the matriarch, clearly did not feel anxious about Jiang Zhang's unmarried status. Upon hearing the conversation, she chuckled lightly. However, in that instant, a sharp pain suddenly pierced her left eye, akin to a needle stabbing through. Immediately, Lady Feng closed her eyes, her complexion turning ashen. The previously warm atmosphere in the room abruptly faltered. Second Madame Xiao exchanged a glance with Jiang Qian, both filled with confusion. After a few moments, Lady Feng slowly reopened her eyes. With a raised hand, she silenced Second Madame Xiao, stating coolly, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. You may all disperse. The sudden shift in atmosphere left Jiang Qian feeling rather dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Second Madame Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Fully aware that Lady Feng was still vexed about her inquiries regarding the Cixin Hall, Jiang Qian, oblivious to these underlying tensions, had no choice but to withdraw alongside the others. As she gazed at Jiang's graceful retreating silhouette, Jiang Qian's lips moved, as if she meant to call out a few words, but Second Madame Xiao gently cleared her throat. Jiang Qian turned to her. Let us proceed to Yaxing Courtyard. Second Madame Xiao, suppressing her discomfort, explained the situation to Jiang Qian. Your mother is indeed too hasty, with grandmother's formidable temperament. How could she tolerate anyone prying into matters concerning Cixin Hall? If you were to exercise a bit of patience before taking action, Jiang would not be able to implicate grandmother, and as a junior, she cannot afford to confront you in such a manner. Grandmother would not allow it. I initially thought that showing some color would instill a sense of propriety in that girl, but who would have imagined her to possess such shameless and unruly disposition? Upon reflecting on the embarrassment caused by a junior, Zhao's heart ignited with fury. She furrowed her delicate brows at Jiang Qian. What troubles you, Qianer? The grandmother's demeanor had shifted after you sent someone to inquire about the affairs of Cixin Hall. Jiang Qian, clearly not a careless individual, pondered deeply. Her brows knitted in concentration. After a moment, her expression softened, and she spoke with conviction. It was that dream. On that day, Jiang Si suddenly mentioned having a dream. And thereafter, grandmother's attitude began to change. Jiang Si dreamed of 2 golden pheasants seizing her gaze. Zhao's perceptiveness did not falter. After a brief contemplation, her complexion changed abruptly. I comprehend now. Your grandmother must have associated those 2 golden pheasants with you. Jiang Qian appeared perplexed. What does this have to do with me? A glint of severity flashed in Zhao's eyes. Did not Jiang Si inquire whether your grandmother had experienced a nightmare? Perhaps her dream was fabricated. But your grandmother's dream is genuine. It is merely that the wretched girl somehow caught wind of it. Chinner, consider this. Among the daughters of the noble house, you are the second most esteemed, and you are associated with the rooster. Does grandmother still believe in such things? Jiang Qian's countenance darkened. Jiang Si, with her lofty aspirations, maintained a distant demeanor towards the noble sisters, yet was particularly close to her. How could she suddenly transform so? As for grandmother, after years of affection, would she truly cast her aside due to an inexplicable dream? Chinner, you are still young. When you reach your mother's age, you will understand that as one grows older, they become increasingly precious about life, thus placing greater faith in such matters. Jiang Qian nodded slowly, her face suddenly shrouded in a frosty pallor, murmuring, "Initially, I felt a pang of reluctance." "Chinner, what are you saying?" At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the maid's voice. "Madam, there has been an incident at the Cixin Hall." Xiao Shi immediately summoned the maid inside, asking, "What has happened?" The old matriarch has suddenly lost vision in one eye. What? Xiao Shi involuntarily took a step back, her complexion turning ashen as she recalled the earlier speculations between mother and daughter, casting a fearful glance at Jiang Qian. Chapter 36. The old trick. Jiang Qian's expression was equally grim, standing rooted in place for a considerable time without reacting. "Chinner," Xiao Shi said, somewhat flustered. The old matriarch was already displeased with her. With the onset of this affliction, her temper would undoubtedly worsen. While enduring hardship herself was one matter, it would be troublesome if the old matriarch harbored resentment against Chinner. A married daughter derives strength from her natal family, and this is especially true for a daughter-in-law of such high standing as Jiang Qian. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Qian had regained her composure, firmly instructing the maid. "You may leave for now." The maid retreated, visibly anxious. Jiang Qian took a deep breath and grasped Xiao Shi's hand, saying, "Mother, do not panic. We must devise a strategy before we head to Cixin Hall. Indeed, we must formulate a plan." Xiao Shi, not one to succumb to anxiety, merely appeared flustered in front of her daughter. As her thoughts raced, a resolute idea soon emerged, her eyes glinting with cold determination. "Since someone has exploited dreams against us, we shall return the favor in kind." "What do you intend to do, mother?" Xiao Shi leaned in to whisper a few words to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian hesitated. "Is this acceptable?" Xiao replied with a cold laugh. "Why would it not be? Since your grandmother believes in this, we shall follow her path. It is merely two golden pheasants. Among the younger generation of the Bo family, you are not the only one in the second position. Jiang Zhan, Jiang Qian's twin brother, also holds the second rank. However, he does not belong to the zodiac of the rooster. Who says golden pheasants are solely defined by their zodiac signs? One can fabricate any rationale. The crux lies in whether the spirit medium we invite can gain your grandmother's trust." With this idea in mind, Xiao transformed her earlier panic into a sense of assurance. "Rest easy, my dear. I know a somewhat renowned spirit medium. Your maternal family had connections with her in her early years. I shall invite her, and this matter will surely be resolved. Thank you for your concern." Upon hearing Zhao's words, Jiang Qian's tense expression relaxed. "What are you saying? You emerge from my womb. If I do not worry for you, whom shall I worry for?" Xiao affectionately grasped Jiang Qian's hand. Jiang Qian's lips moved slightly, as if she suddenly recalled something, and discreetly withdrew her hand, linking her arm with Zhao's instead. "Mother, let us hasten our steps." The news of old Madame Feng's blindness struck like a thunderclap over the Dongping Bo residence, prompting the heads of various households to hasten over upon hearing the commotion. By the time Jiang Si arrived at the Compassion Hall, a considerable number of people had gathered. She blended in among her sisters, observing quietly. The second aunt and Jiang Qian had yet to arrive. Noticing this, Jiang Si smirked slightly. She never believed that Jiang Qian, who had once charmed her into deep sisterly affection in a past life, was a fool. Their exchange must have led to some speculations. Their tardiness surely indicated discussions regarding a strategy. Contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Si's smile deepened. She was not afraid of them not taking action. Rather, she dreaded their inaction, fearing she might miss the opportunity to strike at a drowning dog. As Jiang Si pondered, she suddenly sensed a gaze upon her. Raising her eyes, she saw her third sister, Jiang Xiao, rolling her eyes at her. True to her name, Jiang Xiao was a charming young lady, and from an observer's perspective, the eye-rolling appeared rather playful and endearing. Jiang Si couldn't help but chuckle. Taken aback, Jiang Xiao, lowering her voice, said fiercely, "Grandmother is ill. And you still dare to laugh? I simply found my third sister exceptionally beautiful today and couldn't restrain my laughter," Jiang Si replied, unabashed. Jiang Chao's face flushed, and she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? If grandmother sees you laughing, you'll be in trouble." Jiang Si feigned realization. So my third sister is concerned for me. Don't be overly sentimental." Jiang Chao rolled her eyes again and turned her face away, ignoring Jiang Si. At that moment, Xiao Shi hurried over with Jiang Qian. Upon seeing Xiao Shi, old Madame Feng picked up a teacup and hurled it at her, exclaiming, "Why did you not wait until I was dead to arrive?" It was indeed inappropriate for Xiao Shi, who had been in charge, to arrive late when the old madam was in distress. Mrs. Guo, the third madam, watched with a glint of schadenfreude. As a concubine's daughter, she had never sought to compete with Xiao Shi, but the latter's domineering nature often irked her. Minor verbal disagreements could lead to deep-seated grudges, affecting matters of sustenance and social interactions. Mrs. Guo was perceptive enough to understand that creating a scene before the old madam would yield no benefits. Thus, she could only endure these covert grievances. Over time, even the most patient of individuals may find themselves transformed by prolonged injustice, and Mrs. Guo was no exception to this rule. Jiang Qian stood resolutely before Guo Shi, allowing the flying teacup to strike her instead. "Qian, are you all right?" Xiao Shi asked, filled with concern. Jiang Qian shook her head and swiftly approached old Madame Feng. Speaking softly, "Grandmother, it was I who urged Mother to speak in the garden, which is why the maid could not find us in time. All the blame lies with me. Please do not let it trouble your health." Jiang Qian felt as though the gazes of those around her were akin to invisible blades, cutting into her cheeks with a stinging heat. This humiliation was an experience Jiang Qian had never encountered in the Marquis. However, at that moment, her heart was filled with gratitude. Fortunately, her conversation with her mother had unveiled the source of her grandmother's distress. Otherwise, this embarrassment would have left her in utter confusion, suffering without reason. Yet, Jiang Qian was unperturbed now, as her mother suggested. If she could deftly shift the blame onto Jiang Zhan, then the worse her grandmother treated her now, the greater the guilt would loom in the future, leading to more ample reparations. If she could ultimately emerge victorious, what did it matter if she endured some grievances in the present? Concerned for her grandmother, Jiang Qian displayed just the right amount of distress on her face. "How could I leave when grandmother is in such a state? Allow me to stay, at least until we hear the doctor's conclusion." The doctor arrived, and the maid A Fu hurriedly rushed in, out of breath. "Everyone must leave." Old Madame Feng, unable to scold Jiang Qian directly, decided instead to dismiss everyone. The courtyard of Cixin Hall was soon filled with people. Although the old lady commanded them to leave, they could not comply at such a moment. The towering, upright Chinese tune trees in the courtyard offered little shade for the crowd, their faint fragrance wafting gently in the breeze, mingling with the air and reaching Jiang Qian's nose, which felt particularly intense. In an instant, it felt as though summer had arrived. The sand timer had elapsed 2/4 of an hour amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd, and beads of perspiration began to form on their brows. Jiang Qian exchanged several furtive glances with the Xiao family. At last, the physician, accompanied by a Fu and carrying a medical kit, emerged. Xiao stepped forward eagerly and inquired, "Doctor, how is the old matron?" The physician shook his head, stating, "There are no apparent ailments in the old matron's eyes. It may be due to an excess of internal heat. I shall prescribe a remedy to clear heat and detoxify. If there is no improvement after 2 doses, your household should seek another renowned physician." Once the doctor departed, Xiao immediately declared her willingness to consult as many distinguished physicians as necessary to restore the old matron's sight. Jiang observed the bustling commotion within the estate with a detached demeanor, yet her mind was already formulating a plan. Chapter 37. The immortal maiden. There dwelled a renowned immortal maiden, reputed to possess the ability to commune with spirits. Even affluent families would discreetly summon her for aid with their perplexing dilemmas. A youthful boy with delicate features curiously surveyed his surroundings. The dilapidated, lowly houses, corners overflowing with debris, the stagnant sewage pooling upon the ground, and the occasional sounds of children crying and laughing. All of this struck the boy as marvelously novel. This sense of wonder, however, was veiled beneath a cautious demeanor. The idle men lounging against the walls, casting their gazes upon the boy, compelled him to tread carefully. This was a place he had never visited, a landscape he had never encountered. Yet, upon reaching a fork in the road, the boy paused. his eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. The woman cast a glance at the young lad, noting his fair and delicate countenance, while he donned the most unremarkable attire. Her expression shifted subtly, and she pursed her lips, saying, "Just go that way." The boy expressed his gratitude and proceeded in the direction she indicated. The woman tightened her grip on the laundry basin, watching the boy's retreating figure, hesitating as if to speak, but ultimately shook her head and hastened back home. Having walked merely a dozen paces, a young man in his 20s spat out the grass he had been chewing, blocking the boy's path with a faint smile that barely concealed his malice. "Where are you headed, little brother? Stay and play with your elder brother for a while." The boy immediately furrowed his brow. The girl had cautioned him to don male clothing in such places to avoid trouble. Surely this man was blind to demand that a mere boy linger for amusement. Indeed, this young lad was a man, disguised as a boy. Tall and in his teenage years, he appeared perfectly unremarkable in male attire. The girl had also advised that should trouble arise despite the disguise, he should simply pay to avert it. A man, recalling her words, retrieved several coins from his pouch and offered them to the young man. The young man was taken aback for a moment, then picked up a coin, blowing on it with a smirk. "Little brother, you are quite perceptive, but I assure you, my interest in you goes beyond mere money." A man's heart sank. Perhaps he had not offered enough. He fished out another handful of coins, placing them into the young man's palm, albeit with a sense of regret. Alas, the girl had repeatedly advised against courting trouble, otherwise even this feeble opponent would be easily dispatched with a single hand. The youth clearly did not anticipate that this unassuming boy could amass a considerable sum of money. Despite the fact that a man offered only copper coins, one must recognize that this is a place where the impoverished congregate, and the vast majority lead lives barely able to sustain themselves. These coins could suffice for a person to feast on meat buns for several days. The young man's gaze fixated on the pouch hanging from a man's waist, and he unceremoniously yanked it down. A man clenched his fist, suppressing his anger, and inquired, "I've given you all my money. May I now pass?" The young man chuckled again. "Oh, little brother, do not be hasty. I assure you, it is not merely about the money. However, I do need the money as well." "Then what is it for?" a man asked, noticing a few idle men lurking nearby, their intentions evident. "It is for you, little brother. I took a liking to you at first sight." The young man, emboldened by a man's continued submission, grew increasingly audacious. A man regarded him coldly, extending 3 fingers. "What does that mean?" "My master says 3 is the limit," a man replied, stepping forward to close the distance between them. The young man felt as though an object had pierced his body. It was a peculiar sensation. He could distinctly feel the resistance of flesh against the object. Yet he felt no pain. Lowering his gaze, he saw a golden hairpin embedded in his lower abdomen, its shaft protruding slightly, while the exquisitely crafted magnolia blossom at the top seemed to emanate fragrance. In that moment, a thought flashed through the young man's mind. If he were to flee now, would the golden hairpin belong to him? Yet, inexplicably, his legs remained firmly anchored to the ground, unmoving. "It doesn't hurt, does it?" The voice of a man was eerily calm, resonating in the ears of the young man, evoking an indescribable sense of strangeness. The young man's mind buzzed, a cold sweat instantly soaking his back. It did not hurt. He truly felt no pain. Why was there no pain? How could there be none? The small portion of the golden hairpin lodged in his lower abdomen did not terrify him. After all, he was a street tough, and such a wound was of little consequence. Yet, the sight of blood without the accompanying sensation of pain sent chills racing through his heart. In broad daylight, could it be that he had encountered a ghost? This place was not far from Magu Alley, where the celestial beings were said to commune with spirits, making the occasional ghostly encounter entirely plausible. "It doesn't hurt, right?" A man's voice broke the silence once more. "No, it doesn't hurt," the young man stammered, his tongue tripping over itself. "Indeed, it doesn't hurt. But wait until the hour of the rat tonight. It shall indeed hurt, and with each passing night, the pain will intensify." A man's voice grew increasingly hushed, wrapping around the young man's throat like an invisible thread, constricting his breath. "So, you're merely a coward. One wonders what a girl sees in someone like you," a man remarked, disdain flashing in her eyes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "If you wish to avoid a painful demise, remember to take this hairpin to the second private room on the second floor of the Wufu tea house 3 days hence, at noon." It was only when a man turned into a nearby alley that the young man snapped back to reality. "Hey Fei, why are you standing there like a fool?" A familiar voice chimed, as friends who often roamed together gathered around him. Nothing. The young man hastily pushed aside the person who had patted his shoulder and bolted away. Regardless of whether the strange youth's words bore truth, he could not allow anyone to see the golden hairpin. Is a Fey out of his mind? One of the bystanders muttered indignantly after being pushed aside. Look, another exclaimed, pointing at the ground with fervor. Several individuals lowered their gazes to the ground, where scattered droplets of blood lay, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Goodness, it seems a Fey has encountered a formidable opponent. I always thought that a Fey's impulsive temperament would lead to trouble. It's best to disperse now, A man walked into the Magu alley, pausing before a residence adorned with a jade rabbit lantern. The dwelling bore the marks of age, appearing relatively intact, yet the wooden door displayed deep scars of time. A man approached and knocked. Shortly, a young girl opened the door. I am here to see the immortal lady. The girl, evidently accustomed to such visits, pulled the door wide and said, Come in. As a man entered, the fragrant smoke wafted through the air. A middle-aged woman, her hair tied in a bun, sat cross-legged, her eyes gently closed, exuding an ethereal demeanor. Hearing the commotion, the woman opened her eyes and inquired, What do you seek? Are you Lu Xiangu? A man approached her, maintaining a calm composure as she asked. Chapter 38. Bait Lu Xiangu nodded with restrained dignity. Our master has a matter that requires your assistance. This is merely an invitation for tea. A man produced a silver note from her sleeve and placed it before Lu Xiangu. Lu Xiangu swiftly glanced at the note, the 50 taels inscribed upon it bringing her a sense of quiet satisfaction. The invitation for tea was, of course, a euphemism. A deposit of 50 taels indicated that the reward upon completion would surely be substantial. Lu Xiangu was indeed renowned, yet opportunities to serve affluent families were rare. More often, she performed exorcisms and rituals for ordinary folk, earning a modest reputation. What troubles has the young lady's master encountered? Acknowledging the arrival's significant identity, Lu Xiangu's tone became notably more cordial. A man, surprised, glanced at Lu Xiangu and exclaimed, Did you truly perceive that, immortal aunt? Having practiced martial arts since childhood and being taller than most women, she often donned male attire, to the point where even other young ladies found it difficult to distinguish her. It was astonishing that this immortal aunt could discern her so readily. A man thought to herself, It seems this person possesses genuine skill. No wonder the young lady requested her assistance. Lu Xiangu, adept in her craft, was undoubtedly skilled in discerning subtleties. And upon observing A man's expression, she understood her thoughts all too well, revealing a smile that hinted at profound wisdom. She had indeed noticed the piercings in the young lady's earlobes. Your master has not disclosed her concerns to me. She awaits you at the Tianxiang tea house for a more detailed discussion, Lu Xiangu mused before consenting after a brief contemplation. In the presence of common folk, she appeared as an omnipotent, exalted figure, yet she dared not display arrogance before the affluent. The wealthier families often had access to individuals of true capability, and she was merely an average practitioner among them. As Lu Xiangu prepared to depart, a man gestured to halt her, stating, Immortal aunt, there is no urgency to go at this moment. My master, Shen Chu, awaits you at the tea house. Very well, I shall make my way there in due time. Lu Xiangu replied, increasingly convinced of her client's significance. She was acutely aware of the mannerisms of the affluent. When faced with unusual circumstances, they would seek out individuals like her for their expertise, while simultaneously wishing to maintain discretion. In contrast, the respect shown by commoners was genuine, though regrettably, they bore a significant flaw. They lacked wealth. Then I shall take my leave for now. As Amon stepped out of Magu Hutong, the stark contrast between her and the surrounding environment compelled her to quicken her pace. Upon turning into a narrow alley, a hand suddenly reached out. You little brat, dare to plot against your grandfather. Amon deftly twisted her body, evading the ambush, and her eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the assailant. It was none other than the young man, a Fey, whom she had pricked with a golden hairpin not long ago. A Fey had evidently shaken off the earlier eerie atmosphere. His gaze fixated on Amon like that of a ravenous wolf, fierce and cruel. At that moment, he wielded the very hairpin in his hand, its tip glistening a dark crimson, his own desiccated blood. You little brat, weren't you quite capable just now? Weren't you the one who used this to stab me? Now, I shall mar that delicate face of yours with this. A Fey's voice trailed off into a shriek as he crumpled in agony. Amon raised her foot and kicked him down, delivering a flurry of blows until she finally ceased. Shaking her hand and looking down at the curled-up A Fey with a cold smirk. Such a loquacious fool. You. You wait for me, he stammered. I want tea, wait. Amon retorted, delivering a few more harsh kicks. It would have been better had you acted this way from the start. With a disdainful glance at Fei, she casually walked past him. Fei, struggling to rise while propping himself against the wall, stared at Amon's retreating figure. His lips trembling slightly. He had been startled by the bizarre circumstances, but more importantly, he feared others discovering that he possessed a golden hairpin, an object of such value that people like him had never even touched. Fei's flight was initially motivated by self-interest. Yet he could not swallow his pride, which led to this ambush. Unfortunately, the surprise attack proved unsuccessful, and Fei, who had long roamed the streets, was suddenly engulfed by profound fear. He had truly fallen this time. The words of that young man were likely not mere bluster. The arrival of a man was, for the residents of Magu Hatong, akin to a stone cast into a lake, stirring not a single ripple. Only one young man named Fei awaited the midnight hour with trepidation. As the sun began its descent in the west, golden rays filtered through the towering, lush treetops in front of the Tianxiang tea house, casting a serene glow upon the azure banners and bestowing an air of leisure upon the establishment. My dear, are you not afraid that the fairy lady will take our deposit without showing up? A man, now donned in the attire of a maid, inquired, her gaze sweeping outside. Jiang Si smiled gently. She will come. But she does not know your identity, a man replied. Precisely, that is why she will come. No matter how renowned Lu Xiangu may be, she is fundamentally just a fortune teller, and such individuals are invariably drawn to wealth. The more enigmatic she appears, the more lucrative the prospect seems to her. The 50 taels of silver serve as bait. A fish with a hearty appetite is bound to take the hook. Jiang Si did not deter her, merely nodding slightly. A man hastened towards the door, and as she pulled it open, she found Lu Xiangu standing outside with a young girl. Once again, we meet, Lu Xiangu said, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded a man. A man endeavored to don the expression she had anticipated. My master has sent me to open the door for you, fairy lady. Indeed, the young lady was remarkably perceptive. She could not afford to undermine her own authority. Upon hearing A Man's words, Lu Xiangu's gaze indeed exhibited a subtle change. She gestured for the young girl to remain outside and followed A Man inside. Miss, the immortal has arrived, the young lady stated, seated gracefully at a table by the window. Nodding in acknowledgement to Lu Xiangu, a flicker of dissatisfaction stirred within Lu Xiangu. The more she observed, the more her curiosity about the young lady's identity deepened, compelling her to refrain from turning away. She was merely a practitioner of esoteric arts. Should she offend someone of nobility, her standing in the capital would be jeopardized. Please, take a seat, Jiang Si invited. Lu Xiangu settled across from Jiang Si, discreetly assessing her over a cup of tea. The young lady's age and beauty astonished Lu Xiangu, further clouding her understanding of the girl's purpose and identity. Might I inquire what matter requires my assistance? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Xiangu maintained a composed faade. She was certain that the young lady sought her out for a reason, and she could not afford to show any sign of weakness. This was her livelihood. You have been entrusted by the second madam of the Dongping Bo Mansion, have you not? Jiang Si asked directly. I am unaware of what you speak. Lu Xiangu's expression shifted slightly, and she rose to leave. As she approached the door, A Man obstructed her path. What do you mean, miss? Lu Xiangu turned, her expression darkening as she regarded Jiang Si. The mention of the Dongping Bo Mansion instilled a sense of certainty within Lu Xiangu. Since the young lady was connected to the Dongping Bo Mansion, her standing was unlikely to exceed that of the esteemed establishment. Although Lu Xiangu resided in a humble area, years of dealings with affluent families had afforded her some connections and reputation. Even if the girl were of noble birth, she was still somewhat inexperienced in attempting to manipulate her. Jiang Si wore a faint smile upon her face, inquiring, since the celestial maiden has graced us with her presence, might she not indulge in a cup of tea? I am unaccustomed to the tea here, replied Lu Xiangu in a calm tone. Jiang Si's smile faded as her profound gaze met Lu Xiangu's. Is it your intention, celestial maiden, to assist the second madam of the Dongping Marquis in committing acts of unspeakable injustice? Pray tell, who are you, young lady? What compels you to approach me with such matters? I am the fourth young lady of the Dongping Marquis. The second madam is my aunt by marriage. The person whom she wishes to conspire against is my own flesh and blood, my brother. Jiang Si disclosed her identity without reservation. As she continued, Lu Xiangu's initial surprise transformed into a look of incredulity, as if she were regarding a fool. Does this fourth young lady of the domping Marquis possess a sound mind? To come to me with baseless claims? Setting aside the offense this brings, with her current reputation, even a mere word from me could plunge her into irrevocable misfortune. Should I choose to disregard this, and inform the second madam of the domping Marquis, this young girl's future would be bleak indeed. From where did the young lady hear such rumors? Though I am no sage, I have alleviated the troubles of many. I cannot accept such accusations, Lu Xinggu remarked, her gaze towards Jiang Si laced with disdain. She had encountered many such Navi girls, unguarded and prone to loud outbursts in times of strife, lacking any real capability. Amon blocked the doorway, her voice bright. Our young lady has not dismissed the celestial maiden. Lu Xinggu turned calmly, her voice rising slightly. Are you, young lady, seeking to compel me to stay? A child's voice echoed from outside. Celestial maiden, are you well? Lu Xinggu's countenance shifted dramatically, her eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of panic. Xinggu, are you all right? A young girl's voice echoed from outside the door. Lu Xinggu felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her with great force, leaving her disoriented and dizzy. How could anyone possibly know about the affairs of the Yin family? Observing Lu Xinggu's disarray, Jiang Si was not taken aback. In the outskirts of Jing, in the town of Bailu, there resided a wealthy gentleman named Yin, who had a single daughter. She was as beautiful as a blooming flower, graceful and elegant, attracting suitors even before she reached the age of marriage. However, fate is often unpredictable. The year she came of age, Miss Yin fell victim to a strange illness that began with fatigue and escalated to a state where she was rarely lucid throughout the day. Mr. Yin, having only this beloved daughter, grew desperate, his hair turning white from worry. He sought the help of renowned physicians in the capital, yet none could cure her. Rumors circulated that perhaps Miss Yin had lost her soul, rendering her unable to awaken. Consequently, various shamans and priests began to appear, including the recently arrived Lu Xinggu. At that time, she was not yet known as Lu Xinggu, but referred to herself as Lu Pa. She claimed to outsiders that her husband had passed away years prior, leaving her with a son and a daughter. Eventually, her son also succumbed, and she took to exorcising malevolent spirits and collecting souls alongside her daughter, who was still untouched by worldly affairs. In his desperation, Mr. Yin did not hesitate to accept Lu Xinggu's assistance. Thus, Lu Xinggu's daughter accompanied Miss Yin for 7 days and nights, and miraculously, Miss Yin's condition improved. Mr. Yin was overjoyed and rewarded Lu Xinggu handsomely, elevating her reputation in Bailu town, leading to an incessant stream of individuals seeking her aid for peculiar ailments. Miss Yin has recovered from her illness, prompting her father, Mr. Yin, to begin arranging a marriage for her. Unexpectedly, however, she vehemently refused all proposals. When pressed, she revealed that she had secretly pledged her life to a man named Qian Lang in a dream, declaring that she would marry no one but him. Mr. Yin was instantly alarmed, fearing that his daughter's soul had been ensnared by wandering spirits. He hastily summoned the immortal Lu to seek guidance. Lu, upon casting her divination, laughed and assured Mr. Yin that Qian Lang was not a mere ghost, but indeed a real person with whom his daughter was destined to be united. Should they fail to unite, Miss Yin would encounter further bizarre tribulations. At that moment, Miss Yin disclosed Qian Lang's whereabouts, prompting Mr. Yin to send someone to find him. To their surprise, they discovered that Qian Lang was a young man orphaned and seeking refuge with distant relatives, possessing neither wealth nor notable skills. Mr. Yin was immediately dismissive, resolutely opposing the match. For over a month, Miss Yin wept and pleaded, until an astonishing turn of events occurred. She became pregnant. This left Mr. Yin utterly at a loss. After confirming Qian Lang's willingness to marry his daughter, he hastily arranged their union. Outside, a young girl began to knock on the door. The maiden sat upright, sunlight streaming through the intricately carved window, casting a gentle and serene glow upon her, creating a picturesque tableau. Yet, this tranquility sent shivers down Lu's spine. She combed her hair with a hand, feigning composure as she remarked, "What Mr. Yin, what Mr. Wan. Over the years, I have visited many families. I can hardly recall which one it was." Jiang Si gazed at Lu Xinggu for a moment, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Surely, Xinggu, you jest. While you may not recall others, how could you possibly forget your own kin?" Lu Xinggu's pupils dilated in shock, her eyes reflecting sheer horror as she regarded Jiang Si. A man, stationed at the door, wore an expression of curiosity. "A man, step outside and reassure the young lady waiting out there," Jiang Si instructed. despite her overwhelming curiosity. A man complied dutifully, retreating silently, leaving only Jiang Si and Lu Xinggu within the room. Lu Xinggu fixed her gaze on Jiang Si, enveloped in an eerie silence. Yet, Jiang Si wore a serene smile, as if the weight of the world rested lightly upon him. That gentleman, Qian Lang, must be your daughter, am I correct? Lu Xinggu instinctively recoiled, her back colliding with the door, which emitted a dull thud. The exquisite maiden across from her smiled with an air of mischief. Or perhaps, it is your son. Chapter 40. The Malice of Humanity. Lu Xinggu trembled violently. The maiden's words struck her like an invisible hand, mercilessly tearing open the secret she had harbored deep within, leaving her emotionally wounded and nearly unable to stand. In that moment, Lu Xinggu was certain that this young lady had unraveled her deepest secrets, and what filled her with greater dread was how such a young girl could possibly know. The maiden's tone was nonchalant, yet it flowed gently and deliberately into Lu Xinggu's ears. Your husband may indeed be long deceased. But it was not your son who later met his demise, it was your daughter. By then, you had already found yourself traversing the opulent halls of affluent households, witnessing the opportunity to alter your impoverished origins, a chance embodied in the interchange of your children's identities. Jiang Si fixed her gaze intently upon Lu Xinggu, absorbing the latter's fluster and shock with keen awareness. A wave of nausea washed over her. How malevolent can the human heart be? She had experienced its treachery in her past life, yet she could not suppress the chill that crept into her soul. This woman, in her relentless pursuit to secure a life of comfort for her son, was willing to swap identities with her daughter, facilitating her son's nefarious designs upon the sheltered daughters of affluent families. The wickedness and selfishness of her heart deserved nothing less than divine retribution. After years of deception and manipulation, Lu Xinggu, having regained her composure following her initial panic, remarked with a feigned interest, "The tale you weave is indeed captivating. I am eager to hear more." Jiang Si regarded Lu Xinggu with a half-smile. "There is no rush. I shall continue. After your daughter's demise, you proclaimed that your son had passed, then departed your hometown with your son disguised as a daughter. From that point onward, those who interacted with you believed in the bond of mother and daughter. The slumbering affliction of Master Yin's beloved was orchestrated by you, all to ensure Master Yin unwittingly welcomed a wolf into his home, allowing your son to prey upon his daughter. Fortuitously, your son spent 7 nights with Miss Yin. And not only did she become infatuated with her dream lover, but she also became pregnant." Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept upon Lu Xinggu's lips. Indeed, even she had not anticipated such favorable fortune. In just 7 nights, Miss Yin was with child. At that moment, she believed it to be divine favor, and subsequently, everything unfolded smoothly. The satisfaction radiating from Lu Xinggu ignited a fire of indignation within Jiang Si. This woman, even now, bore no trace of remorse, only the glee of having succeeded in her wicked schemes. She harbored no doubts that, given even the slightest opportunity, this woman would soon commit even more atrocious acts. With this thought, Jiang Si let out a self-deprecating smile. There was no need to wait for the future. This woman was about to bring calamity upon her second brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinggu unexpectedly burst into laughter, remarking that the young lady's tale was indeed captivating, albeit a tad far-fetched. She could not help but admit that the words of this little girl were remarkably accurate. Jiang Si, unfazed by Lu Xinggu's reaction, toyed with the jade-like teacup and remarked, "However, Mr. Yin is certainly no fool. He must eventually come to understand. And if he does understand, what then? If he remains oblivious, what then?" Lu Xinggu, equally losing patience, responded coldly. Jiang Si scrutinized her, her gaze imbued with a chill. "Fairy, at this juncture, if you still refuse to acknowledge it, your reputation will surely suffer." Lu Xinggu laughed, her tone surprisingly aggressive. "Where is your evidence? You have spoken at length. What proof do you possess?" Jiang Si placed the teacup gently on the table, producing a soft sound. She languidly reclined against the chair, her half-closed eyes glimmering like crystal under the sunlight, while the person she was observing appeared as a mere buffoon. Lu Xinggu could not help but cease her laughter. "As leaves return to their roots, so too do the deceased return to the earth. If your beloved was buried in the ancestral grave as your son, then surely a simple opening of the coffin would reveal the truth of their gender." The young lady's words were utterly ridiculous. To seek permission to excavate one's family grave based solely on the words of an outsider was absurd. Lu Xinggu was resolute in her conviction. which only bolstered her confidence at this moment. She no longer wished to engage in evasive banter with the young woman before her. As for Yin Yuanwei, what if he were to comprehend the truth? Would he dare to publicize his family's disgrace? The young lady, still tender in years, likely could not fathom that in such circumstances, the parties involved would strive to conceal their misdeeds. Upon finishing her statement, she gazed at Jiang Si with a smile, eagerly anticipating her flustered reaction. Jiang Si returned the smile, saying, "So, does this imply that you, Xiangu, have indeed acknowledged this?" Xiangu, who dealt with spirits, surely understood that an unmarried woman ought not to be interred in the ancestral grave. Oh, as your kind would phrase it, such an act would disrupt the feng shui. If I were to engage a wandering Taoist priest to inform the Qin family that their prolonged misfortune stemmed from an inversion of yin and yang within their ancestral tomb, and that it merely concerned the grave of a younger generation, do you suppose the Qin family would refrain from inspecting it? Lu Xinggu's eyes widened in outrage as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Si, unable to conceal her fury. She could not possibly tolerate the thought of anyone exhuming her daughter's remains for public scrutiny. Moreover, should the Qian family discover that she had interred her daughter in their ancestral grave, it would likely result in her husband being cast out as well. Xinggu was indeed correct. Even if Yin Yuanwei were to uncover the truth, he would have no choice but to swallow his pride and suffer in silence. Yet, Xinggu ought not to forget the power of rumor. The townsfolk, leading their untroubled lives, would undoubtedly revel in such gossip. There would be no need for me to summon a wandering Taoist. A few idle men uttering mere words would suffice. The excited gazes of the neighbors would be enough to instill fear in Yin Yuanwei's family, including his son, compelling them to remain indoors. You, Lu Xiangu, felt a sudden tremor coursing through your body. The color drained from your face. Could it truly be that this was merely a girl in her teens? How could she be so oblivious to the fact that Miss Yin now has 2 sons and a daughter, enjoying a loving relationship with her husband and harmonious family life? Is she not afraid of pushing Miss Yan's family to the brink of despair, incurring retribution in the process? Jiang Si sneered coldly, acting on behalf of heaven. If retribution truly exists, it certainly would not manifest upon me first. This world is indeed absurd, where the victim and the perpetrator become akin to family. Festering wounds hidden beneath lavish garments. Why should the immortal maiden stand against me? I merely wish to protect my second brother, should anyone dare to harm him. I would go to any lengths to ensure they face dire consequences. The girl then smiled. Surely the silver given by my second aunt is not enough to compel the immortal maiden to risk her life? Lu Xinggu was momentarily taken aback, only to then experience a moment of clarity. Indeed, earning a bit of silver is acceptable, but risking one's life is entirely out of the question. Chapter 41, Filial Piety and Fame. Interests and risks are perpetually intertwined. When the risks far outweigh the potential gains, relinquishment becomes inevitable. This young lady, if not born into nobility, could easily usurp her position. She is not to be trifled with. Jiang Si shook her head. For such trivial matters, why should she waste so much breath on this individual? The girl, with her delicate features, smiled brightly at Lu Xiangu. Have you perhaps forgotten? You accepted my tea fee? Lu Xiangu was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly retrieved the neatly folded banknote from her bosom and handed it over. Lu Xiangu tightened her grip on the banknote. Indeed, this money was painstakingly saved from my monthly allowance. If it were to be given away without a word of acknowledgement, it would surely pain my heart. The young woman sighed. Jiang Si's words were not unfounded. Her mother's dowry remained in her grandmother's possession, and her father's annual salary was deposited into the public account. Indeed, her accumulation of silver largely depended on her monthly allowance. Though she took the 50 taels without hesitation, it left her 2 maids deeply distressed. What was the young lady to do? Suddenly, Lu Xinggu was struck by an ominous premonition. This simply would not do. Lu Xinggu resolutely objected, fearing it would tarnish her reputation. Jiang Si, without lifting her eyelids, coolly reminded her, digging up graves, spreading gossip. Lu Xinggu's lips quivered. This was undoubtedly a blatant threat. Jiang Si cast a chilling glance at Lu Xinggu, poured herself another cup of hot tea, and savored a delicate sip. The fragrance of the tea was intoxicating. She relished the act of threatening her opponent while they remained utterly helpless. Why must the fairy be so entangled in her thoughts? Did Lu Xiangu merely appear to her second aunt as a charlatan, a fraud? Regardless of whether it was a tactic to provoke. Jiang Si's words ignited Lu Xinggu's ire. Of course not. I have been in this profession for many years, and I rely on genuine skills. Jiang Si smiled faintly. She believed this assertion. Anyone capable of startling numerous noblewomen must possess some talent. Therein lay the crux, since Lu Xinggu was perceived as a highly skilled being in her second aunt's eyes. Then a minor miscalculation in her methods would hardly lead to her downfall. Upon meeting the young woman's half-smiling, half-mocking expression, Lu Xinggu felt a surge of frustration. How had she come to be entangled with this calamity? Ultimately, she believed that the fairy would emerge unscathed. And Jiang Si insisted that Lu Xinggu should likewise have faith in herself. Lu Xinggu opened her mouth, pondering what else she could possibly say. She could only trust in her own abilities. Jiang Si gently pushed the teacup forward and lifted her own cup, saying, "Let us celebrate our collaboration with tea in place of wine." Lu Xinggu remained silent for a moment before raising her teacup to lightly clink it against the cup held by the young girl. The news of the elderly Lady Dongping's eye ailment quickly spread among acquaintances, thanks in large part to the efforts of the second lady of the Dongping family, Madame Xiao. Within just a few days, Madame Xiao had summoned several renowned physicians, including a couple from the Imperial Medical Office. Such commotion naturally reached the ears of those familiar with the Dongping household. Now, whenever the Dongping family is mentioned, people commend the filiality of the second daughter-in-law of the elderly Lady Dongping. One morning, Jiang Si, dressed impeccably, set out for Cixin Hall to pay her respects to the elderly Lady Feng. Upon exiting the gates of Haitang residence, she encountered Jiang Anqing. "Has father not gone out today?" Jiang Si elegantly inquired. "I just left your grandmother's side and was about to head out," Jiang Anqing replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at his daughter. Today, Jiang Si wore a short jacket with a white base adorned with pink flowers, complemented by a vibrant red skirt, resembling a blossoming begonia, radiant and captivating. Jiang Anqing exhaled softly, praising, "You look particularly spirited today, seer." Jiang Si's lips twitched slightly. Does father truly know how to express himself? What harm is there in praising a daughter's beauty? Realizing his words had come off as somewhat abrupt, Jiang Anqing paused before adding, "Your grandmother is in a poor mood today. Wearing something bright will lift her spirits." He had donned a plain belt, having already faced his wife's sharp reprimand. And he certainly did not wish for his daughter to receive unjust scolding. "Thank you, father, for your reminder," Jiang Si replied with a charming smile. Jiang Anqing awkwardly touched his nose, feigning nonchalance. "Then you should quickly go to Cixin Hall to pay your respects. Father has left." Jiang Si gazed at the swiftly retreating, upright figure, a warm current flowing through her heart. Her father, a man of considerable stature, had come here solely to ensure she was appropriately attired, preventing her from inadvertently offending her grandmother. Jiang Si tilted her head back and noticed the sun, which had been hiding behind the clouds, now re-emerging and casting a vibrant orange hue across the sky, reflecting her own buoyant mood. "What are you staring at, fourth sister?" A voice laced with ambiguous intent called out. Jiang Si turned to see two young women approaching along the stone path. Leading was the sixth sister, Jiang Pei, followed closely by the fifth sister, Jiang Li. Though both were born of concubines, Jiang Pei's mother had been the dowry maid of the second wife, whereas Jiang Li's mother had been a servant girl of the second master, which afforded Jiang Pei a more favorable position in the eyes of their legitimate mother. Jiang Pei was the one who had spoken. In the blink of an eye, she and Jiang Li stood before Jiang Si. Jiang Pei scrutinized Jiang Si from head to toe and remarked with a smile, "Fourth sister, you are dressed so brightly today. Being young and beautiful, one ought to wear something vibrant," Jiang Si replied with an indifferent tone. After the title had passed to the second branch, Jiang Pei, skilled in currying favor with the second wife, had proposed an advantageous match, their lavish lifestyle sustained by the blood-stained buns of the first branch. Thus, Jiang Si felt no warmth towards them. Jiang Pei's face flushed crimson in an instant. Being 2 years younger than Jiang Si, she had deliberately donned a modest dress today, mindful of her grandmother's poor eyesight, and Jiang Si's remark seemed a blatant mockery of her appearance. Grandmother is ill, yet fourth sister still finds time to adorn herself. One wonders where her filial piety lies. As for my own, it is not for sixth sister to fret over, rather, it is she who ought to reflect on her conduct towards her elder. Jiang Pei, taken aback, struggled to articulate a response, nearly dropping the box she held. Jiang Si turned to leave. Jiang Pei muttered under her breath, "Now you understand the rules. What was it that led to your quarrel with mother that day?" Jiang Li tugged at Jiang Pei's sleeve, urging, "Sixth sister, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. No need for your incessant nagging." Jiang Pei shot Jiang Li a disdainful glance and hurried towards the Compassion Hall. The air in the Compassion Hall was thick with the pungent aroma of medicine. Ah Fu announced, "Old madam, 4th miss, 5th miss, and 6th miss have arrived." "Let them enter," came the response. The 3 sisters filed in one after the other. Old Madame Feng, unable to see with her left eye, strained to open her remaining eye, which immediately fell upon Jiang Pei, clad in plain garments. "Leave." Old Madame Feng's visible eye seemed to be pricked by a needle as she barked sharply. Jiang Pei cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Si, knowing well that Jiang Si's flamboyant attire would lead to her misfortune. Chapter 42. The entrance. The sudden loss of vision had rendered old Madame Feng increasingly irritable with each passing day, especially after the imperial physician's treatments proved futile. Her rationality began to crumble under the weight of her temper. To have a person of such controlling disposition suddenly blind in one eye evokes an indescribable terror of impending darkness. She felt compelled to assert her unyielding authority. Confronted with old Madame Feng's sudden outburst, Jiang Si remained composed and unflustered. With her father's reminders of today and the repeated validations from her past life, she felt a stronger grasp of her grandmother's thoughts than others, at least more than her younger sister Jiang Pei. Jiang Si's inexplicable gaze caused Jiang Pei considerable displeasure, prompting her to lower her voice and feign sympathy. "4th sister, grandmother is unwell. You should heed her wishes and leave promptly." Jiang Si, with a smile that was both enigmatic and faint, elegantly curtsied to the old matriarch. "Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. I take my leave." After saying this, she maintained her gaze ahead and retreated toward the door, while Jiang Pei could no longer suppress the upward curve of her lips. "6th girl, are you deaf?" came the impatient voice of the old matriarch. A soft laugh escaped the lips of the 3rd young lady, Jiang Qiao, who had arrived earlier with Madame Gua to pay her respects, standing behind her. Upon hearing this, she could not help but chuckle. The old matriarch's cold gaze swept over Jiang Qiao, who immediately adopted a posture of utmost decorum, daring not to make a sound. Jiang Pei was utterly stunned. What was grandmother saying? Had she misheard? Seeing Jiang Pei's lack of reaction, Jiang Li kindly nudged her. "6th sister, grandmother is referring to you." Jiang Pei blinked, her face draining of color, and then, as if oil had been poured onto a dying ember, her charming visage ignited with a deep crimson hue. For Jiang Pei, who was accustomed to flattering her elders, being publicly reprimanded by the old matriarch today left her feeling utterly humiliated. Even more distressing was the fact that she had no idea why. "Granddaughter takes her leave." Jiang Pei hurriedly bowed to the old matriarch, covering her face as she fled. Jiang Si merely felt a whirlwind pass by her side, and soon Jiang Pei's figure vanished from sight. She merely smiled, her expression serene as she walked outside. Ahead, several individuals approached, leading with the 2nd mistress, Madame Xiao, and Jiang Qian, who was conversing with those beside her. A hint of mirth flickered in Jiang Si's eyes. The very person brought forth by the Xiao mother-daughter duo was none other than Lu Xinggu. Jiang Si could not help but feel amused. What could be more entertaining than this spectacle? Surely, when the curtain fell, the 2nd aunt and 2nd cousin would carry this memory for a lifetime. "4th sister has come to pay respects to grandmother." Jiang Qian spoke first as they drew near. Madame Xiao cast a bewildered glance at Jiang Qian. Jiang Si was well aware of her cousin's disrespect, and even Jiang Qian herself had endured considerable scorn from that insolent girl. How was it that Jiang Qian now treated her with such civility? Seemingly oblivious to Madame Xiao's gaze, Jiang Qian maintained a gentle smile. Unconsciously, she bit her lip, her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. How could she not perceive the sarcasm in Jiang Si's words? To this day, she remained puzzled by the provocation Jiang Si had experienced, as she confronted her with such vehemence. Were it not for the current constraints preventing open conflict, she, as the wife of the heir to the Longxing Marquis, would not need to greet a cousin who had once been betrothed with such warmth. "Grandmother speaks out of concern for me. However, we, as granddaughters, must not only consider our own interests. With grandmother's eye ailment showing little improvement, my heart has been in turmoil. Upon hearing that mother had personally invited the immortal, I could not resist coming," Jiang Qian explained softly. How could she miss out on such a grand performance? She yearned to witness the misfortunes of the primary branch to relieve the pent-up frustration she felt towards Jiang Si. On one side was the gentle and humble Jiang Qian, and on the other was the unmistakably assertive Jiang Si. Prompting the maids and servants trailing behind Madame Xiao to quietly voice their grievances on behalf of Jiang Qian. At this moment, no one dared to express such thoughts, as the consequences of incurring the wrath of the 4th young lady were still vividly etched in their memories. "And heir, is this the celestial maiden?" Jiang Si inquired. casting a curious glance at Lu Xiangu. The corners of Lu Xiangu's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl was undoubtedly a prodigy. Xiao Shi responded nonchalantly. Then turned to Lu Xiangu with courtesy. Celestial maiden, please come in. Our matriarch has been awaiting you for quite some time. Lu Xiangu nodded gently and walked in with an air of grace, her demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being. Clearly, old Madame Feng had sent everyone away, leaving only Xiao Shi and Lu Xiangu to discuss matters. The guests were unable to conceal their curiosity about whether the celestial maiden invited by the second madam could cure the matriarch's eye ailment. Naturally, Jiang Si remained behind. After approximately half an hour, Afu emerged from Cixin Hall and instructed a young maid to relay a message to the front courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qin inquired about the situation. Upon hearing the response, Jiang Qin glanced at Jiang Si, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. As for Jiang Zhan, despite being the legitimate grandson of the first branch, his lack of ambition had led him to lose his grandmother's favor, rendering him incomparable to his elder brother's promising future. When Jiang Anqing and Jiang Sanluai arrived at Cixin Hall, a fragrant altar had already been set up in the courtyard, adorned with an incense burner and fine tea. What is this for? Jiang Anqing exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the scene. It is for the ritual, old Madame Feng replied, casting a sidelong glance at her eldest son. The celestial maiden has stated that my sudden blindness in the left eye is not due to illness, but rather from being struck by malevolent forces. Only by expelling these forces can my sight be restored. Mother, how can you believe such things? Old Madame Feng's expression darkened slightly. Otherwise, could you have invited a doctor to cure my eyes? Initially, the old matriarch was somewhat skeptical of the fortune teller summoned by her second daughter-in-law. However, the fortune teller's words strikingly mirrored the scenes from her dreams, leaving her with little choice but to believe. Deep down, Lady Feng yearned to accept this truth, for it offered a glimmer of hope for the recovery of her eyesight. Jiang Anqing, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, finally managed to utter, "As long as mother is pleased." He hastily urged the priestess to commence her rituals, hoping to bring the farce to an end sooner rather than later. At that moment, Lu Xiangu spoke. "Lady, are all the masters of the household gathered?" Lady Feng turned her gaze towards Afu, who promptly replied, "The second young master has yet to arrive." "Where is he?" Jiang Yuan, the third young master, interjected, "Brother has skipped class again. The messenger could not locate him." Lu Xiangu's expression grew solemn. "If we miss today's auspicious hour, the next opportunity for the ritual will not arrive for another 7 days. What a troublesome wretch!" Lady Feng exclaimed in frustration, just as the aforementioned wretch dashed into the scene. "Isn't today the day for honoring our ancestors? This does not seem like the right place," Jiang Zhan remarked, gazing perplexedly at the incense altar set up in the courtyard. The others fell silent. A few words before the launch. "Tomorrow marks the debut of my new book. Frankly, regardless of past achievements or the number of books I have written, each new release feels like setting sail anew. From the moment the first chapter is unveiled to the day it officially launches, I am beset by anxiety and unease. Tomorrow will be the moment of reckoning. Here, I earnestly beseech all avid readers, even if many will choose alternative avenues once it becomes a paid work, or if some are still waiting for the word count to increase, I kindly request that you subscribe to the first chapter. The initial subscription of a book signifies its potential, consequently influencing a subsequent series of recommendations, which is vital for Lu Yi. A new book has a singular opportunity to ascend the monthly ticket ranking, and Lu Yi aspires to secure a commendable position on this list. Hence, earnestly soliciting everyone's support in March. I am aware that there exists a plethora of captivating books and numerous beloved authors among you. Monthly tickets are invaluable both to you and to the authors. In my heart, the votes you cast for me represent not merely monthly tickets, but also your unwavering support and affection. While monetary rewards are an additional request, I must shamelessly implore those willing to contribute to do so during the event period. Chapter 43, Lingyin, Request for Initial Subscription. Jiang Zhan's words infuriated old Madame Feng to the point of exasperation, yet with Lu Xiangu present, she managed to suppress her ire. Casting a fierce glare at Jiang Anqing touched his nose, feeling detached from the matter, as he was unfamiliar with this unfortunate child. "Xiangu, please proceed." Old Madame Feng intoned gravely. Lu Xiangu nodded, glanced at the incense burner, and began to close her eyes while circling the incense table. The onlookers held their breath, listening to the indistinct murmurs emanating from Lu Xiangu along with the sound of the wind rustling through the corner's fragrant leaves. Lu Xiangu made her rounds around the incense table, her flowing robe billowing with each step, and despite the seemingly chaotic movements, there was a subtle rhythm that evoked a sense of solemnity in those who observed her. Jiang Zhan quietly tugged at Jiang Shi's sleeve. "This diviner's spinning has made me dizzy. Are you feeling well, fourth sister?" As the younger generation stood closely together, the moment Jiang Zhan's words fell, Jiang Zhan and the others turned their gazes towards him in unison. "I am quite well." Jiang Si tugged at the corner of her mouth, an impulse to deliver a sound thrashing to her elder brother suddenly welling up within her. Just then, a sharp reprimand rang out, followed by the crisp sound of a bell, which drew the attention of the onlookers. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Si raised her foot and playfully stepped on Jiang Zhan, chiding, "Second brother, can you not maintain silence? Is it forbidden for anyone to speak?" Jiang Zhan muttered under his breath, for the quiet, handsome youth was indeed more endearing. Ahem. He coughed gently into his fist, his tone grave. "Fourth sister, unbeknownst to you, I am quite the sparing speaker." Suddenly, a gasp echoed. Jiang Si ceased her banter with Jiang Zhan and turned her gaze toward Lu Xinggu, who was performing a ritual. The incense table had, unbeknownst to them, already been adorned with incense, and with the varying chimes of the bell, the rising white smoke from the ignited incense abruptly morphed into a dark cloud. How could the once pristine white smoke change its hue? Lu Xinggu's bell shook with increasing urgency, and the frantic ringing, combined with the black smoke, instinctively heightened the tension among the crowd. At that moment, the ringing ceased abruptly, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. "Look!" Jiang Qiao exclaimed, her finger pointing forward. The dark smoke above the long incense table appeared to take on a life of its own, coalescing into a stream that slanted towards a particular direction, the very direction where Jiang Si and the others stood. A shadow of unease suddenly loomed over the younger generation present. None were fools. The black smoke pointing towards them was certainly an ominous sign. Jiang Si inwardly acknowledged Lu Xinggu's undeniable skill. Lu Xinggu, gripping the bell, turned her gaze to old Lady Feng. The old matriarch understood, and in a low voice, commanded, "There are no outsiders present. Please speak freely, Xinggu." Lu Xinggu's lips trembled slightly. "Esteemed matriarch, the malevolent spirit has attached itself to one among these individuals." Except for Jiang Simeon, whose face bore no expression. The rest were taken aback. Jiang Zhan could not refrain from exclaiming, "Do not speak such nonsense." Among the younger generation, Jiang Zhan was the most straightforward, and thus had never been favored by old Lady Feng. Silence. Old Lady Feng wished fervently to cast Jiang Zhan out. To silence is to silence. How utterly ridiculous. Noticing Jiang Simeon's gentle tug on his sleeve, Jiang Zhan muttered under his breath, choosing not to push further. Old Lady Feng's profound gaze swept across Jiang Simeon and the others, lingering a moment longer on Jiang Qian. In such a sensitive moment, Jiang Qian felt a flush rise to her cheeks, acutely aware that the glances directed at her had transformed. Remain composed. Jiang Qian inhaled deeply. Given the prior dream, her grandmother's suspicions were entirely reasonable. She subtly tilted her head towards Xiao, who offered her a reassuring nod. With that, Jiang Qian's heart settled, her expression becoming serene. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Zhan, whose disdainful countenance elicited a quiet amusement within her. She was eager to witness Jiang Zhan's reaction upon discovering that he was the true culprit. It would surely be an extraordinary sight. Can the spirit medium identify to whom the malice has attached itself? Old Lady Feng inquired, enunciating each word with gravity. Regardless of who it might be, even if it were her beloved granddaughter Jiang Qian, she would not tolerate it. Lu Xinggu slowly approached Jiang Simeon and the others, her gaze meticulously scanning each individual. Those who met her eyes could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, particularly the timid fifth Miss Jiangli, who trembled uncontrollably, her frail form resembling a withered leaf clinging to a branch in the autumn wind. In order to ascertain upon whom the malevolent spirit has taken residence, I must request a few young gentlemen and ladies to step forward individually, allowing me to perform my divination. Lu Xinggu, embodying the demeanor of an otherworldly sage, proclaimed, "Please proceed with your incantation. We must unearth and dispel this malevolence," insisted old Madame Feng, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "I beg your pardon," Lu Xinggu replied. Bowing to Jiang Si and the others, her gesture inadvertently directed at Jiang Si, though none noticed at that moment. Jiang Si regarded Lu Xinggu with a tinge of curiosity. Their previous agreement had merely set the stage for Jiang Qian's misfortunes, while the intricacies of the supernatural were beyond her comprehension. Thus, she had chosen to leave such matters to the adept diviner. How would Lu Xiangu reveal Jiang Qian's identity? Pondering this, Jiang Si observed as Lu Xiangu raised a brass bell, its ancient patina and intricate engravings exuding an aura of mystique. With a gentle shake, the bell emitted a clear, resonant chime, reverberating through the expansive courtyard, accompanied only by the rustling leaves in the breeze. Old Madame Feng nodded slowly, acknowledging the wisdom of old adages. Lu Xiangu smiled. This bell is known as the soul-settling bell. As the name resonated in the air, a gust of wind swept by, causing goosebumps to rise on the exposed skin of those present. Now, I shall begin, Lu Xiangu declared, pointing to the outermost young lady, Jiang Li. At once, Jiang Li's face drained of color, rendered speechless in the collective gaze of the assembly. She cautiously approached Lu Xiangu step by step. Lu Xiangu raised her hand, and the bell gently swayed before Jiang Li's brow, emitting a clear and melodious chime. Jiang Li exhaled deeply, retreating 2 steps, as if utterly drained. Lu Xiangu walked past Jiang Li, proceeding to the next individual. The bell rang intermittently until it was Jiang Zhan's turn. Jiang Zhan, visibly annoyed, urged, "Please be quick." The bell began to sway, dingling. Lu Xiangu maintained a serene expression as she passed by Jiang Zhan. Jiang Qian, unable to conceal her astonishment, turned to look at Xiao Shi, who mirrored her expression. The mother and daughter exchanged hurried glances, yet before they could ponder further, Lu Xiangu stood before Jiang Qian, lifting the bell and giving it a gentle shake. In that instant, the world fell silent. No sound emerged from the bell. Chapter 44. The mute eating bitter herbs in the courtyard. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard, and all eyes were fixed upon Jiang Qian. Old Lady Feng felt an unexpected sense of relief in her heart. Indeed, the dream's golden chicken referred to the second daughter. A gentle breeze lifted the stray hair from Jiang Qian's forehead, revealing her pale visage. How could this be? Jiang Qian murmured, gazing vacantly at Xiao Shi. Had the immortal made an error? Xiao Shi, her face ashen, stepped forward, placing particular emphasis on the words made a mistake. Lu Xiangu, with an air of indifference, replied, "Madam, you jest. While a person may err, the soul-determining bell cannot be mistaken." However, Xiao Shi's gaze remained fixed on the bell in Lu Xiangu's hand, her brow furrowed, her tone laden with significance. Is the bell perhaps faulty? Lu Xiangu smiled lightly, taking a couple of steps forward to shake the bell before the sixth lady, Jiang Pei. The clear chime resonated once more. She then retreated, shaking the bell again, towards Jiang Qian. The bell appeared to be silenced, emitting not a single sound. The atmosphere fell into an uneasy stillness, imbued with an inexplicable awkwardness and reverence for the unknown. It could not possibly be Qianer, thought the celestial being Madame Xiao. As she tightly clenched her fists, the veins on the back of her hands prominent, she pronounced the title of celestial being with great emphasis. Madame Lu offered a bow to Madame Xiao, stating, "Madam, we cannot defy the will of heaven. This is beyond my control." Her words were a candid reflection of the truth. If she had the power to decide, she would not have conjured such a plethora of troubles. Since the celestial being has identified the malevolent spirit, please proceed with the exorcism, urged old Madame Feng. Enough. Old Madame Feng interjected sharply, cutting off Madame Xiao without hesitation. Her tone icy. The celestial being is your invitation. Do you not acknowledge this outcome? Madame Xiao's lips quivered, leaving her at a loss for words. It was only then that she realized, in terror, that she had indeed shot herself in the foot. The individual she had summoned was now revealing that it was her daughter who had harmed old Madame Feng. She could hardly accuse Madame Lu of having received any bribe from her. For the first time, Madame Xiao experienced the bitterness of being mute while consuming bitter gall. Her expression blank as she turned to Madame Lu. "Then please, celestial being, hasten to perform the rites, so that the old madam may recover swiftly." While Madame Lu possessed some genuine abilities, she doubted that old Madame Feng's eyesight would truly improve simply through ritual. Should that occur, she would surely be told that Madame Lu lacked real skill, prompting the need to summon someone else. However, if Madame Lu, as previously agreed, could identify Jiang Zhan, and old Madame Feng's eyesight did not improve post-ceremony, that would present a different narrative altogether. Then I shall begin. Lu Xiangu gathered the bell into her bosom and began to circle around Jiang Qian, her hands constantly weaving intricate gestures. The onlookers instinctively shifted aside, leaving Jiang Qian standing alone, her pretty face oscillating between pallor and flush, resembling a painter's palette. Suddenly, after an indeterminate duration, Lu Xiangu raised her hand, flames erupting from her palm, eliciting a chorus of gasps. The fiery hand descended upon Jiang Qian's shoulder, prompting an uncontrollable scream from her lips. Surprisingly, the flames extinguished without igniting her garments. What was that? Lady Feng's gaze narrowed. Gradually, a crimson mark began to emerge on Jiang Qian's shoulder, its hue deepening, evoking thoughts of blood. Moments later, the vibrant red faded, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. The malevolent spirit has been banished. The old lady's ailment will be cured within 3 days. Lu Xinggu exhaled softly, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed Lady Feng. Is that truly so? Lady Feng inquired eagerly. Lu Xinggu, with an enigmatic smile, nodded, her peripheral vision casting a glance at Jiang Si amidst the crowd. How could she ascertain the outcome? It was the young lady's words that foretold this. On that day at the Tianxiang tea house, the young lady had proclaimed that if she complied with her instructions, the old lady of Dongping would recover within 3 days, granting her both fame and fortune. With a blend of coercion and allure, she had no choice but to acquiesce. You have worked hard, Xinggu, Lady Feng expressed sincerely, signaling to Afu. Immediately, Afu presented a plump purse. I am weary. Shall, for the next few days, ensure you extend proper hospitality to the celestial maiden. We must not lose our decorum, instructed old Madame Feng. Since Lu Xiangu boldly proclaimed that her ailment would be resolved within 3 days, she had already begun to believe it to some extent. Yet, considering the implications for herself, it was most prudent to have Lu Xiangu stay in the manor for 3 days. Stay longer? Lu Xiangu was taken aback. Had it not been for her years of cultivating a thick skin, she would have revealed her true feelings immediately. She discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Si, who stood among the sisters, radiant as a blooming begonia, emotionless yet signaling a gesture of 6 with her hand. Digging up ancestors' graves, spreading gossip. Then I shall impose upon you, Lu Xiangu said, bowing respectfully to Xiao. I apologize for any shortcomings in my reception. Xiao nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Her gaze toward Lu Xiangu icy. Old Madame Feng's displeasure was evident as she remarked, then ensure you host her well. Xiao was instantly put in an uncomfortable position, while third Madame Guan nearly erupted in laughter. It had been a long time since she witnessed her second sister-in-law so flustered. The last occurrence had been due to the fourth young lady. Would this become a new norm? The thought brought her a sense of satisfaction. The daughter-in-law was aware of the situation. Old Madame Feng nodded before turning her attention to Jiang Qian. At that moment, Jiang Qian had yet to recover from the blow. Stammering, grandmother. Her body swayed slightly, biting her lip. I understand. What had transpired between her mother and Lu Xiangu? This humiliation would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Feng Mama, please assist me into the house. Have this place tidied up. After old Madame Feng entered the house, the onlookers in the courtyard dispersed silently, casting a few lingering glances at Jiang Qian before leaving. From that moment on, Jiang Qian fell out of favor with the old lady. Accompanied by Jiang Zhan, Jiang Si was making her way outside when she faintly heard a voice behind her. Second sister, are you all right? It was the eldest son, Jiang Zhan, Jiang Qian's twin brother. Jiang Qian murmured something, but the subsequent words were inaudible. As Jiang Si glanced at him, Jiang Zhan curled his lip. If that fortune teller dares to say it was you, I would immediately give her a beating that would make her mother unrecognizable. Let us see how she continues to deceive with her tricks. Jiang Si smiled gently. I know you are the most formidable, second brother. Jiang Zhan was utterly unprepared for such a straightforward compliment from Jiang Si. His ears flushed crimson, and he hastily changed the subject. Surely, fourth sister does not believe the nonsense of that fortune teller? The young girl, with an innocent expression, replied, I believe it. What? Jiang Zhan nearly stumbled in surprise. Chapter 45. Continuation. The spirit beast eggs of Tianyu and Tianyue. Under the peculiar gazes of everyone in the residence, Jiang Qian, despite her myriad of questions and grievances, could not linger at the Marquis' estate. Exchanging a glance with Madame Xiao, she hurriedly departed. Madame Xiao was responsible for hosting Lu Xiangu, and soon found herself with a moment of solitude. Lu Xiangu remained as steady as a mountain. This outcome was also beyond my expectations. What does the fortune teller mean by this? This is not what we had previously discussed. Seeing Lu Xiangu still evading the issue, Madame Zhao's anger flared even more. Could it be that the fortune teller found the tea money insufficient? You misunderstood, madam. Lu Xiangu sighed deeply. It is truly a matter of fate that cannot be defied. What fate cannot be defied? Lu Xiangu adopted an enigmatic expression, stating, initially, I intended to assist you sincerely, given your earnestness. However, as you are aware, My livelihood relies on communicating with the supernatural, and given the circumstances today, I find myself compelled to comply. Are we not previously in agreement regarding the notion of malevolent spirits afflicting the matriarch? Zhao's complexion turned ashen as she pressed further. Suddenly, Lu Xinggu grasped Zhao's hand. Her demeanor grave. Indeed, there is a malevolent entity afflicting the young lady. Startled, Zhao recoiled, her face paling from green to white. What nonsense are you spouting, Xinggu? Lu Xinggu's laughter was cold. Do you truly believe I am merely a charlatan? As the smile vanished from Lu's face, the ethereal aura that surrounded her dissipated entirely. With high cheekbones and a slender chin, coupled with her chilling, profound gaze, she exuded an unsettling presence. Zhao's heart raced. How could she forget that her sister-in-law was acquainted with Lu Xinggu precisely because Lu had previously assisted in retrieving her nephew's soul? This Lu Xinggu undeniably possessed genuine abilities. Yet, how could the initial suggestion of a malevolent spirit hindering the matriarch turn into the unsettling truth of an entity possessing Qianer? Zhao's thoughts spiraled into dread as she turned her gaze towards Lu Xinggu, who sighed heavily. Thus, it seems that fate has long been predetermined. How could I defy the will of the heavens for the sake of trivial matters? Can the matriarch's ailment truly be resolved within 3 days? Lu Xinggu hesitated for a moment. Zhao's perceptive nature detected the underlying tension and with a cold smile remarked, I shall await the miraculous display of the celestial maiden in 3 days. With those words, she stormed off in a huff. Lu Xinggu, feeling the weight of the moment, sank heavily onto the cushioned chair, poured herself a cup of tea, and took several sips, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Indeed, that girl could very well drive her to despair. Should we stow our belongings? Inquired the young girl standing at the door, clutching a small bundle. Stow what? Just leave it be, Lu Xinggu replied with a dismissive wave. She needed to prepare herself for the possibility of being unceremoniously cast out at any moment. There was little to tidy up. These next 3 days would truly feel like an eternity. Zhao harbored doubts regarding Lu Xinggu's reassurances, prompting her to write 2 letters, one to Jiang Qian to soothe her concerns, and another to her sister-in-law at her maternal home. The sister-in-law of the Zhao family soon arrived under the pretext of visiting the elderly matriarch, providing an opportunity for the 2 women to converse privately. Sister-in-law? Enlighten me. How capable is Lu Xinggu really? The sister-in-law was already aware of the events at the Marquis residence and felt a tinge of awkwardness in facing Zhao. It can be quite effective to help a frightened child regain their composure, she replied. Can her exorcisms truly cure the matriarch's ailment? The sister-in-law chuckled nervously. That is difficult to ascertain. The matriarch's affliction did indeed arise quite suddenly, and the underlying cause remains uncertain. Zhao closed her eyes, her resentment growing with each passing moment. I can't shake the feeling that I've been outmaneuvered by Lu Xinggu. Yet, a perplexing thought lingered. She had previously promised a generous reward to Lu Xinggu upon the successful completion of her task. Why, then, did Lu Xinggu seem to shy away from monetary gain? Zhao opened her eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within. It is Lu Xinggu who deals with spirits, not her. Whether by fate or human intervention, she has summoned individuals only to be bitten back. This debt will certainly be settled once this tumult subsides. Zhao looked at the elder sister of the Zhao family, who instinctively cast a glance toward the door and lowered her voice. What if the old lady's eyes do not improve within 3 days? Are you suggesting that if the old lady's sight does not recover, Lu Xinggu could be deemed a fraud, thereby rendering the notion of Qianer being possessed by an evil spirit untenable? Zhao fell silent for a moment. While she currently managed the household, the old lady's needs were arranged elsewhere, making it difficult for her to intervene. The recent incident where she was splashed with tea by old lady Foam while trying to gather information from Cixin Hall was still fresh in her memory. Madam, the master has arrived, came the maid's report from outside. The door soon opened, and second master Jiang entered with a composed expression. Elder sister has arrived. He acknowledged upon seeing the elder sister of the Zhao family. Despite her presence, second master Jiang remained notably lukewarm, and once she departed, his countenance grew even frostier. Look at the fine mess you've created. When has our family ever needed to summon a spirit medium for such charlatanry? Now, a bucket of filth has been thrown onto Qianer, and it cannot be washed away. How do you expect her to conduct herself in front of her in-laws after this? I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Second Master Jiang disregarded Zhao's embarrassment, coldly stating that Lu Xinggu was recommended by your elder sister, was she not? Henceforth, keep your distance from her. Zhao's face suddenly flushed with indignation. She hailed from an ordinary background, and her dignity was bestowed upon her by her husband and children. Now, with Mr. Zhang's remarks, it was akin to a slap in the face. We must ensure that our household staff is adequately reprimanded, for this matter must not circulate. As for Chinner, you must promptly write to her and advise her to maintain a facade of normalcy at the Ho residence. Mother is a person who considers the greater picture, despite any thoughts she may harbor about Chinner following this incident. She will undoubtedly take into account Chinner's position in the Ho household. Xiao nodded repeatedly. It is indeed painful and infuriating to bring misfortune upon oneself. But the immediate priority is to minimize the repercussions of this incident. We must not jeopardize Chinner's standing in the Ho residence. The next day, Xiao and others went to Cixin Hall to pay their respects but did not encounter the old matriarch, Phone. Xiao then proceeded to the management hall to attend to household affairs when a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Second madam, trouble has arisen." "What trouble?" Zhao's heart sank at the ominous words, rising to her throat. News of the sorceress's ritual had spread, and now a gambling establishment had set up a wager whether the old matriarch's eyesight would improve within 3 days. What? The world around Xiao darkened, and she fainted. Chapter 46. Business what? Lu Xinggu, equally unable to withstand the blow, pressed her hand to her chest, her complexion paling as she sat dazed upon her bed. Initially, she had thought that if the old matriarch of the Dongping Marquis showed no signs of improvement in 3 days, she could concoct an excuse to evade responsibility. Now, however, with the capital's gambling houses taking bets on this matter, under the scrutiny of the public, not only would she struggle to navigate this crisis, but her previous and scrupulous deeds might also be unearthed. The people of the Great Zhou are fervent in their gambling pursuits, ranging from the smallest needle and thread to grand carriages and estates. Anything can serve as a stake if one is willing. Lu Xinggu can vividly envision the bustling scene that has arisen from her recent ritual. However, she realizes that she cannot remain in the Count's residence any longer. Staying would spell disaster for her. The thought of fleeing the capital fills Lu Xinggu's mind, and she instructs a young maid to inform the Xiao family of her intention to step out. Yet, Mrs. Xiao, still reeling from the recent shock, instinctively declines the request without hesitation. The lady has just fainted and is still quite dizzy, having only just settled down. If the immortal has business, she may return later. The head maid steps forward to obstruct Lu Xinggu. "Please let the lady rest well. I shall speak with the matriarch." Lu Xinggu maintains her composure, showing no sign of agitation despite being turned away twice. A cough from within announces Mrs. Zhao's presence, prompting her to invite Lu Xinggu inside. Lu Xinggu strides in with steadiness. Mrs. Xiao, supported by her maid, reclines against a cushion. "What matter do you wish to discuss with the matriarch?" she inquires, struggling to mask her displeasure in Lu Xinggu's presence. If it were possible, she would gladly cast this fortune teller into a fiery pit. "I wish to purchase some talisman paper to create talisman water for the matriarch to drink after my incantations," Lu Xinggu replies calmly. Having already torn the veil of civility, she is determined to maintain her air of an otherworldly sage. However, simply acquiring talisman paper cannot be left to her disciples. That simply will not do. The texture of the talisman paper and the hue of the cinnabar exhibit subtle variations. Even a slight deviation in the preparation of the talisman water could significantly diminish its efficacy, thereby jeopardizing the recovery of the elderly matron's eyesight. Therefore, it is imperative that I personally select these items. Lu Xinggu, with a grave demeanor, cunningly deceived, casting a meaningful glance at Madame Xiao, as if to imply that she must be eagerly awaiting the restoration of the elderly lady's vision. Indeed, Madame Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief contemplation, nodded to the maid beside her, conceding that, given the circumstances, it would be prudent to have 2 individuals accompany Xinggu. Lu Xinggu inwardly cursed, but maintained a facade of affability, responding that talisman paper and cinnabar are lightweight items that hardly require such an entourage. Madame Zhao's smile did not reach her eyes. The fate of the elderly lady's eyesight rested entirely upon Xinggu, and thus, her safety was of paramount concern. Lu Xinggu merely tugged at the corners of her mouth and refrained from further discourse, recalling her past experiences of evading capture after a ritual went awry. She had become quite adept at the art of escape. As Lu Xinggu departed the duke's residence with the young girl, she paid no heed to the 2 burly women trailing behind her, making her way directly to her usual shop. This establishment was a modest 2-story building situated on the street, its fluttering white flag emblazoned with a large character for Dan. "Oh, it is the esteemed Xinggu," greeted the shop assistant with familiarity. The usual arrangements, Lu Xinggu replied with an impassive expression. Very well, please follow me upstairs, the assistant said, leading Lu Xinggu and her companions to the upper level while casting a curious glance at the two unfamiliar women who followed closely behind. Lu Xinggu was a regular patron of the shop, typically accompanied by her female disciples, making these two women seem rather out of place. Indeed, these two women must surely belong to the house of Earl Dongping. The tale of how the second Madam of Dongping Earl's household invited Lu Xinggu to exorcise evil spirits, only to inadvertently drive away her own daughter, has become a well-known jest among the populace. Xinggu, do you believe the old lady of Dongping Earl can recover her sight? The attendant inquired in a hushed tone, glancing back swiftly. Lu Xinggu shot him a sidelong glance and replied with measured poise, Do you doubt my abilities? The attendant immediately plastered a broad grin on his face. How could that be? Your words alone suffice. To be candid, I wagered 10 copper coins on your victory at the Tianlong gambling den. 10 copper coins? Lu Xinggu furrowed her brow. Was her esteemed reputation truly worth a mere 10 copper coins? The odds were 5 to 1, after all. Only after the attendant spoke did he realize his faux pas. Offering a sheepish smile, Please, Xinggu, do come in. With a composed demeanor, Lu Xinggu stepped inside. To think it was only 5 to 1. Such an affront. Fortuitously, she would soon be departing the capital. Let them deal with matters as they wished. The attendant hastily presented various talismans and vermilion. Xinggu, take your time selecting. Should you have any requests, simply send your disciple to call for me. As the door closed, the temperature within the room seemed to rise abruptly. Lu Xinggu paid no mind to the two women, wholly engrossed in her selection of talismans. Under the influence of the instructions from Madame Xiao, the two women fixated their gaze on Lu Xinggu's every movement, gradually feeling their eyelids grow heavy, and in about a quarter of an hour, they unexpectedly fell asleep. Lu Xinggu set her items upon the table and stood up, softly instructing the young girl, I shall exit through the side of the purification room. You remain here for a quarter of an hour before descending the stairs to meet me at the usual place. Do you understand? The young girl nodded vigorously. Lu Xinggu, with a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth, cast a fleeting glance at the two dozing matrons before resolutely pushing open the door and departing. At the end of the corridor lay the purification chamber. Lu Xinggu hastened towards it, when suddenly, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing a handsome youth adorned with an endearing smile. Where is the fairy going? Upon recognizing the young lad's features, Lu Xinggu's expression changed dramatically. It was none other than that enchanting maid, a man. Lu Xinggu not only refrained from stopping but quickened her pace instead. A man, having removed her shoes, hurled them in Lu Xinggu's direction. The soft-soled shoe struck the back of Lu Xinggu's head, causing her to stagger. And only upon regaining her composure did she realize a man was now standing before her. If the fairy wishes to visit the purification chamber, you might as well bear with it a little longer. Our young lady is waiting for you inside. A man slipped on her shoes and pointed towards the doorway. Resigned, Lu Xinggu stepped inside, only to behold a radiant young woman seated by the window, greeting her with a charming smile reminiscent of their first encounter at the Tianxiang tea house. A shiver ran down Lu Xinggu's spine. During their initial meeting, she had been ensnared by this bewitching creature. What scheme could she possibly have this time? Did the fairy intend to leave the capital? The young lady's pair of pitch-black eyes sparkled with mirth, as if engaged in a casual conversation with an old friend. Lu Xinggu, in a moment of surrender, plopped down across from Jiang Si. What more does the young lady desire? There is a business proposal. I believe we could collaborate. Lu Xinggu felt an ominous premonition and regarded Jiang Si with suspicion. There is no need for such anxiety, for this venture is closely entwined with your own interests. Lu Xinggu. Now she was even more anxious. What was she to do? Chapter 47. Borrowing money. There is no need for you to be anxious. Immortal Lu. It is likely that those two individuals will awaken shortly, so let us proceed with our discussion. How do you know? The gaze Lu Xinggu cast upon Jiang Shi was beyond description. When one is scrutinized with such intensity by another, even a fragile maiden appears as a fearsome beast in their eyes. At this moment, Jiang Shi embodied that very notion in Lu Xinggu's perception. Now, let us turn to business matters, the young woman said with a cheerful smile. I have no interest in conducting business. She yearned only to escape and fly far away. Without anyone obstructing her, Jiang Shi chuckled softly. Have you considered, dear immortal, that the commotion surrounding your recent ritual actually presents you with at least two advantages? What advantages? Jiang Si extended her finger. Upon witnessing this gesture, Lu Xiangu's heart trembled instinctively. Surely she wouldn't be making another ominous sign? Beyond disturbing ancestral graves and gossiping, could she threaten in other ways? This time, Jiang Si raised 2 fingers, speaking leisurely. First, you have become the focal point of attention in the capital, which significantly enhances your safety. At this point, Jiang Si glanced at Lu Xiangu and inquired with a smile. Surely you do not believe my second aunt to be as unyielding as a clay statue, allowing you to depart from the capital unimpeded? Lu Xiangu forced a smile. Hence, she had intended to slip away unnoticed. Allow me to inform you. My second aunt's brother holds a position within the Wuqing military command. Although his rank may not be prominent, it is not difficult to obstruct someone deliberately. Lu Xiangu's lips quivered slightly. She truly felt as though she had boarded a pirate ship from which there was no escape. The situation has now changed. The entire city is watching. My second aunt would certainly not dare to confront the fairy openly. At most she would spread rumors to tarnish the fairy's reputation. If the reputation is ruined, then everything else would follow suit. Lu Xiangu responded numbly. If the old lady of Dongpingbo's eyes do not improve, the second madam might label her as a fraud, and who knows, she might even end up in jail, which would be no better than enduring physical pain. Why would the fairy's reputation be ruined? My grandmother's eyes will surely get better. Lu Xiangu took a deep breath, her tone betraying an undeniable tension. Do you truly believe the old lady's eyes will recover? I never speak without conviction. This is the second benefit of the matter being widely known. As skepticism towards the fairy's abilities grows, once my grandmother's eyes are healed, the admiration for the fairy will only intensify, leading to both fame and fortune for her. If that is indeed the case, I must express my gratitude to you. But let us not dwell on that. We must discuss business now. What business? The major casinos are undoubtedly capitalizing on this matter, so why not join in the excitement? Lu Xiangu's expression stiffened slightly, uncertain of Jiang Si's intent. I have heard that the odds at the major casinos hover around 5 to 1. If we bet on the fairy being able to cure my grandmother's eyes, then 1 tael of silver could transform into 5. Such a venture would be immensely profitable, wouldn't it? The calculations may appear sound, but what if we lose? Lu Xiangu, influenced by Jiang Si's persuasion, began to adopt the mindset of an ordinary person. It will not result in a loss. Jiang Si's tone was resolute. Lu Xiangu opened her mouth, intending to refute. Yet the presence of a being capable of unearthing her ancestral grave had long since extinguished her courage. After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Why us?" Jiang Si spread her hands and responded with conviction, "I am devoid of funds." Lu Xiangu's lips twitched as she gritted her teeth, producing a banknote concealed within her garments and presenting it. "This is what you gave me earlier. If you lack money, take it for your use. As for the purchase, I shall refrain from participating. Should the matriarch of Dongping not recover her sight, Lu Xiangu would at least retain some savings to safeguard her reputation. In that case, I shall not press you further, but do lend me 200 taels of silver." "What?" Lu Xiangu was taken aback for quite some time. The depths of the girl's gaze ultimately swayed her, prompting her to retrieve a cloth pouch from her pocket, meticulously unwrapping it to extract 2 banknotes, which she handed over. Jiang Si accepted them without hesitation, a faint smile gracing her lips. She understood that someone like Lu Xiangu carried a sense of insecurity, always keeping a sum of money at hand. "Rest assured, once I succeed in my purchase, I shall return your principal. Safe travels, Xiangu." Jiang Si inclined her head slightly. "I am aware. Miss, given Lu Xiangu's morally reprehensible actions, do you truly permit her to reap both fame and fortune?" Jiang Si stood and gazed out the window, a smile playing on her lips, and what of it? The wicked shall face their own reckoning. Wait and see. Amon scratched her head. She did not truly believe that fate meticulously monitored every malefactor, yet she had faith in her mistress. Let us proceed to Tianxiang Tea House. The private room at Tianxiang Tea House had been reserved in advance, and the individual Jiang Si intended to meet had been waiting there for some time. Jiang Si entered with a man, and the individual immediately rose to his feet. Jiang Si removed her veil and casually placed it on the table. The man hastily lowered his head, inquiring, "What commands do you have for me, miss?" He could not forget the first time he encountered this ethereal maiden, when he was nearly knocked unconscious by the girl disguised as a boy standing beside her, for he had momentarily lost his composure and failed to avert his gaze. This young man was none other than a fey, the street rogue who had been pricked by a man's hairpin. "You handled the previous matter quite well," Jiang Si remarked coolly. Her uncle's family sought to bury their disgrace, and she was determined to thwart their intentions. The swift dissemination of gossip could not be separated from Afei's efforts. The citizens of the capital were rather affluent, making it fertile ground for rumors. A mere spark could ignite a wildfire. "I am unworthy of your praise, miss," Afei replied, quickly glancing at Jiang Si before lowering his gaze once more. Faced with such unparalleled beauty, one's life naturally took precedence. He had merely intended to jest with the striking young man. Yet he found himself entangled with this pair of master and servant. "There is another task I require you to undertake," Jiang Si said, lightly nodding to a man. A man hesitated momentarily before presenting a plain purse. "Here." Afei reached out to take it, but a man resolutely refused to release her grip. Confused, Afei glanced at Jiang Si, applying more force. What was the meaning of this? Was the purse not intended for him? Had he misinterpreted her signal? "A man," Jiang Si gently reminded. Only then did a man relent, warning, "If you lose it, I shall make you pay dearly." How could the young lady be so trusting as to entrust such a sum to this scoundrel? "Go ahead, open it." Afei lowered his head and opened his purse, and upon seeing the silver notes inside, his expression instantly changed. "Miss, are you truly willing to spend this much to seek a remedy for the esteemed Lady Dongping's eyesight?" Afei's lips turned pale. How can you trust him with such a significant sum? What if he absconds? Chapter 48. Reunion with Ernyo. He sure by extra. Jiang Si sat gracefully, her hands folded in front of her, exuding elegance even in her casual posture. Her tone was gentle and soothing. Money is only meaningful when one possesses the life to spend it. Afei shuddered at the thought, recalling the agonizing experience of suffering through the dead of night. Although that pain had faded, a cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and an overwhelming dread surged within him. "Be careful not to ruin the purse," a man reminded him with concern. "This is money that the young lady has borrowed from Luxiangu, which is no small matter. In the capital, there are countless gambling establishments, and this amount is not insignificant. If you choose 3 or 4 reputable venues to place your bets, I will reward you with 100 taels of silver upon success." "No reward, no reward," Afei repeated fervently. Jiang Si smiled lightly. "It is only right to receive compensation for one's efforts. Although you hail from humble beginnings, you are a man of integrity. We are not master and servant. This is a partnership. Therefore, you shall receive your share once the task is accomplished. Then, I sincerely thank you, Mississippi. Now go." Afei carefully tucked the purse into his bosom, but, feeling uneasy, took it out again. He retreated to a corner, removed his shoes, and hid the purse in the shoes lining. Amon disdainfully rolled his eyes to take off his shoes in front of the young lady. "Does he not possess any sense of shame?" "It's for safety," replied Afei with a chuckle. Having navigated this world for many years, he understood all too well that there exist far more significant matters than mere reputation, with wealth being one of the foremost among them. As Afei approached the doorway, Jiang Si called out softly from behind, "Afei." Her voice, gentle and serene, resonated through the early summer tea room like the soothing sound of boiling spring water, calming the restless hearts within. Afei halted, looking down and turning around. "Is there anything else you wish to command, miss?" "I just want to say, if you do not wish to remain a worthless drifter cast aside in the streets, you ought to focus on your work." Afei was taken aback, unable to suppress the urge to look up at Jiang Si. The young lady remained seated by the window, her dark eyes clear and profound, exuding an undeniable sincerity that stirred something within him. With a warmth blossoming in his heart, he hastily nodded and hurried out. Jiang Si took a sip from her teacup. "Are you truly so trusting of Afei? What if he absconds with the money?" "He will not." Rather than stating he would not, it would be more accurate to say he dares not. Jiang Si held the belief that those who had tasted the bitterness of the soul-severing powder lacked the courage to face it again. As she had told Afei earlier, no amount of wealth is worthwhile if one's life is forfeited in the process. The soul-severing powder was excessively potent. She had only managed to concoct a small quantity in recent days, all of which had been administered to Afei. Having returned from her rebirth, there were numerous tasks she needed to accomplish and many hands she required. However, she would not exploit her knowledge to control innocent souls. This was her moral boundary when seeking vengeance against those who had wronged her in her past life, for she had no desire to become like them, regardless of the circumstances. On that day, Afei, having taken the initiative to provoke Aman, was certainly not innocent. Temporarily employing her to run errands was quite appropriate. Jiang Si remained in the elegant room, sipping tea, while Afei hastily exited the tea house. Having lived so long, She realized that the total sum of her wealth was less than a mere fraction of what resided in her pocket. Ah Fei felt as though she might stumble, utterly uncertain of which foot to move first. Calm down, calm down. With her nerves taut, Ah Fei muttered incantations to herself. Just a few paces away from the tea-house entrance, a large dog suddenly sprang forth. The dog barked at Ah Fei, a warning lacing its tone, almost jumping in fright. Ah Fei glared at the formidable creature as if facing a dire threat. I warn you, I am one who relishes dog meat. If you dare to approach any closer, I shall not hold back. The dog lunged forward and bit down on Ah Fei's backside. With a yelp, she let out a cry of despair. From the window of the tea room, a man stifled a laugh. My lady, Ah Fei has been bitten by a dog. Jiang Si glanced outside, her expression momentarily frozen. The large dog bore a striking resemblance to Ernyo. Oh, my lady, this dog seems to be the same one that delivered money to you that day, a man remarked, clearly impressed by the canine's previous errand. My lady, do take a look at what it is doing. Having released its grip on Ah Fei's rear, the dog lowered its nose and began to tug at Ah Fei's shoe, refusing to let go. Ah Fei, in a state of panic, kicked and struggled. You little beast. Release it at once. My lady, could it be that the dog intends to retrieve the purse we gave to Ah Fei and bring it to you? After observing the lively scene for a while, Amon suddenly came to a realization. At that moment, the large dog had indeed taken the purse belonging to the person who intended to confront the second young master and delivered it to the lady, which contained golden leaves and pearls. However, the thought that the dog might still be planning to do the same now dampened Amon's spirits significantly. My lady, what should we do? By this time, a considerable crowd had gathered in front of the tea house, and the spectacle of the dog retrieving the purse from Ah Fei's shoes and presenting it to the lady in full view of everyone would certainly be quite the spectacle. Jiang Si, too, was momentarily taken aback. She had numerous strategies for dealing with people, yet when it came to Ernyo, even if she had a plan, she found herself unable to act. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Si softly called out, Ernyo. After uttering the name, she shook her head. Perhaps due to that particular incident, she instinctively felt that Ernyo was still the obedient dog that had once listened to her every word. However, this was far from the truth. The gulf between her and Ernyo, as well as between Ernyo and its master, had long since widened through the passage of time and life circumstances. To Ernyo, she was merely a stranger who piqued its interest at some point. Suddenly, the dog, which had been gripping Ah Fei tightly, paused and looked up at the window with suspicion. Had that wretched dog followed them? Upon seeing the large dog sitting firmly in place with its front legs supporting it, Ah Fei breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly vanished from sight. The large dog let out a plaintive whimper towards the direction Ah Fei had left, gazing up at the tea house. Jiang Si's figure had already disappeared from view. Amon, filled with concern, peeked outside and asked, My lady, do you think that dog will come looking for you? Jiang Si shook her head. The large dog, gazing upward, let out another pitiful whimper. Jiang Si's heart softened a little at the sound. Should she go down to check on it? However, if she frequently associates with Ernyo, she cannot evade that scoundrel. Jiang Si still harbors lingering feelings regarding her interactions with Yu Qi. He intruded into her life with a nonchalant demeanor, yet concealed his identity as the seventh prince, merely presenting himself as a commoner from the borderlands of the Great Zhou, claiming that his acquaintance with the elder of the Wumiao tribe was due to trade relations. It was only after she consented to the marriage that he revealed his true identity, forbidding her from retracting her decision. Had she known he was the seventh prince, she would have resolutely distanced herself from him and would not have met with a tragic fate. That beast that bit me that day, it must be killed. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from outside the window. Chapter 49. Other people's dogs. A commotion arose in the street. Jiang Si hurried to the window to peer down. Several menacing figures encircled Ernyo, cautiously approaching it, each wielding a hefty wooden club. Not far away, two individuals stood side by side, one clad in a brocade robe wielding a folding fan, the other dressed in a pale moon-white robe. Jiang Si recognized both. The one in the brocade robe was Princess Rongyang, accompanied by General Cui Su's son, Cui Yi, who had recently been bitten by Ernyo on the street. The other was Yang Shenkai, the grandson of the Minister of Rights. Jiang Si's gaze lingered momentarily on Yang Shenksai's face. He appeared only slightly younger than his elder brother, possessing an attractive demeanor, yet he was the perpetrator responsible for her brother's demise. However, she merely knew that her second brother's death was related to Yang Shenkai, though the specific circumstances remained unclear. Miss, that dog will surely be killed by them. Do you want me to go down and assist? A man leaned forward, her face filled with concern. Jiang Si observed the scene below, biting her lip. Let us first watch. Given her understanding of Ernio, those henchmen may not necessarily be a match for him. The young lady watched anxiously as the dog was surrounded, her maid visibly tense. A man unconsciously tightened her grip on the windowsill. His name is Ernio. A man glanced at Jiang Si, who smiled and said, That dog is named Ernio. He has a name. How does the young lady know? A man asked, puzzled. Jiang Si hesitated for a moment, then cleared her throat and replied, I heard his owner call him that the other day. A man rolled her eyes, recalling the youth who was even more handsome than Jiang Zhan, and blurted out, Is he the charming scoundrel? Jiang Si felt her cheeks flush, then darkened her expression. What a description. Is it reasonable to assume that just because he is handsome, he must be a scoundrel? A man blinked innocently. I think that description is quite fitting. Enough, Jiang Si said lightly, her attention drawn to the commotion downstairs. One of the henchmen let out a roar and swung a club at Ernio. The dog nimbly dodged and leaped, sinking his teeth into the man's wrist. The man screamed in agony as the club fell from his grasp. Seeing this, the others immediately rushed forward to strike. Ernio held on tightly, using his powerful hind legs to kick one assailant in the face before skillfully darting amongst the group of henchmen. By the time the onlookers realized what was happening, several henchmen were sprawled on the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in pain. The crowd couldn't help but rub their eyes in disbelief. This dog is extraordinary. The large dog raised its head and let out a bark, advancing step by step towards Cui Yi and Yang Shenkai, unperturbed as it trod over the face of a fallen thug without glancing down. The onlookers felt a sense of trepidation. This dog was not only formidable, but also quite arrogant. Whose dog could this possibly be? The young lady remarked. Why does it seem that the dog just barked at you? She had perceived a tone of reassurance in the dog's growl. Was it concerned for her well-being? Do not approach. Stay back. Cui Yi, evidently haunted by a profound psychological trauma, paled and retreated slowly before the advancing canine. Your men are rather unimpressive, it seems. Several of them cannot even contend with a single dog, Yang Shenkai mocked, stroking his chin. Cui Cheng, Cui Gong, are you both dead? Hurry and show yourselves. Cui Yi shouted. Almost simultaneously, two figures descended before him. Cui Yi's expression relaxed as he waved his folding fan. Fortunately, he had foreseen this situation. After the incident with the pack of dogs, he had realized the unreliability of his household guards, and thus, he had relentlessly petitioned his father for the assistance of two seasoned veterans who had returned from the battlefield. These two old soldiers were battle-hardened and unflinching. Dealing with a limping dog would be a trivial task for them. Jiang Si, who had been merely observing, now wore a grave expression. She sensed a distinct aura of seasoned warriors emanating from the two men. My lady, shall we descend? She inquired, feeling that these two individuals were remarkable. A man, following suit, grew tense. No, we cannot be of assistance down there. It is better to maintain our elevated position for a more advantageous response. Jiang Si pondered for a moment, dismissing her impulsive inclination. She had once learned a few cunning techniques from Yu Qi, which were somewhat effective against ordinary individuals, allowing her to catch them off guard. However, when faced with a true confrontation, they were evidently insufficient. As for A Man, her limited skills would likely be dismissed as mere flashy moves in the presence of these two seemingly ordinary middle-aged men. Nyo Air, sensitive to the aura of the two men, immediately bristled, emitting a low growl. The trio, two men and a dog, soon became entangled in a fierce scuffle. The onlookers held their breath, witnessing the brutal clash reminiscent of a battlefield. One man's calf was bitten, a chunk of flesh torn away, blood streaming down, while Nyo Air, no longer the composed fighter he had been against the previous assailants, panted heavily, tongue lolling out. The dog's limp leg had indeed hindered its speed at a critical moment. My dear, it seems Nyo Air is in peril. As the commotion intensified downstairs, A Man could no longer remain passive. Jiang Si thrust a teacup into A Man's hands, instructing her, hold this tightly. If Nyo Air falters, hurl it at that man in the brocade robe. Jiang Si was referring to Cui Yi. Although her animosity was directed more towards Yang Shenkai, the two middle-aged men were Cui Yi's associates, and therefore, she prioritized his safety. Beast, let us see how arrogant you remain. Frustrated by the chaos instigated by the limping dog, one man suddenly drew a gleaming dagger from his leg bindings and lunged at Nyo Air. Slay it. We shall feast on dog meat today. Cui Yi shouted with excitement. It was high time to skin the beast, These two old fools are too stubborn. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, common individuals are prohibited from carrying weapons. However, the privileged class, such as Cui Yi, is evidently exempt from such restrictions. The glinting dagger reflected a cold light under the sun, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat. Without further hesitation, a man forcefully hurled a teacup into the air. The azure teacup traced a graceful arc before striking Cui Yi squarely on the forehead. With a dreadful scream, Cui Yi collapsed backward. The two individuals engaged in a scuffle with Ernyo swiftly made their way towards Cui Yi's location. Unexpectedly, a black and yellow figure arrived there first, unyielding. A massive dog, towering at half a man's height, pressed one of its forepaws onto Cui Yi's bleeding forehead. Nonchalantly wagging its tail while observing the approaching duo, Cui Yi, paralyzed by fear, could no longer feel the pain in his forehead, stammering, "Quick, save me. Beast. Get away this instant." A middle-aged man shouted. Ernyo cast a glance at him. The man was momentarily taken aback, experiencing a fleeting illusion of dizziness. Why did he perceive disdain in the dog's gaze? He must have been mistaken. Then, he witnessed the great dog lazily lift its paw and place it deliberately on Cui Yi's throat. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. This dog must have attained a level of intelligence beyond belief. "You, do not act impulsively. Please do not act impulsively," Cui Yi trembled, rendered completely motionless beneath the weight of the dog. A dog is far more terrifying than a human, while humans may resort to coercion or persuasion. A dog possesses no inclination for reason. A single swipe to his throat could spell his untimely demise. The more Cui Yi pondered, the more fear he felt. Acutely aware of the dog's breath washing over his face, occasionally interrupted by drops of saliva, the pampered young master, having been coddled since childhood, could no longer withstand the mounting pressure and burst into tears. The previously tense and thrilling scene abruptly morphed into one of awkwardness with his outburst. Many onlookers mused silently. This overly adorned youth, who had once been so arrogant in causing trouble, was revealed to be such a coward under the paw of a dog. Perhaps the beast should simply rid the world of his kind. Two middle-aged men concealed their disdain within their gazes, reflecting on the absurdity of their allegiance to such a creature. Yet, regardless of their thoughts, should anything happen to Cui Yi under their watch, they would be the ones to bear the consequences. One of them discreetly produced a crossbow from his sleeve, a prohibited item that, if discovered, could lead to significant repercussions, contingent upon the scrutiny it attracted. Jiang Si, observing from a higher vantage point, quickly detected the partially concealed crossbow bolt within the man's sleeve. Such a ranged weapon posed a considerable threat to Ernyo. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Jiang Si turned to descend, only to hear a familiar voice pierce through the air. "What do you intend to do to my dog?" The voice resonated like a clear stream cascading over mountains, devoid of any earthly distractions, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Even Cui Yi instinctively lifted his head in search of the source. Ernie pressed a paw against Cui Yi's face, affectionately barking in response to the newcomer. Yuchi strode forward with determined steps, her gaze icy. "What do you intend to do to my dog?" Cui Yi, pinned beneath the paw of the canine, was on the verge of striking the ground in frustration, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "You better see clearly who is doing what to whom." Woof. Ernie issued a warning bark towards Cui Yi. Cui Yi was momentarily paralyzed with fear, desperately gesturing to his companion Yang Shenkai. Yang Shenkai, too, found himself in a peculiar emotional state. This dog was truly ferocious. How is it that the dog he owned resembled a mere lamb? As he cast a jealous glance at the dog's owner, his eyes brightened upon catching sight of the other's striking features. "What a handsome individual! Is this your dog?" he inquired, initially intending to pose a haughty question, but his tone inadvertently softened. Cui Yi, battered by the dog's paws, felt an overwhelming urge to kick Yang Shenkai. That scoundrel, once again succumbing to his old habit of fawning over good looks. You need to get your dog away," Cui Yi pleaded. Aware that he could not rely on his companion, and not daring to provoke the large dog, Yuchi had already approached Cui Yi, towering over him. From Cui Yi's perspective, he could clearly see the coldness and indifference coalescing in the other's obsidian-like eyes. Such a gaze instilled a profound sense of humiliation in this pampered young gentleman. Once he resolved the immediate crisis, he vowed to make that little brat pay dearly. "Apologize to my dog." "What?" Cui Yi thought he must have misheard. Yang Shenkai, having regained his composure from the initial astonishment, chimed in, "Are you out of your mind, my friend? It is clearly your failure to control this little beast that led it to attack my friend, who is still being pinned down by it. Yet you expect my friend to apologize?" Yu Qi regarded Yang Shinkai with surprise. Isn't it your father's duty to discipline you? What concern is it of mine? Discipline me? Your words seem rather perplexing. Among the onlookers, those who grasped the situation could not help but chuckle. This lad dares to insult him as a beast. Outrageous. How dare you humiliate me? Yang Shinkai was instantly consumed by indignation. Who is Yang Shinkai, you may ask? His grandfather is the current Minister of Rights, and his sister is the Crown Princess. He is a pampered scion of the capital, now publicly ridiculed as a mere beast. Such affront is intolerable. Yang Shinkai swiftly unsheathed the steel whip coiled at his waist and struck towards Yu Qi. Ernyo, witnessing his master's assault, remained composed. Lowering his head to lick a few times on Chui's face, Chui felt a wave of darkness wash over him at that moment. His ire was not directed at Yu Qi or the large dog, but rather at Yang Shinkai. This scoundrel intends to ruin him. With the whip aimed at Yu Qi, it carried a fierce momentum. Yu Qi merely smiled, deftly seizing the long whip. Release me, Yang Shinkai shouted, exasperated. What on earth are you doing? A squad of officials finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The crowd automatically parted, harboring a sense of sympathy for Yu Qi. Such a handsome young man. It would be a pity if he were apprehended by the officials and imprisoned. Yang Shinkai, encouraged by their arrival, fumed and remarked, Are you officials of the five-city garrison merely idling? A vicious dog injures people on the street, and scoundrels run amok. Is this how you maintain order in the capital? The leading officer brandished his weapon at Yu Qi, commanding, Let go. Yu Qi cast Yang Shinkai a scornful smile, tightening his grip. Yang Shinkai was instantly aflame with fury. This fellow dares to provoke him in front of the officials. Instinctively, he yanked back the whip, only to be taken aback when the other party surprisingly relinquished his hold. Under the weight of inertia, Yang Sheng staggered back a few steps, inadvertently colliding with an old bodyguard armed with a crossbow. Startled by the sudden impact, the old guard loosened his grip, causing the crossbow to tumble down. Tu Nyo seized the opportunity, sprinting towards Yu Qi, who, with a mere glance at the leading officer, seemed to convey his intent with remarkable clarity. Grasping the crossbow, Tu Nyo approached the officer and placed it at his feet. The officer, taken aback, found himself at a loss. The possession of concealed crossbow bolts was a grave offense. What was he waiting for? Seize that man and his dog, Chui shouted, scrambling to his feet. The officer's lips twitched as he wrestled with the glaring crossbow bolts. With so many eyes upon him, the prospect of favoritism appeared far from simple. Following the officer's gaze, Chui nonchalantly remarked, This is merely a weapon employed by my bodyguard for my protection. There is nothing to see here. Why are you not apprehending anyone? Indeed, why is the officer yet to take action? Yu Qi mused, his gaze fixed on the crossbow bolts on the ground. Surely, no laws in the Great Zhou allowed a servant of a scholar's family to possess such lethal weaponry in secret? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the officer's brow. If it were merely daggers or other such items, it might be manageable. However, these were life-threatening crossbow bolts. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the officer discreetly cast a reassuring glance towards Chui. My apologies, young Master Chui, but I must take these two individuals with me. Turning to Yu Qi, he coldly declared, allowing a dog to commit acts of violence is a public nuisance. Take this man away, and that dog is to be put down in the street. Chapter 51 The Wealth-Bringing Dog. Additional chapter of He Sure By. Standing before the window on the second floor, a man tugged at Jiang Si's sleeve, exclaiming, My lady, did you hear? Those officials intend to kill Ernyo. Is there no way for its master to intervene? What? A man sighed in exasperation, my lady. Why are you so lost in thought? Ernyo is about to be beaten to death by those officials. It will not happen, Jiang Si murmured softly. A man's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it not? A single fist cannot prevail against many hands, and besides, Ernyo is merely a dog. It surely cannot escape so many officials. Gradually, Jiang Si regained her composure, replying, Just wait and see. Its master must have a way. In her previous life, at this moment, she had naturally not yet known Yu Qi. The reason she possessed this knowledge was due to events following her marriage. Yu Qi's mother, the virtuous concubine, hailed from the Ongwa Duke's manor and was the paternal aunt of Ji Chongyi. By this connection, she would need to address Yu Qi as cousin. Despite being veiled and oblivious to the happenings outside on her wedding day, she later gleaned from the gossip of maids and servants that Yu Qi had attended the ceremony. The virtuous concubine bore two sons, the fourth prince and the seventh prince. It was said that the seventh prince had indulged in drink that day out of sheer joy. Reflecting on this, Jiang Si felt increasingly at ease. her curiosity piqued by how Yu Qi would extricate himself from the predicament. She leaned against the intricately carved window frame, her profile slightly protruding. The youthful figure below, resembling a towering pine, seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze in that direction. In that fleeting moment, the young man felt his heart race, his cold, jade-like visage tinged with a delicate blush. Carry on, unbeknownst to the tumult beneath the surface. The leading constable waved his hand, and immediately, numerous officers brandished their weapons, surrounding Yu Qi and the large dog. Is your dog rampaging? Yu Qi maintained her composure, her slightly arched phoenix eyes glimmering with a nonchalant smile. What did you use to witness my dog acting in aggression? The leading constable sneered. We are not blind. We just witnessed your dog knock young Master Chui to the ground. Is this not the deed of a vicious beast? To ensure the safety of the citizens, such a malevolent creature must be put down. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nodded in agreement. Indeed, the large dog was somewhat intimidating. While it was satisfying to see it torment those pampered young men, what if it went wild and bit someone else? Gently stroking the dog's head, Yu Qi replied with a faint smile, Sir, you are mistaken. My dog would never bite without cause. It acted in self-defense. At this point, Yu Qi's expression hardened as she coldly inquired, What crime do you attribute to these two malicious servants who sought to harm an official of the court? An official of the court? The leading constable straightened, his tone becoming more courteous. May I ask who you are? In this capital city, there was no shortage of officials. One could randomly drop a tile in the street and hit a fifth-rank official. To survive in such a place, one must be astute. Yu Qi paid no heed to the leading constable. Instead, she caressed the thick fur on Ernyo's neck. Ernyo rose, shaking off the dust from his coat, and suddenly placed his front legs upon the shoulders of the leading constable, causing him to gasp in terror. Do not panic, sir. Look at the copper tag around its neck, Yu Qi gently advised. The leading officer's face turned pale as his gaze fell upon the large dog, only to discover that it wore a collar. The collar, blending seamlessly with the dog's thick fur, had easily gone unnoticed. Noticing the officer's lack of reaction, Ernyo impatiently shook his head, causing a flurry of dog hair to swirl about, and a small copper tag attached to the collar fell out unexpectedly. The officer reached out to flip the tag over, revealing the inscription, granted by the Emperor, 5th rank Howling General. Ernyo scoffed disdainfully. The officer's expression as he regarded the dog became indescribable. He was rendered speechless for quite some time. Damn it, this wretched dog holds a higher rank than he does. What? Chui was taken aback. This play was taking an unexpected turn, as several officers began to apprehend individuals. Chui grasped the leading officer's sleeve and admonished in a hushed tone, I say, have you taken leave of your senses today? Are you really going to arrest my people? For Chui and Yang Sheng, the elite among the debauched, these officers were familiar faces, and they had never been treated with such disrespect before. The leading officer forced a smile, young Master Chui, with so many common folk watching. I must at least put on a show. Otherwise, not only is my position at stake, but those censors may also seek trouble with the general. If this troublesome child were his own son, he would have long since drowned him in the toilet. Very well, you may take my people. But that dog must be killed. That cannot be. Why not? Even if this lad holds an official title, does that mean his dog can ascend to the heavens? Do you truly wish to endure such humiliation? The leading officer, somewhat perturbed, remarked lightly, Young Master Chui, please do not make things difficult for me. The imperial official is none other than this esteemed Lord Dog. What? Chui appeared utterly bewildered. His eyes widened suddenly, not in regard to the large dog, but rather towards Yu Qi. There exists but one individual in the entire realm whose dog is a 5th-rank official, and the identity of the person before him became glaringly apparent. As a debauched scion who has thrived in a life of indulgence, what holds the utmost significance? Certainly, it is the acquisition of timely information. Chui quivered his lips and unexpectedly forced a smile at the large dog. I apologize for any offense today. My sincerest regrets. Chui, have you lost your wits? Yang Shenkai nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Chui wiped the dried blood from his face. Dragging Yang Shenkai away, you all continue with your business. I shall take this fool with me. Are you feeling a bit reckless? The two soon vanished from sight, leaving behind a pair of loyal guards who were left in despair. To follow such a foolish master truly felt like a stroke of ill fortune. The leading officer opened his mouth to speak. Yu Qi subtly shook his head and patted the large dog's head. Ernyo, let us depart. Miss, Ernyo is fine. Everyone has left, a man reassured, Curiosity piqued. Could it be that Ernyo's master is such a young imperial official? The earlier conversation downstairs had been intentionally subdued, making it difficult for others to overhear. Contemplating a certain possibility, Jiang Si smiled. Perhaps, let us take our leave as well. Once the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, the master and servant finally descended the stairs, leisurely making their way towards the East Pingbo residence. From Tianxiang Tea House to Dongpingbo's residence, several streets must be traversed. As the master and servant duo approached Kazi Hutong, they were suddenly greeted by a familiar barking sound. Jiang Si paused momentarily. A man looked on as a large dog, clutching a cobalt blue pouch, joyfully bounded towards them, exclaiming, "Miss, Ernyo has come to deliver money again." Ernyo swiftly reached Jiang Si's side, wagging its tail and nudging her hand with its snout. Noticing the eager glimmer in the dog's eyes, Jiang Si couldn't help but smile. "Is this for me?" Ernyo emitted a soft, affectionate whimper, pressing the pouch into Jiang Si's hand. She recalled how, during their last encounter, she had disdainfully handed the contents of the pouch to the second young master, which had secretly pained her heart. The sound of gentle footsteps approached, prompting Ernyo to suddenly turn and bark twice, as if urging someone on. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Jiang Si couldn't help but frown. She should have anticipated that Ernyo would not be far from him. "Ah man, let us depart." Without waiting for Yu Qi to come closer, Jiang Si turned to leave but soon realized her garment had been tugged. Looking down, she found Ernyo's wide, innocent eyes gazing up at her, wagging its tail. "Ernyo, let go," Jiang Si said helplessly. It is worth noting that Ernyo was a dog shaped by the ravages of war, not merely a pet seeking affection. The dog wagged its tail, feigning ignorance. It seemed resolute in its decision, regardless of what was said. Even Aman couldn't suppress a roll of her eyes. Thinking to herself, why did it feel as though this dog possessed more cunning than she did? In this brief moment of tugging, Yu Qi had already arrived before Jiang Si, the distance between them barely a yard. At this moment, Jiang Si appeared to have regained her composure, a distant smile gracing her face as she gave a slight nod to Yu Gongzi. "What a coincidence," she remarked. Yu Qi gazed at the young lady within arm's reach and smiled broadly. "I specifically came to seek out Miss Jiang." Jiang Si's smile faltered. "What do you mean?" "Yu Gongzi?" Suddenly, Yu Qi bowed deeply to Jiang Si, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your assistance in saving Ernyo today." Jiang Si sidestepped, evading Yu Qi's gesture of respect, and replied coolly, "You jest, Yu Gongzi. I have done nothing noteworthy." At that moment, Ernyo, the dog, barked at Jiang Si. "Nonsense. I was saved by her. Master, do repay this kindness swiftly." Yu Qi's lips curled into a smile. "You see, Miss Jiang, even Ernyo acknowledges it." The large dog nodded vigorously, barking to draw attention before dashing to the wall and beginning to dig. Ama, covering her mouth, murmured, "Could it be that Ernyo has hidden a pouch here?" Jiang Si shot Ama a glare. When did her maid become so obsessed with wealth? Ama fell silent, then exclaimed, "Ah, it's that teacup." Upon glancing over, she couldn't help but blurt it out. Speaking of which, that teacup was remarkably sturdy. After it had struck Cui Yi, it landed on the roadside, sustaining only a few cracks yet remaining unbroken. Ernyo barked at Jiang Si, the meaning clear, with both canine and tangible evidence. "How can you deny it?" Jiang Si's lips twitched involuntarily. Ernyo's penchant for hiding things was truly unchangeable. During moments of crisis, it was this very teacup that Miss Jiang used to save the day. Yu Qi looked at the flustered young lady with a warm gaze, a smile playing on his lips. His little girl had blossomed into an exquisite young lady, yet regrettably, she had long forgotten their fortuitous encounter and held him in slight disdain. With a heavy heart, Yu Qi pondered how to win the affection of a girl. He possessed little experience in such matters. To charm a girl who harbored no fondness for him was an even greater challenge. Nevertheless, he resolved to muster his courage and pursue her regardless. Jiang Si, averting her gaze, remarked coolly, "Even so, Mr. Yu, there is no need for such formality. I simply find a certain kinship with Ernyo. It is but a trifling effort." Yu Qi responded earnestly, "Miss Jiang, you misunderstand the bond one share with Ernyo. What may seem trivial to you is, for me, a matter of life and death." Jiang Si furrowed her brow, suddenly sensing that this rogue might utter something utterly shameless. Clearing his throat, the handsome youth, resembling a jade tree, felt a flush creep upon his cheeks, seemingly reluctant to meet the young lady's gaze. "They say that a life-saving grace cannot be repaid. If Miss Jiang has any requests, I shall strive to fulfill them to the best of my ability. Jiang Si's heart skipped a beat. The single word caution from Yu Qi unexpectedly revealed his true name in this lifetime. Yet, in her presence, he still bore the surname Yu. This thought calmed the ripples of her heart. At that moment, the holy maiden Sang was no longer present, and he had encountered her in the capital, someone strikingly similar to the holy maiden Sang. Nothing had changed from the previous life. He continued to approach her under the guise of Yu Qi, hoping to win her heart and have her willingly become the substitute for his beloved. Fortunately, having learned from the mistakes of his past life, she would no longer be foolish. Fortunately, she is still the discarded Lady Jiang of the Dongping Marquisate, rather than living under the guise of another as the holy maiden of the Wumiao tribe. Even though Yu Qi harbors ulterior motives, they can never be united as a couple again. Realizing this, Jiang's taut body relaxed, and a serene smile graced her lips. I seek nothing further. It suffices for young Master Yu to forget today's events. Yu Jin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The girl appeared as fragile as a willow. Yet before him, she had erected an impenetrable fortress, impervious to his every endeavor to penetrate her defenses. Wu Erniu, with its tail brushing against Yu Jin's foot, let out a disdainful sound. It had already delivered the betrothal gifts twice. Its master's ineptitude was a source of deep frustration. Did the foolish master not realize that a dog that worries too much will shed its fur? A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, especially when it pertains to a life-saving favor. If Jean were to forget this, would she not be deemed ungrateful? Yu Jin maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart raced anxiously. The conversation had reached such a critical juncture, merely a step away from a promise of devotion. Surely, she would not continue to keep him at bay. According to the guards, he was considered quite handsome in the eyes of the young ladies. Perhaps he could still elicit a flicker of joy from her. Jiang took a discreet breath, her expression light and untroubled. In that case, let us settle the matter with money. Yu Jin's expression twisted momentarily as he raised a hand to touch the tip of his nose. Had he misheard? Miss? What are you saying? Ah Man covered her forehead, nearly in tears. This scoundrel was handsome, of noble standing, and accompanied by a dog that could fetch money. The lady should at least be mindful of her image. The notion of financial prudence is paramount. A steady stream is preferable. Since young Master Yu feels compelled to reciprocate, let it be in monetary form, thus granting him peace of mind. Jiang Si remarked nonchalantly. With her avaricious and languid demeanor, one would assume he would maintain a prudent distance, wouldn't one? How much does Miss Jiang believe is appropriate? Yu Jin quickly regained his composure and inquired with a soft laugh, his voice reminiscent of long-buried fine wine suddenly uncorked, releasing an intoxicating aroma. A flush inexplicably warmed Jiang Si's cheeks, prompting her to scold herself internally, yet she sought to justify her reaction. It was not a lack of composure on her part. Rather, this scoundrel was simply too beguilingly gifted. It is only natural to possess a desire for beauty. Jiang Si raised a finger. Given young Master Yu's evident esteem for Niu, losing you would surely weigh on his conscience. Thus, let it be 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels is hardly excessive, Yu Qi chuckled. Indeed, Jiang Si awaited his payment. Yet, I possess no funds. It appears I must resort to selling myself to settle the debt. What? Chapter 53. A bustling scene before the door. Jiang Si was acutely aware that she was not the most astute individual, yet never had she felt so utterly bewildered. How had the situation devolved into one where he must sell himself to repay a debt? Had they not just spoken of gratitude and reciprocity? The girl's inner turmoil brought a faint smile to Yu Jin's lips, although his expression remained earnestly serious. Truly, I am ashamed. I possess no possessions. Only a modicum of strength. Perhaps I may serve as Miss Jiang's errand runner in the future. Just a small fee for errands can be recorded. And whenever the account reaches 1,000 taels, the debt shall be considered settled. At this juncture, Yu Jin spoke with exceptional seriousness. Miss Jiang, please do not feel compelled to offer a higher remuneration for the errands merely out of respect for Jiang Er. Such an act would undermine my intentions of gratitude and leave me with a heavier conscience. Jiang Si's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. To sell oneself in repayment of a debt, yet not in the manner of a renowned courtesan, but simply to run errands while demanding market rates? Was he intending to cling to her for a lifetime? What audacity for a princely figure to deceive her with claims of poverty while insisting on serving as her errand boy. The very thought revealed his unscrupulous motives. It was precisely this relentless pursuit that had ensnared her in the first place. What an unconscionable scoundrel. There are distinctions between the sexes. I do not require a lackey. Jiang Si declared with a frosty demeanor. Yet, was it not the man emerging from the Tianxiang tea house who was indeed running errands for Miss Jiang? Yu Jin's tone carried a hint of grievance. A man? Jiang Si pondered momentarily. Then her irritation flared. Could it be that young Master Yu has been following me? She had wondered why it was such a coincidence that Ah Fei had just exited the tea house when Niu had bitten him on the behind. With this thought, Jiang Si's gaze shifted downward to Niu, her expression becoming complex. On both occasions she had encountered Niu, it had bitten someone else. She had been unaware of this peculiar habit, recalling how, in her previous life, Niu would often affectionately lick her palm with his tongue. A twitch appeared at the corner of Jiang Si's mouth. This was certainly not a commendable habit. It needed to be corrected. Though Niu was oblivious to Jiang Si's contemplations, he seemed to sense his mistress's disdain, whimpering as he wagged his tail vigorously. Yu Jin gently stroked the fluffy head of the large dog and smiled. Miss Jiang, you have misunderstood. I was merely taking Niu for a casual stroll. However, regarding Niu. Yu Jin hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed with his next words. Concerned about Niu, Jiang Si could not help but inquire, what happened to Niu? Upon her question, Yu Jin confidently articulated, Niu sensed your fragrance on that man, which is why he refused to let him go. Infuriated, Jiang Si wondered why that man bore her scent. Rationality told Yu Jin that the man's attire and demeanor suggested he was merely a street thug, with no deep connection to Jiang Si. He was likely just a lackey. Yet, the anger was overwhelming. Despite being on the verge of an emotional explosion, the seventh prince maintained an air of calm, smiling serenely, ensuring the young woman before him remained oblivious to his turmoil. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Si's cheeks flushed, wishing she could kick Yu Jin. Woof. At that moment, Niu barked, seemingly echoing his owner's sentiment. Yu Jin smiled lightly, thus, I surmise that man is merely running errands for you. As you both encountered each other at the Tianxiang tea house. And so, Jiang Si shot him a sidelong glance. Yu Jin's expression grew serious, in terms of running errands. I believe I possess greater skills than that man. Moreover, while you would need to pay him, I am here to repay a debt without any monetary demands. Jiang Si scoffed, yet I find it much easier to command that man. Furthermore, young Master Yu is a friend of my brother. If I were to treat you as a mere errand boy, my brother would be the first to object. She took a step back, her expression regaining its composure. Young Master Yu, please refrain from uttering such impractical words. If you possess the means, you may repay the 1,000 taels. If not, then so be it. We are neither related nor close, and it would be wise to maintain a respectful distance between us. Miss Jiang spoke with reason. Yu Jin lowered his gaze, the thick and long lashes casting a shadow beneath his eyes, revealing an overwhelming sense of desolation. Those who are blessed with beauty often find themselves in advantageous positions. Seeing him in such a state, even a man, who had remained silent, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. The young lady seemed somewhat unfeeling. Yet, Yu Jin soon smiled again. In that case, I shall strive to save money, and once I am able, I will repay Miss Jiang. Knowing when to withdraw is a golden principle. It felt as if he had been ensnared by that scoundrel again. What does it mean to have money? My lady. He has already departed. Shall we not leave? The young lady appeared somewhat reluctant. Let us go. The master and servant walked for about a quarter of an hour before they could glimpse the entrance of the Dongpingbo residence. The usually quiet entrance was now bustling with a crowd. My lady, has something happened at our estate? Jiang Si paused. She had subtly stoked the rivalry between Lu Xinggu and the second aunt, placing it beneath the gaze of the entire capital. The second aunt would surely not remain idle. Lu Xinggu's troubles were likely imminent. Fourth sister, so you are here. Jiang Zhan approached quickly, a gloating smile upon his face, for the fraud had finally been confronted. Jiang Si rubbed her brow, asking helplessly, does second brother wish to see Lu Xinggu come to grief? Certainly. Although my second sister and I do not always see eye to eye, we are nonetheless family. It is disheartening to hear that the fortune teller claimed my sister was possessed by malevolent spirits, which must have caused her considerable embarrassment. It is unsettling to contemplate. After all, my sister is married and well favored by our grandmother. What if the fortune teller had been referring to our fourth sister instead? Lacking a mother-esque protection and having already rejected a marriage proposal, she might find it impossible to remain in the Duke's residence. Jiang Si silently regarded her elder brother. Is there something amiss with my words? Jiang Zhan noticed the peculiarity in Jiang Si's demeanor and rubbed his nose. No, second brother is entirely correct. Jiang Si tiptoed to remove the fallen leaves from Jiang Zhan's shoulder. Though her brother may lack extraordinary talent and delicate sensibility, his innocent heart is unmatched by anyone. Jiang Zhan smiled and pulled Jiang Si along. Come, I shall take you to witness the commotion. Jiang Si found herself drawn to a large tree in front of the Duke of Dongping's residence. Look, do you see that woman in the blue dress? Her child died after consuming the talisman water from Lu Xinggu, Jiang Zhan remarked, handing her an object. Jiang Si looked down to find a box of glutinous rice cakes. Sister, do try these. The glutinous rice cakes sold by the lame man on North Street are the sweetest. Jiang Si held the box of glutinous rice cakes and chuckled softly. Watching the spectacle while enjoying glutinous rice cakes is a quintessential pastime for the people of the capital. On the stone steps in front of the Duke of Dongping's residence, the steward clasped his hands towards the woman in blue, saying, We only invited Lu Xinggu to perform the rites. We never anticipated that she has caused a death. Please wait a moment, madam. If Lu Xinggu has harmed your child, our household will certainly not shelter her. Chapter 54. Mutual Understanding. Jiang Si pressed a glutinous rice flour into a man's hand, saying, Second brother, let us enter the estate. Jiang Zhan grasped Jiang Si's arm, cautioning, Do not approach through the main entrance. You might be jostled. Jiang Si shook her head resolutely. No, we shall proceed through the main entrance. As she lifted her foot to advance, Jiang Zhan hastened to keep pace with her. With such a crowd, it would be disastrous if someone were to inadvertently bump into his sister. Make way, please. While Jiang Zhan cleared a path for Jiang Si. She had already approached the Crimson Gates with purpose. She paused slightly, her demeanor composed. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. A woman in blue suddenly seized Jiang Si's wrist. Her voice shrill with inquiry, Are you the mistress of this household? Release me. Jiang Zhan strode forward, preparing to strike the woman. Second brother, do not act rashly. Jiang Si gently advised. Despite her soft words, Jiang Zhan halted immediately, turning to the woman with a fierce reprimand. Your grievances with Lu Xinggu may involve us. But what reason do you have to hold my sister against her will? Given Jiang Si's attire and the steward's earlier remarks, it was evident to discerning eyes that she was a young lady of the household, a fact that could not be concealed. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. While the loss of the woman's child was indeed tragic, it was unreasonable to detain another's daughter, regardless of her family status. Even those of humble means would be incensed in such a situation. Sister-in-law, please let go at once. Should our young lady be frightened? The master of the house would surely be enraged, despite the steward's attempts to pacify. Deep down, he would harbor resentment towards Jiang Si. As for the fourth young lady, despite the multitude surrounding them, she failed to find her way to the back door and insisted on confronting them directly. The woman, however, tightened her grip on Jiang Si, proclaiming loudly, I care not. Since I cannot see anyone else from your household, I shall claim her as mine. Jiang Zhan, filled with fury, noticed Jiang Si subtly shaking her head. From the moment Jiang Si asserted that Ji Chongyi would never marry another noble lady after breaking off their engagement, Jiang Zhan had been impressed by her intelligence. Now, observing her gesture, he gradually calmed, fixating his gaze on the woman in silence. Jiang Si's peripheral vision caught the stewardess' expression, and she smirked slightly through the black gauze. The woman did not disappoint her. Upon her entrance, she was indeed obstructed. Although the prevailing customs of the Great Zhou were becoming more liberal, allowing women more freedom, it was still deemed inappropriate for a young lady from a prominent family to confront someone seeking trouble. While Jiang Si cared little for societal opinions, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict when possible. Sister-in-law tugged at my sleeve, seemingly expecting an explanation. The young girl, veiled, asked softly. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that her offense would not provoke anger but instead elicit such a reasonable response. In that instant, her action seemed increasingly rude and crude in the eyes of onlookers. I demand to see Lu Xinggu and take her to the officials. Why does sister-in-law insist on dragging Lu Xinggu to see the authorities? Upon hearing Jiang Si's inquiry, the woman immediately broke into a heart-wrenching wail, exclaiming that her son had been wronged. Jiang Si patiently allowed her to recount the circumstances surrounding the child's demise before responding. I sympathize deeply with your plight. But may I inquire when your child passed away? The woman faltered, her voice sharp as she attempted to mask her sudden unease. Last year. Why do you ask? Jiang Si let out a sigh. The citizens of the capital, known for their decorum while spectating, pricked up their ears at the pivotal exchange, maintaining an attentive silence, thus allowing Jiang Si's gentle exhalation to be distinctly heard by those nearby. Curiosity surged among the crowd. What was this noble lady lamenting about? Jiang Si continued. To enlighten you, my grandmother recently lost her sight, prompting my second aunt to summon Lu Xiangu to perform a ritual. Lu Xiangu has dispelled the malevolent spirits and assured us that my grandmother's vision will be restored within 3 days. At this point, Jiang Si glanced at the onlookers. Surely, you have all heard of this matter? The crowd responded in unison, acknowledging that such news was indeed widespread. Jiang Si then turned her gaze back to the woman, her tone growing stern. Given that your child's tragedy occurred last year, why did you not summon Lu Xiangu to the authorities at that time, instead of waiting until now? The woman, her eyes darting, wept. What does the young lady understand of the hardships faced by common folk? To you, Lu Xiangu may seem readily available, but to us, she is a figure of great consequence. She not only refuses to acknowledge that she caused my son's death, but also instructs others to drive our entire family out of the capital. At that time, our family was frail and vulnerable, both the elderly and the young, and those afflicted by illness. It has only now begun to recover. As the woman wept, her sorrow instantly stirred the sympathy of the onlookers. So that was the case. Jiang Si nodded and said, then I kindly ask you, dear sister-in-law, to wait just one more day. Lu Xiangu assured me that my grandmother's eye ailment would be cured within 3 days, and tomorrow marks the final day. However, the steward of your household just stated that he would never shelter Lu Xiangu. Jiang Si smiled gently. That is indeed correct. Once tomorrow has passed, Lu Xiangu will surely depart from the Bo residence. At that point, whether you take her to see the authorities or settle matters privately, the Bo residence will certainly not intervene. No, the woman exclaimed, her agitation rising. What if Lu Xiangu secretly escapes after tomorrow? Where will I search for her then? I must take her to see the authorities now. Jiang Si slowly withdrew her hand from the woman's grasp, saying, if you cannot wait even a single day, it leaves me puzzled. Could it be that you are deliberately seeking her out at this moment to disrupt my grandmother's treatment? How could the young lady wrongly accuse someone? I fear Lu Xiangu may flee. Jiang Si chuckled softly and raised her voice to inquire, may I ask everyone, after tomorrow, will Lu Xiangu be able to leave the Bo residence secretly? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Of course not. The woman turned pale, gazing at the crowd with confusion. A kind-hearted individual offered clarification. Sister, do you not know? We have all participated in the betting. If the old lady's ailment is cured, regardless of the outcome, we must see what the extraordinary Lu Xiangu truly looks like. If the old lady's eyesight fails to improve, we shall certainly have to observe the situation more closely. Shall we not? Should Lu Xiangu transform into a living deity, those who wager on wins and losses would remain indifferent. Conversely, if she turns out to be a fraud, those who have lost their money may contemplate exacting their frustrations upon her. Therefore, dear sister, rest assured, we are vigilantly watching the entire perimeter of the Earl's estate. Unless Lu Xiangu possesses the ability to fly, she shall not escape. The woman was momentarily taken aback. When she was initially instructed, such formidable challenges had not been disclosed. Sister-in-law, do you comprehend? With so many well-meaning neighbors keeping watch, Lu Xiangu cannot possibly flee. If you could afford to wait just one more day, it would not hinder my grandmother's treatment, and the Earl's household will undoubtedly appreciate your understanding. At this juncture, Jiang Si inclined her body slightly towards the woman. Indeed, Miss Jiang speaks the truth. We guarantee that Lu Xiangu will not be able to sneak away, the crowd affirmed. The woman instinctively turned her gaze towards the steward. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the steward discreetly retreated, preparing to report back. Steward Wang, why not prepare some tea and refreshments for this esteemed sister-in-law? She has shown us understanding, and we ought to reciprocate, Jiang Si remarked with a hint of coolness. Chapter 55. The revelation approaches. Jiang Si's words halted the steward in his tracks, as she strode purposefully into the estate. The steward hastily instructed the doorman to prepare refreshments for the woman before quickly following suit. Jiang Zhan placed a hand on the steward's shoulder, inquiring, why the haste? The steward, who had previously regarded this seemingly inconsequential second son with some disdain, now approached with heightened caution, remembering Jiang Si's recent reprimand of the kitchen maid, Lu. The second master has decreed that Lu Xiangu must be dismissed, yet just moments ago, the fourth young lady insisted on retaining her. I must report this to the second master. Jiang Zhan cast a piercing glance at the steward, cautioning him to speak with care. Shortly after Jiang Si stepped inside, she encountered Lu Xiangu, accompanied by a maid, with a young girl behind her carrying a small bundle. Was the celestial lady preparing to depart? Fourth miss, I am about to leave the Bo residence, Lu Xiangu declared, adopting an aloof demeanor in front of others. Jiang Si furrowed her brow. if her memory served her well. Grandmother had instructed second aunt to treat the celestial lady with hospitality for 3 days. Yet, it was only the second day. Why was she leaving so soon? Fourth miss. You may not be aware, but this celestial lady is involved in a lawsuit concerning life and death. Such a person, we cannot afford to keep in our residence. Second master had stated. Why should I require the intervention of Aunt Xiao to converse with the celestial lady? Jiang Si retorted coolly. Aunt Xiao, taken aback, stammered. This is second master's wish. Jiang Si regarded her with a frosty gaze. Does Aunt Xiao imply that my second uncle holds dominion over this household? Aunt Xiao fell silent, yet inwardly scoffed. Who was unaware that the Bo residence could no longer be called such with the arrival of the second young master's generation? The eldest son was so promising that surely, with second master paving the way in the official arena, their future was secure. In that case, the Jiang family would inevitably belong to the second branch. I cannot make decisions. Does seer wish to take charge? A voice, neither warm nor cold, interrupted. As second master Jiang appeared before Jiang Si, the steward stood behind him, evidently having informed second master of the exchange while Jiang Si conversed with Lu Xinggu. Jiang Si slightly inclined her body towards second master Jiang. Uncle, your words belittle your niece. The matter concerning grandmother's eyesight is of such gravity that it must surely be entrusted to grandmother's judgment. Old master Jiang displayed no visible emotions. It was your grandmother who approved of Lu Xinggu's departure from the mansion. Jiang Si's face instantly reflected concern. Was it truly grandmother's consent? It was my niece who acted impulsively, hastily retaining Lu Xinggu upon her early departure. If you were unaware earlier, it suffices, but in the future, engage more with Lear and her companions, and refrain from meddling in adult affairs. Old Master Jiang cast a glance at Aunt Xiao. Do not you yet take her away. Jiang Si stepped forward, obstructing Aunt Xiao's path. Lu Xinggu cannot leave at this moment. Seer, do not act willfully. Jiang Si replied with a smile. How could my niece dare to be willful before her second uncle? It is merely that I have already publicly requested Lu Xinggu to stay until tomorrow in front of our neighbors. If she departs now, would it not leave the impression that our mansion is fickle? Old Master Jiang's expression darkened. Jiang Si, seemingly oblivious, continued. Moreover, if we hastily acquiesce to a common woman seeking assistance, others will surely perceive our mansion as weak and vulnerable, leading to greater troubles in the future. Well said. Jiang Anqing strode forward. Second brother, since Seer has already retained her, let her stay an additional day. Old Master Jiang's countenance grew grim. Eldest brother, you agree to Lu Xinggu's departure in Xixin Hall. Circumstances change, and I find Sio's reasoning quite sound. Eldest brother. Old Master Jiang was taken aback. How could such shameless words escape his lips? Jiang Anqing, wearing an expression of impatience, remarked, is this really such a trivial matter? Hasn't she already spoken? Surely. We wouldn't want to embarrass her in front of outsiders. A young lady's sensibilities are much more fragile than a boy's. Moreover, it was your idea to invite Lu Xinggu. Now you wish for her departure as well. What are you trying to achieve? The corners of Jiang Erlewai's mouth twitched in irritation. Inviting a fortune teller was certainly not his decision. It was a scheme concocted by that unfortunate, foolish woman. Very well, let her stay. After tomorrow, she may go wherever she pleases. I shall inform your mother at once. Father, I will accompany you, Jiang Si said with a smile as she hurried after him. Jiang Zhan exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Si and whispered, shouldn't we express our gratitude to our second brother for his timely intervention? This is a traditional remedy passed down through my ancestors, a vision-enhancing pill. The old lady should take one each morning and evening for 7 consecutive days. Her eyesight should improve. In the hall of Xixintang, a middle-aged man with a goatee produced a small white porcelain jar, no larger than a palm. The head maid, a Fu, took the jar from him. Rest assured, old lady, Mr. Zhang is quite renowned locally for treating eye ailments. Had it not been for my daughter-in-law just hearing of him, we would have engaged him sooner and not let a fortune teller mislead us. The second mistress, Madame Xiao, looked visibly ashamed. Old Lady Feng nodded solemnly. Given that Lu Xinggu's talismanic water has allegedly caused fatalities, whether true or false, it must never be ingested again. As for the doctor reputed to treat eye ailments, we shall give it a try. A Fu, please fetch a glass of water to assist the old lady with her medication, Madame Xiao instructed. Wait a moment, Jiang Si interjected as she stepped inside. Upon seeing Jiang Si, Madame Xiao instinctively furrowed her brow. At this moment, why does that insufferable girl feel the need to meddle again? Once the old lady consumes the vision-restoring pill, The matter concerning Lu Xinggu will be entirely resolved. Should the old lady's eyesight improve, she will attribute it to the efficacy of the pill. If not, it is of little consequence. For restoring sight to eyes that have already succumbed to blindness is an arduous endeavor indeed. Jiang Si approached the venerable Lady Feng. Grandmother, you must not take the vision-restoring pill at this juncture. What do you mean? Lady Feng, who had transitioned from initial agitation to a subdued calm after losing one eye, inquired. Lu Xinggu stated that your vision would recover within 3 days. What if taking this pill now results in an adverse reaction and hinders your recovery? Fourth miss, Lu Xinggu is a charlatan. We cannot allow her mere words to delay the old lady's treatment. Jiang Si suddenly smiled. Second aunt, Lu Xinggu was invited by you personally. Madame Xiao faltered, suppressing her embarrassment. At that time, I had only heard of Lu Xinggu's reputation. I was unaware of her history of causing harm. Can second aunt guarantee that this Mr. Zhang is without ulterior motives? This is preposterous. Since the esteemed young lady has spoken thus, I shall take my leave. Mr. Zhang, please do not depart hastily. Madame Xiao quickly restrained him, her countenance icy. Fourth miss, Mr. Zhang is a highly regarded physician in these parts. Jiang Si replied without hesitation. Lu Xinggu is also a well-known spiritualist. Enough. If you wish to bicker, then all of you must leave. Jiang Si immediately resumed her obedient demeanor. Grandmother. Both Lu Xinggu and Mr. Zhang were invited by second aunt. Although Lu Xinggu was sought after, her granddaughter believed that both Lu Xinggu and Mr. Zhang must possess exceptional qualities given their renowned reputations. To be prudent, it was suggested to wait another day. If Lu Xinggu's ritual yielded no results, taking Mr. Zhang's eyesight-enhancing pills would not be a waste of time. After a moment of silence, old Madame Feng silently nodded, feeling that one more day was a small price to pay. However, Xiaoshi's lips twitched in frustration, wondering when Jiang Si had become so persuasive as to sway the old lady's decision. Fortunately, from the inquiries made with her sister-in-law, it appeared that Lu Xinggu was merely a charlatan, and she doubted any miracles would occur with just one more day's wait. As the next day dawned, news of Lu Xinggu's alleged ability to revive the dead spread, and the odds at the casinos for old Madame Feng's eye condition improving shifted to 10 to 1 against. Ah Fei pondered deeply, quietly taking out several strings of copper coins to wager that old Madame Feng would not recover. This was his hard-earned savings, and although the potential winnings were meager, it was certainly better than the girl losing everything. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, countless eyes outside the Dongping Bo mansion awaited eagerly. With the night approaching, it seemed time for a conclusion was near. Chapter 56. Regaining Sight. Wintergrass 1125 Spiritual Beast Egg. As dusk fell, it was time to personally invite Lu Xinggu to depart. The Compassion Hall had remained silent, and Mrs. Zhao's heart finally felt a sense of relief as she, accompanied by maids and servants, headed towards Lu Xinggu. Xinggu, please, the young girl said, casting a glance at Lu Xinggu as she silently picked up the small bundle she had prepared the day before. Lu Xinggu took a deep breath, desperately suppressing her emotions that were on the verge of breaking. She truly felt ensnared by the schemes of Jiang Si and found it difficult to extricate herself. Now the situation has escalated. The boat has capsized, and she is on the verge of drowning in the ditch. However, her companions are adept at swimming. Noticing Lu Xinggu's tense expression, Xiao chuckled with ease. If you wish to dine before departing, that is also acceptable. No, that will not be necessary. Lu Xinggu closed her eyes, her face numb as she stepped outside, setting aside the possibility that the grieving woman might drag her to face the authorities. She was certain that, as soon as she exited the gates of the Bo residence, the onlookers would devour her alive. What reputation could remain? In the future, there would be none left. With each step, Lu Xinggu felt as though her legs were burdened with 1,000 pounds. Xiao halted, coldly observing Lu Xinggu's despondent figure trudging towards the main gate. The side door beside the main entrance had already swung open, and the doorman regarded Lu Xinggu with disdain as she approached. Do watch your step, Xinggu, lest you stumble, he remarked. Lu Xinggu paused, the doorman's words rendering her face even paler. She was out, truly out. Outside, a dark throng had gathered. Upon seeing Lu Xinggu's figure finally emerge, excitement rippled through the crowd. Has the old lady of Dongping Bo recovered her sight? Clearly, she had not. Did they not see Lu Xinggu's countenance, as if she were mourning her own demise? Sigh. This outcome had been anticipated. It was truly disheartening. Winning the wager would hardly yield a profit. Well, consider it a windfall. At least there was enough for a meal. Indeed, a windfall. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a soft orange hue across the western horizon. Lu Xinggu gazed outside, her vision blurring, and she found herself lacking the courage to take a single step forward. It was over for her, truly over. Bah, a swindler, a charlatan. A woman cradling a child spat disdainfully. This utterance seemed to ignite the crowd's emotions, as a barrage of foul duck eggs and rotten vegetable leaves flew towards Lu Xinggu. With a resounding thud, a rotten egg struck her, its putrid contents streaming down her cheek, yet the despondent Lu remained utterly unresponsive. Meanwhile, the doorman grew anxious, exclaiming, "Do not throw. Please, refrain from throwing. It will make a mess in front of the Duke's residence, and I shall be the one to clean it." He urged, "Hurry, hurry." As a chaotic array of debris settled before the Duke's gate, the doorman's expression darkened, and he began to shoo the crowd away. "Xinggu, let us depart," implored the young girl, clutching a bundle, on the verge of tears, her attire now adorned with bits of decaying leaves. "Let us go," Lu Xinggu uttered with conviction. Making her way forward, a woman in blue rushed over, seizing Lu Xinggu. "You deceiver, return my child's life." Lu Xinggu's countenance remained impassive as the woman shook her relentlessly. The maid, Ah Fu, hurriedly pursued them, shouting, "Quick, stop her." The crowd, previously engaged in idle gossip, suddenly perked up, their interest piqued. What happened? Has the old lady's sight returned? Could there be such a twist? In an instant, Ah Fu caught up and urgently informed the doorman, "We cannot let Lu Xinggu leave. The old lady's eyes are bleeding." Upon hearing this, the doorman immediately barred Lu Xinggu's path, declaring, "You cannot depart. Our lady's eyes are bleeding." "What?" Lu Xinggu's eyes flickered momentarily. "Seize her and take her to the Cixin Hall to await the judgment of our masters." Ah Fu cast a chilling glance at Lu Xinggu, his eyes devoid of any warmth, akin to those one might reserve for the deceased. Soon, two maidservants seized Lu Xinggu, dragging her inward. In the tumult, Lu Xinggu brushed past Jiang Si, who stood resolutely in the courtyard of Cixin Hall. Sensing imminent peril, Lu Xinggu instinctively glanced at Jiang Si. The latter's lips moved, silently forming a single word. Her expression remained remarkably serene, exuding an air of assuredness, as if she were the true victor in this dire scenario. A victor? In her despair, Lu Xinggu experienced a sudden clarity, her gaze sharpening. She had clandestinely struck a bargain with Jiang Si. Should she fall, Jiang Si's aspirations would equally crumble. What, then, was the source of Jiang Si's confidence? In moments of desperation, the mind often sharpens, and Lu Xinggu began to piece together a revelation, desperately scrutinizing Jiang Si's lips. Just one word. What exactly had Jiang Si communicated to her? "Lu Xinggu, what precisely did you administer to the old lady? Speak the truth at once." The atmosphere in Cixin Hall was chaotic, with various masters crowding inside. Upon seeing Lu Xinggu, Zhang Erlao's voice rang out, stern and commanding. It was one thing for his mother to have lost an eye, but should anything further occur, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. According to the unwritten laws of the Great Zhou, officials were required to mourn their parents for 3 years upon their passing. At the height of his youth, this would be a significant blow to his burgeoning career, a 3-year absence from the political arena detrimental to his prospects. Water. The very word Jiang Si had conveyed to her was water. Lu Xinggu quickly turned her gaze towards old Madame Feng. Blood was seeping from her left eye, creating a horrifying sight. Blood flowed from her eyes, a sight unlike any other. Several maids, holding soft cloths, were at a loss as to where to place their hands and were on the verge of tears. "Water!" Lu Xinggu exclaimed. The occupants of the room turned their gazes towards her. At this moment, Lu Xinggu was resolute, urgently insisting, "Quick, bring cool boiled water to wash the old lady's eyes." "Enough. The old lady has already suffered enough at your hands. Do you wish to inflict further harm?" Xiao Shi reprimanded. "Ah Fu, fetch water for my grandmother to wash her eyes." In the tense atmosphere, Jiang Si suddenly spoke up. "Fourth young miss, this is not the time for your reckless commands. Second aunt, even if we disregard Lu Xinggu's advice, my grandmother's eyes need to be rinsed with water in this condition." Jiang Si glanced at Ah Fu. "Ah Fu, hurry. Grandmother is in distress with blood on her face." Ah Fu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and hurriedly began to wipe the old lady's eyes with a cloth dipped in clean water. With the master's order, the maids steadied themselves and busily went about their tasks in an orderly fashion. Basin after basin of murky water was carried away, and at last, the blood ceased to flow from the old lady's left eye. Mother, how are you feeling? Jiang Anqing and the others inquired one after another. Madame Feng's eyelids trembled slightly before she slowly opened them. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a trembling voice. It seems I can see out of my left eye. Chapter 57. Prosperity, can you see? A pin-drop silence enveloped the room. Madame Feng struggled to blink her eyelids. Is that fourth young lady? Jiang Si, standing in a position that was perfectly visible to Madame Feng, beamed a smile and bowed slightly. Congratulations, grandmother, on your recovery. She originally stood in the courtyard, her heart uneasy despite her confidence that old Madame Feng's eyesight would improve. Thus, she seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to push her way in. Naturally a strikingly beautiful woman, her smile blossomed like the first flowers of spring, instantly brightening the somewhat murky gaze of old Madame Feng. She saw it. Indeed, she saw it. The room full of people awakened from their stupor, all offering their congratulations to old Madame Feng. Among them, second Madame Xiao wore a smile of joy on her face. Yet inwardly she wished she could crash into a wall. Alas, with this development, the reputation of Qianer being possessed by an evil spirit was now irrevocably established. Jiang Qian was the wife of the heir of the Marquis of Changxing, a true noblewoman. With such a reputation, one could only imagine the troubles that lay ahead. Tears welled in the corners of old Madame Feng's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Those who have not experienced darkness can hardly fathom the maddening pain it brings. The immortal lady, yes, the immortal lady. Where is she? Old Madame Feng looked around anxiously, and finally spotted Lu Xiangu in a corner. Lu Xiangu appeared disheveled at that moment, with remnants of dried, foul-smelling duck egg juice still on her face. Old Madame Feng gasped in shock. How has the immortal lady come to look like this? Xiao, how did you entertain the immortal lady on my behalf? Her words reminded everyone, and numerous gazes fell upon Lu Xiangu, regardless of her true abilities. One thing was certain, she excelled in the art of pretense. In a remarkably brief time, she recovered from her shock and donned a composed smile, presenting herself as an otherworldly sage. The three brothers, Jiang Anqing, were not particularly inclined to believe in such matters. At this moment, their predominant feelings were astonishment and confusion, while the expressions of Xiao and the others towards Lu Xiangu shifted dramatically. At this moment, Zhao's feelings towards Lu Xiangu were so complex that she did not dare to be negligent, promptly donning a smile as she approached. I apologize for any grievances, esteemed Xiangu. Please do not take offense. After speaking, she shot a stern glance at the maidservant. Hurry and escort Xiangu for a bath and change of attire. Old Madame Feng interjected. Ensure that Xiangu is well treated. Do not let any negligence occur. With that, several maidservants bowed in unison to Lu Xiangu. As Lu Xiangu walked outside, accompanied by a young girl, her feet seemed to tread upon clouds. Good heavens, how did Miss Jiang Si know that old Madame Feng's eyesight would improve within 3 days? Reflecting on how Jiang Si had preemptively sought her out, it was evident that she was privy to Zhao's intentions to harm young Master Jiang Er. And she was aware of Lu Xiangu's secret. In Lu Xiangu's eyes, Jiang Si seemed increasingly enigmatic. Could it be that Miss Jiang Si was truly the one who could commune with spirits? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Lu Xiangu cast a glance in Jiang Si's direction. The poised young woman lowered her gaze, presenting an air of demureness. No more of this, thought Lu Xiangu. It would be prudent to keep a distance from this extraordinary being. The very thought of from now on elicited a smile at the corners of her mouth. After this ordeal, she would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the capital, enjoying both fame and fortune. Henceforth, everyone would respectfully address her as Xiangu. With a buoyant spirit, Lu Xiangu stepped outside, leaving the room enveloped in an abrupt silence. Old Madame Feng's eyesight had indeed improved, yet everyone still felt a sense of unreality. What are you all waiting for? Assist me in bathing and changing. And do arrange for some firecrackers to be set off at the main gate to dispel any ill fortune. Old Madame Feng exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. Outside the grand gates of the Domping Duke's residence, a dense crowd remained, their murmurs now swirling around the fate of the venerable Lady Feng. Suddenly, several servants emerged, setting off a few firecrackers wrapped in red paper, which soon erupted in a cacophony of sound. The children among the onlookers shrieked with delight, giggling as they covered their ears with their tiny hands. Curious glances were exchanged until one bold voice called out, "Why are the fireworks being set off at your esteemed residence?" With a smile, a servant replied, "Our esteemed lady's eyesight has improved." "What?" came the astonished chorus from the crowd. "The Lady Feng's eyesight has recovered?" Their exclamations drowned out the crackling of the firecrackers, only to be followed by a wail. "It's over! It's over! I've lost my entire stake." This lamentation ignited a wave of sorrowful cries, echoing through the air. The volume was so intense that even Lady Feng, who was in the midst of her bath, could hear it, causing her heart to constrict with unease. What calamity is unfolding outside? She wondered. A servant named Fu chuckled. "It seems those poor souls have lost their bets terribly." After a moment's contemplation, Lady Feng grasped the situation and retorted with a cold smile, "They deserve it." On that day, the entire capital was engulfed in a chorus of lamentation, with frantic gamblers running naked, colliding with trees, and others preparing to choke themselves with morsels of bread in despair. Ah Fei, having acquired his final stake, felt a wild impulse to join the frenzied crowd. 250 taels. With a tenfold payout, he marveled at the fortune he now held. A mere scoundrel, living like a rat in the shadows, suddenly found himself clutching over 2,000 taels in silver notes. Yet, he reminded himself to remain composed. This windfall was not truly his own, for he had lost even his initial stake. Ah Fei stumbled out of the casino as if inebriated, indistinguishable from the unfortunate souls who had suffered heavy losses. Drawing not a shred of attention, the long night finally came to an end, and the Tianxiang tea house buzzed with an even greater liveliness than usual. "My lady, could it be that Ah Fei has absconded with a fortune?" a man inquired, clutching her heart. She could hardly bear to entertain such a thought. The mere consideration of it sent pangs through her chest. Jiang Si sighed helplessly. "A man, this is the 6th time you have asked. I am merely worried." The maid replied, "That amounts to over 2,000 taels of silver. Has the lady truly accounted for it?" As the two entered the elegant chamber, Ah Fei approached them, clearly having awaited their arrival for some time. A man exhaled a long breath. The lad was rather astute. "My lady, here is your money," Ah Fei said, trembling as he produced an oiled paper bundle from against his chest. A man took it, unwrapped it, and counted it 3 times before a smile broke upon her face. "My lady, it is indeed correct." Jiang Si slightly lifted her chin in acknowledgement, understanding her cue. A man reluctantly pulled out a banknote worth 100 taels and handed it over. "Here, as promised." "How could I accept this?" Ah Fei quickly took the banknote. "Additionally, give Ah Fei another 100 taels." "My lady." Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. A man, feeling defeated, once more retrieved a 100 tael banknote and extended it. This time, Ah Fei did not accept it. "My lady, we agreed upon 100 taels that was during a 5-to-1 bet. Your timing was impeccable, allowing me to profit significantly. This 100 taels is a reward." "Then I shall not be polite," Ah Fei declared, his thick skin from years of street life allowing him to receive the compliment with delight. He tugged at the note, but it would not budge. Ah Fei cast a glance at a man and reminded her, "Sister, a man, be careful not to tear the banknote." Once Ah Fei had departed, a man remained deeply pained, grumbling, "You promised me 100 taels, yet turned around and gave me 200. Even a hen laying eggs can't be this swift." Jiang Si reached out and playfully tapped a man's forehead, saying, "I never realized you were such a money-minded girl." A man covered her forehead and pouted, thinking to herself that she had no money in the past either, and thus had no means to be money-minded. Let us not dwell solely on this. While wealth is significant, it is not our utmost priority. She needed money to accomplish tasks, yet what she truly lacked were capable individuals to assist her. If there were any alternatives, she would not have resorted to a Fei, a street rogue she had never interacted with before. Fortunately, her luck held. For a Fei was clever and perceptive, making him a valuable asset. "You should hand these 200 taels over to Lu Xiangu and return her funds." "Has the girl not seen Lu Xiangu?" "No, there is no need to see her anymore. Debt should be repaid. From henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing. It is high time that Lu Xiangu faces the consequences of her actions." However, one day, the illustrious Lu Xiangu was brutally murdered in her own home, and the assailant remained at large. She happened to know the identity of the killer. Ever since the title fell upon her second uncle's family, she began to harbor suspicions regarding the initial invitation of Lu Xiangu to their home for exorcism, while requesting Yu Jin to discreetly investigate her second uncle. She also took the opportunity to look into Lu Xiangu. Many matters, if pursued without regard to cost or time, and with considerable effort, would invariably reveal unexpected truths. The incident involving Lu Xiangu, who disguised her son as a daughter to bring misfortune upon the daughters of affluent families, stands as one of the most abhorrent acts imaginable. This very deed ultimately led to her own demise. Of course, the perpetrator was not connected to the Yin family at all. Lu Xinggu's capacity for such a morally reprehensible scheme undoubtedly extended beyond the Yin household. There were other young women who fell victim to her machinations. However, some of these girls possessed a resilient spirit and did not succumb to the despair of wanting to marry a poor young man after those 7 nights. Additionally, some parents genuinely cared for their daughters and staunchly prevented them from making foolish decisions. According to the findings from the investigation conducted by Yu Jin's envoy, there were at least 4 or 5 young women afflicted with the same bizarre condition as Miss Yin. Lu Xinggu was meticulous in her methods. All these young women were only children, residing in different towns, separated by a distance of at least 100 miles. Moreover, the impoverished young man they encountered in their dreams was always portrayed as a distant relative, with each instance presenting a different connection. Lu Xinggu cast her net widely, demonstrating her commitment to this malevolent endeavor. Among them was a young lady named Dou, whose beauty was matched only by the affection of her parents. Yet her fiery temperament led her to grasp the truth swiftly after being wronged by Lu Xinggu's son. Tragically, she took her own life by hanging, leaving her parents without a word of explanation. Lu Xinggu's son, disguised flawlessly in women's attire, left Dou's parents oblivious to the fact that a man was sharing their daughter's bed each night, rendering them utterly bewildered in the face of their daughter's death. Unable to fathom the cause, upon realizing that a life had been lost, Lu Xinggu hastily fled the scene. Dou's parents, confronted by the inquiries of their future son-in-law, were left in a state of despair. The death of his fiancée became an indelible anguish for this man, who could not comprehend how she could take such a drastic step over a trivial matter. Surely, there must have been some unbearable circumstance that drove her to such a desperate act. The man's gaze fell upon Lu Xinggu, who had appeared at the Dou family household. However, during that time, communication was cumbersome. Once Lu Xinggu departed, she vanished like a droplet in the ocean, leaving no trace to pursue. The family scattered across various towns who had suffered at the hands of Lu Xinggu, even upon realizing the truth, could only suppress their grievances. They dared not speak Lu Xinggu's name, and instead, they begrudgingly praised her formidable talents. When the victims themselves actively concealed the perpetrator, it became a Herculean task for outsiders to uncover the truth. Thus, the years passed, over a decade. Eventually, the man pieced together the puzzle with a blend of speculation and investigation, his fury culminating in the severance of Lu Xinggu's son's lineage. He then made his way to the capital, stealthily infiltrating Lu Xinggu's household, and under the cover of night, he brutally ended her life. Moreover, Lu Xinggu did not hail from a prestigious lineage. She was merely a woman of the countryside, navigating the circles of the elite through her own reputation. Upon her demise, her presence dissipated, leaving her case shrouded in mystery. Yu Jin, entrusted by Jiang Si, had long been investigating Lu Xinggu's affairs, which is how he was able to track down the man and unearth so many details. The man's fate left Jiang Si in a state of profound reflection. After ensuring his parents were well cared for by his brothers, he took his own life at the grave of his fiancée. This incident caused quite a stir in the locality, with the townsfolk remarking on the man's deep devotion, stating that after years of yearning for his fiancée, he could no longer bear to live without her. No one connected the man's death with that of a certain sorceress far away in the capital, nor did they realize that Lu Xinggu, who had appeared here over a decade ago, had been entirely forgotten by the people. Events occurring in the distant capital seemed too remote to ever reach this place. Jiang Si still recalls the displeasure on Yu Jin's face when she expressed her envy of a man's unwavering devotion to his fiancée until death. She cast him a sidelong glance and remarked that such men are few and far between in this world. Yu Jin retorted, after spending over a decade seeking vengeance to find his fiancée, she has likely withered away, long since reincarnated. What is there to admire in such a foolish man? The two exchanged a few playful jabs before setting the matter aside. Prior to the appointed time with Lu Xinggu, Jiang Si sent a man ahead and departed first. Upon arriving punctually, Lu Xinggu felt a sense of relief at not finding Jiang Si present. I shall forego the silver. I must also thank the 4th young lady for her assistance. That simply will not do, came the reply. Our lady has stated that repaying debts is a matter of principle. Please accept it. Moreover, in the future, you may regard our lady as a stranger. A few days later, a young man arrived in a small town several hundred miles from the capital. In his early 20s, he was quite handsome, yet his gait revealed a hint of frivolity. The appearance of such a young man in the small town went unnoticed. He paused in front of a tavern, stroking his chin and murmuring, "The man the lady mentioned must frequently drink here." Just then, A patron exited the tavern, and the young man seized him, slipping a few coins into his hand. "Good sir, has General Qin come to drink?" The patron gestured toward the tavern and replied vaguely, "He's inside, enjoying a drink." "Thank you," the young man said, before entering the tavern. Chapter 59. Retribution. Unfailing. The tavern in the small town, while lacking the elegance of those in the capital, was no less vibrant. The young man in question was a fey. Upon entering the establishment, he ordered food and drink, settling into a corner as he quietly sought his target. On a bench by the window sat a burly man, who was downing his drinks voraciously, with only a plate of peanuts before him. The liquor he consumed was of the most inferior quality. A fey approached the man, bearing a fine drink along with a plate of marinated donkey meat, and placed them on the table. With a smile, he said, "Drinking alone is rather dull. You seem like a kindred spirit. Shall we share a toast?" The man glanced at a fey. From the crimson veins and hazy gaze in his eyes, a fey could ascertain that he had imbibed quite a bit already. "A toast it is, then." The man, straightforward and unpretentious, raised his glass to clink with a fey-s, downing the contents in one swift motion before taking a piece of the marinated donkey meat. He savored the fragrant dish, chewing heartily before exclaiming, "Delightful. It's been ages since I've had this delicacy." Once a marshal general of considerable standing, he had succumbed to profound sorrow following the untimely demise of his fiancée, which swiftly led to the loss of his position. Now, he was casually addressed as General Qin, a title that had become somewhat of a jest among the townsfolk. Not everyone regarded the man's unwavering devotion to his deceased fiancée with admiration. Such sentiments often resonated more with women, while most men dismissed it with scorn. To have reduced himself to this state for a woman he had not even wed was seen as a mark of disgrace. The man and a fey repeatedly clinked their glasses, devouring a thick plate of sauced donkey meat with great fervor. Wiping his mouth, he stood up and declared, "I'm full. Thank you." As he stumbled towards the exit, a fey remained silent for a moment before following him outside to settle the bill. "Why are you following me?" The man suddenly seized a fey's arm, pinning him against the wall. A fey winced in pain, but refrained from voicing his discomfort. After enduring the sharp pain inflicted by a man's earlier blow, he now found that ordinary pain seemed trivial. "Who are you?" The man glared at a fey, his eyes regaining clarity. This young man did not resemble the typical spineless drifter. Some individuals drink not because their capacity has been exceeded, but because they seek intoxication. The man before a fey was one such case. A fey met the man's gaze and suddenly smiled, posing an odd question. "Brother, can you read?" The man paused, then nodded. A peculiar young man asking a strange question made him feel that his long, numbing years of hardship might be on the verge of transformation. "That's good." A fey produced a letter from his pocket and handed it over. The man glanced at a fey before accepting the letter, pulling it out to inspect it under the light. After just one look, his expression shifted dramatically. Trembling, he finished reading the letter and seized a fey by the collar, demanding, "Who are you really?" A fey coughed a few times. "Brother, you're going to choke me." The man slightly loosened his grip, yet his lips continued to quiver. Witnessing the man's expression, a fey felt a profound fear welling up within him. He had no doubt that this man was capable of murder. Indeed, the money from Miss Jiang was not easily acquired. A fey, on the verge of tears yet devoid of them, silently consoled himself. "Having lost my principal, how shall I earn a living if I do not toil for a little silver in the future? Pray tell, who exactly are you?" A fey pressed himself against the wall, his back cold and unyielding. "I am but a mere errand runner." "Then what of this letter? Who penned it?" A fey shook his head. "I cannot disclose that. Moreover, I can only count money. I am illiterate. However, the writer has a message for you." "What did he say?" The man began to grow increasingly agitated. "What did he say?" The revelations within the letter could drive a man, who had sought the truth for over a decade, to madness. "Cough, cough," she said. "Believe it or not, after all these years, she possesses no evidence. If you desire proof, you must extract it from the key figures yourself." Upon concluding, a fey nearly broke down in tears, feeling that delivering such tidings was akin to courting death. Yet, he truly could not read. Not only did he lack the courage to sneak a glance, even if he had, he would not understand its contents, nor grasp the significance of the matter at hand. So how did he know? A fey rolled his eyes. "How would I know? If I possessed such skills, I would not be merely an errand runner, would I, my good brother?" She merely stated that she is uninvolved in this matter, having learned of it by mere coincidence. The man bowed his head, scrutinizing the letter word by word several times before suddenly crumpling it into his mouth. chewing and swallowing it. A fey gaped in astonishment. "Come with me." The man seized a fey and strode deeper into the alleyway. Though his home was modest, it was unexpectedly tidy. "Regardless of the intentions of those behind you, since you have been sent here, I presume you must wait for some resolution before departing, correct?" "Indeed." Without hesitation, a fey affirmed. The man closed his eyes for a moment. "Do as you please. I shall not provide for you." Upon uttering these words, he pushed past a fey and stumbled out, leaving the door ajar. A fey sat for a brief moment, then dusted himself off and stood up. This fellow was quite straightforward. Of course, he would leave, as Miss Jiang had matters to entrust to him. Yet, how did Miss Jiang know that this man would not pose a threat to him? A fey had no inkling that a person who had devoted over a decade to uncovering the truth behind his fiancée's demise would, upon learning the reality, be utterly consumed by it, eager to validate the claims made in the letter, even if he ultimately failed to extract information from either the victim or the perpetrator. The detailed descriptions within the letter had already solidified his conviction. At this moment, the fate of Lu Xiangu was all but sealed. Over the past fortnight, if one were to inquire who had experienced the most illustrious rise, 8 out of 10 citizens of the capital would undoubtedly name Lu Xiangu, who had cured the elderly matron of the Dongping Marquis. Invitations from esteemed families had already filled her schedule for the month ahead, truly a season of triumph. On this particular day, it was her turn to visit the Yongchang Marquis' residence. The Yongchang Marquis' estate lay adjacent to that of the Dongping Marquis, and the two families maintained a close relationship. The eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis, Xie, was of a similar age to Jiang Si, and the two shared a close friendship. When the matron of the Yongchang Marquis' household came to invite Lu Xiangu, the attendants of the Dongping Marquis' residence could clearly discern the floral adornment upon her head. The celestial Lu Xiangu had been brutally slain in her own bed, blood saturating the sheets and pooling upon the floor, her life extinguished long before. The illustrious Lu Xiangu, having enjoyed but a fleeting fortnight of glory, met an untimely demise. The air in Haitang residence was punctuated by hurried footsteps as a man burst into the room, exclaiming, "Miss, a horrifying event has transpired." Jiang Si regarded a man with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "What dreadful occurrence do you speak of?" "Lu Xiangu has been murdered." "Is that so?" Jiang Si sighed softly, truly alarming. A man fervently concurred, "Indeed. It is said that her entrails were strewn about, and the matron sent by the Yongchang Duke's residence was so terrified she nearly soiled herself. However, I believe this may serve as a form of retribution." At this juncture, a man abruptly fell silent, her wide apricot eyes reflecting shock. "What is it?" Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. A man stammered, "Miss, you once mentioned that evil deeds do not go unpunished. Could it be?" A man caught her breath. "Could it be that you had foreseen Lu Xiangu's ominous fate?" Coughing lightly, Jiang Si was unable to suppress her amusement. A Qiao hastily patted her back, casting a reproachful glance at a man. "What nonsense are you spouting? The young lady is no fortune-teller." Jiang Si, unperturbed, replied with a laugh, "No need for divination. Those who frequently tread by the riverbank are bound to get their feet wet. A surfeit of wicked deeds will inevitably attract consequences, even if heaven appears indifferent." A man perched on a small stool, her hands cradling her chin. "Pray tell, which valiant hero committed this noble deed?" "Enough chatter. Hasten to your tasks. Why burden the young lady with such frightful news?" A Qiao admonished as she pulled a man out of the room. Xie had experienced an unfortunate incident over a month ago at a banquet, which led her to fall ill and subsequently withdraw from her engagement to the Duke of Angua's family. She had visited Jiang Si twice, thus establishing herself as one of Jiang Si's rare confidants. Jiang Si chuckled as she held a letter. Xie, being a person who revels in social gatherings, had come to share some gossip. The Yongchang Marquis' residence was adjacent to the Dongping Marquis, and it wasn't long before Xie arrived. Xie, who appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Si, possessed a cherubic face adorned with dimples that deepened in her cheeks whenever she smiled. "Ah Si, I've come," she exclaimed as she settled herself at the tea table opposite Jiang Si, who had already prepared a pot of fragrant tea and laid out several plates of delicacies. Xie, with a hint of color in her cheeks and a sparkle in her eyes, was evidently brimming with stories to share. "First, let us have some tea to moisten our throats," Jiang Si suggested, pushing a cup of tea towards Xie. After taking a couple of sips, Xie leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Something shocking happened today." A muffled chuckle escaped from a man who stood nearby attending to them. Xie Qingyao glanced at a man in confusion, who quickly lowered her gaze, adopting an innocent expression. Xie Qingyao knew that Jiang Si's maid was not particularly astute, so she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she leaned forward, resting her hands on the table. The Lu Xiangu, who came to perform a ritual at your home, was murdered last night. Seeing Jiang Si's lack of reaction, Xie Qingyao gave her a gentle nudge. Isn't that surprising? Isn't it frightening? You should show some response. Surprising, indeed. Frightening. Jiang Si replied earnestly, nodding her head. Xie Qingyao stared at her wide-eyed for a moment before sighing. This is just like you. Even when scared half to death, you managed to hold it all in. In her childhood, she harbored a disdain for Jiang Si, always feeling that the elegantly adorned and charmingly smiling Jiang Si was not of her kind. However, one day, while she insisted on accompanying her elder brother on an outing, she stealthily slipped away, only to be abandoned by him, who was at that age where he found both cats and dogs bothersome. Standing foolishly on the street with a candied hawthorn skewer in hand, she was besieged by a group of unruly children who tugged at her skirt and pulled her braids. It was Jiang Si who orchestrated the rescue, commanding a man, who towered over the other children, to save her. From that moment on, she became inseparably attached to Jiang Si. Her dear AC was as beautiful as a flower, with a cold exterior yet a warm heart, possessing so many virtues that one could hardly enumerate them, making her far more dependable than her scoundrel of a brother. Jiang Si found herself both amused and exasperated. In the past, she had indeed been overly proud. The loss of her mother at a young age, and the fact that her father's title would not be passed on to the next generation had subjected her to a plethora of peculiar gazes within their circle. Whether it was sympathy, pity, indifference, or disdain, none of it was what she desired. She believed that only by feigning indifference and contempt could she avoid being looked down upon. Yet, having experienced life and death matters, she matured rapidly, awakening to a new understanding. After all, without having witnessed it firsthand, one could hardly claim to be afraid. Jiang Si handed her a piece of rose pastry. The delicately crafted dessert, resembling a blooming rose, looked exquisite. After taking a bite, Xie Qingyao sighed. A Qiao is truly a treasure. Her pastries have become increasingly delectable. Once she finished the rose pastry, Xie Qingyao wiped the corners of her mouth and remarked wistfully, Lu Xingu was so capable that even my mother regarded her as a living deity. Who would have thought she would pass away like this? Is it your aunt who wishes to invite Lu Xingu to your residence? Xie Qingyao and Jiang Si shared an unreserved camaraderie, leaving no secrets between them. Indeed. Why did my mother remain tight-lipped regarding the invitation to Lu Xingu? Today, upon hearing of Lu Xingu's untimely demise, my mother sat in mournful silence for an extended period, ultimately succumbing to tears. I could not contain my curiosity and sought to inquire about Lu Xingu's reputed prowess. Is it true that she possesses the ability to cure my grandmother's ailment? It seems Lu Xingu must indeed have some genuine skill. Jiang Si remarked with an air of indifference. She had promised Lu Xingu both fame and fortune, and though she did not renege on her word, it was merely that Lu Xingu was not destined to enjoy such rewards. Lu Xingu's actions towards those innocent maidens and brothers were beyond contempt. She bore not a shred of compassion. Moreover, given Lu Xingu's current renown, her capacity for malevolence was profound, and the responsibility for pushing her to such a fate lay heavily upon her. From the very moment she dispatched Amon to approach Lu Xingu, she effectively nudged Lu Xingu towards the path of perdition. This revelation caused me further distress. Xie Qingyao furrowed her brow, troubled by the implications. My mother's tears upon learning of Lu Xingu's tragic end reveal the great expectations she harbored regarding Lu Xingu's assistance. What formidable challenge has my mother encountered? Jiang Si pondered earnestly. At this juncture in her previous life, her marriage had been hastily arranged, leaving little room to tend to external matters. There was indeed one scandal that had spread from the Yongchang Duke's household. For reasons unknown, the Duke had been discovered in a pigsty belonging to a local family, roused by the incessant grunts of the pigs early that morning. Naturally, the incident quickly ascended to the pinnacle of the capital's gossip charts, providing a bountiful source of amusement for the city's avid gossipmongers. Aside from the embarrassment, the immediate consequence of this matter is that the engagement between the young lady and the heir of Yongchang, Xie Yinlu, has come to a standstill. With a father of questionable sanity, who could predict whether his son might whimsically choose to consort with a pig? Jiang Si vaguely recalled that her childhood companion, Xie Shixi, remained unwed until the year of her demise. Generally speaking, When a woman encounters an insurmountable dilemma, it is often related to her husband. Jiang Si delicately suggested this, as she could not directly say that soon her father might take a pig to bed, leaving her brother's promising engagement in jeopardy. Suddenly, Xie Qingyao slammed the table. Are you implying that my father is maintaining a mistress outside? After uttering those words, upon seeing Jiang Si's astonished expression, Xie Qingyao's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, in a moment of excitement, she had inadvertently betrayed her father. Although her mother had said nothing, she had been wearing a worried expression lately. She was no naive girl. She had pondered the reasons behind her mother's distress. After much contemplation, the likelihood of her father keeping a mistress seemed quite high. No, her father must certainly have a mistress. Wait, when did I begin to share your thoughts? Jiang Si was somewhat bewildered. Did you not just say that this matter was likely connected to my father? Jiang Si, both amused and exasperated, quickly pulled Xie Qingyao down into a seat. Why do you leap to conclusions? What I meant was that perhaps uncle is feeling unwell, and is concerned about his health. The incident involving the Duke of Yongchang and the sleeping pig has been a source of amusement among the residents of the capital for quite some time, with some still recalling it years later. The truth, however, is rather straightforward. After inviting a renowned physician, it was discovered that the Duke exhibited peculiar behaviors due to a condition known as somnambulism or sleepwalking. Regrettably, by that time, the jest had already circulated widely. Now, what troubles Jiang Si is how to subtly remind her friend of this. If her uncle truly has a concubine, what use would it be for her aunt to seek help from Lu Xinggu? Jiang Si retorted. Jiang Si. Xie Qingyao sighed in frustration, having inadvertently sold out her mother once again. Qingyao, I believe you are overthinking this. What is your aunt's status? Even if your uncle were to keep a concubine or even father a child with her, would your aunt truly act in such a manner? Do not frown so. Since your aunt is unwilling to speak, do not press her directly. Instead, try indirect inquiries or consult the sisters around her for information. Pay closer attention to your uncle's activities. Perhaps the truth will reveal itself. The Duke's somnambulism must have progressed to the point of him sleeping with pigs, indicating that the episodes were not isolated incidents. The Duchess must have noticed her husband's odd behavior and, associating it with supernatural causes, sought the assistance of Lu Xinggu to exorcise malevolent spirits. Lu Xinggu's sudden demise caught the Duchess off guard, and if Xie Qingyao were astute, uncovering the root of her mother's distress would not be overly challenging. Jiang Si's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. We did make our introductions, after all. She stayed at our home for 2 days. I heard that Lu Xinggu's murder has stirred the 3 departments, and the officials from Shuntian Prefecture have also become quite busy. Ah Si, do you think the perpetrator behind Lu Xinggu's death will be apprehended? I find it unlikely. Why is that? Jiang Si delicately lifted the cup of tea to her lips and took a gentle sip, pondering the notion that good people are indeed rewarded for their virtues. She smiled softly. It is not an enigma. Individuals like Lu Xinggu interact with a myriad of people from various walks of life, resulting in a tangled web of relationships. To uncover the true perpetrator behind Lu Xinggu's demise is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, the discussion surrounding the true culprit of Lu Xinggu's murder extended beyond Jiang Si and her close acquaintance. It had become a fervent topic of conversation throughout the city. The man, with a calm demeanor, strolled leisurely toward his home. General Qin, it has been some time since you graced the tavern with your presence, greeted a passerby. However, a closer inspection of this interaction revealed an unsettling undercurrent. The man before them seemed to embody a flame, radiant yet capable of incinerating all in its path. Before him stood a humble, dilapidated dwelling. He pushed the door open and scanned the interior, but the young man he sought was nowhere to be found. He returned to the courtyard, lifted the lid of a water vat at the entrance, and poured himself a cup, quenching his thirst before immersing himself in the cool water for a refreshing bath. Afterward, he donned a fresh set of clothes, crafted by his betrothed over a decade ago. The fabric, of exquisite quality, retained its vibrant hue even after all these years. Yet, the passage of time had transformed this once spirited young warrior into a disheartened, inebriated idler, rendering the fine attire he wore somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, he cherished the garment, tugging at its hem before striding purposefully out of his home. The country roads beneath his feet felt slightly damp, and amidst the lush green crops in the fields, occasional mounds of earth could be seen, graves. His betrothed lay in such a resting place, having awaited his return for what felt like an eternity. In the distance, a grave mound appeared, distinct from others, as a thatched cottage stood not far from it. This humble abode was constructed by a man who, at times when life felt unbearable, would retreat here for a couple of days. However, on this occasion, the man chose not to enter the cottage. Instead, he sat directly before the grave, tenderly caressing the fresh grass sprouting from its surface. The verdant tomb concealed fragrant bones, and the mere thought of it pierced his heart with profound sorrow. The man remained in silent contemplation for an indeterminate length of time, until even the birds resting upon the branches grew weary and took flight. Lowering his gaze, he retrieved a hairpin from his bosom. This pin too had seen the passage of time. Its sharp tip was intended as a gift he had never had the chance to present. He held the pin against his heart, pondering earnestly, with a bit of force. It should be swift, shouldn't it? A sudden sound startled him. Grasping the golden pin, he leapt to his feet, his eyes darting towards the source of the noise. There stood the young man who had brought about a seismic shift in his life, a peculiar expression on his face, while beneath him, two fish danced joyfully. "What are you doing here?" the man inquired, approaching with the golden pin still in hand. A fay licked his lips. "Don't be alarmed. I was waiting for you." Has gold become so worthless in these times that it has become fashionable to commit acts of violence with golden pins? The man glanced down at the lively fish. A fay quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Please, do not be agitated. The fish are innocent. I've waited so long in this dilapidated cottage. Is it so wrong to desire a taste of grilled fish?" "You should leave," the man replied calmly. A fay bit his tongue, truly frightened. This man had just contemplated ending his own life. If one were to disregard their own existence, who knows, they might seek a drinking companion on the way out. Since you are afraid, why not leave promptly? In truth, the one who wrote to you has more to convey. With a resolute heart, Ah Fei declared aloud. She said that your fiancé, he has been gone for over a decade, having long since been reincarnated. Even if you were to search for her now, you would find her nowhere. Chapter 62. The perverse man. A man lunged forward, seizing Ah Fei by the collar. His voice a desperate roar. "He is lying. He is lying." Ah Fei was shaken violently, feeling as though he might expel the meal he had previously consumed. Gradually, the man ceased his actions, crouching down and clutching his head, embodying exquisite torment. Ah Fei glanced at him and unexpectedly turned away. As he reached the end of the path, the man suddenly sprang up to pursue him, blocking his way. Ah Fei's heart leapt into his throat. Did he say anything else? No, nothing at all. Truly, there was nothing more. She instructed me to wait here and, upon seeing you, to utter that phrase before departing. Ah Fei spoke sincerely. He was, in truth, quite intrigued by how Miss Jiang came to know such a layman in this remote town, hundreds of miles away, and instructed him to deliver this message. If this man were to leave, he was to remain at this grave. Ah Fei was not foolish. In fact, having navigated the streets since childhood, he possessed a fair degree of cunning. The more he pondered this matter, the more alarmed he became. Did Miss Jiang anticipate that this man would come to take his own life? A chill crept through Ah Fei's heart. How did Miss Jiang know? Could she truly possess the gift of foresight? Recalling the unbearable pain that plagued him in the dead of night not long ago, coupled with the myriad of recent events, Ah Fei was suddenly enveloped in a profound sense of dread. This trepidation stemmed not only from the unpredictable man before him, whose volatile emotions threatened violence at any moment, but also from the enchanting young lady in the capital, whose radiant smile belied her perilous allure. Yet, amidst this fear, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. He was, after all, a man. Despite his humble origins and lack of formal education, which man would willingly resign himself to a life of mediocrity? In the eyes of the nobility, he was merely a commoner, a mere foot soldier in the grand scheme of society, and to hope for the favor of a powerful official was but a fanciful dream. The extraordinary Miss Jiang and his serendipitous encounter with her enigmatic presence might well be the turning point of his existence. Seize this opportunity, a voice within him urged fervently. The fact that Miss Jiang had, after promising a reward of 100 taels, casually bestowed an additional 100, illustrated that as long as he diligently served her interests, the rewards to come would be plentiful. Unbeknownst to Jiang Si, far away in the capital, Ah Fei had witnessed her uncanny foresight, which stirred within him the ambitions that lay dormant in most men. The extra 100 taels had become the foundation upon which his aspirations rested. No one wished to align themselves with a master who was both ruthless and miserly. "Brother, I'm off," Ah Fei chuckled nervously. Cautiously shifting aside to navigate around the obstructive figure, he envisioned a future of distinction and could not afford to meet his end here. Noticing the man's lack of response, Ah Fei breathed a silent sigh of relief and hastened to move forward. However, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him, prompting him to pause and glance back. The man followed closely behind, his expression devoid of emotion. "Brother, why are you following me?" Ah Fei nearly wept. "I must go see him." The man tucked the golden hairpin into his bosom, unwilling to embrace death. If he were to pursue the realms beyond, yet could not be reunited with his fiancée, then death would hold no allure for him. Ah Fei's expression was troubled. Is it impossible to meet her? She did not respond. In truth, Ah Fei found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Si's arrangements. If Miss Jiang were indifferent to the life or death of the man before her, why had she insisted he guard the grave for several days? Yet, if she did care for this man's fate, how could she leave him with but a single sentence, without at least preparing him for the arduous task of persuasion? Ah Fei was overthinking the matter. For Jiang Si, she was aware of the man's intent to sacrifice himself and, moved by his devotion, wished to lend a helping hand as an observer. However, if a person was resolute in their decision to die, she could hardly expect Ah Fei's slight form to restrain him with all her might. Such matters are merely about doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. The life in question belonged to the man himself, and ultimately, he alone held the reins of his destiny. Seeing the man persistently following, Ah Fei sighed. "Very well. If you wish to come along, but let it be known first that she is in the capital." The man's gaze narrowed, interrupting Ah Fei. "The capital? Indeed. It is quite far. Do you truly wish to accompany me?" The man's demeanor grew resolute. "I will go." Though he had abandoned thoughts of ending his life, he cared little for his existence. He simply yearned to meet the one who could dispel the fog of confusion. As for what would transpire upon meeting her, he had not contemplated. "Even if you reach the capital, she may not agree to see you," Ah Fei cautioned once more. "She is a lady of high birth, and the mere chance of interacting with him is quite unexpected. Her willingness to meet the individual before her is truly uncertain." The man ceased his speech and positioned himself beside Ah Fei. "Well, I have already expressed my sentiments. The choice is yours." Thus, a somewhat impetuous young man and a taciturn, cold figure commenced their journey together. The capital had already entered May, with the weather beginning to warm. Yet it was still mild compared to the sweltering heat of June and July, making it an opportune time for a plethora of gatherings. However, the noble women of this circle gradually noticed that the wife of the Longxing Marquis had been conspicuously absent from numerous banquets. This was hardly surprising. Being afflicted by malevolent forces and causing distress to her maternal grandmother, anyone faced with such circumstances would find it difficult to face society for some time. Yet, Jiang Qian's situation was even more dire than anticipated. In the marital chamber of the Longxing Marquis and his wife, an intoxicating and scandalous aroma permeated the air. "Zhao Xingyu." The Longxing Marquis donned his attire and fastened his belt, placing one foot upon Jiang Qian's chest, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "When will the task I entrusted to you be accomplished?" At that moment, a woman stripped of her maternal family's support and yet to bear children, who would still regard her with esteem. Jiang Qian recalled Jiang Si's cold, desolate gaze and hesitated momentarily. "What is it?" Unable to summon her, a tremor coursed through Jiang Qian as she gritted her teeth and replied, "I shall fetch her. Please wait a moment." "Enough. Do not act as if the world is ending. I merely wish to observe from a closer proximity. I have no intention of causing any harm to your sister." With his request granted, Zhao Xingyu nodded in satisfaction, adjusted his garments, and proceeded to exit. Jiang Qian gazed at the retreating figure of Zhao Xingyu, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. This man is a deviant, and she has become a wife to a deviant, seemingly left with no other path to tread. Chapter 63. Invitation. Before the maids entered to attend her, Jiang Qian endured the aches in her body, dressed herself, and approached the window, pushing it open. The wind swept in, carrying a warm, intoxicating essence that mingled with the stale air of the room, creating a nauseatingly sweet odor. Yet, Jiang Qian had long since grown accustomed to such sensations, standing by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at a cluster of lush green banana plants outside. Having lost such a significant presence in the Marquis's residence, she could not escape the mocking glances cast upon her by the people of the Ho residence these past few days. Initially, she had considered postponing the matter of summoning Jiang Si, but Zhao Xingyu could hardly wait. She knew she could not delay any longer, for she was more aware than anyone of the nature of Zhao Xingyu. When he descended into madness, reason fled. Rather than allow him to create a monumental disaster that would ensnare her in misfortune, It would be wiser to indulge his desires and invite Jiang Si over for his viewing pleasure. Jiang Si was her cousin, a legitimate noblewoman of the Marquis' household. For the time being, Xiao Xingyu would not overstep, at most indulging in a fleeting glimpse. Outside, a maid announced her presence, and Jiang Qian responded, disregarding the procession of maids entering, and made her way to the study. Given her current predicament, inviting Jiang Si to the estate would not be a simple endeavor. In her grandmother's eyes, she was a harbinger of misfortune. Even if Jiang Si were willing to come, it was highly unlikely her grandmother would consent. Jiang Qian carefully composed 2 letters, dispatching them to the Earl of Dongping's residence. Upon receiving Jiang Qian's letter, the second lady, Madame Xiao, was moved to tears and, with reddened eyes, made her way to the Cixin Hall, where the sound of melodious singing filled the air. After the eyes of Lady Feng improved, she developed a newfound passion for watching operas. Given the financial constraints of the Bo family, maintaining a permanent troupe within the estate seemed rather impractical. Fortunately, Mr. Jiang, the dutiful son-in-law, purchased 2 young girls, just over 10 years of age, from the troupe to entertain the elderly matriarch. Lady, the second madam has arrived. At that moment, it was not an appropriate time for greetings. Lady Feng remained unmoved, her brows unruffled, continuing to close her eyes and tap along to the melodies sung by the 2 girls in their theatrical attire. Her indifference towards Madame Xiao was unmistakable. The residents of Cixin Hall were acutely aware that the old lady still harbored resentment regarding the matter of the second aunt. It was no wonder that Lady Feng was upset. The incident involving Lu Xinggu had inexplicably turned into a sensational affair in the capital. To make matters worse, Lu Xinggu had been murdered, leading to a chaotic uproar among the officials of Shuntian Prefecture, who had been unable to capture even a shadow of the assailant after several days of disturbance. What captivates the public's attention more than anything else? It is not the events of the past, but rather those unresolved matters. Until the perpetrator of Lu Xinggu's murder is found, the fervor surrounding this incident in the capital will not wane. As a result, the connection between Lu Xinggu and the Dongping Bo estate will be endlessly recounted. Rumors have even begun to circulate, suggesting that Lu Xinggu's accusation of the Longxing Marquis' wife being possessed by a malevolent spirit led to the loss of life in the Longxing household, ultimately resulting in her own demise. Of course, such claims are utterly absurd. The nobility, upon hearing them, merely chuckle and dismiss them. However, the common folk, ever eager to spread gossip, enthusiastically propagate these tales, embellishing them with increasing detail. Reflecting on these matters filled Lady Feng with a profound sense of indignation, making it all the more peculiar that she could exhibit any kindness towards Madame Xiao. Xiao stood outside for a good quarter of an hour before being invited in. Is there something on your mind? Upon hearing Xiao mention Changxing, old Madame Feng's expression softened slightly. She gestured for Afyu to retrieve the box and remarked coolly, "Why expend such effort when he does not apply himself to his studies?" Xiao immediately replied, "It is only right and proper to show filial piety to you, old madam. How could that be deemed as frivolous?" Old Madame Feng closed her eyes momentarily, caressing the palm-sized redwood box. Her displeasure was genuine. Yet regardless of her reservations towards her second daughter-in-law, the management of the household could not be entrusted to the third. Ultimately, a semblance of respect must be afforded to the second daughter-in-law. Opening her eyes, old Madame Feng said, "I am aware of your filial intentions." Xiao quietly exhaled, her smile growing more pronounced as she carefully continued, "Today, Chinner sent a letter to you, old madam." As she spoke, she retrieved the letter. Instantly, old Madame Feng's countenance darkened. Is it not a constant back and forth to her maternal home, or sending letters every few days? Is she truly unable to endure her life at the Ho residence? Xiao, upon hearing this, wiped the corner of her eye and replied, "Old madam, Chinner is indeed struggling to find her place in the Ho residence. She married into a higher status, and after 2 years, there has been no sign of a child. Her ability to establish herself in the Ho family relies solely on your affection, but now." Old Madame Feng remained unmoved. Xiao clenched her teeth in silence, humbly beseeching, "Esteemed matriarch, as you are aware, Qian has always been a sensible child, and she would never dream of disturbing your tranquility. She simply wishes to invite her sisters to stay at the Marquis' residence for a couple of days, to spare her from becoming the subject of ridicule among those who frequent the halls of the Marquis' estate." Madame Feng listened to Zhao's entreaties with an impassive expression, her gaze resting upon the letter. The missive bore an elegant script. "Granddaughter Qian humbly requests her grandmother's attention." As she gazed upon the familiar handwriting, a flicker of tenderness softened Madame Feng's demeanor. From the outset, She had harbored a disdain for her eldest daughter-in-law, and the eldest granddaughter, being rather dull-witted, had not won her favor either. In contrast, her second granddaughter, of similar age, was astute and charming, endearing herself to Madame Feng's affection. Her education in calligraphy had commenced in the delicate confines of the Cixin Hall. After a moment's contemplation, Madame Feng unfolded the letter to peruse its contents. Jiang Qian's eloquence shone through the text, and upon finishing the letter, Madame Feng's expression softened further. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao implored, "Esteemed matriarch, have compassion for Qian. My daughter-in-law has heard from the maid delivering the letter that Qian has become nothing more than skin and bones." Zhao's countenance brightened at this prospect. Madame Feng's tone shifted. "However, let it be clear that if any mischief arises during their visit, Qian, as the elder sister, shall bear the brunt of the blame. Rest assured, esteemed matriarch, Qian is most affectionate towards her sisters and will certainly attend to them with utmost care." Within Haitang Courtyard, Jiang Si held Jiang Qian's invitation, glanced at it briefly, and casually tossed it onto the writing desk, instructing a Qiao, "Please inquire whether the other young ladies have received their invitations." Shortly thereafter, a Qiao reported, "The third lady, the fifth lady, and the sixth lady have all received it." This outcome, though anticipated by Jiang Si, still elicited a sigh from her. 2 days later, the 4 young ladies of the Bo family shared a carriage as they made their way to the residence of the Marquis of Changxing. Chapter 64. The bed in the carriage. In recent days, the Dongping Bo family had witnessed a fair share of events, and coupled with Jiang Si's prior illness, the 4 sisters rarely had the opportunity to gather. However, the atmosphere within the cramped carriage was far from pleasant. Some individuals, possessing an audacious demeanor, had the audacity to confront their elders, only to indulge in merriment afterwards. The 6th lady, Jiang Pei, sat at the carriage door, scrutinizing her reflection in a palm-sized mirror. Her words undoubtedly referred to Jiang Si. The young girl believed that Jiang Si, who had previously clashed with the second Madame, Xiao, now had the audacity to visit the Marquis of Changxing for leisure, exhibiting a shamelessness akin to a city wall. Jiang Si cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Pei, a look that rendered Jiang Pei uneasy, prompting her to tug at the 5th lady, Jiang Li. "Fifth sister, don't you think so?" In her view, as daughters of the second house, even if the two were not on amicable terms, they should present a united front to the outside world. The 5th lady, Jiang Li, clearly wished to offend no one, offering a smile, yet remaining silent. "I didn't pay attention," Jiang Qiao replied, idly toying with a jade bead string. She had no interest in admiring flowers or scenery. Her sole purpose for this outing was to avoid putting her mother in a difficult position, merely fulfilling an obligation. In terms of sisterly relations, while her disdain for Jiang Si stemmed from a long-standing rivalry, her contempt for Jiang Pei was unequivocal. Never had she encountered someone so indiscreet. It seemed that the carriage was too cramped for the 4 passengers, or perhaps the monotonous creaking of the wheels had rendered the atmosphere rather dull. After a brief silence, Jiang Pei could no longer contain herself and directed her attention towards Jiang Si, saying, "Fourth sister, are you truly unconcerned about losing face upon arrival at the Ho residence?" Leaning against the carriage wall with her eyes closed, Jiang Si appeared to be oblivious to the remark. Jiang Si's indifference only emboldened Jiang Pei further, who, with a playful smile after putting away her small mirror, remarked, "Indeed, if one were fearful of embarrassment, one would not venture forth. It is said that such audacity is inherited." Jiang Si opened her eyes and cast a cool glance at Jiang Pei. The reference to inheritance was not without reason. Jiang Si's mother, Su Shi, hailed from the esteemed Ho residence of Yining and was renowned in the capital for her beauty. However, this striking beauty had been betrothed from a young age. Su Shi and her fiancé had shared a deep bond since childhood, making it seemingly improbable for her to end up with Jiang Anqing. Yet, as fate would have it, just as their wedding approached, Su Shi's fiancé was suddenly chosen by Princess Rongyang. After a series of twists and turns, her betrothed, Cui Su, became the prince consort of Princess Rongyang. The alliance between the Cui and Su families was thus shattered, but the impact on Su Shi was not as severe as it might have seemed. The Cui family was prominent among the military elite, and it was evident to discerning eyes that Cui Su's rise to prominence was largely due to the influence of the royal family. Su Shi was merely a victim of unfortunate circumstances. At that time, the Ho residents of Yining shared this perspective and planned to delay Su Shi's matchmaking for a year or so. However, before long, a rumor surfaced, suggesting that Su Shi and Cui Su had been inseparable since childhood, and that their intimacy had long since tarnished her reputation. This rumor utterly destroyed Su Shi's prospects. No matter how dearly her parents cherished her, no family of equal standing to the Longxing Ho residence was willing to take Su Shi as a bride. Su Shi remained in her chamber for 2 years until one day, while visiting a temple, she fortuitously encountered Jiang Zhan. Struck by her beauty, Jiang Zhan, disregarding the wrath of the elderly Lady Feng, insisted on proposing to her at the Changxing Marquis residence. The couple of Yining Marquis had been deeply anxious about Su Shi's marriage. The Dongping Earl's household had dispatched a matchmaker, who discreetly inquired about the suitor. Upon investigation, it was found that Jiang Zhan's character and appearance were suitable for a son-in-law. However, the fact that the Dongping Earl's title was only hereditary for 3 generations was a significant shortcoming. Nevertheless, concerned about their daughter's reputation, the Marquis couple felt they had little room to be choosy. Fearing their daughter might be wronged, they prepared a generous dowry for Su Shi. This substantial dowry silenced Lady Feng, although she inwardly believed the rumors had some truth. Feeling that the Yining Marquis household must have felt guilty to offer such a lavish gift. Thus, it was peculiar that Lady Feng would harbor any fondness for Su Shi. Even when Jiang Zhan repeatedly praised Su Shi as a fine young lady, Lady Feng's disdain only grew, convinced that Su Shi had ensnared her son with her beauty, leading him to be overly sympathetic towards her. The more radiant Su Shi was among noble women in her youth, the more those who later mocked her multiplied. Jiang Pei, aware of the past events, clearly did not conjure them from thin air. Jiang Si had no desire to engage in a war of words with a spiteful little maid. Yet she could no longer endure the insults directed at her late mother. What is the matter? Is someone feeling guilty? Jiang Pei stifled a laugh. She could hardly believe that Jiang Si would dare strike her in front of so many people. As for verbal sparring, she felt more than capable. With this thought, Jiang Pei twirled the jade bracelet on her wrist. The jade bracelet was bestowed upon her by her stepmother after hearing of the quarrel between her and Jiang Si, clearly signifying her endorsement of such an action. Jiang Si cast a cool glance at Jiang Pei, harboring no intentions of resorting to violence. Some individuals are prone to forget past grievances while remembering only the benefits. Engaging in conflict with such people would be a futile exertion of energy. Jiang Qiao, observing Jiang Si's silence, inwardly rolled her eyes. Normally, she would be quite assertive, yet now she was behaving like a timid little rabbit. Why not confront her? Jiang Qiao was not biased towards Jiang Si. Rather, she could no longer tolerate Jiang Pei's insolence. Regardless of the disagreements that may arise among sisters, disrespecting each other's parents crosses a line. This principle of conduct applies universally. Meanwhile, the fifth lady, Jiang Li, sensed an undercurrent of tension beneath the calm and subtly shifted towards the corner. Was she embarrassed? Was she feeling guilty? Jiang Si, rather than displaying anger, smiled. Did the sixth sister realize that at this moment, it was the second sister who felt guilty? If I choose not to act, it would be the second sister who faces humiliation. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Pei instinctively recoiled. She was certainly not foolish. She understood that this visit to the Changxing Marquis' residence was intended to bolster her second sister's position. If Jiang Si truly insisted on making a fuss, their stepmother would undoubtedly strip her of her dignity. I don't believe it. This time, Jiang Pei was filled with confidence. How could this be possible? The second sister had sent invitations to all 4 of them, and she and her second sister shared the same father. From childhood, she had always complied with the second sister's wishes. How could the second sister allow her to leave simply due to Jiang Si's words? Then let us wager. Wager on what? Wager on whether the second sister would comply with my wishes. If the second sister disregards my counsel, then you win. Conversely, if she heeds my words, you lose. What of winning or losing? Jiang Si smiled nonchalantly. If you win, you may propose any condition you desire. If you were to lose, it would be simple. Before the 3 of us, you would slap yourself 10 times and declare that you have indulged excessively in foul matters, rendering your mouth most unpleasant. What say you? Dare to wager? Chapter 65. Entering the Marquis residence. If I win, the conditions truly lie within my discretion? Jiang Pei's eyes sparkled, momentarily disregarding the consequences of losing. In her mind, such a defeat was utterly inconceivable, thus the repercussions were of no concern. Propose whatever you wish. I desire that exquisite headpiece adorned with crimson gold and rubies. Jiang Si regarded Jiang Pei for a moment before breaking into laughter. After all, she was merely a young girl, preoccupied with trivial pursuits of food, drink, and attire, devoid of deeper thoughts. Reluctant? You just claimed that the conditions were entirely up to me. Very well. Jiang Si readily acquiesced. Jiang Pei's excitement surged. You must not go back on your word. I shall not retract my promise. What about you? Jiang Si inquired with a smile. Regardless of age, one should face consequences for their indiscreet words. Her brother was merely a youth of less than 17, and their uncle and aunt were hardly lenient towards him. Moreover, her second brother was innocent. While Jiang Pei had indeed spoken carelessly, I shall not retract my promise either, Jiang Pei declared without hesitation. Why would she? That was a complete set of the splendid headpiece. After years of humility before her legitimate mother, it was improbable she would ever possess such a magnificent adornment upon her marriage. The more Jiang Pei contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, as if the set of crimson gold and rubies were already in her grasp. Sister Lu, perhaps it would be best not to gamble. Jiang Li felt a sense of unease and could not help but advise. You need not concern yourself. Jiang Pei shot Jiang Li a glance. Regarding the fifth sister, who is clearly older yet timid and hesitant, she finds it rather contemptible. Thus, it is decided. Haha, fourth sister, prepare the golden ruby adornments. Let us not be reluctant when the time comes. Jiang Pei extended a hand. Jiang Si curved her lips into a smile, reaching out to exchange a high five with Jiang Pei. The crisp sound of their palms meeting shattered the oppressive silence of the carriage's journey. Jiang Li lifted a corner of the window curtain and softly announced, We have arrived at the Changxing Marquis' residence. The carriage came to a halt, and the four sisters disembarked in succession. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chao tugged at Jiang Si, teasingly remarking, Do you have so many treasures that you have nowhere to store them? No, I merely think someone ought to freshen their mouth, Jiang Chao retorted, releasing her grip. She gazed at Jiang Si's exquisite and serene profile, suddenly realizing that this younger sister, who was merely a few months her junior, was increasingly inscrutable. The young ladies have arrived. The young master's wife has instructed the maidservants to await your presence, announced a maid in azure standing at the floral archway. Bowing to Jiang Si and the others as they alighted from the carriage, Jiang Pei, who had been quite animated in the carriage, immediately adopted a proper demeanor, observing etiquette with the countenance of a refined young lady. The azure-clad maid cast a surprised glance at Jiang Pei. This young lady's appearance and posture were commendable. Yet she appeared to be the youngest. How did she assume the lead? In her nervousness upon disembarking, she had forgotten. Jiang Pei paused, her face flushing crimson. The fifth sister, Jiang Li, naturally took Jiang Pei's arm, saying, Worried that second sister would be kept waiting, sixth sister is even more anxious than I. This one sentence dispelled Jiang Pei's embarrassment, and Jiang Si regarded Jiang Li with an extended gaze. From a young age, fifth sister was taciturn, timid, and unassuming. Little did anyone realize that she possessed remarkable insight. Regrettably, her previous existence was so inconspicuous that she could not recall how it all unfolded. The layout of the Changxing Marquis' residence was quite similar to that of the Dongping Earls, though it occupied a more expansive area and boasted more grandeur. These aspects were rather commonplace, yet the garden paled in comparison to that of the Dongping Earl's estate. In the garden of the Changxing Marquis' residence stood an impressive three-tiered artificial mountain, adorned with a pavilion atop it. One could ascend the steps from the base to the pavilion at the summit, where one could relish the cool breeze and gaze over the resplendent scenery of the garden. In addition to this, the garden was filled with lush flora, particularly a vibrant patch of peonies blooming in the corner of the eastern wall. The four sisters could not help but steal glances at the brilliant peonies. The young maid in green attire seemed equally proud of this patch of peonies, leading Jiang Si and the others forward while cheerfully exclaiming, You ladies have arrived just in time. If you had come a little later, the peonies would have withered. The maid swiftly guided the four sisters to Jiang Qian's residence. As Jiang Qian stood at the entrance of the courtyard, she hastened to greet them upon their arrival. At last, my sisters are here. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Si a moment longer, and she unveiled a joyful smile, as if shedding a burden. I kept you waiting, my dear sister. Jiang Pei affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Qian's. Jiang Qian instinctively furrowed her brow, but soon relaxed. Ushering her younger sisters into the house, Jiang Qian resided in the heir's quarters, which, aside from the living quarters of the Changxing Marquis and his consort, were the most spacious and well-lit. The furnishings within radiated opulence while exuding a touch of elegance, evidently arranged with care by the lady of the house. After such a bumpy journey, let us first have some tea. Do not stand on ceremony here with your second sister. Feel at home. Jiang Qian's presence was as refreshing as a spring breeze, allowing Jiang Pei to relax further. She gazed at Jiang Qian, noting the redness around her eyes, and remarked, Second sister, you appear to have lost weight. A fleeting glimmer of displeasure crossed Jiang Qian's eyes as she replied nonchalantly, I have been preoccupied with grandmother's health. With the weather warming, my appetite has diminished somewhat. Jiang Si inwardly shook her head. Being younger, Jiang Pei hardly understood that Jiang Qian, despite her amiable demeanor, would not tolerate such sympathetic remarks from a half-sister, regardless of her circumstances. Feeling somewhat uneasy after her blunt comment, Jiang Pei fell silent. Among them, Jiang Pei was usually the most talkative, while Jiang Li was typically reserved. With Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao separated by a room, the atmosphere grew awkward with Jiang Pei's sudden silence. Jiang Qian sensed that this was not the moment for pretenses and was about to lighten the mood when Jiang Si calmly interjected, Second sister, might I request that you dismiss the maidservants? I have something to discuss. Taken aback, Jiang Qian quickly gestured for the maidservants to leave and gently inquired, what is it that fourth sister wishes to say? Her surprise was evident, and she soon turned her gaze to Jiang Pei, asking, have fourth sister and sixth sister had a falling out? Jiang Si truly had a knack for stirring trouble. First, she had inexplicably pressed Jiang Qian, and now she seemed to be at odds with sixth sister as well. Did she intend to alienate her sisters entirely? Jiang Pei's eyes widened in astonishment. She had anticipated that Jiang Si would employ her wit to persuade second sister to send her away, yet the reality was far more blunt. Goodness, was Jiang Si losing her senses, or did she believe that Jiang Qian was the one losing her mind? Jiang Qiao discreetly supported her forehead. Previously, she had only perceived fourth sister as proud, but now she realized that she was not foolish. Fourth sister, if there is any discontent, do speak to second sister. We are all sisters in this household. Jiang Si placed her teacup firmly on the table and stood up, declaring, if sixth sister will not leave, then I shall take my leave. Chapter 66. Blossoms. Jiang Si halted her steps, composed and serene, gazing at Jiang Pei. Jiang Pei appeared as though she had been struck by 100 slaps to the face, utterly bewildered. Initially, I had contemplated that my younger sister, being of tender years, might struggle to acclimate after leaving home. Second sister Jiang Pei murmured, her mind enveloped in a fog. How could she claim to be too young to adapt? Had she not visited before? One was a legitimate daughter, already married and bearing the title of the heir's wife, while the other was a concubine's daughter, striving to please her stepmother in hopes of securing a reasonable marriage. Jiang Qian had never regarded this half-sister with any seriousness. Among the 6 sisters of the family, her sole concern rested with Jiang Si. Such beauty, even when aware of the limited prospects, stirred an unbidden sense of rivalry among women. Jiang Pei, pale as a ghost, stared at Jiang Qian. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to Jiang Si, who remained unflustered. Jiang Pei felt her heart plummet. An unsettling realization dawned upon her. She felt ensnared. And ironically, it was a pit of her own making, leaving her at this moment bereft of tears. As Jiang Qian prepared to summon someone, Jiang Pei jolted back to her senses. Rather than pleading with Jiang Qian, she grasped Jiang Si's sleeve, her voice laced with desperation. Fourth sister, I was wrong. For a daughter raised under the thumb of the second matron, the ability to bend and endure was hardly a remarkable feat. Noticing Jiang Si's indifference, Jiang Pei struck herself across the face. I have indulged too much in foolishness, my words too foul. I should not have provoked fourth sister's ire. Please forgive me. The sharp sound of slaps echoed through the room, while Jiang Si watched the scene unfold with a cold gaze, rendered speechless. It is indeed unfortunate that a mere concubine has secured a commendable husband, while she herself has experienced 2 marriages, one marked by solitude and the other leading to her demise. The disparity among individuals is truly striking. Fourth sister, observe how Jiang Qian is delighted by the match between Jiang Pei and Jiang Si. The former was invited by her, yet under the pressure from Jiang Si, was compelled to send Jiang Pei away, a humiliation akin to a slap in the face, which she had no choice but to accept. The more Jiang Pei lowers her stance, the more it accentuates Jiang Si's unreasonable behavior. Since sixth sister has fulfilled her wager, let it be as it may. Second sister, should we pay our respects to Madame Ho? Fifth young lady Jiang Li timidly inquired. There is no need. Madame Ho has much on her plate. I have already mentioned the possibility of having you stay for a while, and she has instructed her younger sisters to feel at ease. Jiang Li appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, lowering her gaze and falling silent. The mark of a slap still lingered on Jiang Pei's face, which remained flushed as she followed the others to the flower hall. The dining table was set, and soon, maids entered bearing fruits, pastries, and delicacies. The sisters took their seats. Jiang Qian, seemingly unperturbed by recent events, greeted everyone with cheerful banter. Nonetheless, the atmosphere had undeniably grown tense. The fresh fruits lacked flavor on their tongues. Jiang Qian, however, remained indifferent. For her, the mere presence of Jiang Si signified the achievement of her goal, leaving her disinterested in other matters. As footsteps approached, a young man entered with a smile. "Is dinner ready? I am famished." Mid-sentence, he appeared to finally notice Jiang Si and the others, his words abruptly trailing off. Jiang Pei was the first to rise, brother-in-law. Jiang Si, along with Jiang Qiao and the others, greeted the young man. This slender, somewhat pallid young man was none other than Chao Xingyu, the heir of the Marquis of Changxing. As Jiang Si bowed her head to pay her respects, Chao Xingyu remained silent, seizing the moment to fix his gaze intently upon Jiang Si. From the first moment he laid eyes on his stunningly beautiful sister-in-law at his wedding to Jiang Qian, he had been unable to forget her. At that time, the young girl was in the bloom of her youth, standing expressionless alongside her sisters, gazing at him like a bud on a snow-covered mountain. Her chilly beauty striking a chord deep within his heart, he thought to himself that he must possess this young lady. For what is the worth of being a man if not to win her over? Jiang Qian observed Chao Xingyu's behavior, her anger boiling to the surface. Having endured various experiences, she was indifferent to the type of woman this man fancied, yet that did not mean she would tolerate his foolishness in front of others. She summoned several of her younger sisters, aware that should any untoward incident occur, their grandmother would not hesitate to devour her alive. Forgetting to send someone to inform him, she approached Chao Xingyu and discreetly pinched him under the cover of her sleeve. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Qian said, "Your Highness, please take your leave." As Chao Xingyu came and went, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. "Sister, does brother-in-law accompany you for meals every day?" one of her sisters inquired. "Indeed," Jiang Qian replied with a smile. "Brother-in-law and second sister are truly affectionate," Jiang Pei remarked, laughing. Dinner concluded in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Qian sipped from her teacup and suggested, "The garden of the Marquis residence boasts splendid scenery. Dear sisters, do not be shy. Go and enjoy yourselves." "Are you not coming, second sister?" Jiang Li asked. Jiang Qian smiled gently. "Of course, I will accompany my sisters for a stroll." Hearing that Jiang Qian would join them, Jiang Li felt a sense of relief. Perhaps accustomed to caution, she always felt a twinge of unease upon arriving in unfamiliar places. Jiang Qiao gestured towards a field of blooming peonies. "Second sister, those peonies are truly magnificent. Let us go admire them." Jiang Qian hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. "I am not quite accustomed to the fragrance of peonies. How about this? I shall rest in the pavilion while you all enjoy yourselves." "Second sister, I too wish to sit in the pavilion," Jiang Pei chimed in eagerly. Jiang Li, adhering to the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiao, her heart set on the splendid peonies, turned to Jiang Si and urged, "Shall we go admire the flowers?" "Yes, let us," Jiang Si replied, her affirmation swift. Jiang Qian observed Jiang Si and Jiang Xiao making their way towards the peony patch, her gaze turning increasingly frigid. It was indeed peculiar. At such a time, the peony blossoms in the Ho residence were flourishing so splendidly. Standing amidst the blossoms, Jiang Qiao inhaled deeply and then sighed. Such a vast expanse of peonies, though the fragrance is rather overpowering. Amidst the deep crimson and pale green, Jiang Si's complexion suddenly turned as pale as snow. In the midst of the rich, sweet scent, she detected the acrid scent of death. Chapter 67, Buried Beneath the Flowers. Jiang Si possessed an innate sensitivity to smell, and after acquiring secret techniques from the elder Wumiao, her abilities bordered on the miraculous. Even as the peonies blazed with color and exuded their delightful fragrance, she could not escape the insidious stench that crept into her nostrils. That scent was familiar to her. It was the stench of decay. The reason Jiang Si ventured into the Changxing Marquis' residence, fully aware of the lurking dangers, was to uncover the reasons behind the incredulous actions of the heir, Chao Xingyu, and Jiang Qian against her. This was her heart's burden. Unless she unraveled it and ensured that those who had wronged her faced justice, she would be forever unable to find peace. Some matters can be relinquished. Some can be understood, yet certain issues must be confronted and resolved in order to break free from the clutches of nightmares. Thus, she took the initiative to approach this place, to draw nearer to the couple. However, despite her thorough preparations, she was unprepared for the grim reality that lay beneath the vibrant peonies' buried remains. Jiang Si instinctively pressed her toes into the soil, the stench of decay permeating the earth, seeping even into the layered petals of the peony blossoms. This odor could not have manifested in just a few days. It bore an unsettling freshness, as if a body had only recently been interred, giving rise to the resplendent peonies. Jiang Si's complexion paled further. At that moment, fear did not consume her. Rather, the suffocating wave of cadaverous odor made her nauseous, nearly overwhelming her with the urge to retch. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Si managed a strained smile. I am fine. Jiang Qiao furrowed her brow as she observed Jiang Si, casually tearing off a petal from the peony to knead between her fingers. The pale pink juice stained Jiang Qiao's delicate fingertips. Jiang Si's gaze involuntarily fell upon Jiang Qiao's hand. Jiang Qiao tossed the crushed petals into the breeze, then leaned down to inhale the scent from her fingertips, chuckling. Isn't it strange? Though I adore peonies, I do not care for their fragrance. Fourth sister, do you also find it intolerable, which is why you feel unwell? Jiang Si considered the pervasive stench of decay, glancing again at the faint red on Jiang Qiao's fingertips. Biting her lip to suppress the urge to vomit, she forced a smile. There are many scents I find unbearable. Then let us leave. Had you mentioned your aversion, I would not have insisted on bringing you here. Although Jiang Qiao often quarreled with Jiang Si after only 3 exchanges within the confines of the mansion, outside, a natural closeness developed between them. As sisters residing in the same household, they were compelled to look out for one another in the outside world. Jiang Qiao, with her cheerful and straightforward demeanor, was no fool. She had already sensed something peculiar in Jiang Qian's unusual attitude towards Jiang Si. Standing still, Jiang Si shifted her tone, remarking, while many scents are unfamiliar, I find the fragrance of the peony rather pleasant. She felt an urgent need to discern whether the remains buried beneath the peony blossoms belonged to a human or perhaps to a cat or dog. If she wished to uncover the truth, she would need to venture closer. And thus it was imperative not to disclose to Jiang Qiao her discomfort with the scent of the peonies. If she did so, her proximity would seem suspicious. Noticing Jiang Si's silence, Jiang Qiao scoffed. You had her send 6th sister away without a single word of protest. That is quite strange. Don't tell me that 2nd sister favors you more than her own sisters. I am not a fool. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Si gazed at the resplendent peonies and sighed. Indeed, I find it curious as well. Does 3rd sister know that 2nd sister had invited me to the Ho residence long before our grandmother lost her sight? Jiang Shi was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued further. They had all received the same invitation, yet she was unaware that Jiang Qian had extended an invitation to Jiang Si long ago. Did this imply that 2nd sister's intended guest had always been Jiang Si? This thought flickered through Jiang Qiao's mind as she regarded Jiang Si with a probing gaze. Jiang Si smiled gently. Thus, I wish to test the sincerity of 2nd sister's intentions. Unexpectedly, she proved to be most earnest. Jiang Qiao chimed in. Indeed, the sincerity is palpable. Jiang Si's lips curled into a sardonic smile. She was determined to unearth the clandestine dealings of Jiang Qian and her husband, and thus, she did not mind allowing Jiang Qiao to catch a glimpse of the truth. Although Jiang Si recognized that Jiang Qiao possessed a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart, she was nonetheless taken aback by how swiftly Jiang Qiao put aside past grievances to consider her welfare. Touched, she modestly declined, saying, there is no need for that. I am visiting the Ho residence with utmost propriety. Surely, my 2nd sister would not make things difficult for me? The endeavor she planned was fraught with peril. And while she wished for Jiang Qiao to perceive a hint of the impending danger in order to advocate for her once the truth was revealed, she did not wish to embroil Jiang Qiao in danger at this moment. Jiang Qiao was evidently irked by Jiang Si's words. She reached out and poked her forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, Are you foolish? The youthful skin, delicate as silk, reddened instantly from the gentle jab. Jiang Qiao opened her mouth in surprise, her frustration manifesting as she kicked at the grass at her feet. How had she not realized before that Jiang Si was as fragile as a glass doll? The mere touch had left a mark, making it seem as though she were bullying her. Suddenly, Jiang Qiao bent down and picked up an object from the ground. What is this? In her hand was a hairpin, glinting with an antiquated luster under the sunlight. Jiang Qiao examined the hairpin with curiosity, pondering its material, which was neither gold nor silver. Jiang Si's expression abruptly turned sharp and cold. This was a copper hairpin. Such hairpins were quite common. Women from humble backgrounds adored beauty as well, yet not every household had the means to acquire gold or silver hairpins. Thus, copper, wooden, or even bamboo hairpins became the more accessible alternatives. But what was this place? This is the residence of the Longxing Marquis. Not only the masters, but also the distinguished maids and servants adorned themselves with golden hairpins bestowed by their masters, while those of second rank wear silver hairpins. The hard-working maids and servants, burdened with the most arduous tasks, disdain copper pins in the absence of silver ones, preferring to don vibrant and exquisite floral ornaments made of pearls or silk. Jiang Si's heart raced with a bold conjecture. If beneath this peony flower lay human remains, could this copper hairpin possibly belong to the victim? It certainly resembled a copper hairpin. After a moment of scrutiny, Jiang Qiao finally recognized it. At that moment, a voice imbued with a chilling amusement interrupted. "What are you two sisters up to?" Jiang Si was startled and, with lightning speed, snatched the copper hairpin from Jiang Chao's hand and tucked it into her sleeve. Not far away stood Chao Xingyu, the heir of the Longxing Marquis, dressed in a moon-white long robe, a gentle smile gracing his face as he observed the two. Chapter 68. Nightfall. Chao Xingyu stood a short distance away, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his gaze profound. The peonies bloomed vibrantly, their fragrance rich. Amidst them, Jiang Si felt a chilling sensation rise from her core. Jiang Qiao instinctively stepped forward, shielding Jiang Si behind her. "Ah, it's brother-in-law. I was admiring the flowers with the fourth sister." Chao Xingyu chuckled lightly, his eyes sparkling like flecks of gold in the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary kindness. "These peonies indeed flourish more splendidly than others. Please, take your time to enjoy them." He approached them step by step. The copper hairpin, cold and unyielding, pressed against the soft skin of the girl. Jiang Si tightened her grip on the hairpin, casting a cold glance at Chao Xingyu as he drew nearer. Chao Xingyu was slender, and his moon-white robe accentuated a delicate, almost pitiable beauty. Who could have anticipated that such a person would commit such an unforgivable act? A beast in human guise. The term flashed suddenly in Jiang Si's mind, and the fears that had arisen uncontrollably due to the shadows of her past dissipated like mist, leaving only resolve. She was determined to strip this beast of its skin, ensuring he could no longer harm innocent women. There was nothing amiss. It felt like merely an ordinary encounter. Jiang Qiao gazed at the pale moonlit backdrop for a moment, then turned to Jiang Si and asked, "Why did you snatch the hairpin just now?" Jiang Si's expression had long returned to normal, and she replied with a smile. "The sudden appearance of the young master startled me, and I instinctively tossed the hairpin away." "Tossed it?" Jiang Qiao scanned the surroundings. "Where did it go?" Jiang Si casually pointed. "I believe it might be over there." She indicated a cluster of bushes, but Jiang Qiao lost interest upon seeing it. "Never mind. Even if it were a gold or silver hairpin, something found like that is not worth keeping." Chao Xingyu's abrupt arrival evidently dampened Jiang Qiao's enthusiasm for flower appreciation. "Let us go to the pavilion on the rockery to find my second sister and the others." "All right." At this moment, Jiang Si could hardly dig into the soil beneath the peonies to investigate, so she suppressed her curiosity and nodded. After taking a couple of steps forward, Jiang Qiao paused, seemingly talking to herself. "It's quite peculiar that a copper hairpin fell beside these peonies." Jiang Si, following behind, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jiang Qiao, with her keen perception, proved that no one was a fool. The Eight Sounds Pavilion atop the rockery boasted stone tables and benches, making it an ideal spot for summer respite, and, perched high, it offered a splendid view of the beautiful scenery within the Marquis' garden. Not long ago, Chao Xingyu happened upon Jiang Si in the garden, an encounter that did not escape the notice of others. Jiang Qian, however, did not even lift her eyelids, savoring a cup of tea with deliberate grace. Eager to curry favor with Jiang Qian, Jiang Pei leaned against the railing, suggesting with subtlety, "Fourth sister truly is a vision of beauty amidst the peonies. She outshines the flowers themselves." The refined and cultured second brother-in-law, a scion of the esteemed Longxing Marquis, was indeed a rare catch, and Jiang Pei could hardly believe that her elder sister remained unfazed. It was evident that with Jiang Si's striking appearance, not only men, but even women could not resist casting a lingering glance. Jiang Qian set her teacup down on the stone table, her gaze fixed on Jiang Pei rather than on Jiang Si, who was approaching through the flower beds. Jiang Pei began to feel uneasy, uncertain of where she had misspoken. Suddenly, Jiang Qian smiled. "Indeed, among us sisters, and even across the capital, it would be difficult to find anyone whose beauty surpasses that of fourth sister." As she spoke, she cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Si, who was drawing near. Having a sister whose beauty rivals that of the goddess of Luo is a source of pride for an elder sister. She felt no guilt. Chao Xingyu was, after all, rather obsessive, and once he set his sights on a woman, he would pursue her relentlessly. If there were to be blame, it lay with Jiang Si's captivating beauty, coupled with the absence of a suitable match from the Duke of Anghua's household. As Jiang Si and her companion ascended the steps towards the pavilion, Jiang Pei offered an awkward smile, refraining from further careless remarks, her dissatisfaction with Jiang Qian swelling anew. The second sister, with her advantageous background and fortunate marriage, certainly had the luxury of speaking without concern. It was only natural to possess a desire for beauty. Jiang Pei found it hard to believe that her brother-in-law would remain indifferent should he spend more time in Jiang Si's company. She could only envision the tears her sister would shed when the time came. Jiang Pei harbored malicious thoughts, as if she had already witnessed the unfolding events, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Why don't the two younger sisters linger a while longer? Jiang Xiao was the first to enter, casually perching herself upon the stone bench, relishing the coolness of the elevation. Although the peonies were indeed beautiful, the intensity of their fragrance became unbearable with prolonged exposure, making this moment of respite all the more welcome. Jiang Qian cast a distant glance at the lush peony blooms, revealing a knowing smile. Indeed, no matter how splendid the scenery, it loses its charm with familiarity, yet this cluster of peonies is certainly worth admiring. The east courtyard of the heir's residence had remained vacant. Prior to her sister's arrival, I had instructed the servants to tidy up both courtyards. Third sister and fourth sister will reside in the east courtyard, while fifth sister and sixth sister will stay in the west courtyard. Does this arrangement please you? Before anyone else could respond, Jiang Pei interjected, we shall defer to second sister's arrangements. Second sister is truly fortunate, having been married to brother-in-law for several years. He has not even taken a concubine. Jiang Qian glanced at Jiang Pei, merely smiling, and instructed the maidservants to escort the four of them to rest. Jiang Pei felt awkward, increasingly uncomfortable. It was strange. She had managed to gain numerous advantages with her sweet tongue before their biological mother. Yet here, with second sister, she continually faced setbacks. The matters she spoke of were undeniably accomplishments for a woman. Jiang, observing Jiang Pei's turmoil, nearly burst into laughter. Poor Jiang Pei, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, blindly flattered Jiang Qian regarding her affection with the heir of the Marquis of Changxing, unaware that every word was tantamount to a slap in Jiang Qian's face. The east courtyard of the heir's residence, though not large, was distinguished by its tranquility and elegance. At this moment, a begonia tree in the corner of the courtyard had just finished its flowering period and had begun to bear unripe fruit. The bedding and curtains in the east and west chambers have been replaced with new ones. The young maid in green attire inquired with a smile. Which of you ladies will occupy the east chamber, and which the west? Which room does the third sister wish to stay in? To Jiang Si. The distinction between the east and west chambers held no significance. However, Jiang Chao's response was unexpected. Why complicate matters? I shall share a bed with fourth sister. The maid in green was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Jiang Si, who replied, I am accustomed to sleeping alone. Jiang Qiao, clutching Jiang Si's arm, pleaded with a pitiful expression, having suddenly changed my surroundings, I find it a bit unsettling. Only with a familiar presence can I sleep soundly. Fourth sister, please allow me to share your bed. In that case, I shall take the east chamber, Jiang Si conceded. During the day, the atmosphere was tranquil, and soon it was time to light the lamps. After washing and dressing, Jiang Si reclined on the couch with a book, only to hear footsteps approaching, eventually stopping at the door curtain. Chapter 69. Visitors. After a moment of tense anticipation, Jiang Si relaxed her expression. The curtain was swiftly lifted, and Jiang Qiao entered, clutching a thin blanket, followed by two maids who appeared awkward. Fourth sister, I truly cannot sleep. Please let me share your bed for just one night, Jiang Qiao implored, stepping closer to Jiang Si with a soft tone. Jiang Si frowned. Fourth sister, could you bear to see me spend the entire night awake? Jiang Si hesitated, but Jiang Qiao, undeterred, removed her shoes and sat on the bed, clearly resolved not to leave. We can discuss it tomorrow, Jiang Qiao said, a triumphant smile breaking across her face. She then glanced at the two maids who had followed her, saying, all right, you may take your leave and rest outside. Due to the brief stay, Jiang Qian specifically mentioned in her post that it was sufficient for a few sisters to come over, assuring that everything would be prepared. Thus, the four sisters did not bring their maidservants, as these two maidservants were appointed by Jiang Qian herself. Neither Jiang Qiao nor Jiang Si had the habit of sharing a room with unfamiliar maidservants. The two maidservants exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in place. What is the matter? Jiang Qiao's expression darkened. Only then did the two maidservants hastily kneel and withdraw. Jiang Qiao reclined, murmuring her grievances. Nothing compares to the comfort of my own maidservant. Jiang Si chuckled softly. Let us make do. Although we find them inconvenient, these maidservants have been meticulously chosen by our second sister. Third sister. Why don't you sleep on the inner side? Jiang Qiao tugged at the brocade quilt, shaking her head. I prefer sleeping on the outer side. It was unexpected to discover such peculiar sleeping preferences in third sister. Indeed, I am aware this habit is not ideal, yet I find it difficult to change. Fourth sister. Why are you still dressed in your outer garments? In unfamiliar surroundings, I am not accustomed to sleeping in just my inner attire. It seems everyone has their own habits. It's getting late. Let us rest. Jiang Qiao chuckled softly, extinguishing the lamp by the bedside. The room was initially engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, gradually illuminated by the moonlight seeping through the window, casting a hazy silver sheen over everything. Fourth sister. In the darkness. A silence enveloped them as Jiang Qiao turned over, facing outward. It's nothing. Let us sleep. Soon, the sound of even breathing filled the air, resonating distinctly in the unfamiliar, misty darkness. Jiang Si gazed at the silver hooks of the tent's ceiling, silently exhaling a sigh. She ventured into perilous situations, undoubtedly possessing the strength to protect herself. However, she did not anticipate that the ever-adversarial Jiang Qiao would inexplicably entangle herself with her. The ambitions of Jiang Qian and his spouse were directed towards her, and Jiang Qiao's incessant presence would undoubtedly bring forth numerous dangers. She harbored no doubts regarding the couple's utter shamelessness. If they could target her, they would certainly not show mercy towards Jiang Qiao. For this night alone, she resolutely decided that she could not agree to let Jiang Qiao sleep beside her the following evening. As for tonight, a glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Si's eyes. If the night remained tranquil, it would be well. However, should that couple harbor any sinister plans, she would not permit them to harm the innocent. As the night deepened, Jiang Si closed her eyes, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. A faint sound of footsteps began to emerge, prompting her to suddenly open her eyes, only to close them once more. She had indeed underestimated the shamelessness and audacity of the young master of Changxing Marquis. This was merely the first night, and he was already so impatient to make his move. Did he intend to act recklessly without a care? This thought flitted through her mind, which she swiftly dismissed. After all, the young master of Changxing Marquis was not a madman. Intruding into his sister-in-law's quarters at such an hour with intentions of impropriety would at least incur banishment. Naturally, Jiang Si would never stoop to publicly incriminate him to substantiate his guilt. Doing so would irrevocably tarnish her and Jiang Qiao's reputations. As for her past life, Jiang Si chuckled softly. In her previous existence, they merely deceived her, relying on her status as a recent widow, confident that she would not dare to voice her grievances. Striking a balance between preserving his own dignity and indulging his sordid desires, the young master of Changxing Marquis played his cards well. The footsteps drew closer, then came to a halt, as a corner of the hanging veil was gently lifted. Jiang Si remained with her eyes shut, her hand concealed beneath the embroidered quilt, lightly caressing the golden bracelet on her wrist. Although a rational analysis suggests that the heir of the Changxing Marquis would not take any action tonight, she remains vigilant against any sudden whims from him. Having lived a second life, she has long understood a fundamental truth: relying on others is precarious. Only oneself can be the greatest support. The small inner chamber, now occupied by a man, specifically, the one she despises most, feels stifling, as if the very air has ceased to circulate, inducing an unsettling discomfort. Jiang Si remains composed, quietly awaiting his next move. However, the air stands motionless, his breathing gradually becoming more rapid. To Jiang Si, this sound is akin to a thunderclap, yet it is insufficient to awaken the slumbering. The rhythmic, serene breaths of Jiang Qiao nearby provide her with a slight sense of reassurance. She cannot fathom how Jiang Qiao would react if she were to suddenly awaken and find a man standing beside her bed. Should such an unexpected scenario arise, she would have no choice but to incapacitate the heir first. Jiang Si hopes to avoid such a situation. Taking a life is far too easy, yet it would entangle them in the affairs of the Changxing Marquis' residence. What she desires is for the heir to suffer a disgraceful downfall, so that if he must perish, it is amidst the scorn of the world. Chao Xingyu has stood for a considerable time, his eyes now accustomed to the darkness, greedily fixating on the sleeping visage of the girl. He has awaited this moment for far too long, to the extent that past excitements have ceased to stir his passions. Swallowing hard, he clenches his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to reach out and touch her. If it were not for the bothersome maid sleeping here, perhaps he could have caressed that delicate face tonight. Yes, they seem to be sleeping so soundly. A gentle touch should not be a matter of concern. As the thought crossed his mind, Chao Xingyu's gaze suddenly grew fervent, and even with her eyes closed, Jiang Si could sense the intensity of his stare. She gently tapped the golden bracelet on her wrist. Chao Xingyu licked his lips and extended his hand. This tension only served to invigorate him. Outside, Jiang Qiao abruptly turned in her sleep, murmuring incoherently. Now was not the time. He would bide his time, waiting until Jiang Si was married and perhaps even had children, rather than acting rashly like a young girl who had lost her innocence and sought to end her life. Daughters of affluent families were indeed troublesome. Unlike the girls from ordinary households who could be easily taken to the Chao Xingyu, feeling vexed, raised an eyebrow and cast a lingering glance at the girl's exquisite, flawless face before retreating softly. Jiang Si slowly opened her eyes, her gaze resting coldly on the gently swaying door curtain. Since he was so eager, she resolved not to wait any longer and decided to investigate the garden that very night. Just then, the previously slumbering Jiang Qiao suddenly sat up. Chapter 70. A midnight exploration of the garden. Jiang Qiao seemed to be struggling to restrain her movements. Though her rise was abrupt, it produced little sound. Merely heavy breaths escaping her lips as if she had exhausted all her strength. Jiang Si's heart stirred. By this point, she could hardly guess otherwise. Jiang Qiao had surely awakened. The current state of Jiang Qiao indicated that she had undoubtedly sensed the presence of the heir to the Longxing Marquis. Jiang Si instinctively closed her eyes, hearing the muffled sounds of suppressed sobs. A sigh escaped her lips. Jiang Qiao was evidently terrified. It could be said that her reaction was commendable. In the dead of night, if a man were to intrude upon a woman's boudoir, most other girls would have already succumbed to uncontrollable screams. The sound of soft sobs was barely audible. Had it not been for Jiang Si's pre-existing wakefulness, she would not have noticed it at all. After a brief moment, the weeping ceased, and Jiang Si sensed Jiang Qiao turning her head, her gaze landing upon her. At that instant, Jiang Si hesitated, uncertain whether to continue feigning sleep or to confront Jiang Qiao directly. Just as she lingered in her indecision, Jiang Qiao whispered, "Fourth sister, the heir of the Changxing Marquis is indeed harboring intentions towards you." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Si immediately opened her eyes. Jiang Qiao was taken aback, staring at her in astonishment. Jiang Si then sat up straight, bathed in the ethereal moonlight filtering through the window. She could discern the pale visage of the girl before her, along with the trembling hand that had involuntarily lifted in anxiety. Jiang Qiao's hand quivered incessantly, tightly clutching a golden hairpin, evidently still shaken by the recent visit of the Changxing Marquis' heir. Yet, despite her trepidation, she exerted effort to suppress her instinctual reactions, as if fearing to transmit her own fear to Jiang Si. "Third sister, I have long been awake," Jiang Si confessed, her heart heavy with myriad emotions. Resolved not to keep Jiang Qiao in the dark any longer. She could not be all-encompassing, but at the very least, she could empathize. Upon hearing Jiang Si's words, Jiang Qiao relaxed her grip on the hairpin and suddenly embraced her, trembling like a withered leaf caught in a restless autumn breeze. "Fourth sister, the heir of the Changxing Marquis is a beast." Jiang Si, however, did not respond to Jiang Qiao's exclamation. Instead, she inquired, "Did you suspect this all along, third sister?" Jiang Qiao released her hold, wiped away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, and after a moment of silence, nodded, "I am uncertain. Yet I cannot help but harbor doubts. Earlier, while we were dining in the flower hall, the heir of the Changxing Marquis approached for a meal. My second sister mentioned that she forgot to inform him, and I felt an inkling of discomfort at that moment. What kind of person is my second sister? With 4 younger sisters present, how could such an oversight occur?" Jiang seemed somewhat astonished. It was unexpected that my third sister had sensed something amiss from that time, which starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. Throughout our lives, Jiang Qiao had always been in my mind as someone who, though sharp-tongued, possessed a fundamentally kind nature. An innocent girl with no ulterior motives. I realized I had not understood Jiang Qiao well enough. Later, we were in the garden. Although the heir of the Changxing Marquis appeared to have stumbled upon us by chance, merely greeting us without approaching further and then leaving, which seemed quite courteous. Jiang Qiao scoffed at this. The peonies in the Marquis' garden were so alluring, if he were truly polite, as the master of the Marquis' residence. Would he not consider that we were highly likely to be admiring the flowers at that moment? Yet he chose to appear, and at that point, I was certain it was intentional. My third sister insisted on sharing a bed with me. Was it for my protection? Jiang softly inquired. Jiang Qiao's face flushed as she bashfully replied, "You, my fourth sister, are so beautiful. I suspect the heir of the Changxing Marquis might harbor improper thoughts towards you, thinking that since we are always together, he cannot simply ignore us. Who would have thought that a beast is indeed a beast?" At this, Jiang Qiao could not continue, her body trembling slightly, evidently still shaken. Jiang sighed. My second sister will surely try to retain him desperately. Could she really restrain someone from leaving? Jiang Qiao suddenly paused, as if struck by a realization, her expression shifting dramatically, her lips trembling. Fourth sister, second sister. Is she truly as I suspect? If so, that is both terrifying and absurd. Jiang Qiao instinctively clutched her racing heart, daunted by the implications. Jiang Si maintained a facade of calm, like still water. Second sister invited me over, with genuine intent. Jiang Qiao was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Jiang Si. Fourth sister, did you already foresee this? Upon seeing Jiang Si nod gently, Jiang Qiao raised her hand, only to let it fall in resignation, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? If you suspected it, why come here? Isn't that akin to walking into a trap?" Jiang Si lowered her gaze, rendered speechless. She had no retort. What appeared as a self-imposed peril to others was, in her eyes, a necessary venture into a den of danger. Presently, the heir of the Changxing Marquis hesitated due to her unmarried status. But what of the future? Should she entrust her fate to his potential benevolence? Rather than waiting passively for a future escape, she preferred to confront this beast of a man head-on. I cannot fathom your reasoning. Jiang Qiao jabbed her finger at Jiang Si's forehead, her voice laced with frustration. Third sister, do not be vexed. I merely considered that there are no thieves who thrive without a day of reckoning. It is best to ascertain their intentions directly. But you are the one who stands to suffer. Jiang Si replied with a slight smile. Second sister has summoned us, at least for now. She will not allow me to truly come to harm. And what do you plan to do? If that scoundrel dares to sneak in tonight, he will surely escalate his actions tomorrow. When the time comes, you will be left to bear the brunt of it. Are you truly prepared to endure in silence? Jiang Qiao grasped Jiang Si's hand with determination. Fourth sister, we shall leave tomorrow, shall we? Jiang Si resolutely shook her head. That won't do. Presently, Jiang Qiao was perceived as an outsider by Jiang Qian and her husband. If Jiang Qiao insisted on leaving tomorrow, given that they were to share a room tonight, it was likely they would suspect she had uncovered something. In such a scenario, Jiang Qiao would be at risk of being silenced. Though she possessed the means to protect herself, Jiang Qiao remained merely a delicate girl, devoid of any real strength. Her decision to enter the residence of the Duke of Changxing was made with the intent to resolve the trouble entirely, rather than to leave behind lingering consequences. What do you propose to do? Jiang Qiao asked, exasperated. Third sister, grant me a little time. I shall resolve this matter. Do not act recklessly. Jiang Si reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, I understand the wisdom of not undertaking tasks beyond my capability. It is quite late. Let us retire for the night. Suddenly, Jiang Qiao felt her eyelids grow heavy. She mumbled a response and soon fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Si cast a lingering glance at Jiang Qiao, then stepped quietly down to the ground, donning her soft-soled embroidered shoes before making her way outside. In the outer chamber lay the maid sent by Jiang Qian to attend to Jiang Si. Jiang Si treaded lightly past her, and with a subtle flick of her fingernail, the powder concealed by darkness dispersed silently. The moonlit archway led directly to the rear garden, and Jiang Si glided through, arriving at the peony blossoms. Chapter 71. The new corpse. The bright moon hung in the sky, its light as ethereal as frost. The peony petals gently closed, resembling a young maiden, innocent and charming, shedding her finery and succumbing to slumber. Jiang Si inhaled the fragrance lightly, and her expression immediately darkened. She no longer hesitated. First retrieving the gardener's trowel that had been left at the base of the wall for an indeterminate time, and began to walk slowly around the peony bushes. She sought to discover the area with the most pungent odor of decay. Before long, Jiang Si paused at a certain spot, crouching down to scrutinize it in the moonlight. The soil there appeared notably loose, suggesting it had been disturbed not long ago. Jiang Si tightened her grip on the trowel. She had an inkling of what might be revealed beneath the vibrant peonies. To claim she was unperturbed would be a lie. Nevertheless, she knew she had to witness it with her own eyes to find peace of mind. With a swift thrust of the trowel, she scooped up a handful of earth. Lacking a lantern, she relied solely on the moonlight, which rendered it difficult to discern the color of the soil. Gritting her teeth, she continued to dig. One scoop after another, as the foul stench intensified around her. The mounds of earth began to rise on either side, and with another thrust, the trowel suddenly struck something. Jiang Si's heart raced, and she halted to gaze at the spot. Amidst the dark yellow soil, a vague shape emerged, though she could not immediately identify it. Steadying her nerves, she leaned closer for a better look, and at last, the truth became clear. It was a human hand. Jiang Si recoiled sharply, her heart pounding furiously. She could ascertain that it was indeed a human hand. Beneath the enchanting peonies lay not just any creature, but a corpse. Yet that was not sufficient. This was the back garden of the Marquis of Changxing. Even if the remains were unearthed, the Marquis's household could easily fabricate a scapegoat. Who could prove that the victim beneath the peonies had been slain by the heir of the Changxing Marquis? As long as the Marquis's household insisted that a servant had committed the crime, there would be countless ways to exonerate the heir, leaving the Marquis's family with little more than a tarnished reputation for lax oversight. For the moment, it was imperative not to raise any alarms. The thought flashed through Jiang Si's mind, and disregarding her feelings of nausea and fear, she hastily refilled the disturbed earth with her garden spade. The moon retreated behind dark clouds, deepening the night's shadow. A fresh scent of blood filled the air. Although there was no other sound, the scent could not escape her keen senses. To her astonishment, the metallic aroma intensified, indicating that its source was drawing ever nearer. Jiang Si clutched the spade tightly and crouched low, using the peony bushes to obscure her figure as she peered through the branches towards the direction from which the scent emanated. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. Two figures were approaching, one following closely behind the other, carrying something towards her. At that moment, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating the scene and revealing that the two young men were dressed as servants. Jiang Si fixed her gaze on the object they bore between them, the pungent scent of blood prickling every nerve in her body, confirming her grim suspicion. Wrapped in bedsheets, they were transporting a corpse. In such a time and place, with that acrid smell, she could not naively believe that the person swathed in linens was still alive. Were they here to bury the dead? Thoughts raced through Jiang Si's mind as she watched the servants draw closer. Though shocked, she remained composed. Two ordinary servants would pose no insurmountable challenge in desperate circumstances. Naturally, for Jiang Si at this moment, remaining undetected was paramount. As the two servants approached, she found herself calming, her once thundering heartbeat returning to its steady rhythm. Danger always coexists with opportunity. The sudden appearance of these two individuals, while it posed the risk of being discovered, also afforded her the possibility of acquiring more information. One of them muttered, "I thought this young lady would last a few more days. Who would have guessed she would be tormented by the air today? What bad luck. I had intended to retire early tonight." Jiang Si scrutinized the two young men through the gaps in the foliage, noting that both had their feet wrapped in soft cloth, and there was no sign of tension on their faces as they spoke. A chill crept up from the depths of Jiang Si's heart. The fact that their feet were swathed in soft fabric to minimize sound, coupled with their apparent calmness, suggested that they had become quite adept at burying corpses in the dead of night. Such proficiency implied that countless bodies had met the same fate. Lineage. I can't shake this feeling of unease. Do you think that engaging in such deeds will bring about retribution? Jiang Si, concealed among the flowers, bit her lip and let out a cold laugh. She vowed that they would indeed face consequences. There was no need for speculation. It was evident that after the heir departed from her, he had sought to unleash his malevolent thoughts upon the lifeless girl before them. From the dialogue between the two young men, it was clear that the deceased was not a maid from the household, but rather a virtuous maiden from outside. Retribution? Do you genuinely believe in such things? In the past 2 years, we have buried at least 8 bodies for the heir. Have you seen any of them return as vengeful spirits? The other young man scoffed, adding, "Besides, it was the heir who caused her demise. We merely assisted in laying her to rest. We are providing her with peace in death, which could be considered an act of kindness. How could we possibly incur retribution?" There was a phrase that the young servant found difficult to articulate. If retribution were to come, it would surely be the young master who would bear the brunt of it. As Jiang Si listened, her countenance grew increasingly grim. Indeed, she resolved that it was imperative to resolve the issue with the scoundrel, the heir of Changxing Marquis, sooner rather than later. Otherwise, who could tell how many innocent young women he would ensnare in his web of mischief? This sentiment rang true. Very well, let us proceed with our task. The once apprehensive young servant approached Jiang Si's direction. Jiang Si absent-mindedly twirled the golden bracelet on her wrist, her mind racing to contemplate the most effective concoction to deal with these two individuals. At that moment, the servant named Lucy exclaimed, "Let us change locations. Not long ago, a body was buried over there. By the way, that young woman's family is known for selling tofu." Another young servant let out a sigh. "In truth, that young woman is somewhat pitiable. I have seen her accompanying her mother to sell tofu." Lucy scoffed. Had she not caught the young master's eye, she would not find herself in this predicament. "Tell me, Anzi, what is amiss with you today? You seem rather sentimental." "Ah, today Ziying and I have grown closer." "Oh, so you have tasted the sweetness of companionship and have learned to cherish delicate beauty. However, if you linger any longer, the dawn will break. Let us get to work." The two allowed the shrouded corpse to lie desolately on the ground as they made their way towards the corner. Where is the other flower spade? Chapter 72. Illusory Fireflies. Jiang Si lowered her gaze to the flower spade in her hand and suddenly comprehended the truth. It was not merely a flower spade abandoned by the gardener. Rather, it was a tool conveniently left for the two young servants to bury the body whenever needed. No wonder the spade was so sturdy. As this thought flashed through Jiang Si's mind, she realized that she could no longer afford to wait idly. No one is a fool. These two lackeys are engaged in heinous deeds, and regardless of the circumstances, they will remain on high alert, especially upon noticing the absence of a flower spade. Moreover, her hiding place is not merely concealed, but fails to entirely obscure her form. She relies solely on the cover of night. Tonight's harvest is substantial, and Jiang Si is determined to prevent such a situation from unfolding. In a moment of critical urgency, Jiang Si flipped her right hand upward, calming her mind, and soon a faint glow emerged from her palm. Swiftly, that ethereal light detached from her hand and darted towards the two lackeys. At first glance, the shimmering light appeared akin to the fireflies commonly seen. Yet it was considerably dimmer. Jiang Si did not anticipate employing this so soon. This object is called illusory firefly. Crafted from a fine powder of white horngrass and a blend of various herbal powders, ignited with tallow to attract them. After being nourished with human blood, they can lie dormant within a person's body, ready for manipulation. While illusory fireflies possess no lethal capability, they can induce hallucinations. However, this is not always achievable under every circumstance. For instance, when an individual is calm, it becomes challenging for illusory fireflies to infiltrate. In the current scenario, Jiang Si harbored no concerns. During acts of violence, if a person's psyche exhibits no flaw, they are no longer human, but rather a malevolent spirit. Although illusory fireflies are unique, they are fundamentally a type of insect, referred to as gu within the Wumiao tribe. Jiang Si is reluctant to label illusory fireflies as gu, as the term evokes notions of mystery and toxicity. Yet, they are merely charming and beautiful little creatures. Her affinity for nurturing these tiny insects is akin to others' fondness for cats and dogs. The process was remarkably swift, completed in the blink of an eye. Lucy furrowed his brow while holding a flower shovel. Something is amiss. I distinctly remember placing it properly. It cannot have fallen among the flowers. Could it have been tampered with? His tone suddenly grew tense. No, that cannot be. The gardener dared not touch it again after being scolded the first time. But what if it was someone else? Lucy's voice trailed off, filled with unease. Anzi was taken aback. "Lucy, please don't frighten me." Lucy, lost in thought, abruptly turned around. Anzi instinctively followed suit. Before them stood a woman, her hair disheveled and her complexion a ghastly shade of blue. In the moonlight, the ghastly traces of blood beneath her tattered garments were unmistakable, and she clutched a flower shovel in her hand. Their necks stiffened as they slowly turned to exchange a glance, each reflecting a paralyzing fear. A ghost, a ghost!" Anzi screamed, the terror rendering him voiceless as he emitted only a muffled sound before bolting away. As the two vanished from sight, Jiang emerged. She was unaware of what they had witnessed, but could surmise they had encountered the corpse of the woman. This was not difficult to deduce. The luminescent fireflies could induce hallucinations, yet these illusions were not arbitrary. They were triggered by the most intense emotions of the individual at that moment, be it great joy, profound sorrow, or overwhelming fear. The two attendants were already speculating about the missing flower shovel, their subconscious minds having incorporated their suspicions regarding the corpse. The effect of the fireflies merely amplified this most absurd conjecture in a specific context. As they turned, they beheld the haunting sight of the female corpse clutching a flower spade. Jiang Si approached the lifeless figure, kneeling beside her. Despite the deepening night, the acrid scent of blood could not be concealed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Si lifted the sheet that covered the corpse, yearning to glimpse the visage of the deceased. The last individual interred in this place was likely the daughter of the woman she had encountered by the willow embankment, who sought to end her own life. Jiang Si found it hard to believe this was mere coincidence. She preferred to think that fate had orchestrated this encounter. For heaven's net is vast, and does not let anything slip through unnoticed. Perhaps from this corpse, she could unearth clues pertaining to the girl's identity. As the blood-stained sheet was drawn back, the face of the corpse was revealed. To her surprise, it was remarkably clean, save for the wide-open eyes that remained unclosed in death. The visage was exquisitely delicate and strikingly youthful, appearing no older than 13 or 14. A pang of sorrow pierced Jiang Si's heart, nearly drawing blood from her bitten lip. This was merely a child. How could such a beast commit such an atrocity? Ignoring the tempest of fury surging within her, she swiftly searched for clues upon the body. Around the slender neck, partially exposed by the collarbone, hung a small brocade pouch. Without hesitation, Jiang Si tore it free and tucked it into her satchel, continuing her examination. The corpse's upper garments were tattered, while below there was only a single skirt, hastily donned, suggesting a frantic attempt to cover herself. Jiang Si could not bear to ponder further. After finding no additional evidence, she placed the flower spade into the outstretched palm of the corpse. Suspicion brewed like shadows in the night. The two young servants would likely find little peace in their slumber henceforth. Jiang Si gently pulled the sheets over the lifeless body of the young woman, her gaze inadvertently glancing at the corpse's left hand, causing her movements to momentarily halt. The right hand of the deceased lay limply, yet the left hand was clenched tightly, as though it grasped something of significance. A surge of curiosity welled within Jiang Si as she hastily took hold of the girl's left hand. The unfortunate girl had evidently met her tragic end not long ago, her hand still soft to the touch. With little effort, Jiang Si pried open the tightly clenched fingers, revealing a small object nestled within the palm. Chapter 73. Material evidence. It was a jade button adorned with a bat motif, delicate, exquisite, and undoubtedly valuable. Jiang Si could not entertain the notion that this button had been torn from the garments of the two ruffians, thus. The remaining conclusion was glaringly apparent. This button had been forcibly removed from the clothing of the perpetrator, the young master of Changxing. A garment embellished with jade buttons would surely be of exceptional quality, making it improbable that such an item would be discarded merely due to the loss of a single button. How, then, would such a garment be treated? It was highly likely that it would first be placed in a trunk, awaiting the acquisition of a replacement jade button. Of course, this is a logical supposition. Unexpected circumstances may arise, and if the garment were to suffer damage, it would likely be discarded. However, even in such a case, it is improbable that the remaining jade button would be lost. It would still be collected and retained. This implies that those jade buttons featuring the bat design would undoubtedly remain within the residence of the young master of Changxing. This, indeed, would serve as the most direct evidence pointing to the young master as the perpetrator. Jiang Si, suppressing her excitement, carefully reclosed the fingers of the deceased. She was acutely aware that after a short period post-mortem, the body would begin to stiffen, making it impossible to pry open the left hand without causing damage. This exceedingly significant emerald bat-pattern button must remain clasped in the hands of the deceased, serving as undeniable evidence for the identification of the murderer to come. Having completed this task, Jiang Si gently drew the sheet over the girl, and as the blood-stained fabric nearly obscured her delicate yet pallid visage, Jiang Si let out a soft sigh. She placed her hand over the girl's eyes, murmuring, "Dear sister, go in peace. I shall avenge you. When the time comes, you may open your eyes once more. Justice will prevail in this world. If it does not, I shall wrest it from the heavens." In that moment, Jiang Si felt a warmth rise in her nose, as if a fierce fire ignited within her, stirring an impulse to weep. Yet now was not the time for tears. Shortly thereafter, two young attendants, hand in hand, cautiously approached the peony thicket. "Luzi, do you think I was truly seeing things just now?" Anzi trembled, his calves quaking more than his voice. Luzi appeared somewhat steadier, forcing himself to remain composed. What else could it be if not an illusion? There are no ghosts in this world. The young lord would surely not allow the unfortunate woman he had wronged to linger in the garden like this. He could not afford to frighten Anzi too much. If Anzi were truly terrified to the point of death, the grim task of burying the body would fall squarely upon him. "But I really did see a female ghost just now. Did you not see it, Luzi?" Anzi remained incredulous, hesitating to move forward. Luzi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Of course I did not see anything. If you hadn't suddenly screamed like a banshee and fled, I would not have been scared into running after you. He had indeed seen something, but could he divulge that to Anzi? Absolutely not. Was it truly a trick of my eyes? Anzi hesitated, nodding reluctantly, persuaded against his better judgment. The two approached the peony blossoms where the female corpse lay undisturbed, and they both exhaled in relief. Let us get to work. Lucy picked up the flower spade, which had been carelessly discarded in their flight. Anzi collapsed onto the ground, trembling violently as he pointed at the corpse, rendered speechless. What is it? Lucy tightened his grip on the spade, following the direction of Anzi's trembling finger. The hand. The hand. Anzi stammered, clearly terror-stricken. Suddenly, Lucy caught a whiff of a foul odor. What had Anzi seen that had so thoroughly frightened him? The darkness obscured Lucy's vision momentarily, prompting him to step closer to the corpse. A slender hand emerged from beneath the sheets, gripping a flower spade with alarming clarity. Lucy felt a rush of blood surge to his head, the realization hitting him like a thunderclap. They had indeed encountered something supernatural. He staggered back, collapsing onto Anzi's lap. Lucy's uncharacteristic display of fear was evidently the final straw for Anzi's fraying sanity. He shoved Lucy forward and bolted away, fleeing for his life. Forget it, forget it. I'd rather face death at the hands of the air than be claimed by a female ghost. There truly are ghosts. Poor Lucy, caught off guard by Anzi's desperate push, fell face first onto the corpse's feet. The ghost hasn't he moved? Anzi halted in his tracks, a chill breeze sweeping between his legs. You wretched fool, are you truly dragging me to my doom? Lucy broke into a furious tirade, exclaiming, Did you not notice the female corpse? Hurry up and dig a pit. Brother Lucy, Anzi interjected, perhaps the female ghost is deliberately luring me over, intending to ensnare us both. Anzi firmly rooted himself in place, refusing to budge. In contrast, Lucy, in a moment of reckless abandon, resolved to act. Who else faced such a dire predicament as he, with his chin resting upon the feet of the corpse, while sitting in a puddle of someone else's urine? The female ghost might as well strangle him. A surge of reckless courage washed over Lucy, as he stood up and seized the spade to begin digging. Anzi stood trembling at a distance, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. After a while of observing the motionless corpse, he gradually calmed down. Are you going to stand there until dawn? Lucy shouted. After a moment of internal struggle, Anzi slowly approached. Together they dug, both seasoned in such tasks, and their pace quickened significantly. Before long, they had excavated a pit. With the ghost having made its appearance first, neither dared to linger, hurriedly pushing the female corpse into the pit and covering it, eager to escape the terrifying locale. Upon returning to their quarters, the two young servants collapsed onto their beds without even washing their hands, gasping for breath. Oftentimes, the aftermath is more terrifying than the experience itself, festering into an inescapable nightmare as time passes. Brother Lucy, should we tell the young master? Anzi queried. What shall we say? That we encountered a ghost? Would the young master believe us? He might think we have ulterior motives and intend to join the ghost. Let us not speak of it. Let us not speak of it. The two young servants reached a consensus, staring fixedly at the beams of the room, keeping their eyes wide open until dawn broke. On the other side, Jiang Si navigated through the shadowy garden, approaching a tree when a dark figure lunged towards her. Chapter 74. The Bodyguard. The shadow moved with remarkable swiftness, landing on Jiang Si's arm. She reached out to gently stroke the creature's head and sighed. Ernyo, what brings you here? The shadow was none other than Ernyo, whom she had not seen for some time. As Ernyo affectionately wiggled his nose, Jiang Si felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was fortunate that she had sensed the familiar scent early on. Had it been another girl encountering a dark figure in the garden at such an hour, she would likely have been terrified. With a soft whimper, Ernyo called out, Follow me. Jiang Si patted Ernyo's head, aware that they could not linger, and continued onward. Passing through the moon gate, the residence of the air was tranquil, illuminated only by the soft orange glow of the red lanterns that remained lit along the corridor. The entire courtyard of the heir's residence basked in this gentle light, creating a stark contrast to the trepidation of the garden, as if they had entered an entirely different realm. The pair swiftly made their way into the eastern courtyard. With the presence of the specially concocted sedative, Jiang Si felt no concern that the two maids or Jiang Qiao would suddenly awaken. Upon entering, she first washed her hands before leading Ernyo to the deserted eastern chamber. This chamber was slightly larger and more spacious than its western counterpart. Though the layout remained unchanged, Jiang Si took a seat, refraining from lighting a lamp, and observed Ernyo in the light filtering through the window. Woof! Ernyo barked softly. The large dog seemed to grasp the situation remarkably well, lowering his voice as he playfully called out. Ernyo, how did you come to be here? Ernyo stepped forward, raising his front legs in a standing posture. Jiang Si caught sight of a small pouch hanging around Ernyo's neck, in addition to the official tag that was already there. No matter how clever Ernyo was, it was impossible for him to have attached the pouch himself, implying that it belonged to Yu Qi, as this thought crossed her mind. Jiang Si hesitated for a moment. Woof woof. Ernyo wagged his tail vigorously, nudging his large mouth closer, clearly urging Jiang Si to retrieve the pouch without delay. After a brief pause, Jiang Si removed the pouch, a wry smile creeping onto her lips. How peculiar this night has become. Acquiring 2 pouches in succession, one from the corpse of a woman and the other from Ernyo, both with such irregular origins. Inside the pouch lay a neatly folded note, upon which was inscribed a simple yet striking line. The heir of the Marquis of Changxing is not a good man. Depart as soon as possible. The note was signed with a single character, Jin. As expected, this was indeed a message from Yu Qi, relayed through Ernyo. Jiang Si had originally resolved to distance herself from Yu Jin, yet upon reading the words on the paper, a sudden curiosity arose within her. How did Yu Qi come to know that the heir of the Marquis of Changxing was not virtuous? Could it be that she had witnessed him abducting a common woman? This thought ignited a desire in Jiang Si to meet Yu Jin. If Yu Qi possessed evidence of the heiress' wrongdoing, it would greatly facilitate bringing him to justice. Once she departed from the Marquis's residence, she would seek out Yu Qi. Ernyo glanced at Jiang Si and then plopped down on the ground. Jiang Si paused, then smiled. Rest assured, your master will know I received the pouch once he notices it is missing. Ernyo sprawled on the floor, lazily wagging his tail. The large dog cast another glance at Jiang Si, his face resting on the ground. Jiang Si studied Ernyo, pondering its intentions. Ernyo seemed displeased that Jiang Si had not guessed correctly in a timely manner, sweeping its tail in dissatisfaction. It then rested its face on its front legs and closed its eyes. Jiang Si spoke up. Ernyo, are you planning to stay? Ernyo barked twice. This simply wouldn't do. Remaining here would lead to swift discovery. Jiang Si furrowed her brow, her discontent towards Yu Qi growing even more. Surely, it was that scoundrel's doing. Ernyo ambled leisurely to the window and leaped outside. Moments later, the large dog placed its front legs on the outer windowsill, its fluffy head poking out. The intention was unmistakable. It intended to settle beneath the window, remaining until Jiang Si departed. Ernyo cast a glance at Jiang Si, then nestled under the foliage outside, its head pressed to the ground, with its front paws shielding its eyes. Not listening, not listening, Jiang Si thought to herself, preparing to have a heart-to-heart with Yu Qi about life. On the bed, Jiang Qiao remained in deep slumber, the effects of the intoxicating powder ensuring her sleep until dawn. Jiang Si seated herself on a chair and retrieved the silk pouch acquired from the corpse. The fabric of the pouch was neither particularly fine nor poor. A girl able to possess such a pouch was likely not of humble origins. Jiang Si opened the pouch, and a small peace talisman tumbled out. She picked up the talisman, examining it closely. The front bore the inscription Peace and Auspiciousness, while the back was marked with the words Lingwu Temple. Jiang Si had never heard of Lingwu Temple. The very unfamiliarity sparked a flicker of hope within her. A small, obscure temple would likely attract those seeking peace talismans from nearby, thus narrowing her search for the person she sought. Just like the tale of the tofu shi-shi. A perfectly fine daughter has inexplicably gone missing, and it is unlikely that the family of the lost girl remains silent. From the dialogue of the 2 young servants, it becomes evident that over the past 2 years, at least 7 or 8 girls have been buried beneath the peony flowers. However, as time passes, their beauty has withered into mere bones, making it difficult to uncover any clues about them. Therefore, the daughter of Xinyangzi, along with the girl who perished tonight, is pivotal in unraveling the true identity of the heir of the Changxing Marquis. She must swiftly ascertain the identity of the girl who died this evening and locate the residence of Tofu Shi-shi. In that case, there would be no need to remain in the Changxing Marquis' residence any longer. Previously, she was uncertain when she could bring the Changxing Marquis' heir to justice, fearing that Jiang Qiao's insistence on leaving might bring calamity upon them. Now, however, as long as she is given some time to contact the families of the 2 girls, she will be able to expose the true nature of the Changxing Marquis' heir, and at that point, she would naturally have no fear of Jiang Qiao innocently being implicated. Having contemplated these matters, Jiang Si changed her attire and lay down beside Jiang Qiao, soon falling into a deep slumber. The moon concealed itself behind the clouds. And in a residence before a crooked jujube tree in Casey Alley, Yu Jin sat at a stone table beneath the tree, holding a white jade wine cup. Lost in thought, how did she end up at the Changxing Marquis' residence? She wondered if she would heed the advice in the silk pouch brought by Ernyo and leave that place early. Reflecting on how the girl consistently regarded him with evident wariness and distance, Yu Jin let out a deep sigh. Perhaps she would not listen. Fortunately, he had already anticipated this and instructed Ernyo to remain there without leaving. Ernyo was indeed commendable in this regard, possessing a thicker skin than him. Contemplating this, a smile finally graced Yu Jin's lips. Chapter 75. Madame Ho Jiang Qiao awoke to the gentle sounds of chirping insects. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and suddenly wore a dazed expression. How could she have slept so soundly after the events of last night? She quickly glanced beside her and felt a wave of relief upon discovering that Jiang Si was still fast asleep. After a moment's thought, she reached out and nudged Jiang Si gently. "Fourth sister, wake up." Jiang Si slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering. "Third sister? It's getting late. We should rise." As Jiang Si got up, she adjusted her clothes and remarked, "I only dozed off in the latter half of the night and ended up waking late." Jiang Qiao felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. "I don't know how I managed to sleep so deeply. It was not uncommon, after a shock. Some found it hard to sleep, while others, exhausted by fear, slept more soundly." "Is that so?" Jiang Qiao felt she wasn't the type to be so carefree. Yet the memories of last night still loomed over her like a dark cloud. "Fourth sister, are we truly going to continue staying here? Didn't you say that this moment is different from another?" Jiang Si leaned closer to Jiang Qiao and whispered in her ear, "I have found a way to deal with that beast. There is no need for us to remain in the Ho residence." Jiang Qiao's eyes brightened, eager to respond. But a glance toward the doorway made her swallow her words. She firmly grasped Jiang Si's hand. "That is wonderful. Once we see Jiang Qian, let us bid her farewell." Jiang Si immediately sensed the subtle shift in Jiang Qiao's attitude towards Jiang Qian. Although Jiang Qiao had never been particularly close to Jiang Qian, she had never before addressed her so directly. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter. If she dares to obstruct me, I shall create a scene," Jiang Qiao remarked, casting a playful glance at Jiang Si. Jiang Si smiled softly in response. "Very well." As the sisters engaged in their whispered conversation, the embroidered curtain depicting blooming peonies was suddenly lifted, and two maidservants in azure attire hurriedly entered, bowing as they presented soft towels and basins. "Ladies, we apologize for our tardiness," they said in unison. After a moment, Jiang Si replied nonchalantly, "It's of no concern. Please assist us with our ablutions." Once they had spent some time refreshing themselves, one of the maidservants announced, "Ladies, please follow me to the young master's wife for breakfast." Jiang Si exchanged a glance with Jiang Qiao before they took each other's hands and followed the maidservant to Jiang Qian's quarters. The fifth sister, Jiang Li, and the sixth sister, Jiang Pei, had already arrived ahead of them. Upon seeing the two enter side by side, Jiang Pei remarked, "Sisters, you were quite late. I was just about to search for you." After being soundly reprimanded by Jiang Si the previous day, Jiang Pei had noticeably restrained her demeanor. Jiang Qiao smiled. "The accommodations arranged by our second sister are simply too comfortable. I lost track of time." Jiang Pei couldn't help but scoff. How brazen of the third sister to flaunt her laziness so unabashedly. However, Jiang Qian chuckled lightly. "As long as my sisters are comfortable, I am at ease. It is rare for you to visit, so you must stay with me for a while." Her gaze did not drift towards Jiang Pei, but seemingly wandered towards Jiang Si instead. Just as Jiang Qiao was about to speak, Jiang Si gently touched her hand, prompting her to suppress her words. "Second sister, should we not pay our respects to the Marquis today?" Hearing what Jiang Si said, Jiang Qiao echoed, "Indeed. It would have sufficed if we had just arrived yesterday, but if we failed to make our appearance this morning, Lady Ho might chastise the young ladies of the Bo family for their lack of decorum." Seeing Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao in agreement, Jiang Qian smiled and remarked, "I was just waiting for you all to join me." "Oh dear, does that mean we are late?" Jiang Qiao frowned. The fifth lady, Jiang Li, glanced at Jiang Qian, her expression slightly anxious. "Not at all. Lady Ho is quite lenient, and the long-standing custom of the Ho residence permits each household to have breakfast before making their visit." "That is reassuring." Jiang Qiao appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Qian scanned the four individuals before her and cheerfully suggested, "Let us dine." Soon, the maids entered in succession, setting the breakfast table. Delicate dishes such as silver-threaded flour rolls, shrimp porridge, soup dumplings, marinated silver fish, and vinegar-dressed black fungus adorned the table. Each portion modest yet exquisitely presented. The sisters silently enjoyed their breakfast, after which Jiang Qian led Jiang Si and the others to visit Lady Ho of Changxing. At that moment, Lady Ho had just finished her breakfast when she heard the maid's report and invited the ladies inside. Jiang Qian respectfully offered her greetings. Since my sisters have just arrived yesterday, I did not wish to disturb your tranquility, but this morning, as your daughter-in-law, I have come to pay my respects and brought them along. A gentle voice responded, I have always said you need not observe such formalities. Zhang Pei could not help but steal a glance. Lady Ho of Changxing was a beautiful woman in her 40s. Unlike many noble women who tended to gain weight at her age, she retained a delicate oval face and a slender figure reminiscent of a youthful maiden, her demeanor soft, exuding a sense of fragility. Zhang Pei lowered her gaze, filled with admiration. The lady of Changxing Ho exuded an air of kindness. Having such a mother-in-law and a husband like the heir of Changxing Ho, it was evident that my second sister was truly fortunate. Reflecting on Jiang Qian's dismissive attitude towards her, Jiang Pei's feelings of envy quickly morphed into resentment, silently thinking, it is merely a matter of fortunate birth. Had she been born of a legitimate wife, with her noble lineage and a father of esteemed rank, she might have married even better than Jiang Qian. Indeed, the lady of Changxing Ho appeared to be a remarkably amiable woman, her gaze sweeping over the Jiang sisters with a smile. Truly, you are all like flowers, a sight to behold. Subsequently, she gently inquired about the names and ages of the four sisters, her attention eventually settling on Jiang Si. I have long heard that the fourth Miss Jiang is a rare beauty. Seeing her now, I realized the rumors scarcely do her justice. Jiang Si smiled graciously, responding, Lady Ho, you flatter me. My appearance is a gift from my parents, unrelated to my own efforts. I consider it of little significance. The lady of Changxing Ho was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. I did not expect the fourth Miss Jiang to possess such insight at such a young age. I genuinely admire you from the bottom of my heart. Jiang Qian raised an eyebrow, quickly responding with a bright smile. If you do not mind my sisters disturbing your tranquility, might we allow them to keep you company for a few more days? The lady of Changxing Ho laughed. That would be delightful. I wonder how well you children have settled in. My second sister cares for us deeply, and with you being so kind, I feel more at ease here than at home, Zhang Pei replied, covering her mouth with a smile. Jiang Li, who typically shied away from the limelight, remained quietly obedient in this gathering. Jiang Qiao suddenly remarked, it is indeed our fortune that the lady holds us in such regard. However, I fear that as a junior, I may no longer reside within your esteemed household. Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The Countess of Changxing, who had directed most of her attention toward Jiang Si, gazed at Jiang Qiao in astonishment, while Jiang Qian's eyes glimmered with a warning. Jiang Qiao appeared oblivious to any pressure as she gracefully swept up her sleeve. Chapter 76. Escape to roll up one's sleeves in public, even in the presence of women, is a somewhat indelicate gesture. Yet, Jiang Qiao seemed unfazed, boldly exposing her arm for all to see. Her youthful wrist, as fair as snow, was adorned with numerous red spots. The Countess of Changxing's smile faltered. Allow me to explain, my lady, that my skin is inherently sensitive. A sudden change in environment can easily provoke a rash. I harbored this concern last night as I retired, and upon inspection this morning, I regrettably discovered the outcome. Jiang Qiao furrowed her brow in distress, stating that despite the comfort of the Marquis, she could no longer remain, lest she succumb to uncontrollable itching that would rob her of restful slumber. She cast a glance at Jiang Qian. Jiang Qiao's forthrightness carried a semblance of rationale, leaving Jiang Qian unable to refute her. A sidelong glance at Jiang Pei revealed an immediate understanding of Jiang Qian's intent. Why should it be her? Simply because she was a daughter born of lesser status? Despite Jiang Si's evident disdain toward her elder sister, the latter still endeavored to placate her. The rationale behind this perplexed Jiang Pei. Lost in thought, she refrained from interjecting. The fourth sister's rare visit contrasted sharply with the sixth sister's ability to come and go at will. Jiang Qian would have preferred to silence Jiang Qiao with a cloth. Although Jiang Qiao was audacious and articulate, she had never regarded her as a threat, and now, it seemed, she was poised to disrupt her plans. Jiang Qian instinctively knew how furious Chao Xingyu would become once Jiang Si departed. Jiang Qiao unceremoniously interrupted Jiang Qian, saying, Elder sister, I must express my discontent with your words. Do you truly believe that because we are cousins and you share a closer bond with the sixth sister, You can treat me and the fourth sister with such disregard? People often exhibit rudeness towards those they are familiar with, while extending courtesy to those who are more distant. This statement left Jiang Zhan momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhao bowed to Madame Changxing. Madam, my sister, and I bid you farewell now. And we hope to visit you again when the opportunity arises. Very well, take your time on the road, Madame Changxing replied warmly, instructing her maidservants with a few words. Jiang Si and Jiang Xiao both expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your generous hospitality, madam. Jiang Qian forced a smile as she led the others out, while Madame Changxing sighed softly, her gaze lingering on the swaying bead curtain. Once they left Madame Changxing's residence, Jiang Qian's expression darkened slightly. Third sister, you should refrain from speaking too freely in front of the madam. Jiang Qian bit her lip, looking at Jiang Qiao. Stung by Jiang Qiao's words, Jiang Pei, who had been caught in the crossfire, was equally infuriated. She had done nothing wrong. How dare anyone call her ugly? Meeting Jiang Qiao's cheerful gaze, Jiang Qian felt a chill run through her. Did Jiang Qiao discover something last night? It was hardly pleasant to think that her man might have designs on her younger sister. In an effort to avoid distress, she had chosen to ignore the commotion in the east courtyard the previous night, even instructing the maidservants to retire early. Yet, despite her attempts to remain oblivious, her understanding of Chao Xingyu led her to suspect that he certainly would not have missed the opportunity to sneak into the boudoir. Jiang Qian fixed her gaze upon Jiang Qiao, a torrent of thoughts swirling within her mind. Second sister? She must not reveal her desire to keep Jiang Si here too overtly. Her younger sisters had all grown wise to the world. Perhaps I am overthinking this. And I owe an apology to second sister. By the way, when will the carriage be ready? With a heavy heart, Jiang Qian saw Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao onto the carriage, her ire rising at the sight of the cheerful Jiang Pei and the submissive Jiang Li. Those who should have departed did not, while those who should have stayed did not remain. Such a vexing situation. Chao Xingyu's smile faltered slightly. Why does this sound so awkward? The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage began to move slowly. It is not a serious matter, Jiang Qian mumbled. Chao Xingyu cast a glance at Jiang Li and Jiang Pei beside Jiang Qian, his gaze deepening. Where is the fourth sister? Suddenly, Chao Xingyu turned to look at the receding carriage. The carriage marked with the emblem of the Marquis of Changxing turned the corner and vanished from sight. Jiang Qian trembled slightly and nodded slowly. Inside the carriage, Jiang Qiao let out a long sigh. At last, we have left that filthy place behind. However, Jiang Si suddenly placed her hand on her forehead. Oh no, she had forgotten about Ernyo. Chapter 77. The wedding procession. Noticing Jiang Si's unusual expression, Jiang Qiao quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Si regained her composure. "It's nothing. Ernyo is clever enough, having managed to sneak into the Marquis of Changxing's residence. She would surely find her way out without issue." She could hardly believe such coincidences could occur. Jiang Qiao raised her hand, allowing her sleeve to slip down to her elbows, and with a cheerful smile, said, "Is that what you meant? This morning, there was shrimp porridge, and I had a few extra bites. As soon as I ate shrimp, this appeared on my arm." Jiang Si suddenly recalled that the bowl of shrimp porridge placed before Jiang Qiao in the morning had been devoured completely, and another bowl had been requested. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Si grasped Jiang Qiao's hand and expressed her gratitude. "Third sister, thank you." She had heard that some individuals could develop rashes after consuming certain foods, experiencing not only intense itching but, in severe cases, even losing consciousness. Resolute in her decision to leave the residence of the Marquis of Changxing, she contemplated the potential of a confrontation but was taken aback by Jiang Qiao's actions. "What is there to thank for?" Jiang Qiao replied, lowering her sleeves. "It is not serious. It should subside by tomorrow." The mere recollection of last night's events made her feel uneasy, and she deemed it prudent to depart early. After speaking, she casually opened the gift box sent by the Marquis of Changxing, revealing a collection of trinkets such as hairpins and pearl flowers, all favored by young women. She sighed. The Marquis of Changxing is indeed a kind-hearted person. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Si felt a cold mirth within her. Was the Marquis truly benevolent? Her demise had been a gruesome one. She had been dismembered and discarded, her naked body left in the bustling streets. The cases of the heir of the Marquis of Changxing and Lu Xinggu's violent deaths had become infamous unsolved mysteries. With no perpetrators identified and the motives for their crimes remaining elusive, Jiang Si could have patiently awaited 2 years, anticipating that an unnamed hero would eventually avenge the heinous deeds of the Marquis's son. Yet, she found herself unwilling to accept such a fate. Nor could she bear the thought of the countless innocent girls who might fall victim in the meantime. As for the Marquis of Changxing, contemplating her brought forth a blend of anger and disgust in Jiang Si, leading her to a somber realization. Perhaps it can only be said that those who do not belong to the same family should not enter the same door. After several years of marriage, Jiang Qian remained childless in the Changxing Marquisate. However, following the sudden demise of the heir to the Marquisate, the family announced her pregnancy. By the following year, Jiang Qian unexpectedly delivered a posthumous child. The early birth of a grieving widow was not particularly surprising, and society did not raise suspicions. However, as Jiang Qian discreetly investigated her uncle's family, she uncovered a staggering secret. The child she bore was not the heir's, but rather the Marquis's. The truth was even more disconcerting than she had imagined. Jiang Qian did not conceive the Marquis's child due to an illicit affair. Rather, the Marquis and his wife, unwilling to see their lineage extinguished, sought to ensure their legacy through their daughter-in-law. They desired a legitimate grandson instead of allowing a bastard to inherit their vast estate. Remarkably, the seemingly delicate Marquise was not oblivious to this scheme. She was complicit in it. Perhaps to her, it was preferable to orchestrate such a plan than to witness her husband fathering an illegitimate son who would claim her son's inheritance. As these thoughts crossed Jiang Qian's mind, a wave of revulsion surged within her. She could candidly assert that the entire Changxing Marquisate, even the pair of stone lions at the entrance, was not much cleaner than the sordid dealings within. To know a person's face, but not their heart. Is it truly that easy for a mere trinket to sway the third sister? Jiang Qian quipped. Jiang Qiao paused, quickly processing the insinuation. Do you believe the Marquis is also culpable? Jiang Qian replied coolly. I believe a person's character is inextricably linked to their upbringing. With a son like that, can one truly expect the mother to be virtuous? Jiang Qiao pondered for a moment and nodded. You make a valid point. Nevertheless, regardless of how repugnant they may be, they are of no concern to us. We shall maintain a safe distance from them henceforth. Jiang Si, of course, was reluctant for Jiang Qiao to become too deeply involved, smilingly addressing her as fourth sister. What are you planning to do about that scoundrel? Jiang Qiao shot Jiang Si a sidelong glance. Stop treating me like a child. To claim that she was not afraid would be a falsehood. She displayed far more trepidation than her sister, while Jiang Si remained composed throughout, as if she were entirely oblivious to the events of the previous night. Realizing that she could not evade the topic, Jiang Si conceded, that method is not convenient to discuss at the moment. If it succeeds, I will explain it to third sister then. If it fails, noting Jiang Qiao's scrutinizing gaze, she added with a smile, if it fails, I will enlist third sister to brainstorm solutions with me. That sounds more reasonable. Jiang Qiao, understanding the implications, chose not to press further. With this unspoken agreement, the two sisters shifted to light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. A wedding procession? Jiang Qiao, with her lively spirit, promptly lifted the carriage curtain. A gust of wind rushed in through the window, instantly alleviating the stifling atmosphere within. Outside, a throng of people gathered, creating a lively scene. Soon, the sound of firecrackers echoed from a distance, accompanied by the joyful shrieks of children. By the looks of it, a young master from a prominent family was celebrating his nuptials. As the path ahead became impassable and turning the carriage was inconvenient, the coachman decided to guide the carriage to the roadside, waiting for the procession and the spectators to pass. Jiang Qiao rested her chin on her hand, peering out of the window with curiosity. I wonder whose joyous occasion this is. Jiang Si casually glanced outside. The wedding procession approached gradually, with the jubilant notes of the suona enhancing the festive atmosphere. At the forefront of the procession, a groom sat proudly atop a steed adorned with red silk. And as they drew nearer, both sisters could hear the gasps of admiration that filled the air. Alas, one would not expect the third son of the Duke of Yin to be so remarkably handsome. What is so surprising about that? If he were not handsome, how could an unmarried lady be so devoted as to follow him in death? Your assertion is flawed. Even a common girl could vow her life to a son of the Duke's household, even if he bore a face marred by pockmarks, and still consider dying together an option. This is indeed a grand scandal, reportedly stirring the attention of the emperor himself. Seated within the carriage, the two sisters could feel the fervent gossip among the citizens of the capital quickly approaching their confines. With her worries alleviated, Miss Jiang boldly leaned out to take a look. Sister, what is so captivating? Jiang Si sighed in exasperation. Do not disturb me. I wish to see what this unworthy man looks like. Chapter 78. The Abduction of a Bride. Jiang Shu beheld the man, adorned with flowers and colorful ribbons. Seated gracefully upon his horse, his figure tall yet slender, with a complexion that bore a hint of pallor. By the aesthetic standards of the current Great Zhou, he was indeed a rare beauty. Jiang Qiao scrutinized him for quite some time, finding no fault in his appearance, and finally, with indignation, declared, "I knew he would be nothing but a spineless embroidered pillow." Jiang Si chuckled at her sister's words. "Sister, you are mistaken. Many are now extolling the touching love story between young Master Ji and the common girl. It is said that someone has even penned a play based on this affair, and it has become exceedingly popular." Jiang Qiao's expression turned peculiar, and after a moment's restraint, she retorted, "I have read it. The author must have lost their wits. Sister, you need not pay any heed to such nonsense. It is unclear which impoverished scholar penned this narrative, absurdly portraying the East Pingbo mansion as an oppressive force hindering the union of lovers. The author even insinuates that, despite having severed ties, the fourth sister remains infatuated with the trifling heir of the Duke's residence. Although the characters in the tale have been disguised, anyone with a discerning eye would easily recognize them. It is utterly exasperating. It is worth noting that her own troubles stem from the fourth sister's predicament, and upon encountering her, she feels a twinge of pity, rendering her unable to engage in their usual sharp exchanges. I have perused that narrative, and its plot unfolds with considerable intricacy. At this moment, Jiang Si's thoughts drift to Ji Chongyi, yet her heart remains untouched by any tumultuous feelings. Even in her past life, she harbored no affection for that man. Her prior aspirations were merely rooted in vanity. Fourth sister, do you truly not mind? Jiang Qiao's gaze wandered as the procession drew near. What concern is it of mine, given that he is unrelated to me? Noticing Jiang Qiao's keen interest, and with the carriage idling by the roadside, Jiang Si decided to join her in observation. Jiang Qiao, not one to be excessively sentimental, felt reassured by Jiang Si's demeanor and began to engage in discussion. Fourth sister, do you believe that men of the Duke's lineage, possessing such an appearance, are often lacking in substance? Why do you say that? Jiang Qiao retorted with a sardonic smile. Isn't the heir of the Changxing Marquis precisely of that ilk? Jiang Si regarded Ji Chongyi, adorned in a resplendent crimson wedding robe as he approached, and offered a fair assessment. The heir of the Changxing Marquis leans towards a more effeminate charm, whereas Ji Sengongzi's gaze possesses a clarity far superior. Jiang Qiao looked at Jiang Shi in astonishment, murmuring, "Fourth sister, you truly are." For a moment, Jiang Qiao found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Atop his majestic steed, Ji Chongyi's gaze inadvertently swept in this direction. The streets were crowded with onlookers, and numerous carriages were stalled at the roadside due to the obstruction. Yet, Ji Chongyi's casual glance fell precisely upon the jade-green canopy of a carriage. A delicate hand lifted the curtain, revealing a young lady within, who gazed absently out the window, her expression serene and her beauty akin to a flourishing era. Dressed in a resplendent red wedding robe, Ji Chongyi momentarily lost his focus as his steed carried him forward. The girl was astonishingly beautiful, a sight he had never encountered before. As a typical man, an unbidden thought flickered through his mind, but aside from this fleeting admiration, his heart soon swelled with joy at the prospect of marrying his beloved. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of the majority. The roadside scenery, no matter how exquisite, ultimately belonged to another, and once seen, it was merely a passing glance. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A swirling gust of black and yellow swept through the crowd, and before anyone could react, it bit into the rear of the high-spirited horse. As the horse chosen for the wedding procession was typically of gentle temperament, even the most docile creature could not withstand such an assault. The stallion reared back violently, and poor Ji Chongyi, caught off guard in his moment of triumph, was sent flying like a brilliant meteor. Gasps and exclamations erupted around him. Fortunately, the wedding entourage was numerous, and the throngs of spectators were even greater. Ji Chongyi was swiftly caught by the onlookers as he soared through the air. Jiang Qiao was utterly astonished. Fourth sister, someone is attempting to abduct the groom. Jiang Si, wearing a similarly dazed expression, slowly replied, "It is not an abduction. It appears to be a disturbance." What on earth was Ernyo doing? Just as Jiang Si pondered the motive, the large dog seemed to sense her thoughts and glanced toward the direction of the carriage, shaking its fur with a sense of pride. Only then did the crowd realize that the instigator of this upheaval was none other than a large dog. "Quickly, put that rabid dog down," a guard from the wedding procession shouted. Another, more knowledgeable of the customs, called out, "Do not kill it. It is inauspicious to shed blood on such a joyous occasion. Just drive this beast away. The large horse, already in pain from its recent stumble, interjected, "Isn't that blood streaming from its rear?" Several guards immediately closed in on the dog. In a moment of panic, Jiang Zhao tugged at Jiang Si's sleeve. "This is bad. The dog is in trouble." Jiang Si sighed. "Let it be." Ji Chongyi steadied himself, his expression darkening. Falling from a horse due to a dog during a wedding was exceedingly embarrassing. In such circumstances, it would indeed be best to make a hasty exit. Surely, they were not to engage in a battle with this dog? Unfortunately. While the groom wished to avoid conflict, the dog had other intentions. With a sudden leap, the dog escaped the encirclement, snatching the groom's hat in its mouth and bolting away. The onlookers were astounded by the audacity of the dog, not a single person thinking to intervene. After a moment, they erupted into laughter at the sight of the groom's bald head. Ji Chongyi's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, filled with both anger and a sense of bewilderment. In recent days, his ears have been filled with his father's reprimands, his mother's sighs, and the unspoken discontent reflected in the gazes of his siblings. The home, which once felt familiar, gradually transformed into a stranger's domain, and the oppressive strangeness that accompanied this change nearly drove him to madness. He constantly reassured himself that as long as he could endure until his marriage, he would eventually excel in his studies and career, and who would dare to criticize him for marrying a commoner? Yet, to his dismay, the joyous occasion he had long anticipated was marred by the antics of a dog. He feared he might be the most mortified groom ever. "Third young master, perhaps you should mount your horse," the steward suggested, leading another horse to him and lowering his voice. Ji Chongyi nodded reluctantly and mounted the horse, rejoining the lively procession where red envelopes and sweets were scattered in abundance. But the celebratory sound of the suona no longer stirred his heart. Jiang Qiao, peering from the window, finally regained her composure and sighed. "Whose dog is causing such chaos?" Quite a performance. However, Jiang Si did not respond, his gaze drifting over the crowd to rest on a single individual, utterly perplexed. How could Yu Qi stand idly by, seemingly unconcerned, amidst the gathering? In his previous life, he had indeed attended Ji Chongyi's wedding. Chapter 79. The Inquiry from the Palace. Yu Jin, being the offspring of the virtuous consort, was closely related to Ji Chongyi. On the day of Ji Chongyi's wedding, both emotionally and rationally, Yu Jin should have been present at the banquet of the Duke of Anghua. In his previous life, this had indeed been the case. Thus, when the current circumstances deviated from those of the past, Jiang Si was taken aback. Since her reincarnation, she had altered many events intentionally, yet those matters which she had never interfered with should logically have continued along the path set by her previous life. What has brought about a change in Yu Qi? Jiang Si found herself in a tumult of confusion, unable to untangle her thoughts. Across the crowd, Yu Jin met Jiang Si's gaze and offered her a faint smile. Instinctively, Jiang Si lowered the window curtain. The sheer curtain, adorned with elegant bamboo patterns, swayed gently, akin to the fluttering of a young girl's secret emotions. Yu Jin, taken aback by Jiang Si's reaction, exhibited a flicker of disappointment in his eyes before managing a wry smile, silently turning away amidst the throng. Jiang Si bit her lip and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, lifted the curtain once more. The bustling scene outside remained unchanged, yet the figure she sought was nowhere to be found. With a sigh, she lowered the curtain again, leaning against the car wall in silence. "Sister, were you startled by that large dog just now?" Jiang Qiao noticed the peculiar expression on Jiang Si's face and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Their bond had naturally strengthened after merely visiting the residence of the Marquis of Changxing. "Not at all," Jiang Si replied with a smile. "Ernyo is merely an attention-seeking dog. A little mischief directed at the groom is inconsequential. As long as he didn't drag a corpse out of the garden of the Marquis onto the street, I should be grateful." As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Si suddenly felt a pang of empathy for Yu Jin. As the host, he must have dealt with his fair share of chaos, she mused. Before long, Ernyo, wagging his tail, bounded over to Yu Jin, placing the groom's top hat at his feet. Yu Jin stared silently at the flower plume adorning the hat. He must have raised a rather mischievous dog. Suddenly, the shadowy figure of Long Dan, the hidden guard, appeared from nowhere, rushing forward to report, "My lord, Ernyo is truly excessive. How can he disrupt the joyous occasion of the young master? This wretched dog surprisingly enjoys even more favor than he does in front of his master. He has long awaited this opportunity to strike when least expected." creating a disturbance? Yu Jin raised an eyebrow, then affectionately ruffled Ernyo's head, saying, "No, I find Ernyo quite agreeable." Longdan blinked, his expression earnest. "Master, you must be jesting with me, right?" Yu Jin cast a glance at Longdan, who scratched his head in confusion. It made no sense. The groom was the master's cousin, so why would Ernyo's mischief be met with approval? Could it be that the cousin had offended the master? Longdan's mind raced. Yet he could not fathom how the third young master of the Ongwa Duke's residence could have displeased his own master. Ernyo triumphantly called out to Longdan, who felt a pang of frustration. His heart ached. There must be some shared secret between the master and Ernyo that he was oblivious to. Just as Longdan wallowed in self-pity, the doorkeeper approached with news. "Someone from the palace has arrived." "Let them in," Yu Jin replied indifferently. Ernyo promptly seized his hat and concealed himself. Shortly after, the doorkeeper led in a pale-faced eunuch. "I pay my respects to His Highness," the eunuch said. "What brings you here?" Yu Jin remained seated on the stone bench, not rising. The eunuch, sensing the master's demeanor, dared not show discontent and smiled. "The princess sent me to inquire why His Highness did not accompany the prince to the duke's residence today to offer congratulations." The prince referred to was Yu Jin's elder brother, the fourth son of the current emperor, who had been granted the title of Prince Qi. In truth, Yu Jin, the seventh prince, found himself in a somewhat awkward position. On the day of his birth, the newly ascended Emperor Jingming fell gravely ill, leaving the imperial physicians at a loss. In desperation, the Empress Dowager ordered the proclamation of an imperial edict seeking a cure, which ultimately led to the arrival of a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest indicated that the sudden illness of Emperor Jingming was linked to the recently born seventh prince. Their fates clashed, making it impossible for them to coexist peacefully. To restore the emperor's health, the seventh prince must relocate from the palace, only to reunite with his father upon reaching the age of 18. The Empress Dowager, though skeptical, ultimately decided to act on this advice, as the emperor's condition showed no signs of improvement. To her surprise, the emperor gradually began to recover. According to the protocols of the Great Zhou, princes are required to leave the palace and be conferred titles upon reaching the age of 16. However, at the time when Yu Jin turned 16, he was in the southern territories, and due to a lack of arrangements, this matter was overlooked. Consequently, a rather awkward situation arose. The eighth prince, younger than Yu Jin, had already been bestowed the title of Xiang Wang, while the seventh prince remained simply the seventh prince. Yu Jin, however, was unfazed by this development. He was merely an inconsequential prince. Attaining his desires would be less challenging in this context. After all, if the crown prince wished to marry a girl who had previously been betrothed, it would be an insurmountable task. With this thought, a smile crept onto Yu Jin's lips, and he chuckled foolishly. The eunuch who approached was momentarily taken aback. Although the seventh prince's smile surpassed that of the palace's beauties, what could possibly be the source of his mirth? Could it be that years of unfair treatment had warped his character? After a brief pause, Yu Jin inquired, "Do you have any further business, my good man?" The eunuch nearly shed tears. The straightforwardness of the prince's reasoning left him at a loss. Upon returning to the palace, if the virtuous consort were to ask, he would have to report that the seventh prince was disinterested. The thought of the consort's potential reaction sent chills down his spine. Is it really so simple? The duke's residence is your maternal family. Yu Jin cast a cold glance at the eunuch. Seemingly irritated by his prattling, "We are not acquainted." At this point, Yu Jin could not help but smile coldly within. It was not merely a lack of familiarity with his maternal family. Even those who shared his blood within the imperial palace felt no different than strangers to him. His father, the sovereign of the nation, an exalted figure, could be somewhat excused for heeding the words of a Taoist, fearing they might hinder his understanding. However, his mother had not made any effort to see him even once in all the years since he was sent away from the palace. Nor had she ever sent him a single garment or pair of shoes. In his childhood, Yu Jin had felt aggrieved and harbored resentment, but now, he was left with only indifference. Indeed, they were strangers. "Does the eunuch wish to stay for a meal?" Yu Jin inquired, his brows slightly raised. "See him out." A majestic and imposing dog, full of pride, came bounding over, its tail wagging. The eunuch nearly fled in haste. Yu Jin glanced at Ernyo and sighed. "I meant for Longdan to see him out." Ernyo looked up at the sky, utterly perplexed. What? It did not comprehend a single word. Chapter 80. Visiting Yu Qi upon hearing that her daughter had developed a rash, third Madame Gua was filled with concern, scolding Jiang Qiao softly as they walked. Jiang Si stood on the bluestone path, watching the mother-daughter duo gradually recede into the distance, a faint sense of envy swelling within her. She had no mother and was unaware of what it felt like to be reprimanded by one. For a moment, Jiang Si was taken aback, then pursed her lips and smiled. Envy aside, she had no time for sentimental musings. Jiang Anqing, alongside Old Master Jiang III, managed the family estate, while Old Master Jiang often ventured out, leaving Jiang Anqing to tend to matters at home most of the time. At that moment, he was dozing in the study. But as soon as he spotted Jiang Si approaching, he instantly perked up. "Have I disturbed you, father?" "No, my child, I was merely fatigued from reading." Jiang Si cast a glance at the imprint left on Jiang Anqing's left cheek and earnestly remarked, "Father, while reading, please remember to rest your eyes carefully. What does my daughter wish to inquire about?" He replied, "Father, have you ever heard of Lingwu Temple?" "Lingwu Temple?" Jiang Anqing furrowed his brow in contemplation and, after a moment, shook his head. "I have never placed faith in such matters, thus I am not well versed in it." Jiang Si felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was somewhat anticipated. If her father had truly known, it would have been a stroke of luck. Regardless of the temple's efficacy, her happiness was what truly mattered. "If you decide to send someone to inquire, please ensure it remains discreet." Jiang Anqing paused, then burst into laughter. "Rest assured, I will quietly send someone to investigate. Is my daughter so bashful that she seeks a romantic connection?" Upon witnessing Jiang Anqing's amusement, Jiang Si understood his misconception but chose not to clarify. She aimed to unveil the true nature of the heir to the Changxing Marquis, while simultaneously striving to keep the Duke's residence uninvolved. Ultimately, it stemmed from her lack of reliable allies, and as an unmarried young lady, her actions were inherently constrained. The maid was apprehensive about her young lady's adjustment to life in the Marquis's residence. A man observed Jiang Si with concern, remarking, "You have lost weight." A Chow quirked her lips in disbelief. "It has only been a day." "Enough. Please bring me a cup of chilled honey water." Having been delayed on the way from the Changxing Marquis's residence to the Duke's, Jiang Si was reluctant to enter the house, and instead chose to sit on the swing beneath a tree. A Chow hurried inside to fetch the honey water, and Jiang Si took a gentle sip after it was served. The weather was sweltering, and Jiang Zhan hastened over, his complexion flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Yet, he possessed an undeniable charm, exuding a vibrant vitality that dispelled any hint of disarray. This exuberance seemed capable of banishing the shadows that lingered in one's heart. Jiang Zhan strode confidently towards the swings, giving one a gentle push before settling on a stone bench not far away, his dark eyes brimming with excitement. He had delightful news to share with his sister. Oh, what good news! The lad surnamed Ji, during his wedding procession, had his grand steed bitten by Ernyo. Jiang Zhan had always harbored a disdain for Ernyo, never expecting that they shared an unexpected camaraderie. No, perhaps it was more akin to being fellow canines. "Is my sister displeased?" Noting the lack of joy on Jiang Si's face, Jiang Zhan inquired in surprise. Jiang Si pondered for a moment and then suddenly smiled. To be honest, she felt a flicker of hidden delight. Although she acknowledged that Ji Chongyi's indifference towards her was not unfounded, the marriage had not been hastily arranged by the Duke of Dongping's estate. It was the Duke of Anghua's household that had initiated the alliance, and when her father hesitated, he confidently assured that marrying his daughter would not be a loss. In her previous life, Ji Chongyi's beloved had passed away, leaving him despondent and marrying her, yet he completely disregarded her. She sensed that he could not lay blame on his parents, and thus projected his grief upon her. It was as if, without this marriage, he could have carried his beloved into his home on a grand palanquin. Perhaps, after losing his true love, harboring resentment towards her was the only way for him to find the will to live. However, that suffocating coldness could drive any ordinary woman to madness. Even after all those subsequent experiences, she could not help but ponder. If she truly felt disheartened, why not simply renounce the world? The Duke of Anghua had 3 sons, and there was no necessity for Ji Chongyi to carry on the family lineage. Or, if she were to protest fervently, would the Duke and his wife truly force her into a corner? By marrying her, the 3rd son of the Ji family would have appeased his parents and upheld the reputation of the Duke of Anghua's household. Yet she alone became the sacrificial offering to their love. Upon seeing Jiang Si reveal a genuine smile, Jiang Zhan could not help but join in her laughter. He drained the chilled honey water handed to him by a Chow and rose to push the swing from behind her. 4th sister. That fellow from the Ji family is rather unimpressive. You shall undoubtedly encounter someone far better in the future. As Jiang Zhan uttered this, curiosity sparked within him. What kind of individual do you prefer, fourth sister? My second brother has many friends and could keep an eye out for you. Jiang Si replied with a radiant smile. I would be content with someone as good as my second brother. As for those dubious companions of his, she would rather not. Jiang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, his face suddenly turning crimson as he hastily sought an excuse to retreat. Jiang Si was surprised by how easily flustered Jiang Zhan was. Chuckling, she rose from the swing, changed her attire, and set off with a man. Since Yu Qi had sent her a message through Ernyo, it was time to seek clarity. Chapter 81. Verification. The duo departed from the Dongpingbo mansion, not heading directly to Kazi Alley, but instead moving in the opposite direction. Not far from Yuqian Alley lay a cluster of residential homes, among which an unremarkable house was conveniently vacant for rent. Jiang Si had secured it through a broker a few days prior. In the capital, where land is as precious as gold, purchasing a residence in a neighborhood of affluent families is a daunting task. However, renting was quite feasible. As Jiang Si grasped the more than 2,000 taels of silver from the purchase, she made her preparations. For each rendezvous with a fay at the tea house became increasingly inconvenient over time. The master and servant entered briefly before emerging as a handsome young man accompanied by a refined young attendant. A man, observing Jiang Si clad in male attire, chuckled heartily. My lady, you ought to darken your face a bit. Today, we shall first seek out Yu Qi to ascertain whether he possesses any incriminating evidence against the heir of the Changxing Marquis. We cannot afford to delay with Doufu, Shishir, Xuanyang either. Moreover, if any news regarding Lingwu Temple reaches my father, we must commence our investigation forthwith. There is truly an abundance of tasks at hand. The Tsiuzi Alley is not far from the residence of the Earl of Dongping in Yuqian Alley. After a short stroll, the duo arrived at their destination, locating a private residence marked by a crooked jujube tree at the entrance, as hinted by Jiang Zhan. My lady, is this the place? It should be. Go ahead and knock. Just mention that young Master Jiang has come to visit. Whom are we here to see? A man was somewhat uncertain. With my lady dressed this way and assuming the identity of young Master Jiang, could it be that we are to meet a man? Hesitantly, a man approached the door and knocked. Who is it? Came a voice from within, followed by the door opening halfway to reveal a weathered face. The doorkeeper appeared to be in his 40s, with one eye completely blind, and the remaining eye bore a rather fierce glint. A man felt her composure tighten. Young Master Jiang has come to pay a visit to your esteemed master. The doorkeeper glanced back, and suddenly, the single eye sparkled with intensity. What do you want? A man felt a shiver run down her spine, and instinctively took a step back. Where is young Master Jiang? Amon stepped aside, revealing Jiang Si. This is our young master. The doorman cast a glance at Jiang Si, his smile devoid of warmth, and replied, Please wait. With that, the door slammed shut. Amon rubbed his nose, muttering, The temperament of this doorman is rather formidable. After securing the doorman hurried inside. Master. Someone is impersonating young Master Jiang to beg for favors. Before Yu Jin could react, Long Dan let out a cold laugh. How dare anyone deceive the master? Open the door. Let Ernyo in. Ernyo shot a sidelong glance at Long Dan, remaining seated, unmoving. The message was clear. Why should I be let in while you are not? To their surprise, their master suddenly strode purposefully towards the exit. What was happening? The man and dog exchanged puzzled looks and hurried to catch up. Yu Jin approached the door with haste, pausing before the green-painted wooden barrier. And once his expression regained its composure, he abruptly flung it open. Ernyo darted past Yu Jin. Oh my! Amon gasped in shock, unable to suppress a cry. The large dog bounded to Jiang Si, its mouth grasping her hem and tugging playfully, its fluffy tail wagging joyously. Jiang Si sighed inwardly. Dogs are far more straightforward than humans. No matter how a person may change, as long as their unique scent remains, a dog will recognize them instantly. Let go quickly, or you will tear my clothes. As she spoke, her voice, delicate and youthful, contrasted sharply with Amon's naturally clear tone. Ernyo, still grasping the hem, paused to look at Yu Jin. Jiang, young master, please come inside. Jiang Si seemed reluctant to linger at the door for too long. She gave a slight nod to Yu Jin and stepped inside. The doorman quietly tugged at Long Dan's sleeve, whispering that this was clearly not the second young Master Jiang. Long Dan, brimming with excitement, swatted the doorman's hand away, urging him not to delay matters. Goodness, a young lady had come to seek an audience with their master. He had to grab a stool and observe the unfolding drama. As Jiang Si followed Yu Jin into the courtyard, she halted momentarily. Her purpose for visiting today was to inquire about something from young Master Yu. May I ask what brings Miss Jiang to me? Young master, Yu inquired, while Long Dan's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that their master was already aware of this young lady's identity. But wait, what was the relationship between Miss Jiang and the second young master Jiang? Jiang Si, in her past life, had been somewhat familiar with the two shadow guards, Long Dan and Lung Ying, knowing their unwavering loyalty to Yu Jin. Thus, she paid no mind to Long Dan's presence. With a flick of her wrist, she revealed a silk pouch. Why did young master you send me this? Long Dan's jaw nearly dropped. Their master had even gifted her a token of love? A man also stared in disbelief. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at Yu Jin. When had this scoundrel begun to bypass her and bestow gifts upon the young lady? How utterly shameless. I was quite taken aback to receive this item, which compelled me to seek young master Yu for clarification. I hope you do not consider my intrusion impolite, Jiang Si said earnestly. Yu Jin, suddenly realizing the situation, cleared his throat and inquired with utmost seriousness, what would Miss Jiang like to know? I wish to understand the reason behind the note that young master Yu penned. Concerned for your well-being, I felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Long Dan bit down hard on his hand. Surely, he must be dreaming. Ernyo leisurely swayed his tail as he lay between Yu Jin and Jiang Si, never having experienced such comfort before. On one side was the male master, and on the other, the female master. For a dog brimming with affection, life was truly fulfilling. Jiang Si's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip and inquired, I mean, why did you say such things about the young master of Changxing Marquis? Do you believe there is something amiss with him? Hu asked for his thoughts on the matter. Yet he nonchalantly expressed them, proving himself to be an adept flatterer. The young master of Changxing Marquis had vacant eyes and pale lips, his steps lacking vigor and strength. As Yu Jin's description unfolded, Long Dan found her feelings could no longer be described as mere astonishment. The master's portrayal of the young master of Changxing Marquis painted him as a man indulgent in excess. Why would he share such thoughts with a young lady? Hence, I conclude that the young master of Changxing Marquis is a man of lewd inclinations. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Miss Jiang should keep her distance from such a person. Jiang Si's lips twitched slightly as she remarked, Does young master you judge merely by appearance? Yu Jin nodded solemnly. The countenance reflects the heart. 5 years ago, when he was to journey to the distant south, he happened upon the marriage of a daughter from the Dongping Bo family and stealthily mingled among the guests just to catch a glimpse of her. Even then, though he was still quite naive, he felt a strong aversion to the way the young master of Changxing Marquis gazed at her. A feeling so intense he wished to pluck out those eyes. Yet, such sentiments could not be articulated to her. Could he truly claim to have been vexed by the young master of Changxing Marquis' gaze for 5 whole years? Is he truly such a jealous man? I had initially thought there was something amiss with the young master of Changxing Marquis and intended to caution my second sister, since it was merely a matter of appearance. There is nothing further to discuss. I apologize for the disturbance today. I take my leave. Jiang Si gracefully performed a greeting. Just then, a servant hurriedly reported, Master Jiang has arrived. Chapter 82, A Good Relationship. Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Yu Jin, who was equally unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. After a brief pause, Yu Jin quickly pointed towards the woodshed, urging, We must hide there. Before Jiang Si could fully comprehend the situation, a man swiftly pulled her into the woodshed. At last, they were safe. A man patted her own racing heart. However, it was not opportune to venture out again, for Jiang Zhan had already entered, carrying cooked beef. Originally, they could have explained themselves freely in the courtyard, but now, should they step outside, it would indeed be akin to jumping into the Yellow River without hope of clarification. Brother Yu, I came today specifically to reward Ernyo. Jiang Zhan beamed, waving the cooked beef in his hand. Reward Ernyo? Jiang Zhan tossed the beef over, and Ernyo leaped up, catching the parcel wrapped in oil paper, before settling at the base of a tree to feast. The enticing aroma of the beef wafted into the air. Long Dan could not help but smacked his lips. Goodness, this was the sauce beef from Zui Xiaolu, exceedingly expensive, yet its flavor was unparalleled. Something he seldom indulged in. In Dezhou, the slaughter of working cattle was strictly prohibited, the only exceptions being those that died of old age, illness, or accident. Healthy working cattle faced severe penalties if slaughtered. With limited meat supply, the beef prices in taverns were not affordable for ordinary folk. Long Dan stared hungrily at Ernyo, who was relishing the feast, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Humans are inferior to dogs. Jiang Zhan made himself comfortable, proclaiming, Today, Ernyo has accomplished a great deed, and thus deserves a reward. Long Dan blinked in surprise. Wait a moment. Could it be that the good deed Master Jiang mentioned is related to Ernyo causing a scene during the wedding? Oh, Yuchi-gu. You didn't instruct Ernyo to act that way today, did you? Yu Jin cast a furtive glance at the partially concealed gate, maintaining a serious demeanor. How could that be? Master Ji-san is my cousin. Oh, so that lad is your cousin? Jiang Zhan's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, Yuchi-gu. Do you have connections to the Ingwagong mansion? Yu Jin's expression faltered. Oh no, she had momentarily let her guard down and inadvertently revealed too much. In the woodshed, Jiang Si appeared to relish the moment, as this person took great pleasure in deceiving others. In her past life, as the merchant's son Yuchi, he had treated her like a fool, and now he had bewildered Ergo as well. It would be intriguing to see how he explained himself now. To everyone's surprise, he quickly regained his composure and sighed. Indeed, which prominent family does not have a few impoverished relatives? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan immediately displayed a sympathetic expression. Yuchi-gu, you have had it tough. In the future, keep your distance from those who look down on others. Should you find yourself in need, you can always turn to me, Jiang Zhan. Ernyo, who was enjoying his beef, grumbled discontentedly at Jiang Zhan. He despised such foolishness that discriminated against dogs. Yu Jin felt quite touched, her smile carrying a hint of deeper meaning. I am certain that there will come a time when I shall require the assistance of Master Jiang. Allow me to express my gratitude in advance. Gratitude for what? We are but brothers, who owes whom? Jiang Zhan waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. After all, Yuchi-gu was his savior, had he been a woman. According to the conventions of romantic tales, he would be obliged to offer himself in gratitude. Yet now, merely providing assistance when needed seemed quite trivial. Jiang Zhan sighed, lamenting the inadequacy of his gratitude, when suddenly a woman's shrill scream erupted from the woodshed. In a flash, the wooden door swung open, and a man dashed out, clutching her head, exclaiming, "There's a mouse." Jiang, who remained inside the shed, was utterly astonished. He never imagined that a man, who could easily take down several burly men, would be terrified of a mere rodent. In that instant, the habitual trickster, Yu Jin, was left speechless, consumed by a single thought. Jiang would surely repay kindness with enmity, wouldn't he? Just as this precarious moment unfolded, a large dog, munching on beef at the tree roots, took a few steps back for a running start and leapt into the air. Jiang Zhan, curious about the commotion, was suddenly engulfed in darkness as the dog tackled him to the ground, with its front paws pressing down on Jiang Zhan. The dog's tongue dangled just above his face, leaving him paralyzed with fear, cursing under his breath. The stench of beef was overwhelming. A man stood frozen in the courtyard, and as she regained her composure, she instinctively covered her mouth. Oh no, she thought, I've caused trouble. Yu Jin cleared his throat and pointed toward the door. A man, quick-witted, immediately understood his implication and took off running. Left alone in the woodshed, Jiang Si watched as a man disappeared from sight. Finally, Ernyo, feeling magnanimous, released his grip and ambled back to the tree roots to continue his meal. Jiang Zhan sprang to his feet with a fierce determination, charging toward Ernyo, shouting, "I'll turn you into dog meat." Yu Jin hurriedly grabbed Jiang Zhan, his expression earnest as he said, "Brother Jiang, you've misunderstood." Misunderstood what? Jiang Zhan retorted. Ernyo was merely expressing his gratitude to you just now. Yu Jin replied with a wry smile. What? That is how he shows gratitude? Jiang Zhan exclaimed. Yu Jin sighed. One cannot expect a dog to think like a human. Ernyo is a creature I have raised, and I am well aware of its character. It tends to seek closeness with people when excited. Jiang Zhan cast a suspicious glare at Ernyo, ultimately muttering, if I had raised such a dog, it would have met its end long ago. Woof. Yu Jin cast a calming glance at Ernyo, which then settled down. By the way, Brother Yuchi, who was that woman who just dashed out from the firewood room? Jiang Zhan had barely registered anything before being knocked over by Ernyo, and it was precisely because of that, despite Man's male attire, her shrill scream confirmed her femininity. He had visited Brother Yuchi many times before, but had yet to encounter any maids or servants. Could it be that the woman was Brother Yuchi's paramour? Long Dan, he felt an urge to defy propriety. Jiang Zhan shot Long Dan a look of disdain. Long Dan, he truly might act against decorum. After finally managing to send Jiang Zhan away, Yu Jin rubbed his temples, exhaling softly in relief. Jiang Si emerged from the firewood room. No need to trouble young Master Yu, Jiang Si decisively declined. Noticing the hurt expression on Yu Jin's face, undeterred by that handsome visage, she calmly remarked, "It would not be prudent to be seen." Yu Jin regarded the girl, who was keeping others at bay, and suddenly smiled faintly. "Others often see me drinking with young Master Jiang Air. It is of no consequence." Jiang Si, tall and slender, bore a striking resemblance to their late mother, making it difficult for unfamiliar onlookers to distinguish between the siblings from a distance. "Have you encountered my second brother?" Jiang Si countered. Unwilling to prolong the debate, she nodded in acquiescence. Yu Jin stood at the entrance, unable to catch sight of the girl and the large dog. Yet he lingered, hesitant to depart. Long Dan approached with a curious expression, inquiring, "My lord, was that young lady who just arrived your paramour?" Yu Jin raised his hand and playfully tapped Long Dan's head, frowning as he retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. There will certainly be someone special in the future." Chapter 83. Mistakes. Additional chapter on Tianyu and Tianyu's spiritual beast eggs. Jiang Si, having gleaned no useful information from Yu Jin, deemed it urgent to seek out Lingwu Temple and the renowned tofu mistress, Xionyang. For the time being, they would await news from Jiang Anqing regarding Lingwu Temple. While the inquiry into the tofu mistress seemed more feasible, as many were familiar with her from the chance encounter at Ludi, a man possessing commendable skills, donned male attire with remarkable authenticity, making her the most suitable candidate. Jiang Si had initially contemplated enlisting Jiang Zhan's assistance, but after a moment's reflection, she dismissed the idea, reluctantly acknowledging that her second brother was more likely to complicate matters. "It is indeed easy to gather information," the maid remarked, having casually asked a child, and learned that the tofu mistress resided not far from Ludi, in Wangjia village. Specifically the house at the village's edge closest to the river. A man chattered animatedly, seemingly eager to atone for her previous misstep, feeling quite embarrassed at having nearly caused the young lady to be caught by the second young master. However, she mentioned that the child had informed her that the tofu mistress had become a madwoman, no longer selling tofu, and spent her days weeping in seclusion. With a sympathetic sigh, a man concluded, "Let us prepare. We shall visit Wangjia village tonight." "Young lady?" A man expressed mild surprise, meeting Jiang Si's calm gaze, and nodded, refraining from further inquiries, while a flicker of excitement stirred within her. That night, when the young lady had taken her to explore Mayo Lake, and now they would venture to Wangjia village, what a thrilling life it was for a humble maidservant. As dinner time approached, Jiang Anqing brought forth delightful news. Coincidentally, your third uncle has indeed heard of Lingwu Temple. Jiang Si, having anticipated the tidings regarding the tofu beauty Xionyang, found the information about Lingwu Temple to be a pleasant surprise. Where is Lingwu Temple located? It is situated in Qingyou town on the outskirts of the capital. Though it may not compare with the renowned temples within the city, it still enjoys a decent flow of worshippers locally. As he spoke, Jiang Anqing chuckled, particularly noting that it is highly effective for those seeking love and children. Is that so? Jiang Si pondered briefly and took the opportunity to request Jiang Anqing's counsel, expressing her desire for her daughter to visit Lingwu Temple to offer incense and stay for a few days. While a respite was certainly in order, safety could not be overlooked. Were it not for the fear that his daughter might find him burdensome, he would have gladly accompanied her. Nevertheless, the thought of an old man trailing behind young adventurers seemed tiresome. He mused silently. "When does your daughter plan to set out?" "Perhaps in the next couple of days. First, she needs to arrange what to bring." Jiang Si did not provide a definitive timeline. If all went smoothly with the tofu beauty, they could visit Lingwu Temple by the day after tomorrow at the latest. If not, they would have to seek another time. Night soon descended. On this midsummer night, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars, casting shadows of flowers that danced in the gentle breeze. A chow escorted Jiang Si and a man to the entrance, softly advising, "Be careful, young lady." "Fear not, I shall be with her," a man assured, thumping his chest in guarantee. On their second nocturnal excursion, the master and servant departed the Dongping Bo mansion with ease, making their way towards the Jinshui River. At this hour, the Jinshui River bustled with activity, its broad surface dotted with an array of vessels. A three-story illuminated pleasure boat, adorned with vibrant lanterns, glistens magnificently, while nimble boats, bearing large red lanterns, weave gracefully across the river's surface. Within these exquisite vessels reside renowned courtesans of the capital, eagerly awaiting their esteemed guests amidst this splendid scenery. The phrase "the unending night" by the Golden Water River aptly describes such a vibrant spectacle. A man gazed into the distance, observing the verdant willows swaying on both banks, while the reflections of boats danced upon the water, the dazzling lights shimmering like scattered gold. A faint melody floated through the air, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. The tranquil golden water river, which appeared so serene by day, transformed into a lively hub at night. A man sighed, noticing Jiang Si's hesitation, and inquired, "Miss, why do you linger? Wang's village is not far from the willow embankment. Yet they need not approach the golden water river." Jiang Si stared at the willow embankment and the golden river, a pang of sorrow stirring within her heart. Her elder brother had perished in this very river. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Si smiled at A-Man. "Let us proceed." Under A-Man's guidance, the duo arrived at Wang's village. "Miss, the tofu fairy's home is just ahead. Shall we traverse through the village or take a detour?" Observing the dark village devoid of any lights, Jiang Si made a resolute decision. "Let us take the detour." Common folk, mindful of their fuel expenses, extinguish their lamps early and retire for the night. Yet traversing through the village would introduce numerous unknown dangers. The night breeze whispered softly, accompanied by the incessant chorus of frogs and insects. The pair ventured without a lantern, relying solely on the moonlight and starlight to navigate the unfamiliar muddy path along the village's edge. "Miss, the house on the hillside belongs to the tofu fairy." Unlike many clustered homes, the tofu fairy's abode stood alone against the hillside, devoid of neighboring dwellings. Jiang Si approached the dilapidated gate of the courtyard, her steps momentarily faltering. She did not detect the distinctive sour aroma that typically emanated from the homes of those who have long been engaged in tofu making. Concealed within the dense night, her expression shifted subtly. If her suspicions were correct, this could not be the residence of the tofu maiden. "Miss, shall we enter?" Amon, puzzled by Jiang Si's hesitation, inquired in a hushed tone. Jiang Si shook her head, letting out a low sigh. "Amon, you have been deceived by that child. This is not the tofu maiden's abode." "Why do you say that, miss?" Amon pressed. "Furthermore, any delay here would cause a corresponding delay at Lingwu Temple. With each passing day, there was a grave risk that another girl might fall victim to malevolence." Jiang Si harbored ominous suspicions regarding the son of the Marquis of Changxing. From the dialogue of the two young attendants, it was evident that in recent years, 7 or 8 girls had suffered at his hands. However, the disappearance of the tofu maiden's daughter coincided alarmingly close to the latest victim. This indicated that the Marquis's son was increasingly depraved, with the intervals between his predations likely becoming ever shorter. Undoubtedly, her mere presence at the Marquis's residence may have provoked him. Consequently, Jiang Si felt an acute sense of urgency. As she wrestled with her thoughts, the decaying gate of the courtyard suddenly swung open. Amon gasped and quickly pulled Jiang Si aside. A figure emerged from the courtyard, pausing at the threshold. Jiang Si's eyes widened in alarm. The individual held a cleaver in hand. Chapter 84. The attacker bathed in the silvery moonlight. The person appeared to be around 40 years of age. Short in stature, yet robustly built. The man lingered at the doorway for a moment, tucking the kitchen knife into his embrace, before striding into the night. "Miss, do you think that man intends to commit murder?" A man whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, betraying his anxiety. "Or perhaps he has already slain this family." "There is no scent of blood," Jiang Si remarked, her gaze fixed on the man, who was nearly swallowed by the darkness. A man bit his lip in distress. "So it seems. He truly means to kill." At this juncture, A man's apprehension mounted, and he instinctively clutched Jiang Si's sleeve. "Miss, what shall we do?" This unforeseen circumstance had taken Jiang Si by surprise as well. While she had contemplated many scenarios regarding their night exploration of Wang's village, she had never anticipated stumbling upon an ongoing murder. "A man, can you handle that individual?" The maid assessed, noting that despite the man's robust physique, his gait revealed a lack of martial training. Such a person should pose no challenge for her. After a moment of contemplation, as the man's shadow vanished from sight, Jiang Si resolved firmly, "Let us follow him and see." Facing such a situation, turning a blind eye would weigh heavily on her conscience, but their safety must come first. Jiang Si understood clearly that goodwill exceeding one's capabilities is not benevolence, but folly, especially when it could endanger those around her, rendering it even more foolish. "All right." Upon hearing Jiang Si's words, A man's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, A man was still a young girl, unaccustomed to the storms of life, even with her skills. Such a situation would naturally evoke tension, yet this tension did not equate to fear. For the audacious maid, The thrill of tracking a potential assailant far surpasses the mundane task of searching for a tofu vendor in the enveloping darkness. My lady, I wonder where that man has gone, she pondered, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Just a few steps forward, Jiang Si appeared to move in a specific direction. A man glanced around and whispered, "How do you know?" Jiang Si replied softly, "That man has been drinking the potent aroma of inferior white liquor." Even from a distance and amidst the thick night, unmistakably guided her senses. How could she discern that he had been drinking? A man mused, yet decided it would be prudent to follow Jiang Si without question. The pair, arms linked, advanced a short distance before Jiang Si halted abruptly. A man quickly mirrored her stop, pointing ahead. "My lady, look, he is over there." The man lingered about 10 paces away, loitering outside a household's courtyard wall. A man pulled Jiang Si behind a large tree at the entrance of a home, both observing the man's movements intently. At last, the man took action, maneuvering several bricks to ascend through a gap in the surrounding wall. The two exchanged a knowing glance and stealthily followed suit. "This place appears even more dilapidated than his own," a man remarked as they stood beneath the breached wall. However, a complex expression crossed Jiang Si's face. Through the wall, she could already detect the distinctive astringency of the beans, a scent that seemed to have permeated every brick and tile of this dwelling, undoubtedly cultivated over time. If Wang's village boasted no other tofu purveyor, then this household was likely the residence of the renowned tofu seller, Xiaonyang. In that moment, a wave of sentiment washed over Jiang Si. Kindness may indeed be rewarded. Had she chosen to refrain from meddling, it is likely that by the time they arrived here, the tofu vendor would have already met with misfortune, thereby complicating her intended endeavor significantly. "Amon, you should enter first and then open the door for me from the inside." "Hurry," urged Jiang Si. Amon nodded, stepping onto the mud bricks that the man had placed against the wall. With both hands gripping the edge of the wall, she exerted herself, launching her body into the air and landing silently on the other side of the barrier. Soon, the courtyard door was gently opened, and Jiang Si, who had been waiting, swiftly slipped inside. "Miss, the man has entered the room," Amon whispered. Jiang Si hurried deeper into the house, with Amon quickly following in her wake. The room was shrouded in darkness, with even the moon retreating behind the clouds and the stars dimming, rendering the world around them increasingly murky. Much like the emotions of the two companions at that moment. Suddenly, a noise caused them to halt involuntarily, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. "Damn it, it's pitch black. I can't see anything." The muttered curses, though soft, were distinctly audible to both. It turned out that the sound was merely the man inadvertently knocking something over. The main room's door stood wide open, with only a half curtain separating it from the inner chamber. The man had already ventured inside, and for the moment, silence enveloped the space. At this juncture, Amon dared not utter another word, instead seeking Jiang Si's gaze for guidance. Conversely, Jiang Si appeared unfazed, with calmness. She lifted the curtain to peer inside. In the dimly lit room, the man stood motionless by the earthen bed, fixated on the figure lying upon it. As the figure on the Kong turned over, a muffled voice, tinged with a sob, emerged. "Nyo nyo." Amon's eyes widened instantaneously, sparkling like stars in the darkness. To her astonishment, this was indeed the home of the tofu maiden. Unable to contain her excitement, she tugged at Jiang Si's sleeve, her heart fluttering with unexpected joy. Jiang Si gently shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. Amon quickly nodded in compliance. At that moment, anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spine. A woman lay on the Kong, mumbling in her dreams, while a man stood by with a kitchen knife concealed in his grasp. Merely half a foot away, two young maidens stood quietly behind the curtain. Such an absurd and bizarre tableau could send shivers through the bravest of hearts. The man seemed oblivious to Jiang Si and Amon's presence, his senses dulled by alcohol. He gazed dreamily at the light filtering through the window, greedily fixated on the figure on the Kong. After a moment, he retrieved the kitchen knife from his bosom and placed it beside the Kong, rubbing his hands together. Amon tilted her head, puzzled by the knife. Was he intent on murder? Why set the weapon down? Soon, she would discover the answer. The man suddenly lifted the thin blanket draped over the woman and squeezed onto the Kong beside her. Jiang Si quickly pulled Amon back, mimicking a slicing motion with her hand. Understanding, Amon seized the man's back collar with one hand and swung the other down heavily upon his nape. The man emitted a muffled groan and succumbed to unconsciousness as Amon dragged him off the Kong with one hand. Jiang Si pointed towards the door, and Amon understood immediately. Tossing the lifeless man into the main room, Jiang Si followed, delicately flicking her nails, dispersing a powder so fine it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye into the man's nostrils. Inhaling this enchanting powder ensures that the man will remain in a deep slumber until dawn. At that moment, the woman on the Kong suddenly sat up, her voice hoarse and frantic as she cried out, "Nuno, my Nuno." Chapter 85, The Return of the Soul. A thin curtain separated them, through which the sound of the woman getting out of bed was distinctly audible. Amon stood in stunned silence. Jiang Si pointed towards the western room. Amon, carrying the unconscious man, took off running. The western room was not like the eastern one. It had no torn fabric curtain. Fortunately, it too had a window with an earthen Kong, providing a hasty refuge. After Amon placed the man on the Kong, she belatedly realized, "Oh no, I left the girl behind." However, Jiang Si remained remarkably composed. Listening to the woman's footsteps, she took out an object and placed it on the ground, standing close to the wall. After some time apart, the once alluring tofu beauty now appeared gaunt and emaciated. She seemed to be caught between wakefulness and slumber, completely oblivious to Jiang Si, and walked straight past her, stepping on the object Jiang Si had just placed down. A faint sound echoed. The beautiful woman halted, bent down, and picked up the item. In the dim light, the object in her hand appeared dark, its outline barely discernible. It was a hairpin. Jiang Si was uncertain whether the pin belonged to the beautiful woman's daughter. It was merely a possibility. The copper hairpin, having fallen among the peony flowers, could belong to the beautiful woman's daughter, or perhaps to a girl who had previously met with misfortune. Jiang Si intended to use this copper hairpin to gauge the beautiful woman's reaction, for if it indeed belonged to her daughter, it would facilitate the subsequent enactment of the illusion. Amon stealthily approached Jiang Si, her gaze filled with compassion for the seemingly deranged Xiaonyang. Jiang Si let out a gentle sigh. Xiaonyang had been wailing in the courtyard for a while before she suddenly flung open the gate and dashed out, her anguished cries echoing in the distance. "Nyo, where are you? Why are you hiding from your mother? Just come out, and I shall grant you anything you desire." Outside, a commotion ensued, with others advising, "Enough, enough, Xiaonyang is pitiable. Why argue with her? Let her make a scene. Once she tires, she will rest." Heavy sighs filled the air. Amon, hiding at the gate, whispered, "Miss, I truly believe Xiaonyang has lost her mind. Why do you seek her? Just wait a moment and refrain from speaking. Merely observe," came the calm, yet resolute voice of the girl from the darkness. Although Amon was capable of overpowering several men, her heart was exceedingly tender, and upon hearing this, tears streamed down her cheeks. It turned out that Xiaonyang's daughter had gone to purchase osmanthus cakes for her mother, and Xiaonyang was indeed most unfortunate. Amon grew anxious. "Miss, what if Xiaonyang comes to the West Room? She could easily incapacitate that scoundrel man. Yet she seems unable to harm the pitiable Xiaonyang." "Miss." Jiang Si rested her hand on the doorframe, quietly observing the scene outside. Xiaonyang, her hair disheveled, rushed in, perhaps too hastily, and stumbled forward as she ascended the steps, falling at the threshold of the main hall. The copper hairpin in her hand slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground nearby. Amon instinctively took a half-step back. In response, Jiang Si turned her palm over, and a few twinkling fireflies emerged, casting a faint glow as they glided toward Xiaonyang. The entire process went unnoticed by anyone except for the master of the Will-o'-the-Wisps. Xiaonyang continued her arduous crawl towards the copper hairpin, while a man remained startled, her mouth slightly agape. At that moment, a voice echoed softly, "Mother." A man quickly covered her mouth, watching as Jiang Si approached Xiaonyang with a look of near despair. "Dear girl, must you be so frightening?" Xiaonyang, however, reacted even more intensely. Forgetting the copper hairpin, she abruptly lifted her head, staring blankly at the young girl standing not far away. The girl had waist-length hair, and in the absence of light, her delicate face appeared hazy and pale in the darkness. Nyo, Xiaonyang's daughter, excitedly scrambled to her feet. The girl's voice was calm and unyielding. "Mother, do not come near me, or I shall leave." Xiaonyang abruptly halted her advance, stammering, "I won't come close. Mother won't approach. Nyo, please don't go." After a moment, Xiaonyang gazed at her daughter with longing. "Nyo, where have you been these days? Mother has missed you terribly." The girl sighed softly. "Mother, the truth is, your daughter is already dead." Hidden in the West Room, a man was taken aback. Xiaonyang suddenly covered her mouth, trembling violently. She appeared desperate to rush forward and embrace her long-missed daughter, yet the words of her child held her motionless. "Mother, please listen carefully." Xiaonyang nodded through her tears. Jiang Si observed, feeling a pang of compassion, yet she understood that this performance must continue. She believed this was also what Xiaonyang's daughter wished to convey to her mother. "Mother, your daughter was killed by the heir of the Marquis of Changxing." The heir of the Changxing Marquis, captivated by his daughter's beauty, brought her to the Changxing Marquis's estate. After subjecting her to unspeakable indignities, he cruelly took her life and buried her beneath the peonies in their garden. As she lay in eternal slumber, the daughter could hear her mother's calls each night, which allowed her to appear for one final farewell. The young woman bit her lip, emitting a muffled sound of despair. A tear rolled down her cheek as she whispered, "Mother, my death was tragic. You must avenge me." A fierce gleam ignited in the mother's eyes as she declared, "I shall certainly kill that beast, avenge my child." A sigh interrupted, "Mother, you cannot confront the heir of the Changxing Marquis directly. The Changxing Marquis's estate is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. If you were to face harm at the hands of the heir, I would never find peace in death." The mother paused, murmuring, "How then should I seek vengeance?" Chapter 86. Beyond the shadows, the question of how to exact revenge is indeed worthy of contemplation. If this vengeance were to end in mutual destruction between the victim and the perpetrator, Jiang Si would deem it a failure, especially if she were to lead such an endeavor, putting other innocent lives at risk. This is a red line. Revenge should serve to enhance her life, not transform her into a monstrous version of herself. On the 19th of May, Lord Zhan, the esteemed official set to assume the position of Shuntian prefect, will be resting at a post 30 miles outside the capital. If you are able to meet Lord Zhan and share the tragic fate of your daughter, he will advocate on your behalf. The position of the Shuntian prefect is elevated by 2 or 3 ranks above that of an ordinary governor. It sounds prestigious, yet it is fraught with challenges. Many who have held the title of Shuntian prefect have not lasted for several years, with some unable to endure even 2 or 3 months. By the summer of the 18th year of the Jingming era, the inspector Zhen Shiqing was appointed to the position, finally establishing some stability in this role. Zhen Shiqing was renowned as a righteous official during his tenure in the local domain, and upon his departure, he was honored with 1,000 umbrellas from the grateful populace. He was known throughout the Great Zhou for his integrity and commitment to justice. Yu Qi once expressed admiration for him, deeming Zhen Shiqing a truly respectable individual. Although such a person may lack the power to avert the rise and fall of a dynasty, he serves as the cornerstone of the people's trust. Jiang Si's clear recollection of the date of Zhan's arrival in the capital was due to a significant event that transpired that day. At the temporary inn where Zhan paused, a person suddenly perished. This individual was the brother of the newly favored concubine, Consort Yang. Although the Emperor Jingming was well informed about the affairs within the court, he possessed a notable flaw. He was easily swayed and could not resist the persistent pleas of favored concubines. It is essential to note that the effectiveness of this persuasion rests on the favored status of the concubine. Should an unfavored concubine attempt the same, she would receive but a dismissive response. The outcry from Consort Yang regarding her brother's death thus became a matter of great concern throughout the capital. The first case Zhen Shiqing encountered upon his arrival in Beijing was the sudden death of Yang Guojiao, and after the truth of the matter was revealed, he was able to successfully navigate the situation and secure his position as Shuntian prefect. However, prior to the resolution of the case, Zhen Shiqing found himself in quite a predicament. When Yang Guojiao suddenly passed away, they were all present at the inn. Yang Fei, unable to contain her anger, unjustly directed her ire towards Lord Zhan, thereby complicating the investigation significantly. Initially, Lord Zhan found himself embroiled in suspicion due to the slanders of those with ulterior motives. "Mother, remember, if you wish to see Lord Zhan that day, you must wait along the road before his arrival at the inn. Otherwise, once he enters and is guarded by the constables, you will be unable to meet him." The young girl spoke softly, meticulously detailing the necessary steps. If Xiaonyang could intercept Lord Zhan in advance, it would allow him to avoid the turmoil surrounding Yang Guojiao's demise, thus sparing him considerable trouble. "Have you taken note, mother?" Xiaonyang nodded repeatedly, affirming her understanding. Jiang Si, still somewhat apprehensive, reiterated with urgency, "You must not act impulsively. Otherwise, if something were to befall you, there would be no one left to seek justice for your daughter." The young girl gently stepped back. Xiaonyang was taken aback. "Nyo. Mother must take her leave now. You should get some rest." and please remember to take care of yourself." However, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and her eyelids grew heavy, eventually succumbing to slumber. Jiang Si swiftly caught the fainting Xionyang. "Amon, assist her inside." Amon remained in a state of shock. "Amon," Jiang Si urged, her tone firm. "Yes." Amon finally snapped back to reality, groggily approaching and supporting Xionyang under her arm. Once Xionyang was settled, Jiang Si placed the copper hairpin she had picked up from the ground beside her pillow. After casting one last glance at the peacefully sleeping woman, Jiang Si sighed softly and made her way to the western room. On the Kong of the Westinghouse lay a man, who had attempted to violate Xionyang in the dead of night. "What shall we do with this man, my lady?" A man inquired in a hushed tone. "What about the kitchen knife?" Jiang Si coldly remarked, gesturing the blade towards the man's lower region. "Let us sever it." "What?" A man gasped, cradling her chin in disbelief. The shock she had endured today was overwhelming. Heaven bear witness, she was merely a delicate maidservant. In the shadows, Yu Jin instinctively reached down, feeling a chilling breeze at his groin. Surely, he must have misheard. "Are we not to take action?" The maiden, maintaining her composure, spoke with an unsettling calmness akin to discussing the day's meals. "Of course, I mean to remove his vile instrument that harms women." Yu Jin was left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend her words. "My lady, allow me," he stammered as he noticed his mistress preparing to act. Trembling, a man accepted the knife, her gaze falling upon the slumbering man, appearing blissfully ignorant. A twinge of envy arose within her as she steeled her resolve and raised the knife. Eugene held his breath in anticipation. "Wait." A man exhaled in relief. "If we do this here, blood will be shed. Let us first move him." She hurriedly stowed the knife and lifted the man. Jiang Si meticulously examined the surroundings, ensuring no trace was left behind before departing from Xionyang's home. The entire village remained shrouded in darkness, with distant flickers of light visible along the banks of the Jinshui River. Jiang Si walked forward in silence, while a man, bearing the weighty figure of the man, followed closely behind. After an indefinite period of travel, Jiang Si finally came to a halt. She paused in front of a residence, where, illuminated by the faint starlight, it became apparent that the courtyard walls were taller than those of neighboring houses, and the white walls adorned with green tiles suggested the structure had been erected no more than 2 years prior. Jiang Si gestured towards the entrance, indicating to a man to set the man down. "Remove his trousers." A man blinked in surprise, realizing that Jiang Si was not jesting. With a resigned expression, she closed her eyes and yanked the man's trousers down, revealing his pale backside. Eugene, who had been trailing behind the master and servant, looked up at the sky and let out a soft sigh. Heaven knows how much self-control he had to muster to resist the impulse to intervene. Did that foolish girl not realize that casually gazing at another man's posterior could lead to dire consequences? "Hand me the kitchen knife." A man was on the verge of tears. "Miss, allow the servant to do it instead, lest you dirty your hands. Just a slice on his backside will suffice, as long as he does not perish." After all, lacking experience, causing such a mishap could lead to troublesome consequences, Jiang Si thought with a hint of regret. "Let us proceed." With a cold gaze, she observed as a man completed her task, then took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. The duo gradually left Wang's village behind, yet Jiang Si abruptly halted. "How long do you intend to follow us?" Chapter 87. Threat who? Upon hearing Jiang Si's words, a man jumped in alarm, immediately scanning the surroundings with trepidation. Jiang Si fixed her gaze on a particular direction, her lips pressed tightly together. A tall, slender figure gradually emerged from the shadows. "Why are you here?" a man exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Si, however, felt no surprise. His scent, familiar to her from both past and present, was unmistakable. How could she not recognize it once he drew near? "Am I to wait here?" a man inquired. "Young master, you. Please follow me," Jiang Si stated as she walked ahead. Eugene, bracing himself, trailed her, though internally he was rife with confusion. How had he been discovered despite his meticulous concealment? Surely, she would not come to regard him as a perverse stalker? The two proceeded for more than 10 paces before coming to a halt. Jiang Si abruptly turned, her expression composed, and inquired, "Young master, you. Why do you follow me?" Eugene gently touched his nose. Given her forthrightness, he had no choice but to embrace his audacity. "Miss Jiang, you are mistaken. I am not following you, but rather safeguarding you." "Safeguarding me?" Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. "Young master, you. Do you take me for a child? We are not kin. Nor have I solicited your assistance." What brings you here under the guise of protection? Yu Jin let out a soft sigh. His voice possessed the clarity of youth intertwined with the gravity of maturity. That sigh was akin to a gentle morning breeze caressing the heart. In that moment, she couldn't help but wonder how a man could possess such a wealth of words, even assisting her in selecting the shade of lip balm she desired, which ultimately benefited a certain scoundrel. Yu Jin noticed that the young woman seemed to be lost in thought. Here he stood, a living presence before her. Yet she appeared utterly distracted. What protection fee? He mused. I still owe Miss Jiang 1,000 taels of silver, and you certainly would not permit me to sell myself to settle the debt. He wore a look of lament, yet continued, You see, when I owe money, my conscience is troubled. Let us consider that 1,000 taels as a fee for your protection. Henceforth, your safety shall rest in my hands. As Jiang Si listened, her eyes widened with disbelief. Is it truly possible to calculate it this way? Young master, you also took notice. My maidservant possesses commendable skills. There is no need for your protection, young master. You may consider the 1,000 taels of silver as a temporary debt. After speaking, Jiang Si cast a frosty glance at Yu Jin. I hope there will be no further incidents of being followed by you. Otherwise, I shall regard you as a lecherous man. Yu Jin gazed at Jiang Si in astonishment. Had she not yet begun to view him as a lecher? What a kind-hearted and soft-natured girl she was. What? The very same girl, who just moments ago was deemed virtuous, was contemplating the severing of a man's essence? How amusing. Should such a man, who, emboldened by drink, would scale walls under the cover of night to prey upon widows, be allowed to keep his essence until the time for slaughtering pigs? Young master, I bid you farewell. Jiang Si slightly bowed to Yu Jin and gestured for a man to follow her. She could not help but consider herself fortunate. This time, she was being followed by Yu Qi. Based on her understanding of him, even if he found her actions with a man peculiar, he would remain tight-lipped. Had it been someone else, merely contemplating such a possibility would have caused her to frown. Had it been another, she would likely have had to expend much more effort. Her supernatural abilities were learned from Elder Wumiao, who led the entire Wumiao clan with his remarkable skills. Compared to the tangible techniques of combat, supernatural powers could bring death in silence, embodying a far more terrifying and enigmatic existence. Within the Wumiao clan, few young girls possessed the talent for supernatural abilities, and the most exceptional among them would be designated as the Saintess, serving as the heir to Elder Wumiao. The Elder and the Saintess constituted the spiritual backbone of the Wumiao clan. Saintess A Sang was the granddaughter of Elder Wumiao, but it was not solely due to her lineage that she ascended to the role of Saintess. Asen became the Saintess due to her exceptional talent, and after her demise, the news of her passing was withheld for the sake of the stability of the Wumiao clan. It was only when she found herself in the southern frontier that she fortuitously survived under the name of Asen. Although she had learned some arcane skills, she had little opportunity to demonstrate them in her previous life, nor had she ever engaged in acts of murder or silencing others. Tonight, the one tracking her was Yu Qi, rather than an unfamiliar stranger, which spared her considerable trouble. Is Miss Jiang leaving just like that? Yu Jin inquired with a smile. Jiang Si halted her steps, casting a serious glance at Yu Jin. What do you mean by that, young master? Yu Jin stepped closer, his masculine essence enveloping her in an instant. I shall inform young master Jiang. Just moments ago, Jiang Si had been brimming with confidence. She intends to kill and silence. She would tell young master Jiang that his seemingly delicate sister had ventured to the village by Jinshui River under the cover of night, tracking a drunken man, and had even rendered him unconscious, preparing to sever his manhood. Additionally, she had disguised herself as a ghost. As she recounted these events, Yu Jin nearly succumbed to laughter. Over the years, the woman he admired had always been remarkably unique. What do you truly desire? Jiang Si was thoroughly infuriated. How had she not recognized this scoundrel's shamelessness before, resorting to such despicable threats against a woman? Yu Jin chuckled softly. Does Miss Jiang not see it yet? I am indeed threatening you. Since the guise of a modest gentleman failed to win her affection, he resolved to be himself. Regardless of how persistently he pursued her, shamelessly or otherwise, she would be his for a lifetime. Jiang Si bit her lip in anger. He was audaciously threatening her. Young master, do not presume that your friendship with my second brother renders you immune to my actions. In this moment, Jiang Si genuinely contemplates administering a lesson to this scoundrel. Is Miss Jiang contemplating murder to silence him? Yu Jin produces a dagger and places it in Jiang Si's hand, his eyes sparkling with mischief in the night. I assure you, I will not resist. Jiang Si grips the dagger tightly, Its icy handle calms her, yet she hesitates to act. If Miss Jiang cannot bring herself to strike, she gazes up at the nonchalant man before her, pondering whether he will utter the hypocritical words suggesting that if she cannot act, he shall take matters into his own hands. The man before her chuckles, saying, "Then I shall continue to threaten you." Jiang Si. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and suppresses the urge to commit murder. "Let us have a proper conversation." Yu Jin chuckles softly. "That suits me perfectly. Miss Jiang, come with me." They journey westward, traversing the silent, deserted streets and alleys until Yu Jin halts. "My lady, where is he taking us?" The trio finds themselves at the entrance of Casey Alley. Since a serious discussion is in order, home would be the most convenient place. If Miss Jiang finds it unsuitable, we can go to your residence as well. Yu Jin thoughtfully suggests. You scoundrel." A man points accusingly at Yu Jin, rendered speechless. Are these young ladies so easily swayed by handsome men? Jiang Si glances at Yu Jin and strides into the alley first. "To your house." A man. Do not converse with her. Her emotions are rather complicated. Chapter 88. Nocturnal conversations in the study. The tranquility of the dimly lit alley is disrupted by the faint sound of footsteps. The door swung open swiftly, and the attendant respectfully stepped aside. However, Yu Jin did not enter immediately. Instead, he slightly turned and gestured invitingly. Jiang Si hesitated for a brief moment, deliberately disregarding the astonished gaze of the attendant as she glided past. Even as the grand door closed with a swift motion, the attendant remained in a dazed state. Inside the chamber, Long Dan was peering out the window, while Lung Ying lay on her back, breathing shallowly. Lung Ying stirred slightly, opening her eyes expressionlessly before shutting them again and turning over. Sharing a room with such a gossip-loving individual was quite enough. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if the master had found an admirer. Oddly, where was Ernyo? Long Dan's curiosity piqued, for typically, Ernyo would be more eager than he. Meanwhile, Ernyo, nestled in the shadows, leisurely wagged his tail, his snout pointed skyward. Foolish humans. Is this truly the time to intrude? Yu Jin led Jiang Si into the room and paused in the main hall, contemplating. Although he yearned to escort her to the bedroom ahem, there would be ample time ahead. Scaring her off would be a regrettable loss. Let us proceed to the study. Then, Jiang Si nodded in agreement. A man hastily followed suit, determined to fiercely defend the maiden's honor. "A man, please wait outside," Jiang Si spoke lightly. "A man," Yu Jin chuckled heartily, feeling a surge of good spirits. Despite being perplexed by the disdain and wariness she exhibited each time they met, he realized that this silly girl likely did not comprehend that her willingness to share a room with a man at such a late hour was a testament to her acknowledgement of his character. It seemed he held a rather esteemed place in her heart after all. Suddenly, Yu Jin felt a swell of confidence regarding the future. Jiang Si, in her past life, had been entirely unaware that Yu Jin had such a refuge. Upon entering the study, she couldn't help but take in her surroundings. The study is adorned in a simple manner, with a tall bookshelf against the wall on the right, and a long desk positioned by the window. Scattered atop the desk are an inkstone, a brush holder, and a paperweight, while a low couch rests against the opposite wall. There are no incense burners or vases, and the bookshelf holds but a few volumes. Instead, the flickering flames of the candles in the candelabrum illuminate the entire room, exuding a style reminiscent of Yu Qi. Upon observing this, a thought flickered through Jiang Si's mind. "Please take a seat. I shall fetch some water," she offered. "No need," Yu Jin replied, already stepping outside. Jiang Si pressed her lips together, casually selecting a chair to sit upon. Now is not the time for tea, perhaps warm water would suffice. She accepted the teacup with gratitude. "What does Miss Jiang prefer to drink?" "I shall prepare it next time," he inquired. The words honey water nearly escaped her lips, but were forcefully swallowed. "There's no need for trouble. I likely won't impose on young Master Yu again. Let's discuss today's matters instead. How would Miss Jiang like to proceed with the discussion?" Yu Jin leaned slightly forward, appearing quite accommodating. He possessed a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes, their pupils dark and lustrous like gems, sparkling with a captivating allure as they shifted. Jiang Si instinctively pulled back, displeased, furrowing her brow. It was unbecoming of a gentleman to behave so frivolously towards a girl he had scarcely met a few times. "Since when has young Master Yu begun to follow me?" Yu Jin suddenly laughed. "Miss Jiang, this is hardly the attitude for a proper discussion. Do not forget, it is I who am threatening you now, not the other way around." This girl, seeking to dominate him so soon, was truly audacious. Surely he would only be willing after they were wed. With closed eyes and a deep breath, she suppressed the urge to eliminate the threat. "How shall we converse?" asked young Master Yu. Jiang Si bit her lip lightly, realizing that this scoundrel was indeed one who took advantage without consequence. "Very well, then. You may begin with your inquiries," she conceded. Yu Jin idly toyed with his teacup, his gaze sweeping gently across the fair visage of the young girl. She seemed to be sulking, and he found her anger oddly enchanting, longing to steal a kiss. Suddenly, a shadow of uncertainty clouded his eyes, settling on her exquisitely curved lips. It must be said, the girl possessed an extraordinary allure. Her lips, naturally tinted a most enticing shade of pink, glistened with a moisture that betrayed no hint of lines. Yu Jin's gaze deepened with intensity. Jiang Si inexplicably felt the air in the room grow stifling. The silhouettes of the two were cast upon the gauzy window, and in that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still. In the courtyard, Long Dan remained fixated on the window, his heart racing with anxiety. The phrase "frustrated by one's own inadequacy" perfectly encapsulated the young guard's current sentiments. "So, returning to my earlier question, when did young Master Yu begin following me?" "It is not following, but rather protection," Yu Jin clarified, noting the girl's rising ire. He continued, unhurried, "It was after you departed from my presence." "Why?" Yu Jin chuckled lightly. "That constitutes your second question." Jiang Si inhaled quietly, her tone icy as she replied. "You may proceed. How did Miss Jiang come to discover that the heir of the Changxing Marquis was a threat to women?" Feigning the spirit of a lost daughter speaking to her mother, Jiang Si's words had been clear to the hidden Yu Jin. Had that beast done something to Jiang Si? Otherwise, how could such a young girl possess this knowledge? Jiang Si sighed softly, fully aware of the inquiry that was about to unfold. However, she comprehended Yu Qi's nature. If she were to evade the question today, he would promptly resort to drastic measures against the heir of the Changxing Marquis, demonstrating both decisiveness and impetuosity. She had no intention of allowing the heir to be so easily disposed of. That night, while wandering through the Marquis's garden, she inadvertently stumbled upon the young heir's servant burying a body. Overhearing their conversation and thus acquiring knowledge of the matter, Yu Jin abruptly rose to his feet. In a moment of panic, Jiang Si stood before him, obstructing his path. "Where are you going?" Chapter 89. Compensation. The two found themselves in close proximity, her ears catching the rapid cadence of his breathing, while his gaze roamed over the delicate curve of her neck. Outside the window, their silhouettes intertwined. Long Dan gaped in astonishment. Inside, Jiang Si, sensing the awkwardness of the moment, retreated a step but still barred his way. Yu Jin could not suppress a smile. "Does Miss Jiang believe I am departing somewhere far? I merely intend to visit the cleansing room." A flush crept across Jiang Si's face. How could a grown man casually mention his destination in front of a young lady? What audacity! Yet, it dawned on her that Yu Qi was still, in essence, a youth, perhaps yet to grasp the awareness that comes with manhood. Indeed, this must be the reason for the discomfort she felt upon their reunion. Yu Jin noticed the subtle shifts in her expression and felt an inexplicable irritation, as if she were pondering something displeasing to him. He resumed his seat. "Aren't you headed to the cleansing room?" Jiang Si regained her composure, furrowing her brow in inquiry. "Since Miss Jiang is reluctant to see me leave, then I shall forego my visit," Yu Jin replied earnestly. "I can endure." Jiang Si's temples throbbed in frustration. She was determined to eliminate that scoundrel. Yu Jin suddenly leaned forward, his handsome face magnified before her. "Shall we continue our conversation?" She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to resort to violence. Jiang Si maintained a stiff smile at the corner of her lips. "Let us talk." "Then it's my turn to inquire." Yu Jin straightened his posture, grinning amiably. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. "Earlier, young Master Yu asked me how I discovered the Crown Prince of Changxing's misdeeds against women. Now it is my turn to pose a question." The youth across the table blinked innocently. "Miss Jiang has already asked." Jiang Si was taken aback. Yu Jin chuckled. "Just now, Miss Jiang inquired where I was headed." Jiang Si, observing the girl on the verge of losing her composure, Yu Jin reached out to ruffle her hair affectionately, his tone betraying a hint of indulgence. "All right, if you wish to ask, please do. I shall speak freely and without reservation." This foolish girl, who cared about such trivial matters when he was willing to dedicate himself entirely to her, was quibbling over a mere question. Jiang Si tilted her head to the side. "Young Master Yu, please conduct yourself with decorum." The hand resting atop her head paused, and Yu Jin sighed, lowering his gaze. "I believe I must step out for a moment. Miss Jiang may be unaware, but I possess a peculiar quirk. What quirk? When I'm in a foul mood, I tend to have murderous thoughts. Conveniently, the Crown Prince of Changxing is no virtuous character. Tonight, I shall take care of him. And then there will be no worries regarding the dog food for Niu in the coming days. The large dog lying beside Long Dan, wagging its tail, disdainfully looked up. It is rather finicky. Jiang Si stared intently at Yu Jin, and after a long moment, she asked, "Can I interpret this as you threatening me once more?" Yu Jin chuckled, her clear laughter drifting through the window to the outside world. Long Dan scratched his head, curiosity igniting a sense of urgency within him. Such behavior from young master Yu was hardly befitting of a gentleman. Yu Jin nodded, acknowledging, "I am aware. Can a gentleman truly wed the woman of his heart?" The distinction between the worthy and the unworthy is all too apparent. It seemed that Jiang Si had intended to remark that one would struggle to find a wife, yet upon considering the other party's status, she silently swallowed those words. The esteemed seventh prince could hardly be troubled by such concerns. Did Miss Jiang truly harbor compassion for the life of the young master of the Changxing Marquis? With a cold smile, Jiang Si responded, "Some individuals, even sacrificing their lives, cannot atone for the sins they have committed. One life is scarcely sufficient. What of those young girls whose vibrant years were cruelly extinguished by that beast? What of the grieving families who have lost their beloved daughters? The Changxing Marquis and his wife, having raised a son like the young master, bear no responsibility in this matter?" She could not bear to witness the Changxing Marquis's household remaining resplendent after the abrupt demise of the young master, just as in her previous life. They did not deserve such outward splendor. Hearing Jiang Si's words, Yu Jin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. He had suspected as much. How could a girl who remained unperturbed at the thought of severing a man's essence show mercy towards a brute? In his eyes, such an act was not kindness, but rather folly. Thus, he implored young Master Yu to refrain from meddling, lest he ruin her plans. Yu Jin wore a troubled expression, yet, without bloodshed. "I find it impossible to restore my spirits. Perhaps I shall not sleep well for days to come. Miss Jiang, are you not prepared to offer some form of recompense for such a significant sacrifice on my part?" Jiang Si was taken aback. What, exactly, had he sacrificed? In a previous life, this scoundrel was undoubtedly not one to adhere to conventions. If he desired something, there was nothing he could not accomplish. Yu Qixing, raised within the royal family, stood out distinctly compared to his brothers, who were all eager to display their virtues for the throne. "What compensation do you seek?" Jiang Si inquired icily. The tofu beauty, Xionyangzi, had been arranged for the time being, and there were matters at Lingwu Temple that required her attention. She had no time to squander here. Suddenly, Yu Jin leaned forward and lightly pecked the smooth, fair forehead of the girl. Jiang Si felt as if struck by lightning, remaining unresponsive for a considerable time. All done, Yu Jin declared with a satisfied smile. To her astonishment, she had not been harmed. Indeed, fortune favored the bold while the timid perished. It was only then that Jiang Si regained her senses and slapped Yu Jin. Amon, stationed in the main hall, glanced skyward. As long as the young lady was unharmed, all was well. The crisp sound of the slap resonated clearly, even reaching the ears of a lone person and a dog in the courtyard. Niu raised a paw to cover his eyes. Had the master been struck? It was truly a sight unfit for viewing. Long Dan instinctively swallowed, surprised by the remarkable agility of the lady brought by his master. That was because the master did not evade, Lung Ying remarked coldly, having approached unnoticed. "What brings you here? If you crouch any longer, the master might very well strike you down tomorrow." Niu shook his fur. At this moment, the advantages of being a dog became evident. It could watch for as long as it pleased, shaking all the while, glaring at the boy before her, whose smile was as shallow as a puddle. Jiang Si trembled with anger. How dare he treat her so frivolously, and with such audacity, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yu Jin leaned languidly against the back of the chair, a vivid red palm print gracing his cheek. "Miss Jiang, let us discuss serious matters. My spirits have been restored. Do you not find your earlier actions rather shameless?" With a casual shrug, he remarked, "But this is precisely the compensation I desire. Otherwise, I might resort to drastic measures." His eyes glinted with mischief as he continued, "Miss Jiang, we are not intimately acquainted. Why should I acquiesce to any random demand you propose? That is not how reason operates. If one cannot exert power over another, then an equitable exchange is the only rational course." Jiang Si felt a surge of frustration. Where did he conjure such absurd logic? Yu Jin's tone shifted. "Of course, while I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am indeed a man. I kissed you, Miss Jiang, and I am willing to take responsibility. Would you consider marrying me? He posed the question nonchalantly, yet the grip of his hands at his sides betrayed his inner tension. Chapter 90. Rejection. Yu Jin awaited her answer with a fervor akin to that of a pilgrim. He approached her with calculated caution, having long harbored this inquiry. Should she consent, he would brave any obstacles that stood in the way of their union. If she declined, he would patiently await her willingness. The question rolled off Yu Jin's tongue with an airy lightness, but after the initial shock, Jiang Si's face paled with indignation. He sought to coax her into a bewildered agreement as he had in a past life, yet, in that previous existence, she had at least held the esteemed title of the Holy Maiden. Now, she was merely a young lady who had recently called off an engagement. If she were to agree, could he truly carry her off in grand style to become his princess? This fleeting thought passed through Jiang Si's mind, and her clarity of thought sharpened further. In this lifetime, she would no longer grant him the opportunity to take advantage of her goodwill. I am unwilling. Dear young master Yu, please refrain from such jesting. Jiang Si raised her hand, brushing her forehead, which had been kissed, with the back of her hand. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though she witnessed the light in the young man's eyes abruptly dimming, yet it could have merely been an illusion. Upon regaining her composure, he still appeared as nonchalant as ever. A fruit that is forcibly picked is not sweet. Since Miss Jiang is unwilling for me to take responsibility, let us return to our previous conversation. Yu Jin stated casually. Speak plainly, young master Yu. What do you truly desire after witnessing my encounter tonight? The sudden kiss had left Jiang Si in disarray, as she sensed an aura of danger emanating from him. From the tips of his hair to the soles of his feet. I wish to know the next course of action for Miss Jiang. This bold girl dared to venture into unfamiliar territory in the dead of night to engage in mischief. One could only wonder what astonishing deed she might undertake next. I shall visit the temple to light incense and pray for the innocent women who met untimely ends. Is that all? That is all. My second brother will accompany me. So young master, you need not concern himself. Jiang Si had no intention of seeking assistance from Yu Jin, having resolved to keep her distance from him in this life. It would be inappropriate to seek help when faced with difficulties. Does Miss Jiang presume that Lord Jin will champion the cause of the wrong Zayunio? Jiang Si smiled. There is a saying that one should do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. I have done what I can. Lord Jin is a learned man, perhaps skeptical of the supernatural. A truly good official who serves the people would prefer to believe in the possibility of the extraordinary when confronted with such matters. Thus, she decided to visit Lingwu Temple in search of the family of another victim. Numerous individuals had come forth to accuse the young master of Changxing Marquis, all concerning the same matter. Even the staunchest skeptics of the supernatural would find their beliefs wavering. It seems that Miss Jiang has great faith in Lord Jin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Si felt a wave of emotion. If one were to contemplate, her confidence in Lord Jin stemmed from the presence of this very individual before her. She acknowledged that although he had played with her affections, he provided her with a sense of security in other aspects. Otherwise, she would not have been so moved. Yu Jin followed her outside. Jiang Si paused for a moment, saying, There is no need for you to see me off, young master Yu. Ernyo approached, nuzzling Jiang Si's hand affectionately. After a moment of silence, she nodded. Watching her walk away with Ernyo, Yu Jin remained rooted in the courtyard, unmoving. He glanced down at his hands, memories of the girl wiping her forehead flashing through his mind. She seemed to disdain him even more than he had imagined. Such feelings were truly unpleasant. Yu Jin took out a handkerchief to press against the wound on his palm, inflicted by his own nails. The pristine white fabric soon stained with crimson. The night deepened. Yu Jin tugged at Ernyo's ears, sighing. How is it that you are more endearing than I am? Truly, a person is outdone by a dog. Ernyo whimpered a couple of times, tucking its tail. Is it a crime for it to be lovable? It is innocent. Within Haiting residence, a Chiao repeatedly glanced at the leaking pot, agitated and restless. The young lady should not be allowed to frolic with a man. Just as a Chiao regretted 100 times over, noises finally emerged from the entrance. She practically dashed out, welcoming Jiang Si and a man inside. My lady, you frightened me to death. Ah Chiao scrutinized Jiang Si, and upon realizing she was unscathed, burst into tears. Jiang Si gently patted Ah Chiao's arm, reassuring her, It's all right. There's nothing to worry about. Is the hot water ready? Ah Chiao nodded fervently. Heaven bless. May such experiences never be needed again. Immersed in the warm embrace of the bath, Jiang Si felt so weary that even her fingertips lacked the energy to move. This exhaustion was not due to the troubles with Xunyang, but rather stemmed from that man. To Yu Qi, she was merely a substitute for his deceased beloved, and upon discovering her existence, he exerted every effort to possess her, seeking to fill the void in his heart. To her, he was the only man who had ever stirred her affections, having spent a year as a loving couple. In encounters with him, how could she possibly gain the upper hand? It was truly disheartening. Jiang Si covered her face with her hands and slowly sank into the water, vexed by her thoughts. The following day, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of Wangjia village. Most of the villagers bore the surname Wang, tracing their lineage back to a common ancestor, and naturally, the village chief was also a Wang. The chief's residence was the only one in the village constructed of blue bricks and tiled roofs. After the death of his first wife last year, he had married a youthful widow from a neighboring village, who was merely 18 or 19 years old. This morning, as the young bride stepped outside to fetch water, she inadvertently opened the door to a sight that took her by surprise, the sight of a bare backside. The bucket of water she held splashed onto that exposed rear, followed by a high-pitched scream that drew the attention of the entire neighborhood. Oh dear, isn't that the old bachelor, Goshen, from the west end of the village? Do they think that without clothes, they would go unrecognized? Goodness, why is there a wound on Goshen's backside? Could it be that the village chief harbors thoughts of his young daughter-in-law and has faced some dire consequences? Village Chief Wang's countenance darkened as he listened to the villagers' speculations. In the long days ahead, he would repeatedly deal with the old bachelor loitering provocatively at his doorstep. Amidst the lively morning chatter, no one noticed the once celebrated beauty of the village, the tofu vendor, quietly departing with a small bundle. It was not until several days later that someone belatedly realized the madwoman who had lost her daughter seemed to have vanished for quite some time. Chapter 91. I will kill Jiang Si encountered Ah Fei at her newly rented abode. You must be weary from your travels, she remarked. Despite the arduous journey, Ah Fei appeared somewhat darker, yet full of vitality. Your words are kind. Serving you is no burden, he replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. With silver to earn and hope on the horizon, how could I find it burdensome? What became of that individual? Jiang Si inquired. Ah Fei scratched his head, hesitating as he regarded Jiang Si. She had exerted all her efforts. The choices made thereafter belonged to others. Ah Fei examined Jiang Si's expression, offering a dry chuckle. That fellow has accompanied me to the capital. Jiang Si set down her teacup, pondering. Does he wish to see me? Beyond that, she could not fathom any other reason for his return to the capital. Ah Fei, taken aback, replied, Indeed, he insisted on meeting you. I could not shake him off, so I allowed him to follow. And where is he now? I have temporarily arranged for him at the inn. Would you care to meet him? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Si nodded. Please make the arrangements. I shall see him. For over a decade, he relentlessly pursued the truth behind his fiancée's untimely demise. After avenging her, he tragically took his own life before her grave, a testament not only to his profound love, but also to an unsettling devotion. The saga of Lu Xianggu has finally reached a perfect resolution. However, if she were to decline an audience, it could incite considerable turmoil for the elder brother in the capital. Where does the young lady intend to meet him? Would the Tianxiang tea house suffice? That venue is inappropriate. Jiang Si responded, shaking her head. The individual in question is unlike a Fei. Although a Fei is a street rogue, he is a native of the capital, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. However, should such a person convene at a tea house, it would undoubtedly attract attention. After much contemplation, Jiang Si reached a decision. She would bring him here instead. A Fei hesitated for a moment. Miss, are we truly to meet here? Jiang Si smiled sweetly. It is merely a rented space. There is no harm in that. Very well, I shall bring him over immediately. Jiang Si settled into a rattan chair within the courtyard, patiently awaiting his arrival, while a man stood beside her, fanning her with a delicate silk fan. The cicadas chirped incessantly from the trees. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, a man placed the fan at her waist and, shaking Jiang Si's sleeve, inquired, Miss, did that scoundrel take advantage of you last night? Initially, she dismissed the sound of the slap, but upon reflection, it seemed incongruous. If the young lady had not been wronged, why would she have struck him? Jiang Si lifted her gaze to a man, her mood instantly darkening. Do not mention last night again. A man abruptly covered her mouth. Then, that means you were indeed taken advantage of. Oh dear, I should have rushed in at that moment. On. Jiang Si called out softly, a rosy hue staining her fair complexion. This was not a blush of shyness, but rather one of indignation. The mere thought of that scoundrel's audacious behavior made her furious, especially since she had refrained from reprimanding him at the time. She felt both vexed and frustrated with herself. The girl had a knack for bringing up topics best left untouched. At that moment, a Fey entered, accompanied by a tall and robust man. "Miss, this is General Qin," a Fey introduced hastily. Jiang Si's gaze fell upon the man, and she nodded politely yet distantly. She had been in need of capable individuals, and a Fey had fortuitously presented this one to her. A man who feared little and was adept at navigating various situations would be easy to manage. However, the man before her was different, fearless and unencumbered by ties in this world. She had no means to control him. With such individuals, it was best to maintain a courteous demeanor and see them off without incident. "Are you the one who wrote the letter?" The man stepped forward, his impatience palpable. Amon immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Si, furrowing her brows as she admonished. "Who do you think you are, to be so rude? You've frightened our lady." "Amon, please step aside," Jiang Si said, dismissing Amon with a wave. She inclined her head slightly towards the man, acknowledging, "It is I." "How did you know?" the man asked, his expression charged with excitement. "I cannot divulge that," Jiang Si replied with a smile. After all, what significance could it hold for General Qin? Surely, achieving your desires should suffice. The man clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, his unwavering gaze fixed on Jiang Si. Amon felt a surge of tension. She sensed that this man was no fool and that dealing with him would not be an easy task. A Fey, too, felt the weight of the atmosphere shift. "Throughout this journey, I have developed a certain bond with this man. Should the lady decide to reprimand him later, should I intercede on his behalf or remain silent? I have yet another question to pose." The man fixated his gaze on Jiang Si, as if fearing that the individual before him might vanish at any moment, and he posed a singular inquiry. Jiang Si smiled gently and naturally. "Please, General Qin, do ask. Has my wife truly not awaited my return, but instead reincarnated?" Observing the man's anxious demeanor, a Fey rolled his eyes in disbelief. This man traversed hundreds of miles just to inquire about this? Jiang Si remained silent, yet she could empathize with his plight. To anyone else, this question may seem ludicrous, but for a man who has long yearned for his wife over the span of many years, it represents the very essence of his existence. Thus, he would traverse great distances merely to stand before her and seek the truth from someone who could unveil the enigma. Yet, in this moment, the questioner was profoundly earnest and devout, solely desiring a response from the person before him. What kind of woman did General Qin perceive his wife to be? She was the epitome of virtue, kind-hearted, resilient, and charming. A cascade of beautiful adjectives poured forth from the man's lips. Jiang Si replied with a smile. "If General Qin's wife is indeed as remarkable as you describe, she would surely not languish in suffering within the depths of hell. I believe she is already reincarnated." The man trembled, staggering backward a few steps, suddenly covering his face. In the sunlight, this robust figure stood silently weeping in the courtyard. While the cicadas nestled in the trees fell into an unexpected silence, ceasing their incessant clamor. Alas, should the brother's wife have indeed reincarnated? She must now be a young maiden, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere. Ah Fei jestingly interjected. The man paused, suddenly laid down his hands, and his eyes sparkled with an intense light. Ah Fei fell silent, feeling an ominous sense of trouble brewing. The man shook his head, confessing, "I have no money for food." His only funds had been depleted during his last venture to Beijing. "Allow me to treat you. Since you have come to the capital, I can certainly afford a meal. I'll cover the travel expenses." Ah Fei gritted his teeth. The man cast a glance at Ah Fei and, with a sudden gesture of respect towards Jiang Si, declared, "I wish to earn my keep under the lady's guidance." She may had often expressed her desire to witness the grandeur of the capital. If she were to be reborn, she would surely cherish this place. He yearned to remain in a locale that she would admire. Jiang Si was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I do not accept the useless." The man flashed a confident smile. "I am proficient in killing." Chapter 92. Lingwu Temple. As soon as the man uttered these words, even the breeze that swept into the courtyard turned cold. Ah Fei instinctively stroked his chin, suddenly realizing that his safe arrival in Beijing was indeed a stroke of fortune. How could someone speak so nonchalantly of such a lethal skill? "I am quite adept at killing," the man reiterated, gazing intently at Jiang Si. Ah Man stepped forward, rebuking. "You are quite peculiar. Is it appropriate to casually mention killing in front of Our Lady?" Although she could deftly plunge a knife into a man's back without flinching, it was imperative that outsiders remained oblivious to such truths. The man paid no heed to Ah Man's admonishment, continuing to fix his unwavering gaze upon Jiang Si. His long-standing indulgence in alcohol had not rendered him entirely muddled. He believed that the young woman who delivered a letter from hundreds of miles away was unlike ordinary ladies. Very well, I shall trouble General Qin from now on. Jiang Si slightly bent her knee. The man seemed to exhale in relief. You may call me Old Qin. General Qin is merely a jest among the people. Old Qin, you shall reside here from now on. Afei, what are your plans? Afei glanced around. The tidy courtyard, with its lush canopy providing shade in the summer, and the water tank at the entrance adorned with lotus flowers, was a place he had never inhabited before. A fleeting struggle flickered in Afei's eyes. But he soon smiled and waved his hand. I would prefer to stay where I am. To be candid with you, I currently have several brothers who follow me. It is quite convenient for them to run errands and gather information. I can manage to come here daily. Very well, tomorrow I shall step out. You and Old Qin should prepare accordingly. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The bright sunlight gilded all living things in a golden hue. The sky unblemished by a single cloud. Looking up, one beheld a vast expanse of azure, perfect weather for an outing. Jiang Zhan sat upright on his horse, his moon-white brocade robe accentuating his handsome features, attracting the gaze of countless young maidens. He had long grown accustomed to such attention, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Turning to the young woman in the carriage, he flashed a charming smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Fourth sister, the weather is splendid today. Once we reach the outskirts where no one is watching, I shall take you for a ride. Amon poked her head out, expressing her discontent. Second young master. The young lady cannot ride, and besides, it would be inappropriate for you to share a mount with her. Please refrain from urging her. Jiang Zhan pouted. These pretentious restrictions, conjured by those idle souls, seemed designed solely to inconvenience women. Fourth sister, you ought to discipline your maid. She dares to speak to me in such a manner. Feeling somewhat displeased that he could not take his sister for a ride, Zhang Gongzi swiftly dragged the loathsome maid into the fray. The maid spoke nothing but the truth. Jiang Si lightly tapped Amon's forehead with her finger, admonishing, do not speak back to the second young master. Jiang Zhan cast a fleeting glance at Amon, a triumphant expression gracing his features. At a crucial moment, fourth sister remained on his side. Amon rolled her eyes, clutching her forehead. It was absurd that the second young master was vying for the favor of a mere maid. The coachman, wearing a sunshade hat, skillfully maneuvered the carriage steadily from the city to the outskirts. Seated beside the coachman was Jiang Zhan's servant, Aji. Aji had been covertly observing the coachman for quite some time, his mind perplexed. When did the coachman of the Earl's residence change? The coachman, unfazed, kept his gaze fixed ahead, entirely ignoring Aji's curious stare. This coachman was none other than Old Qin. Fourth sister, why do you wish to visit a temple in a small town when there are numerous temples of all sizes in our capital? Jiang Zhan, in the company of his sister, was quite the chatterbox, breaking the silence once more. I have heard that temple is quite efficacious. Jiang Si handed him a handkerchief, saying, Second brother, you should wipe your sweat. Jiang Zhan declined. No need, I will only sweat more. Fourth sister, please hand me a pear. Taking a bite of the plump pear, juice bursting forth, Jiang Zhan let out a comfortable sigh. Having a younger sister is indeed a blessing. With her merely stepping out to offer incense, he could brazenly skip school for several days. Qingniu town is not too far from the capital, and as dusk approached, the group arrived at the small town. There were only 2 inns in the town, which, in the eyes of the second young master Jiang, were hardly fit for habitation, given his accustomed experience of the capital's splendor. Sister, let us proceed directly to Lingwu Temple. It is already quite late. They may not be receiving pilgrims at this hour. We might as well wait until tomorrow morning. Very well, I suppose it is a bit of an imposition on my sister, Jiang Zhan replied, choosing the larger of the inns, bustling about for a while before finally settling down. This inn had numerous shortcomings, and when the night grew quiet, a young man stealthily slipped inside, encountering Jiang Si, who had been waiting for him. My lady, I have discreetly inquired around and have heard no word of any girl missing in the town. The young man was none other than a Fei, who had arrived a day early at Jiang Si's behest and was staying at another inn. A Fei's lack of findings cast a shadow over Jiang Si's spirits. In a town as small as this, the disappearance of a girl would surely stir gossip, and even the loss of a couple of chickens would not go unnoticed. A Fei's failure to gather information indicated one thing. The girl was not a resident of Qingniu town. Lingwu Temple is situated within Qingniu town, and if the girl was not local, the search area expanded considerably. Here is the plan. Tomorrow, Continue your inquiries in the town. I will send any news from Lingwu Temple through Old Qin, Jiang Si instructed. A Fei nodded in understanding, wisely refraining from asking further questions as he quietly departed. Jiang Si sat alone for a while, fatigue from the journey overwhelming him, and he quietly laid down to sleep. The following day dawned with splendid weather once more. The group arrived at Lingwu Temple, only to be surprised by the bustling activity of the small sanctuary, as many devotees queued to enter. Jiang Si carefully observed the worshippers. Their attire revealed that most were common folk, though some donned silks, arriving in carriages or carts, likely having traveled from afar. Jiang Zhan generously contributed to the offerings, and the attendant monk promptly arranged 3 guest rooms for them. A young novice, about 7 or 8 years old, led the way, and Jiang Si inquired, "Little master, which places do most of the worshippers hail from?" The young novice, having received a sweet treat, found Jiang Si endearing and replied articulately, "Many people come, not just from Qingyou town, but from the surrounding villages as well." Jiang Si then asked, "Are there often ladies from gentry families who visit? It would be delightful to meet someone like that." He silently noted the names the novice mentioned. The little monk paused and said, "Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the guest rooms." Jiang Zhan pointed to the innermost room, saying, "That room has the finest view and is the most tranquil. May I request it for my sister?" The novice shook his head. "That room is already occupied." Jiang Zhan frowned. In such a modest temple, it was understandable that accommodations were limited, yet it was surprising that the best room was so sought after. Who could be so thoughtless as to claim the most desirable quarters? Just as Jiang Gongzi pondered this, the door to that very room suddenly swung open. Chapter 93, The Amulet of Safety. The person who emerged was all too familiar. Jiang Zhan exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Yu Qi." Yu Jin seemed to have just noticed Jiang Zhan and the others, displaying an expression of surprise. How did second brother Jiang arrive here? Jiang Zhan gestured towards his sister Jiang Si beside him, saying, "I accompanied my sister to offer incense. How does brother Yu come to be here?" He cast a glance at the little monk and observed that the little monk here was no more astute than those in the temples of the capital. Why had both of them come to Lingwu Temple? Yu Jin smiled and replied, "I heard that this place is very effective, so I came to make a wish." The little monk, with a sweet smile revealing a gap where a tooth was missing, replied, "For love, of course. What else could it be? Why does such a handsome benefactor ask such silly questions?" Jiang Zhan was taken aback and suddenly glanced at Jiang Si, then at Yu Jin. Seeking love? His fourth sister had invited him to accompany her to offer incense for the sake of love? In that instant, rather than finding it amusing, Jiang Gongzi felt a pang of discomfort. He had come along so eagerly, only to risk benefiting some scoundrel. Brother Yu surprisingly believed in this. Not wanting to lose his temper with his sister, Jiang Zhan teased Yu Jin, "You can't be that much older than me. Why the urgency to marry?" Yu Jin cast a knowing glance at Jiang Si, a deep smile on his face. "It is indeed urgent. A good girl might be taken by someone else if I delay. Thus, I come to make a wish. Sincerity brings efficacy." At that moment, he had nearly taken a knife to chop up that troublesome cousin of his, yet others insisted that Jiang Si was quite pleased with the marriage proposal. For now, he had spared his cousin's life. Fortunately, in the end, their engagement did not materialize. It is said that at the moment of their withdrawal, he felt a sense of revival. He could hardly believe that any other man would devote himself to the thought of that maiden as he did. Since marriage is dictated by parental wishes and the matchmaking of others, she had never truly had the opportunity to engage with the man to whom she was betrothed, let alone feel affection for him. So, why could he not aspire to be that person? He would patiently await her consent and then seek the favor of the emperor for their union, rather than compelling her to wed him under the decree. During the most pivotal moments of a woman's life, he wished for her to be willing and filled with joy and anticipation. Jiang Zhan grew intrigued. "So, brother Yu has a beloved?" "Indeed," Yu Jin replied softly. "But brother Yu has only just arrived in the capital. How could he have already found someone?" Jiang Zhan pressed on. "Do tell, which family does this maiden belong to? Perhaps I could be of assistance." He felt a twinge of suspicion. Was it mere coincidence that brother Yu appeared here, or did he have designs on fourth sister? Yu Jin smiled lightly. "We have known each other for a long time." Jiang Zhan let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Ah, so it's a childhood romance. Then I cannot be of help. Brother Yu, you must strive for her." Yu Jin nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will." Jiang silently listened, a bittersweet feeling swelling within. The seventh prince, barely 12, had ventured to the southern frontier. Who else could his childhood sweetheart be but the saintly Asang? With Asang's demise, he had sought solace in a girl bearing a striking resemblance to her, making her and Ji Chongyi equally matched. She was indeed fortunate to encounter two fervent souls in her lifetime. Second brother, young Master Yu, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave for a stroll, Jiang said. Yu Jin opened his mouth to respond, but was abruptly pulled back by Jiang Zhan. What a rare encounter. Brother Yu, shall we partake in some tea? Jiang Si's gaze remained steadfast as she brushed past Yu Jin. Ignoring him, Yu Jin, unperturbed and with a calm demeanor, flicked his fingertips lightly. Jiang Si stumbled slightly. The young lady, a man, had no time to react as Yu Jin swiftly supported Jiang Si, only to retract his hand shortly after, assuming a posture of a gentleman. Miss Jiang, please take care. Jiang Si replied, Sister, are you fatigued? Perhaps we should retreat to a room for a moment's rest before continuing our stroll. No need, she responded. Second brother should enjoy tea with brother Yu. Without casting even a glance at Yu Jin, Jiang Si hastily departed. This rascal was never so shameless in her past life. Could it be that she had been too easily placated before, leaving no room for such behavior to surface? The more she pondered, the darker her expression became. Is it possible that Miss Jiang harbors a misunderstanding about me? Yu Jin sighed softly. Perhaps Miss Jiang believes that my friendship with Jiang Heir is unsuitable, given his standing as a noble son of the Bo family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan hurried to clarify, my younger sister is not that kind of person. She simply has a cold temperament. Brother Yu, please do not take offense. A clever little novice, having just received a packet of snowflake candy, walked alongside Jiang Si, eagerly sharing insights about the temple. Little master, where might one procure a talisman for peace? Please follow me, esteemed lady. The little novice quickly guided Jiang Si to a side hall. Inside, a steady stream of worshippers entered and exited, and at the far end, a row of shelves displayed an array of talismans of various shapes. Nearby, a monk was handing a talisman to the first in line among the waiting devotees. Is it always this bustling here? Jiang Si did not rush forward, but discreetly inquired for information from the young monk. Typically, there weren't so many people. The talismans of peace would only be available on the 5th day, and the female benefactor happened to arrive at the right moment. The young monk, having enjoyed some sweets, wore a delightfully sweet smile. If the benefactor desired a talisman for peace, the novice could assist in the queue. Are there different types of talismans for peace? Of course. There are those for physical safety, those for harmonious relationships, and several varieties indeed. May I request all of them? The young monk hesitated momentarily but, swayed by the 2 bags of sweets, nodded. The benefactor will need to offer a bit more oil money, and the Buddha will overlook your greed. Before long, several talismans were in hand. Jiang Si's gaze lingered upon a talisman inscribed with the words peace and auspiciousness, unable to tear her eyes away. This was the same type of talisman she had obtained from the deceased woman. What does this talisman primarily safeguard? The young monk glanced over and replied with a smile. Few benefactors seek this particular talisman. Have you noticed the line of Sanskrit beneath the words peace and auspiciousness? This is our Buddhist incantation for warding off evil. Generally, only those who have encountered misfortune would request such a talisman for safety. Jiang Si's heart raced. A 13 or 14-year-old girl from a wealthy family who had faced an accident. This significantly narrowed the possibilities. Jiang Si exchanged a glance with Aman. Aman grinned widely, saying, Didn't he, the young monk, mention that this place is most effective for seeking romantic ties? I believe this type of talisman is seldom sought by young ladies like us. In the quaint town of Daong, the daughter of Lord Li had only sought assistance just last month. However, that particular benefactor had not visited in quite some time. Chapter 94, The Vegetable Soup. Instinctively attuned, Jiang Si sensed that the identity of the female corpse was likely linked to this household. After engaging in conversation with the young monk, she ultimately gleaned little useful information. Jiang Si dispatched a man to summon Old Qin. What instructions does the young lady have? Old Qin inquired, having tidied himself somewhat. The deep lines at the corners of his eyes bore witness to years of melancholy, revealing a man with a storied past. Yet, his posture was more upright than that of many in their 20s, exuding an aura of substantial security. Jiang Si believed that a man with such experiences and character could indeed, as he claimed, be quite adept at killing. With Old Qin and a fey at her disposal, many matters became significantly more manageable. For instance, at this moment, it would be far more troublesome for a man to reach out to a fey than for Old Qin. Old Qin, please inform a fey that he needs to visit these several locations and inquire thoroughly. Jiang Si recounted the villages and towns where the affluent gentry's female relatives frequently resided, emphasizing that he should first investigate Daong Town. Old Qin clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and turned to depart. It was shocking to discover that the daughter of Xionyang had been slain by the heir of the Marquis of Changxing, and it was even more startling to learn of other victimized women. The heir truly exhibited a heartless and deranged nature. By midday, Jiang Zhan arrived to summon her. "Fourth sister, the master has sent over a vegetarian meal. Come and join me." Jiang Si followed Jiang Zhan into the adjacent room, only to find Yu Jin also present. She could not help but glance at Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan chuckled, remarking that when one is away from home, there is little to fuss over. The vegetarian meal had been ordered by Brother Yu, and it was said that the first-class vegetarian dishes at Lingwu Temple were quite renowned. It was a perfect opportunity for them to sample it. In truth, Jiang Si was not particularly hungry and suggested that second brother and young master Yu take their time with the meal. As she turned to leave, Jiang Zhan grasped her sleeve firmly. "Sister, neglecting your meal will lead to stomach pains." Observing Jiang Zhan's pleading expression, she relented and nodded softly. Jiang Zhan was overjoyed, pulling Jiang Si to sit beside him, eagerly offering her chopsticks and placing a small bowl of soup before her. "Sister, do try this dish. It is said that this soup is made from wild vegetables, and due to its delightful flavor, the temple has cultivated a special patch of land on the back mountain for its growth. It is a must-try for all visitors to Lingwu Temple." Yu Jin rested one hand on the table, his brow slightly furrowed. With Jiang Zhan so attentive to his sister, it only added to his own discomfort. "Second brother, you need not worry about me. I am not a child anymore," Jiang Si stated as she wiped her hands and accepted the chopsticks. "Come, let us raise a toast with tea in lieu of wine." Jiang Zhan, pleased that Jiang Si was willing to mend relations with Yu Jin, exchanged a cheerful wink with him. He had always believed that Jiang Si, though reserved, would surely warm up to her savior. Yu Jin lifted his teacup, smiling as he acknowledged Jiang Zhan. The tea was brewed with spring water, reputed to be one of the temple's finest offerings. "Miss Jiang, do have a taste." Jiang Si took a gentle sip of the tea and set it down, and on account of Jiang Zhan's presence, she remarked lightly, "It is quite pleasant." It seems that Lingwu Temple was indeed a suitable choice. However, the place feels a tad small. "Let us explore the surroundings tomorrow," suggested Jiang Zhan. Yu Jin nodded with a smile. "Very well." Jiang Si, seated beneath the table, delivered a sharp kick to Jiang Zhan. "Is he really my brother? Has he sold his sister and is now counting the profits for someone else?" Jiang Zhan grimaced, attempting to conceal the pain from Yu Jin, and chuckled awkwardly. "The tea is quite hot." Yu Jin replied lightly, "Indeed, it is somewhat scalding. Miss Jiang, it would be wise to first savor the vegetable soup to warm your stomach. After all, dining out cannot compare to the comforts of home, and one must pay more attention to their diet." "Thank you for your advice, young master Yu." Jiang Si responded nonchalantly, stirring the soup with a spoon. She brought a spoonful to her lips, but halted her movement. Jiang Zhan, having taken several sips, noticed Jiang Si's hesitation and asked in confusion, "Why isn't fourth sister eating? This vegetable soup is truly delightful." Jiang Si simply set the spoon down. "What is the matter?" Jiang Zhan inquired, increasingly puzzled. He took another spoonful himself, relishing its fragrant and smooth texture. "Fourth sister hasn't even tasted it. Why the disdain?" Jiang Si again lifted a spoonful of soup to her lips but remained still. At this point, Jiang Zhan found it impossible to continue eating. "Fourth sister, if you do not fancy it, feel free to choose something else. Do not force yourself. What could possibly be amiss? Fourth sister, you have yet to even try it." Jiang Zhan was left bewildered by her words. Jiang Si smiled. "The flavor is sufficient to discern by scent alone. Tasting is unnecessary. What exactly is wrong?" Jiang Zhan set down his chopsticks, losing interest in the delectable dishes before him. He couldn't shake the feeling that fourth sister was not jesting. Could it be that someone had tampered with the food? Was he consuming a soporific or a poison? Heaven forbid, it couldn't possibly be an aphrodisiac, could it? Observing the myriad expressions on young Master Zhang's face, Yu Jin gently patted his shoulder and suggested, "Perhaps you should heed what Miss Jiang has to say." "Sister, did you truly administer something?" Jiang Si chuckled softly. "Where is your mind wandering, second brother?" "That's a relief." Jiang Zhan exhaled deeply. He had consumed the most, while brother Yu Qi and fourth sister had not touched the dish. However, the soup emitted a foul odor. Jiang Si cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Zhan and proceeded to share the subsequent words. "It resembles the stench of decaying animal carcasses dissolving in water." Jiang Zhan's face paled. Seeing that Jiang Si was not jesting, he sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Soon the sound of retching could be heard. Inside the room, only Yu Jin and Jiang Si remained. Is there truly an unpleasant odor? Yu Jin scooped a spoonful of soup, bringing it to his nose to sniff. Yet he detected not a hint of foulness. Could it be that Miss Jiang was toying with young Master Jiang? A sudden thought struck Yu Jin. Had Jiang Zhan unwittingly assisted him, becoming the target of her jest? Jiang Si's gaze fell upon the spoon at Yu Jin's lips, and she nodded. Indeed, I am merely teasing second brother. Yu Jin laughed, his lips parting as he intended to take a sip of the soup. However, Jiang Si observed as he set the spoon down. Meeting the girl's slightly surprised gaze, the young man smiled faintly. I suspect you are deceiving me. Jiang Si could not help but bite her lip. The adversary was cunning, far more astute than second brother. Sister, you wouldn't be jesting with me, would you? Such pranks might provoke second brother's ire. Observing her pitiful elder brother, Jiang Si furrowed her brow in distress. She longed to clarify that this was merely a jest. However, the odor was all too familiar, having recently encountered it. Chapter 95. Intentions. Noticing Jiang Si's reaction, Jiang Zhan felt a chill in his heart and slammed his fist onto the dining table. How could such a fine vegetarian feast be marred by such a foul occurrence? I shall confront those bald monks. Calm down, second brother, Jiang urged. Jiang Zhan's temples throbbed with indignation. Why is brother you stopping me? The fact that their food emits a rancid odor is utterly revolting. I must deliver a thorough reprimand to those bald monks to relieve my frustration. The mere thought of it churned his stomach anew. Yu Jin glanced at Jiang Si and, with a sardonic smile, inquired of Jiang Zhan. Can second brother ascertain whether the putrid scent emanates from animal corpses or perhaps something more sinister? Jiang Zhan froze, his handsome face turning ashen after a prolonged silence. Brother Yu, such reckless jesting could be fatal. Indeed, it may very well lead to death, Yu Jin replied languidly, leaning back. Wait, allow me a moment to gather myself. Jiang Zhan shut his eyes and abruptly rose, striding to the open door to close it, leaning against the wooden barrier, drenched in cold sweat. Fourth sister, I truly cannot detect anything. He rubbed his nose and turned to Yu Jin. What about you, brother Yu? Yu Jin shook his head. I cannot discern it either. After speaking, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jiang Si and resolutely declared, Yet, I trust in the words of Miss Jiang. Jiang Zhan blinked, nearly breaking into tears. Damn it, he believed her too. So, does that mean I've consumed food steeped in the essence of human remains? Jiang Zhan gazed at his composed younger sister with an expression teetering on the brink of despair. There is a possibility, Jiang Si remarked with reluctance. Jiang Zhan's eyes sparkled with hope. Is there another possibility? Perhaps it's the remains of cats and dogs. He covered his mouth and crouched down. Let him perish. What about the other dishes? Yu Jin suddenly inquired. Of course, the crux of the matter is that he hasn't eaten, he thought, suppressing such uncharitable sentiments. Jiang Si picked up the nearest piece of grilled tofu, inhaled its fragrance, then set it down to sniff each dish in turn, ultimately affirming, all the other dishes are fine, only the vegetable soup has an off smell. Yu Jin exhaled in relief. Then let us dine first. We shall discuss matters after we have filled our bellies. Jiang Zhan's face contorted in anguish. Do not utter the words dine. They make me feel nauseous. Yet Jiang Si nodded. Indeed, let us eat first. Only when we are satiated shall we have the strength to converse about other matters. The two simultaneously grasped their chopsticks and began to eat in silence. Jiang Zhan, feeling utterly disheartened, rose and declared, You all take your time. I shall step outside for a moment of quiet. In the blink of an eye, only the two remained in the room. Yu Jin set down his chopsticks. How long do you intend to stay at Lingwu Temple? Uncertain. Perhaps we should head to the inn, Jiang Si replied coolly, casting an unyielding glance at Yu Jin. Your words, young master Yu. Tread too deeply for such a shallow acquaintance. Tread too deeply? Yu Jin suddenly leaned forward, whispering, That night. Silence. Jiang Si's face flushed with anger. Young master Yu. How are you any different from a lecher? Disregarding a young lady's feelings and acting according to one's own whims is quite inconsiderate. If it were your sister being treated so frivolously by another man, how would you respond? Yu Jin fixed his gaze upon Jiang Si, suddenly reaching out to grasp her hand, earnestly inquiring, What are your true feelings? Jiang Si, taken aback by his seriousness, found herself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, Jiang Zhan entered, asking, Have you finished eating? Not yet, replied Yu Jin, appearing completely unfazed. Though his heart brimmed with joy, he had gleaned her sentiments after that night when he had playfully crossed a line. He did not believe that a girl as resolute as she would endure unwelcome advances from a man she found repulsive without protest. This girl, indeed, masked her true emotions. What harm would there be in admitting her feelings for him? Jiang Si shot Yu Jin a glare, as if she could read his thoughts, and coldly muttered to herself. It would be disastrous. Not only would her foolish affection lead to heartache, but her entanglement with the ridiculous title of the seventh prince's consort might bring her further misfortune. Brother Yu, I truly admire your ability to remain composed even in such circumstances, she thought. Yu Jin finally released Jiang Si's hand and flashed a radiant smile at Jiang Zhan, saying, "Then we shall not eat." Jiang Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Why was he smiling so provocatively? His sister was right there. After some contemplation, he reasoned, since the other dishes are fine. It must be the vegetable soup that has an off taste. Either the water used to prepare it is tainted, or the water used to irrigate the vegetables is at fault. Jiang Zhan analyzed the situation seriously. What do you all think? Yu Jin nodded in agreement. Brother Jiang makes a valid point, but what concern is it of ours? In my opinion, if the food is unpalatable, it would be prudent to leave this place promptly. Jiang Si found it difficult to echo Yu Jin's words. Indeed, second brother, since the water here is unclean, we should find lodging at an inn. Jiang Zhan frowned. Aren't you at all curious? What if someone truly has died? The two shook their heads in unison. Very well then, fourth sister. You should take a nap, and we shall depart in the afternoon. With no one in agreement, Jiang Zhan reluctantly conceded. Yu Jin also rose. I shall not disturb you any further, second brother Jiang. After your earlier episode, you ought to drink some warm water and rest. Don't mention water. Jiang Zhan had no desire to summon the servant Aji to tidy up the chaos of the table. Once the two had left, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling despondent as he closed his eyes. A disturbance stirred him awake, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a woman with disheveled hair standing before him, water dripping from her body. Who are you? Jiang Zhan gasped in surprise. The woman raised her pale hand to push aside the hair obscuring her face, revealing a ghastly visage, swollen and pallid. As she grinned menacingly at Jiang Zhan, "You drank my bathwater. You must take responsibility." Jiang Zhan suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Outside, the sun shone brightly, at the peak of its fervor, yet he felt as though he had fallen into an icy pit in the depths of winter, chilled to the bone. After much inner turmoil, he swung his legs over the edge of the bed. No, he had to investigate. Otherwise, he would never find peace in slumber again. Exiting the room and observing the other quietly closed doors, the second young master Jiang wiped away a tear. They hadn't consumed the ghostly woman's bathwater, so it was only natural they would leave without concern. The temple remained lively, and as Jiang Zhan made his way outside, he happened upon a monk carrying a food box to distribute meals to other worshippers. Jiang Zhan approached, lavishly praising the vegetable soup, delighting the monk, who beamed with joy. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, apart from the delectable wild vegetables, is there perhaps a particular significance to the water used for the broth? The monk smiled modestly, replying, just as we serve our esteemed guests tea brewed with mountain spring water. The wild vegetables for this soup are irrigated with water sourced from a well dug in the rear mountain, which is why they possess such exquisite flavor. Jiang Zhan inwardly cursed, thinking, damn it, today's wild vegetables must not have been washed. Chapter 96. Well watered during the midday hours. The rear mountain of Lingwu Temple was devoid of any monks, save for a patch of languid green vegetables soaking up the sun. Standing in the open expanse of the mountains, Jiang Zhan scanned the surroundings and soon spotted a well not far from the vegetable patch. He hurried over, bracing himself against the cool stone wall of the well, summoning the courage to peer inside. The well was deep and dark, obscuring anything within. Jiang Zhan sniffed deeply, detecting no discernible scent. His gaze fell upon the well frame. Should he draw a bucket of water to investigate? He grasped the handle, but suddenly spun around. Not far behind him stood a young monk. A chill ran down Jiang Zhan's spine, yet he managed to muster a charming smile, saying, "Master, you startled me standing behind me like that." The young monk pressed his palms together in reverence and bowed slightly, asking, "What brings you here, benefactor?" "Our rear mountain is not open to pilgrims." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Zhan subtly stepped aside, creating distance between himself and the young monk. "I had the pleasure of tasting your esteemed temple's renowned vegetable soup for lunch, and it was simply exquisite, leaving my palate yearning for more," inquired a master. who explained that the wild vegetables used to make the vegetable soup must be cultivated on the revered temple's back mountain and irrigated with water from a specific well to achieve that unique flavor. The young monk chuckled, stating that these wild vegetables were transplanted here years ago by their esteemed uncle from deep within the mountains, and they were not available for sale elsewhere. Thus, the benefactor would likely be disappointed. Indeed, Jiang Zhan appeared quite disheartened, remarking that it seemed he would have to return to the temple if he wished to savor this dish again. The young monk, feeling quite pleased with himself, added that many benefactors visit periodically, not only for the temple's effective incense but also for this particular dish. Jiang Zhan felt a sense of relief. If there truly were unsavory matters associated with the well, the monk before him would hardly be so self-satisfied. This was reassuring, at least for now. There was no anxiety about silencing one another. With these thoughts, Jiang Zhan relaxed further and casually conversed with the young monk, asking why the master was not resting during the midday hours but had come here instead. The exceptionally handsome youth wore a charming smile, undeniably endearing. The young monk couldn't help but complain that these wild vegetables were quite delicate and required watering at this hour. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan found amusement in the revelation that the young monk was also subjected to such laborious tasks. "You should take your leave, benefactor. I must attend to my duties," said the young monk as he approached the well, deftly turning the handle. The creaking sound echoed, and soon a bucket of water was drawn up. Jiang Zhan couldn't help but stretch his neck to see. "Benefactor? Master, on such a scorching day, it must be exhausting for you to fetch water alone. As I find myself with nothing to do, may I assist you in watering the plants?" "How can that be?" The young monk lifted the water bucket and made his way toward the vegetable patch. Jiang Zhan, undeterred, hurried after him. "Master, please do not refuse. This is my sincere devotion to the Buddha. Perhaps, in light of my earnestness, my wishes today may soon manifest." Upon hearing this, the young monk found it difficult to refuse and nodded in agreement. "Ba, may the Buddha witness this. It is not out of laziness on my part." The water drawn from the dark, murky well was surprisingly clear, devoid of any unpleasant odor. After watering nearly all the vegetable patch, Jiang Gongzi, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He wished to engage in a profound conversation about life with his fourth sister. Noticing Jiang Zhan's continued eagerness, the young monk chuckled. "Your face is bound to get sunburned." "Jiang Zhan." The young monk joined his hands in prayer towards Jiang Zhan. Ba, I am but a humble monk, Sikong. Master Sikong, may our paths cross again by fate." Jiang Zhan felt a certain fondness for the young monk and smiled as he clasped his hands in farewell, fully aware that such polite words were merely pleasantries. Once he departed from Lingwu Temple, he would likely never encounter these temple dwellers again. Until we meet again. The young monk watched Jiang Zhan leave, took a moment to rest at the edge of the field, and then approached the well. In the bucket, filled to about 7/10, the well water remained clear. Yet something peculiar had surfaced. It was a shoe. How could a shoe have been drawn out from the well? The young monk's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, and a sudden dread crossed his mind. Could it be that a senior brother had slipped and fallen into the water? This morning, during the early lesson, I did not hear of any senior brother's absence. The young monk, setting down his bucket, stepped forward with a heavy heart and peered over the edge of the well. "Sikong, what are you gazing at?" A familiar voice echoed from behind, sending a chill down the young monk's spine. Jiang Zhan quietly left the back mountain, only to discover Jiang Si waiting nearby, accompanied by Yu Jin. Jiang Zhan approached with a smile. "Oh, sister, have you already taken your midday rest? Where has second brother gone?" Jiang Si asked, her expression serious. "Just wandering about," Jiang Zhan replied, shifting the topic as he gazed skyward. "What brings you two together?" "It was merely a coincidence. I happened upon Jiang Erdi doing a good deed, so I refrained from interrupting." Jiang Zhan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "You all saw that, did you? Let us discuss this elsewhere," Jiang Si said sternly. "It's past noon. Soon, there will be many more people arriving here." Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. Second brother still has the audacity to inquire. "Do you not fear an accident, wandering aimlessly in someone else's back mountain?" Before Jiang Zhan could respond, Yu Jin chuckled softly. "This girl truly exemplifies the pot calling the kettle black. One wonders who was following a drunken man in the dead of night. Yet, perhaps this only serves to illustrate Jiang Zhan's significance in her heart. Concern breeds chaos." Eugene glanced at the aggrieved Jiang Zhan and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. "Sister, you are unaware, but after you left, a female ghost visited me in a dream. However, There was nothing amiss in the back mountain. I exchanged blows with that monk for dozens of rounds, and not a single feather was retrieved. Thus, second brother need not fret over such matters. Once the weather cools down, we shall depart. Jiang Zhan could only nod in agreement. Yet the sun outside remained glaring, and the temple bells began to toll. Chapter 97. An unexpected turn of events. The pilgrims were left in a state of confusion, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Fortunately, as afternoon approached, the number of worshippers dwindled, and soon a monk arrived to guide the remaining pilgrims on their departure. Yu Jin promptly opened the door. The sound of the bell, resonating at this hour, typically signified an unforeseen occurrence. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Si and Jiang Zhan emerged from their respective chambers. The three stood beneath the corridor, gazing outward. A monk hurried over, coming to a halt before them with palms pressed together in greeting. Amitabha, there is a sudden situation within the temple. We kindly ask the patrons to refrain from wandering about. Yu Jin raised an eyebrow with a smile. Master, your words seem a touch unreasonable. We are here as pilgrims, not prisoners confined to your temple. Why should our freedom be curtailed? The monk was taken aback. With a crisis at hand, he had been dispatched to alert the temporary guests, yet here stood someone who spoke so boldly. Though Lingwu Temple was modest, it was renowned far and wide, flourishing with devout visitors, and the monk had no intention of jeopardizing the temple's reputation. After a moment of surprise, he patiently clarified. You misunderstand, esteemed patrons. I sought to inform you of the situation because the temple is currently in disarray, and I wish to avoid any inadvertent disturbances. Ah, I see. Jiang Zhan seized the opportunity to inquire. Might I ask what has transpired in your esteemed temple? The monk hesitated, realizing the youth's age, which sparked a moment of clarity. Adolescents are often brimming with curiosity, and such a question was not unexpected. Just as the monk lingered in his thoughts, Jiang Zhan exclaimed in surprise, Is it perhaps something too sensitive to disclose to outsiders? The monk replied, knowing yet still inquiring. However, having been asked about it, remaining silent would only lead to unfounded speculations. Temples that receive a significant number of believers are particularly wary of such matters. The monk replied, A junior disciple has passed away. Jiang Si exchanged a glance with Yu Jin. Upon meeting his gaze, she hastily averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of regret. Could it be that her brother was so unreliable that she instinctively sought his opinion in times of trouble? Jiang Zhan exclaimed, Passed away? Your master appears quite youthful. Your junior must be even younger, right? Such youth, and yet they've achieved complete merit? The monk's lips twitched, and he silently recited Amitabha to quell the sudden urge to transform into a fierce warrior, explaining, The junior met with an accidental death. Accidental? What kind of accident? Jiang Zhan asked, feigning shock. The temple seemed so serene. Could there be any lurking danger? The monk should have warned us, the visitors. Amitabha, you worry too much. There is no danger in the temple. The junior met with an accident while fetching water. Jiang Zhan reined in his exaggerated expression and, after a moment of silence, inquired, May I ask the name of that master? He took a step back. The monk finally seized the opportunity to excuse himself, reciting Amitabha once more as he hurried towards another row of guest rooms. Jiang Zhan stood there in a daze, while Yu Jin gently patted his shoulder. Do you suspect that the monk did not die by accident? Of course. What a coincidence that would be. Jiang Zhan frowned, but nothing seemed amiss around noon. How could he have died? It is not difficult to surmise that there is indeed something within that well, which was later discovered by the monk after brother Jiang departed. Thus, Yu Jin, with a faint smile, was silenced. Jiang Zhan, in a fit of annoyance, slapped his forehead and lamented, Had I known, I would have persevered to the end. Yu Jin replied with a smile, Had that been the case, it is likely that yet another mishap would have occurred. Jiang Zhan, momentarily taken aback, retorted with dissatisfaction, Brother Yu Qi, are you cursing me? If I had truly remained there, nothing would have happened. Why? Brother Yu Qi would undoubtedly come to my rescue. Jiang Zhan asserted with unshakable confidence. Even someone as thick-skinned as Yu Jin could not help but contort his expression at that moment. Casting a glance at the sky, Yu Jin, in a tone seeking agreement, addressed Jiang Si, It is getting late. We should take our leave. Wait, Jiang Zhan exclaimed, firmly grasping Yu Jin's arm. We cannot simply depart like this. Yu Jin glared at the hand on his arm, visibly displeased. What kind of behavior is this in front of us? See, a life has been lost. And likely more than one. So what? Should we not unearth the perpetrator? Jiang Zhan was taken aback by the apparent disinterest of the two. Yu Jin replied coolly, We are not the ones who committed the murder, and we are not related to them. To seek the killer on their territory, especially if the culprit is among the monks, would require considerable effort, not only to identify the murderer but also to extricate ourselves safely from the situation. With Jiang Si present, Yu Jin had no desire to engage in such a thankless endeavor that could ensnare the three of us in trouble. Yet, can we truly turn a blind eye to such an incident and find peace of mind? Jiang Zhan remained undeterred. Another person had perished. Perhaps, upon closing his eyes, he would soon be visited by two spirits seeking conversation. Yu Jin cast a humorous glance at Jiang Zhan. Conscience? I possess none. Brother Yu Qi. I never imagined you to be such a person. Jiang Zhan clutched his chest, feigning deep sorrow. He believed Yu Jin's words to be mere jest, thus responding in a similarly exaggerated tone. Brother Yu Qi had a good heart and treated him with kindness, having previously rescued him. Despite possessing the righteous spirit to stand against injustice, he chose not to reveal it. Brother Yu Qi was indeed a rare gem of a person. Truly, I do not possess it, my heart, alas. Yu Jin casually remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhan, her demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. I have lost it. Jiang Zhan lowered his gaze. Even at such a moment, he could not resist teasing her. It was rather excessive. Second brother, let us depart. I feel somewhat frightened, Jiang Zhan murmured softly, observing other guests emerging from their rooms. Jiang Zhan placed a hand on his forehead. I have truly lost my senses. How could I forget that fourth sister is a young lady? Naturally, she would be afraid in such circumstances. Fourth sister, it is all my fault. Let us leave at once. Ah, let them converse with the ghosts. Perhaps the two spirits would find common ground and leave him unbothered. The previously silent maid, a man, cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Zhan. The second young master is indeed naive. Do they truly fear such things? She chuckled. Upon hearing their intention to depart, the monk, eager to oblige, hastily saw them off. It was rumored that the monk had slipped while fetching water, resulting in a grievous injury to his head. Truly, it was a pitiable sight. Is it not said that fate is predetermined? Chapter 98. Our affairs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Through the intelligence gathered from the young monk, she surmised that the young lady from the Li family in Dayang Town was likely most closely linked to the female corpse found in the garden of the Changxing Marquis' residence. Fei had learned that Miss Li was to visit Lingwu Temple to offer incense today. However, the young monk mentioned that Miss Li had not been there for some time. Whether the young monk had simply overlooked Miss Li's visit to the temple or was deliberately concealing information, Jiang Si could not help but slightly shake her head at the innocent smile of the young monk. With so many pilgrims visiting Lingwu Temple, it was plausible that the young monk had not taken note of her presence. Yet, Jiang Si found it curious that the person of greatest relevance was connected to the temple, which had recently been the scene of a homicide. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Si instructed Amon to summon Fei. Miss, do you have any instructions? Fei stealthily entered the inn. How many places did you inquire about today? I gathered information from 2 towns and 5 villages. Fei reported the places she had visited to Jiang Si, stating that no significant events had been reported from any household. How far is Dayang Town from here? Not far, merely a few miles. Jiang Si glanced up at the sky. The sun hovered, casting a warm orange hue across the western horizon, while the sky remained bright, indicating that it was still early for lanterns to be lit. What business does the Li family engage in? The Li family is renowned for their wealth in Dayang Town, and it is said that they have a scholar among them. Fei articulately recounted the information she had gathered. In the Great Zhou, it was no small feat to become a scholar. Many educated individuals spent their entire lives unable to shed the label of a title for students, especially in such small towns, where the emergence of a scholar was a source of immense pride for the entire community. Upon hearing Fei's words, Jiang Si understood that this Mr. Li held a certain prominence in Dayang Town. Had the news of the unexpected demise of the monk at Lingwu Temple reached Dayang Town? The pilgrims visiting Lingwu Temple hailed from various neighboring regions, and information spread with astonishing swiftness. Jiang Si furrowed her brow in contemplation, while Fei observed her expression, remaining perceptively silent. After a time equivalent to a cup of tea, Jiang Si finally made up her mind. Fei, hire some idlers to convey a message to Mr. Li's residence in Dayang Town. Inform them that Miss Li has been tragically pushed into the well behind Lingwu Temple. If they do not hasten to retrieve her, they shall have no hope of avenging her death. Fei was momentarily taken aback. Miss, what evidence do we possess? Jiang Si pressed her lips together. In times of such public anxiety, if Mr. Li truly cherishes his daughter, mere whispers of this nature will suffice. She was uncertain whether Miss Li had indeed met with misfortune. Should her intuition prove accurate, at least it would prevent a life from slipping away in confusion. If she were mistaken, given the Li family's stature, they would merely become the subject of light-hearted ridicule, incurring no significant loss. Most importantly, she harbored a premonition that Miss Li might be the key to unraveling this enigma. A Fei, go now, do not linger. A Fei hesitated briefly. Miss, after all, we are outsiders. How can we be sure that these idlers are trustworthy? Jiang Si smiled. Offer them sufficient silver, and they will be reliable. If you still doubt their dependability, then it is simply a matter of insufficient funds. A Fei slapped his forehead. Miss, you speak with great wisdom. He was once the kind of idle man who would do anything for money. Not only would he relay a message, but he would even run naked if asked. Do you believe that Miss Li is in the well? Jiang Si regarded him with a serious expression. Do you take such pleasure in eavesdropping on others? I am not eavesdropping. I simply possess keen hearing. Yu Jin chuckled helplessly, saying, Miss Jiang, let us not engage in this debate at this juncture. We should focus on the matter at hand. Young master Yu, this is my affair, Jiang Si stated impassively. How on earth can I rid myself of this persistent nuisance? Yu Jin fixed his gaze on Jiang Si and suddenly smiled. Your opinion does not hold sway here. This concerns both of us. Do not forget that night. Jiang Si took a deep breath, resolved not to engage in verbal sparring, and redirected the conversation to the pressing issue. The timeline does not align. Yu Jin pondered briefly and understood. Miss Li came to pay her respects today, and the well water would not have developed an unusual odor so quickly. Thus, even if someone had perished in the well, it is improbable that it was Miss Li. In light of this, why instruct that fellow to convey a message? I merely believe that the cause of the well water's odd scent is likely unrelated to Miss Li. However, this does not imply that the missing Miss Li has not encountered misfortune. Yu Jin nodded with a smile. That is indeed the case. Jiang Si raised her gaze to the splendid evening sky, her voice softening. Moreover, does not my elder brother wish to ascertain whether there is a corpse in the well? It would certainly put his mind at ease. Yu Jin rubbed his nose, expressing his distaste for sibling affection. Here you go. Yu Jin handed Jiang Si a neatly folded square of paper. Jiang Si gazed at the note without immediately taking it, questioning, what is this? Surely, it isn't filled with nonsense? If you are hesitant to reveal it, I shall put it away. She shot him a glance and replied coolly, I truly have no desire to see it. I shall take my leave. Yu Jin grasped her wrist and sighed. Why do you behave like a hedgehog? Always poised to prick? You are utterly uncooperative. Release me. Very well, since you show no interest in discovering whether any girls have gone missing in the neighboring towns. I shall simply burn this note. Jiang Si abruptly turned her head, fixating on the neatly folded paper, momentarily too proud to relent. Yu Jin, with a smile, pressed the note into her hand, saying, All right, I beseech you to read it. Do take a look. Amidst his gentle, indulgent laughter, Jiang Si felt her cheeks flush, avoiding his gaze as she hurriedly unfolded the note. The paper was densely inscribed with numerous details. Several village names she had heard from the young monk echoed in her mind. She couldn't help but glance at the young man before her. Yu Jin, not one to keep her in suspense, cheerfully stated, I arrived here before you. While making a donation for incense, I borrowed the registry of patrons. Subsequently, I dispatched individuals to investigate the frequently mentioned names within that list. However, from the findings, it appears that there is no information regarding what you seek within a 30-mile radius of the villages. The registry detailed the donations made, certainly listing more than one name, indicating the patron's origins, such as Li family daughter from Daong Town, for instance. After a brief silence, clutching the note, Jiang Si finally spoke, Thank you. The youth displayed a radiant smile, reminiscent of a clear breeze under a bright moon. What is there to thank for? I have mentioned, this is our affair. With that, Jiang Si hurriedly grasped the note and departed. Yu Jin stood alone for a moment, the mirth in his eyes deepening. The townsfolk of Qingyo gathered in small clusters outside, discussing the unexpected events at Lingwu Temple, while a large group from Daong Town marched resolutely towards the temple. Chapter 99. Seeking a person. Qingyo Town was accustomed to seeing pilgrims from nearby areas visiting Lingwu Temple, making strangers a common sight. However, the contingent from Daong Town appeared aggressive, clearly indicating their intent to stir trouble, which immediately caught the attention of the locals. Look at those people. Where do they come from? They seem to be here to cause a ruckus. Oh, isn't the one at the forefront the eldest son of Lord Li from Daong Town? They are from the Li family of Daong. The Li family of Dayang Town was immensely wealthy and boasted a scholarly lineage, not even needing to bow before the county magistrate, which earned them considerable respect among the common folk. What could this Li family be up to? Who knows? Let us follow and see. It was in the nature of the people of Zhou to enjoy a spectacle, and even the temporarily residing outsiders in Qingyo Town grew intrigued, trailing behind the procession. Jiang Zhan eagerly sought out Jiang Si, exclaiming, "Fourth sister, something is happening outside. We must go take a look." What kind of situation? I am not certain yet. But a group from another town has arrived, and I have a premonition that their purpose is likely related to Lingwu Temple. Jiang Si suppressed a smile, replying, "What you say is true. Then let us go and take a look." A few individuals stealthily infiltrated the crowd, making their way towards the Lingwu Temple, which was situated within the town. As they journeyed, an increasing number of onlookers joined their ranks, and by the time they arrived at the temple entrance, the assembly had grown quite formidable. Alas, today an incident had transpired within the temple. The devotees who had checked in over the past 2 days were gradually vacating their quarters, and the temple's guardian monk found himself momentarily taken aback by the leading man's inquiry. Seizing the opportunity, the leader circumvented the monk and boldly entered, raising his arm and exclaiming, "Hurry up and follow." In the blink of an eye, the monk was pushed aside as a throng surged in. Ultimately, only the onlookers remained, exchanging bewildered glances. After a considerable pause, one remarked, "I say, the people from Dayang Town must be here to stir trouble in our Qingyo Town, right? It seems rather cowardly of us to merely stand by and watch." Another added, "Indeed, we cannot allow them to wreak havoc on our territory." Disrespecting the esteemed monks of Lingwu Temple, the guardian monk, still struggling to regain his footing, was soon overwhelmed once more as yet another wave of individuals rushed through the entrance. Gazing at the trampled threshold, he was left in despair. From whence do these ruffians come? This is a sacred Buddhist sanctuary, and there are monks here to impede your progress. He attempted to protest, but his words were cut short as he was shoved aside. The crowd's intent was unmistakable. They headed straight for the rear mountain. The Lingwu Temple was nestled against the verdant hills. Although the rear mountain was not accessible to devotees, its layout was quite simple. The people from Dayang Town, taking advantage of their unruliness and swiftness, had trespassed into the back mountain before the temple's monks could react. By the time the warning bell tolled, it was too late for the monks to intervene, as even the onlookers had followed suit. In an instant, the once tranquil rear mountain was shrouded in a sea of people. Here it is. The leading man strode directly towards the well beside the vegetable patch. The ground near the well was stained a dark crimson, clearly the remnants of blood left by a monk who had met an untimely demise. Yet it had not been thoroughly cleaned. "Retrieve it for me," commanded the leader, pointing at the well's opening, prompting someone to swiftly turn the handle on the well's frame. A middle-aged monk stepped forward from the crowd, questioning, "In such a sacred place of Buddhism, how can one act so recklessly without fearing divine retribution?" The individual drawing water paused momentarily. The leader responded with a cold smirk, "My sister has gone missing. The compassionate deities would surely not cast blame upon me for searching for her. She is a devout believer who frequently donates to Lingwu Temple. Now that she has vanished, why do the masters obstruct my search instead of assisting? Is there perhaps a tinge of guilt?" "Ba, your words are excessive," the monk retorted. "We have not harmed a single blade of grass. We merely wish to investigate if anything lies within the well. We kindly ask for your cooperation." The leader, skilled in rhetoric, finished his remarks with a wave of his hand. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." In the crowd, Jiang Zhan tugged at Jiang Shi's sleeve, his voice barely concealing his excitement. "I told you there was a ghost in the well, yet you all refused to believe." The notion of a ghost seeking conversation with him was utterly terrifying. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. What did the Li family mean by this? Could it be that Miss Li drowned in the well? Another voice chimed in. "I believe Miss Li was harmed. Otherwise, why would she be in this well behind the mountain?" Realization dawned upon others. No wonder a monk had met with misfortune. Perhaps that monk had not encountered an accident, but had stumbled upon Miss Li being wrong. Jiang Shi nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, it seems that those who revel in the spectacle possess remarkably keen eyes. A throng ignited by the flames of gossip could conjure an entire drama from the mere appearance of a handkerchief at someone's doorstep, let alone the current circumstances. As a bucket of water was thrown, the crowd instinctively craned their necks to observe. Yet, there was naught to behold. Another bucket followed suit. The creaking sound of the rope, as it rasped against itself, fell upon their ears, dull and tedious. Some began to regard the entourage from Danyang town with disapproving glances. Lingwu Temple was the pride of their Qingyou town. Should someone truly lose their way here, it would be acceptable to seek assistance. But if trouble were to ensue, they would have to reconsider their stance. The young leader, sensing the situation was deteriorating, swiftly commanded an accompanying man, "Go down and take a look." At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over him. The man promptly removed his outer garment, revealing a robust torso. In the open culture of the Great Zhou, such actions were not remarkable, even in these rustic lands. Indeed, encountering libertine individuals in the grand city was commonplace. Thus, the man's disrobing did not incite much commotion. Some women even chuckled softly. Jiang Zhan hastily raised his hand to shield Jiang Si's gaze. Jiang Si calmly brushed aside his hand. "Brother, do not be absurd." Jiang Zhan cast a glance at Yu Jin, only to find him intently observing the man, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Si's fixation on the shirtless figure. Yu Jin remarked, Having witnessed ASU brandishing a kitchen knife at a man's rear, what does this amount to?" The man, now devoid of his outerwear, secured himself to the rope and gradually descended into the well. Time slipped by, and suddenly, the rope, gripped tightly by the others, began to stir. Chapter 100. The corpse in the well, Tianyu's spirit beast egg. The leading young man immediately commanded his companions to hoist the rope upwards. As the rope ascended gradually, the man who had descended into the well revealed his head, and then he clambered up, using his hands to grip the edge of the well. He rolled to the side and sat down, gasping for breath. The man's upper body was muscular and glistening with water droplets, yet his hands were empty, indicating he had found nothing. The middle-aged monk, who had previously obstructed these individuals, chanted a Buddhist verse with a stern tone. "If you do not leave and continue to disturb the tranquility of the Buddhist temple, we shall have no choice but to report you to the authorities." A dozen young monks had gathered, each wielding a staff. By their attire, it was evident they were martial monks. In a temple as prosperous as this, even in a small town, the donations would amount to a staggering sum, naturally supporting the martial monks to safeguard the temple's security. The leading young man's expression darkened, and he awkwardly remarked, "Since we cannot find my sister, I shall search elsewhere." The man who had climbed up finally regained his composure and, upon speaking, intensified the already tense atmosphere. "What do you mean by someone?" The leading young man's expression shifted, and his previous apprehension vanished. The man pointed towards the well, his voice relatively steady. "There is someone down there." Those who had accompanied the leading young man into the well were evidently brave. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged monk's expression changed drastically, and the crowd of onlookers erupted into fervent discussions. The young leader's complexion was scarcely better, and he exclaimed loudly, "Why didn't you bring anyone up?" Good heavens! His sister had truly drowned in the well. What would their parents do upon hearing this news? Under the scrutiny of the young leader's inquiry, the man could only manage a bitter smile. "I couldn't carry her up. I feared the rope might not withstand the weight." The onlookers cast a glance at the rope coiled around the man's waist, and a heavy silence fell. Though the rope appeared sturdy, who could ascertain its ability to support two individuals? Should it snap mid-ascent, it would be disastrous. The young leader, displaying a spark of ingenuity, quickly ordered another rope to be prepared. "You hold onto this rope, descend, and secure the person in the well. Then give a tug on the rope around your waist. We will first pull you up, and then bring the individual from the depths." This arrangement seemed sound. The man promptly descended into the well, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the rope began to move. "Pull him up," with the young leader's command. Two experienced servants immediately began to haul on the rope, while two others, gripping the second rope, appeared increasingly anxious. Before long, the man was hoisted to the surface, his face ashen as he sank onto the damp ground, utterly spent. The second rope was now being drawn upward. This time, the crowd felt as though time had stretched infinitely. Jiang Zhan held his breath in nervous anticipation, his gaze fixed on the well's opening. The female ghost was about to emerge, and he wondered if she would be as terrifying as in his dreams. At last, under the silent watch of the crowd, a dark figure began to surface. Good heavens, what was that? Someone could not help but scream. As the two attendants tugging on the ropes faltered, the rope slipped down a little further. The crowd, already on the edge of their seats, felt as if a breath was caught in their throats, suspended in anticipation of what would be revealed. This sense of suffocation momentarily eclipsed their fear, prompting someone to exclaim, "What is there to fear? There are so many of us here in this sacred Buddhist site. Even if it were a ghost, it wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus." Indeed, as I finally discerned, it was merely a tangle of hair. The sheer number of people transformed what should have been a terrifying scene into one of eager expectation. "Haven't you all eaten enough?" the leading young man bellowed. The two attendants exchanged a glance, summoning their strength in unison. Time seemed to slow once more, and at last, the dark shape re-emerged, followed by a body. With a thud, the corpse was dropped onto the ground, the sound echoing in the hearts of the onlookers, plunging them into an abrupt silence. The leading young man staggered forward a few steps, closing his eyes as he cried out, "Sister, you met such a tragic end." The crowd glanced at the young man and then, summoning their courage, stole a look at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, enveloped in a strange silence. Finally, one of the arriving attendants could no longer contain himself and said, "Young master, this is a male corpse." "Wah!" The leading young man nearly gasped in disbelief. His cries abruptly halted. He widened his eyes at the body on the ground, and even though the disheveled hair obscured the face, it was undeniable that the figure was male by its shape and attire. "Why is it a man?" At that moment, Jiang Zhan also voiced this question, instinctively stepping forward and rubbing his eyes vigorously. Where had the female ghost gone? How had it transformed into a male? Jiang Si reached out to pull her elder brother into the crowd. Now was not the time to seek the limelight. It was safer to remain concealed among the throng. However, this situation was indeed somewhat unexpected. She couldn't help but glance at Yu Jin. The youth appeared calm, gazing ahead with an air of indifference, as if the matter at hand had no bearing on him. Sensing Jiang Si's gaze, he turned slightly to meet her eyes, and in that moment, his aloofness melted away like the gentle warmth of spring, revealing a faint smile. At that instant, a commotion erupted within the crowd as someone exclaimed, "Look! That person is tied with a stone." Although the sun had dipped below the horizon, the sky remained bright, and the spacious hillside amplified this illumination, allowing the onlookers to clearly see the lifeless body of a man bound by a stone. The man who had descended into the well wore a look of bewilderment. No wonder he had exerted all his strength and yet could not budge the corpse. It was the weight of the stone that hindered him. In his anxiety and the absence of light while tying the rope around the body, he had failed to notice this crucial detail. This is murder." Cries of alarm arose once more from the crowd. Meanwhile, the expressions of the monks within the temple had turned exceedingly grim. If it were merely a matter of retrieving a body from the well, one could claim it was an unfortunate accident, and the temple might only face accusations of inadequate safety measures. However, the presence of a corpse bound with a stone, submerged in the well, could only indicate one thing: this was undoubtedly a case of murder. The thriving Linwu temple had now been tainted by the murder of a devotee, and most alarmingly, the body had been retrieved before the watchful eyes of the public. This was an immense blow to the temple's reputation. At this moment, the expressions of those who had gathered to witness the spectacle had clearly shifted. Originally, the inhabitants of Daong Town appeared rather unfriendly, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Now, however, they collectively fixated on the monks within the temple, their expressions rife with suspicion. A murder had occurred. Surely, the authorities must be informed? Indeed, it was imperative to report this dreadful incident. Oh, how terrifying! The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet none dared to depart at such a critical juncture. At last, someone proposed, "This must be a young lad. Let us see if we recognize him." The leading young man, taking charge of the situation, signaled to the man by the well. The man crouched beside the corpse, gently parting the hair that obscured the deceased's face. Chapter 101. Trouble as the hair was brushed aside. A swollen and ghastly visage was revealed. The onlookers instinctively craned their necks for a better view. Despite the unsettling appearance caused by the waterlogged condition, it was evident that the individual was quite young, perhaps in his early 20s. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Look! Isn't this the young master from the Liu family's fabric shop at the east end of town?" A hush fell over the gathering as the spectators widened their eyes in recognition of the young man's identity. At that moment, a shrill cry pierced the air, striking an incongruous note amid the tension. All heads turned towards the source of the sound. A young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, with wide eyes and a hand clamped over her mouth, tears streaming down her face, yet still retaining her delicate beauty. The leading young man, upon recognizing her, was filled with overwhelming joy and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her arm, exclaiming, "Sister, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed." The girl appeared to be in a state of shock, trembling as she allowed the young man to embrace her shoulder, her gaze fixated on the lifeless form before them. It is indeed a coincidence that the woman stands not far from Jiang Si. Jiang Si observes the woman's reaction with a cold gaze, then glances at the young, bloated face of the deceased male, deep in thought. The woman has long been part of the crowd. If she were to be terrified to the point of screaming, it should not be at this moment. Her response to the revelation of the man's identity indicates one undeniable fact. She knows the deceased. More precisely, their acquaintance is likely more profound than mere recognition. Among the onlookers, there are many who are familiar with the deceased, yet none exhibit such a reaction. The woman remains visibly unsettled, allowing the young man to grasp her without resistance. How could he be dead? She murmurs. The young man seems to sense the unusual nature of his sister's response, pulling her closer to shield her from the prying eyes of the crowd. My sister has been startled. We shall not disturb the investigation here. Let us leave. Pray, do not be so hasty, a middle-aged monk calls out, halting the young man's departure. What is your intention, master? The monk recites a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. At present, a homicide has occurred within the temple, and you, as a key individual, are eager to depart. This is not appropriate. If it is unrelated to you, why did you come to our temple's rear well to retrieve the body? The monk's demeanor is somewhat confrontational, clearly unwilling to let the young man leave so easily. This must be a mistake. The young man retorts, somewhat irked, noticing the peculiar expressions of the onlookers. He hastily explains, someone alerted my family, claiming my sister was murdered and discarded into the well behind Lingwu Temple. Yet, in truth, my sister is still alive. Thus, I expressed my apologies to my masters for the misunderstanding. I wonder who was the one that informed the young lord. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, gently inquiring of the young man. This was a middle-aged man, with a pallid complexion and a long beard, accompanied by 2 or 3 attendants. The young man frowned at this meddlesome individual, drawing the attention of the onlookers to him. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, introducing himself as the county lieutenant from Fushing County, who happened to be passing through Qingyou town. Upon hearing of an unexpected death, he came to investigate. Jiang Si, standing among the crowd, felt a surge of complex emotions. The intervention of an official was quite unexpected, especially one responsible for maintaining law and order in the county. This coincidence was even more striking. The onlookers, upon realizing that a county lieutenant was present, were momentarily taken aback. How could the county lieutenant be here? Was it truly him? The middle-aged man produced his badge for the young man and the temple monk to inspect. Having seen the county lieutenant before, the young man, evidently possessing some discernment, immediately bowed in respect upon